It's hard to believe that after almost 5 weeks of action, our ECC 22 journey is almost done. We have 2 days left, the last day of group matches today. One team will be eliminated tonight and the 4 remaining will fight it out on finals Friday tomorrow for that trophy. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the Dream11 European Cricket Championship and it starts right now. Good morning to you, bienvenidos todos. Welcome to the Cartama Oval here on the Costa del Sol in Spain. It's going to be another big day in European cricket. Only 2 days remain in ECC 22. We have 5 T10 matches coming your way. The sun's out and we are almost ready to play. And we are starting with match number 16 here in Championship Week between the Netherlands 11 and Italy. Well, both these teams, I'm sure, would like to start their day with a win. Let's see what happened at the toss when Rob Kemming was with the 2 captains.
Heads is good. It is tails. Oh, I have a bet.
Well, wasn't it great to have Dummy Dub tossing the coin here in the first match of the day? She's the mother of Mida and Mahel, who are very valuable members of the Blue Crew. And it fell the Netherlands' way, and the Dutch captain, Sebastian Bratt, has decided that he wants to bat first. So obviously, that is the Dutch plan. They like to build big scores. They think they've got the bowlers to defend those kind of scores. Of course, they do rely a lot on their spin, and the spinners probably haven't bowled as well as they would have liked over the last day or so. But of course, this is another opportunity for them. Also, it'll be interesting to see how they use their paces. We know they've got a couple of very good ones. The Netherlands won their first 4 matches, but lost their 2 matches yesterday, so they're 4-2. They're sitting in second place, and they can really lock up the double chance with a win right here. But Italy, they're at the other end of the table. Unfortunately, they are 1-5, and they are in the drop zone. They will play the Netherlands in this match. They'll also play Scotland later on, but I think this feels like a must-win for them if they are going to survive to tomorrow. Let's talk about the conditions. Well, it is beautiful. It is really, really sunny. I've got to say, lots of blue sky today on the Costa del Sol. It's not called the Sunshine Coast for nothing. We're expecting a maximum temperature of 27. Currently, it's about 24. So perfect conditions to get this one started. And here is a perfect guy to listen to at the start of day 4 here in Championship Week. Rico Full is in the dream box. Rico, the news from the toss in match 16 is the Dutch. They've won the toss. They're going to have a hit. Why not? Let's go up there and get the day started. Over to you.
Good morning, muy buenos días. ¿Cómo estás, mi familia? Y bienvenido de campo de Cartama Oval. Hello, good morning, and welcome. Welcome back to the magnificent Cartama Oval here, nestled in the province of Andalusia in Malaga. And, well, we're expecting a fantastic final day of the group stages. Both teams in this match have everything to play for. Italy, well, they're looking all smiles at the moment. Will they be smiling after this match? They know that they desperately need to pick up some points here. I mean, they've got England above them and on 4 points, and they've got an opportunity to go back to the same sort of points as them in this match, as are Scotland on 4 points as well. Italy are on 2. Win here, and it keeps their finals day hopes alive, but lose it, well, then they've really got a lot of work to do and hoping that other results go their way. Netherlands, well, they're looking for a victory here that will take them into that well, guaranteed double chance of getting into the final. It's going to be a close one. That's what the bat versus ball all says. It's going to be just 1 run that separates it, but in favour of the Netherlands. Let's see how it goes. A very, very good morning to you. Very warm welcome. A lot of people chirping up on the viewers chat already. Hello to Maya. Good morning to you as well. Good morning to James Stewart. And a lot of other people chirping in there. They know this is a big day of European cricket. It's a big day for the Italians. This is a big match for them. Can they stay in it? Can they get the win that they looking for? Hassan Ali with the ball is looking to get some early scalps. He bowls first up to Clayton Floyd. Floyd picks this, it's short, and he gets sent away. Balle, Ginna Sona, and what a start to the day. It's a 6 of the very first ball of the day. Bang, there it goes. Nice start today for one, a nice start for some of the kids. But they get a chance to do some early fielding, but he couldn't wait to get his hands on that ball. Could he, the young man from the Aloha Colegio de Marbella. Good morning to the kids as well. Not only watching the game, not only playing it, but doing a bit of fielding there as well. Ali needs a good reply. First ball smashed for 6. Second one, more on the gloves. Yeah. So just gets gloved to the man on the 45.
Lefty, lefty.
So now time for Musa. Musa has just been in incredible form with the bat off late, scoring runs for fun. 344 runs to him, and his partner has moved on to 237 in the championship. So you want to see the back of these guys, don't you? And plenty of good batters to come as well. Ryan Klein, 267 runs in the championship, as well as Boris Gourlay, 239. So they need quick wickets, and they need to get the dangerous batters out quickly. Otherwise, Netherlands will post a big score. Good one first up from Ali to Musa. Beats him outside the off. I think Musa may have been expecting just a little bit more bounce here. Nice comeback from Ali so far after the first ball was hit for a huge 6. Namaste, salam alaikum, sasri akal, Iber 1 to everybody watching via fan code in the sub-Indian continent. Nice to have you with us. And this one will get called a wide. Just goes a little bit too far. But good area, as you can say. You can see, I mean, not that far, but he's trying to find that outside edge of Musa. Third man is on the boundary. I think the Italians have done their homework on Musa. They know where not to bowl it to him. It's nicely played, and that third man comes into play. So once again, good areas from Hassan, just keeping the ball outside the off, just short of a length, not allowing Musa to get a good swing on it. You've got to keep it off his pads. That's where he's really strong. And also, don't give him too much width. He's a fantastic cutter, an upper cutter off the ball. Back to Clayton Floyd. Hit the first ball he faced for a massive 6. And he gets beaten by a good one from Ali again. And nice to see that the young man's able to get his radar right straight away. Going from the left-hander to the right-hander. Well bowled. And let's see if he can finish well. Been a remarkable comeback from the youngster. And, Musa and Clayton just having a chat, saying, hey, what am I supposed to do with that? Single off the last, so well bowled from Hassan Ali. He was under pressure straight away. It was the youngster after being pelted for a huge 6 by Clayton Floyd, but he gets his line right, tidies up, and despite the 6 and the wide, he finishes 10 off the first over. So the Netherlands, they're up, they're running. And well, these are some of the batters I was talking about from the Netherlands. Musa Ahmed, 344, as I said before the start of this match. Klein still to come, 267. Boris Gourlay, 239. And on the other side, well, Sharif has been good, 269. Baljit Singh, their captain, 256. And then Umar Gujar, 195. You see no Rajmani. Rajmani was right up there earlier, but he's been off the boil. That's why he finds himself as the 12th man for this one. And with the bowlers for Jagmeet Singh, 21 wickets, and Clayton Floyd, 25, the 2 top bowlers of the championship. They're going to be playing a major part in this one as well. No spin as yet. You see there Baljit Singh just having a chat with the new bowler. Bit of a surprise here. They have gone with Umar Gujar quite often to bowl the second. It looks like they're going for Padusha Fernando to bowl the second over. Nice start. Once again, just keeping that ball just outside the off stump, not giving anything onto the stumps. And this is what we're seeing in the championship week. The runs just going arriba, arriba, arriba. And yesterday was a great day, 12.7 runs per over. And this week, championships week, 12.3 overall. And just as we suspected, after we had C and D were quiet groups, with some of the teams quite not hitting the marks with the bat. We've seen that all change, and well, it's going to continue to change, I think, because this is another one that has been put away. Well, he doesn't want to get bogged down, does he, Clayton Floyd? And he knows he has to do something different. He knows he has to go after it, and he does. Takes a bit of a chance, you have to say, but he gets it. He gets it right. Fernando, it's his turn to go for a big one. And yeah, he gets the bat of that across. I mean, if you're a bowler, you're not going to be over disappointed. Of course, you've just been hit for 6, but you've got Clayton Floyd to go right across the line to take that chance. And he goes back outside the off. Floyd disappointed that he's missed out on it. So similarly to the first over, does find the boundary, but then a couple of dot balls here, but that's just perfect, just in the perfect spot, just inside that guideline there that's there for the umpires on the wides. Good morning to our umpires. Our men in black this morning. Another swing and a miss. So good areas. That's the line is what they're saying. Yeah, it definitely is. All the umpires have been fantastic for this championship. Rafi Ahmed, Tyrone Peters, Stefan Gooch, Asad Ali and Martin Hancock. We'll see all of those here, led brilliantly by Rob Kemin, I should say. This is hit well, but the fielder, captain of Italy, Baljit Singh, does the fielding. Get the feeling that no team are really getting away with this. It's pretty tense at the moment. It's a big match for both these teams. You can see that the Netherlands keeping pretty calm at the moment. Not getting too excited. The dugout's pretty calm as well. Not too much noise from them. Italy as well. Fernando, apart from that 1-6, it's been a good over, hasn't it? Can he finish well though? 7 from it so far. And he doesn't. It's not a good delivery. So he does have the issue of getting it right to the left-hander, Musa. Would have been a good one to the right-hander. Good work, you have to say, from Zain Nakwi, who's back behind the stumps. Yeah, that is a really good stop. I mean, that ball would have been 5 wides. Rafi Ahmed doing the signalling there. He's out there at the moment with Stefan Gooch, who's at square leg. So 2 wides takes the score to 9 off the over, 19 without loss. Fernando looking to finish the over well. Another beautiful day on the Costa del Sol. Hit in the air and doesn't quite carry to the fielder. Just to hover it up there, Hassan Ali just gets a hand to it. No doubt he will probably get back to his mark to bowl the second. That's the pattern that they've normally followed. And he looks like he is taking his cap off, or is he? Or maybe they're making a change here. Let's wait and see. And yeah, it looks like they are going to make a change. So normally Hassan Ali would bowl himself out and bowl the 3. This is how the standings are looking at the moment. So you can see Spain right up there, unbeaten still, 6 out of 6. Netherlands, they had that defeat, a couple of defeats yesterday. They went winless yesterday. Lost both their matches, but they know that they win this one, they'll go on to 10 points, and England and Scotland cannot catch them. And, but Italy, then they are still going to remain 2 points behind the likes of Scotland. And it's going to be very difficult for them to try and, Scotland and England, very difficult for them to try and make it into final stage. They definitely need a win here. It's going to be Jagmeet Singh, who's going to come on to bowl, just getting his field set. 20 without loss after 2. So going at 10. But you can just feel that Netherlands will want to get this acceleration in as soon as possible. Jagmeet flights it up there. Good delivery from him, good areas. He's been so good. 21 wickets in the championship so far. Wherever you're looking and watching from, welcome to this Dream11 European Cricket Championship, the Euros of cricket. Rico Full here in the Dream Box, and joining me is Mr. Maximo Vinisandi. Good morning, muy buenos días.
Yeah, buenos días todos. Good morning to everyone. Great to be here, and a really important game for both sides, isn't it? Interesting, they just, on a hunch, I think they've gone for Jagmeet. Left-hander to left-hander.
And this has been uppercut and will go all the way. Manos arriba, arbitro. It was 6 carreras. And then that shot that I was talking about, that Musa plays really well. I'm surprised that Italy haven't set a field to this. He plays this so well, rocks back, and it's not about trying to hit it hard. He just knows that the field is inside. He just needs to loft it over, then plays it so well.
Yeah, there's a lot of bounce there, and Moose actually kind of makes a gesture there saying it bounced a bit more than I thought, but he's that good. Still catches up with it.
And he clips it on the legs. No run. There comes the throw, like in this. I think Clayton does get back, but this is what I've liked about the Italians all the way through this championship, and that's Roshan Silva having a shy.
Well, been just out.
He would have been gone.
Needed to be a perfect bit of fielding. It was almost perfect. You'd love to get rid of Floyd by any means necessary.
Goes to sweep, goes right across the line. I get the feeling here, looking at the expression from the umpire, he's saying, I couldn't see it, I can't see it, let's have a look. Yeah, there's no way you can see it. And you see that, Stefan Gucci say, well, look, you can ask me the question, but you're not made of glass, I can't give what I can't see. Jagmeet, well, it could have been. Well, you'll never know. Well, the umpire will never know.
My instinct was it was missing off anyway. They went a long way across, and with the angle, he's not really turning the ball down the line. But yeah, Jagmeet's not doing himself any favours, is he there?
And this has been launched into, doesn't really get the timing. See what he's trying to do is get it in the gap between the two fielders there. Well, mid-on and mid-wicket, but it doesn't get the timing right. So Jagmeet causing a few issues, causing a few problems. Okay, now do they, no change here again to Musa, so they're keeping them all inside the circle on the offside. It's almost like they're challenging him to play that shot, but he goes down the leg side, and this is a biggie. He goes all the way, that is a Bizaway supersonic hit, and that's 6 carreras, que grande que guay, good way to finish the over. So Jagmeet, he goes for another boundary, and he goes for another 6. Well, that is a biggie, big shot, 6 runs, end of the over. And, well, that's the over, I think, that Netherlands were looking for as they go to 35 at the end of the power play.
Just felt he almost got away with it. 8 off the over. Would have probably taken 9, Jagmeet. But he put one into the wheelhouse of Musa Ahmed, and he sent that miles into the jungle. So, yeah, 35 for no loss. Not a bad power play at all for the Netherlands 11. Yeah, so Netherlands 11, they can lock up that double chance, like you said a little bit earlier. Italy, it's just hard to see them catching up to Scotland 11 if they don't win this game. It is possible because if Italy lose this game and Scotland lose their first game, which is against England, then Italy could beat Scotland later on, and it will come down to net run rate.
Yeah.
So it also would matter how much they would lose this by and how much Scotland lose to England by. Remembering that England lost their first 4 matches, but they have been on a rampage in the last 24 hours. Roared into contention. Here is Gujarat bowling over number 4, and he gets one straight past Floyd.
Yeah, well, Gujarat comes to attack. Yeah, Netherlands yesterday, remember, it wasn't their best day. They were the unbeaten team, unbeaten the whole championship until the start of day 3 yesterday, and they had losses to England, a heavy defeat. England putting 175 on the board, and Netherlands 131 for 10. And then they had the loss in the night game to Spain. Spain now remain the unbeaten side in championship week. 1-2-3 to 1-2-7, Spain winning with 3 balls to go. In the air, is this going to be a chance? It's hovering, and it has been taken. Nicely done, good catch there by Sikander Abbas. Well, smiles on the face. Return to the Italians. They need to break this partnership, and they do, and they get the victory of Clayton Floyd. Floyd goes for 18 off ball number 14, and you can see there Baljit giving his boys a clap. Bit of a concerned look on his face, but I'm sure he'll gather the troops around and say, come on boys, let's keep on going. If we want this, if we want to get into that finals day tomorrow, then we've got to perform here today. We've got to be back to our best.
Yeah, just didn't quite get all of it, did he, Clayton? And pretty well judged catch. Hassan Ali was in the area, but he was a mere spectator. Sikander Abbas in a semi-crocodile style, but it was an effective means that time, and he breaks the opening partnership. It's 35 for 1.
Yeah, so just Gujarat, who has bowled really, in fact, he's had a very good championship as Gujarat. It's been a good, fine all-round performance from him. And he does get the breakthrough. It's important for Italy. They don't want these two getting in too much. We know that they're destructive players. So good breakthrough, and well done to Gujarat.
So a new batter comes out there. It's Boris Gourlay. Very deep in the crease. He's in a bit of strife first ball. In the end, it just be a single. Boris didn't get too much of that. And it was a bit of a teaser for the man in the circle around the corner.
Yeah, Gourlay. He's an exciting young man to watch. I love it when he's batting. Sometimes he'll do the unconventional. Sometimes he gets it wrong. But when he gets it right, well, boy, is he excited to watch. Umar Gujar, 11 scalps now in this championship. So he's bowled well. So looking for one or two others. As Musa just has a look at the field. Have got that backward point on the boundary now. So let's see where Gujar attacks him. Right at him, right into the body. And, Musa not able to do too much with that one. 13 of 7 balls that he's faced here now. So not quite going at the rate that we know he can. But I have to say, they bowled pretty well to him. Haven't given him too many loose deliveries to latch onto.
Yeah, no doubt about that. Gujar's competitor, isn't he? Seems to have been getting better and better as the series goes along. He peaks maybe on day one against Spain.
There he goes for it, but I don't think he gets all of this. A big opportunity to remove him, and it's taken. And that's the one they wanted. Amir Sharif takes the catch. And that is the end of Musa Ahmed as well. So both the openers have been taken, and it's Umar Gujar who gets them both. Well, it's just holding him back. Maybe did the trick. Sometimes we've seen him bowling that third, but he's come on, bowled the fourth over, and he has removed both the openers. 2 wickets he's picked up and just gone for 1 run so far in this over. This is exactly what the Italians needed in Musa. When as soon as he hits this and watch his reaction, he knows that he's in trouble.
These are the fine, fine margins in cricket. And Musa, if this is a little bit towards the centre of the bat, and I'm talking 1-2 centimetres even, and it flies into the jungle instead. Musa has to go, and you see Gujar gives him a pat on the back. That's genuine there. He knows what a good player Musa is, but he's going to have to go on this occasion. He's the second wicket to fall, and he goes for 13 off 8 with 2 maximos. The score is 36 for 2.
Yeah, unlucky 13 for Musa. He goes, but hey, you get one classy campaigner. You see the back of one, but out comes another. Klein, he's been in sensational form. Ryan Klein. 2 more wickets is what Italy will be thinking. 2 more, let's send 2 more back. Good one, first up to Klein. Lovely delivery from Umar Gujar. And that is the end of what has to go down. It's a sensational over. So well bowled. Just the 1 run from it and 2 wickets. He removes both the dangerous Netherlands openers.
Yeah, very, very good over. So just on a hunch, I think they went to Jagmeet last over of the power play. Normally he would bowl the 4th. Instead, they pulled Hassan Ali, saved him for later. They went Jagmeet in the power play. Kind of got away with it. Kind of didn't, I suppose. But then Gujar in the 4th takes 2 for 1. And potentially a match changing over.
Yeah, I mean, bringing Jagmeet on, maybe it didn't work. But I would go back to him here now. He's had an over. Wasn't his best over. You know, he's a wicket taker. You've got 2 new batters in. Why not? Go with Jagmeet. You've got the field back.
Yeah.
I mean, instead, it looks like they're going for Anik Ahmed. And, well, he's going to get a wicket, so that's why not go back to Jagmeet. And, well, Gourlay, he's another one who maybe 13 is not his lucky number. 13 on the back of his shirt. And, well, literally, you've got to say, he doesn't want to have a look at Anik Ahmed. He goes for him straight away. And it gets an edge, and it just goes softly into the man at third. And that's a slow, horrible, lonely walk back. He's very, very disappointed with that. He will be, because, look, when you're a good quality batter, when you've seen 2 wickets fall quickly, you know your role is to buckle down and try and get a bit of a partnership going. And he doesn't want to wait. He wants to go for the big shot, and he puts this into the hands of who? Umar Gujar, the one who took the 2 wickets in the last over. Now takes the catch. Well, he says, what am I doing? What am I doing? Yeah, and that's why, well, you're going to have to carry him off the field of play. He's still on his way back. Look, he's not happy. He's a lot of things he's contemplating in his mind, and he knows that his coach is going to have a few words to say to him as well. He goes for 1 or 2 deliveries.
Yeah, I mean, he has the right approach. Gourlay just doesn't get in the middle of the bat on it, does he? It's a thick outside edge, not looped for a simple catch. That's the de facto slip, I think, in T10, where Gujar is at the moment, that short third man position. And so the decision to persist with pace pays off, and a wicket, very, very first ball for Anik Ahmed, and he'll now be bowling to the new batter out there, and it's the captain, Sebastian Brutt.
Yeah, Brutt, he had a good innings yesterday when Netherlands did change the batting order up slightly against England. He made a fine half-century. So he's in good form, and well, he's one who will realise the importance now of this partnership between him, the captain, and also Ryan Klein. They need a good partnership here. Italy, well, they are in front here now. They've just gone about their task, haven't they? They haven't got too excited. They haven't been too boisterous. They know how important this match is to them, and well, they're just doing it one step at a time. We're talking about one step at a time. This is high up in the air opportunity. The fielder has struggled finding it, and well, he never looked comfortable. Hassan Ali never looked comfortable. He looked like he was having trouble with the sun. He tried to put one hand up there to help, but that is a big drop. This is a massive moment in the game. Klein gets dropped on a duck. Oh, Ali, normally so good in catching those. We've seen him take some good catches. That one could haunt them. And can he get another opportunity? He does the same thing again. This time he does take the catch. And, well, he's absolutely delighted about it. Well, he dropped him on 0. They took 2. He gets a second chance. You don't normally get a second chance in this game. And good batters, you give them a chance, they punish you. Hassan Ali gets a second chance. He's doing the same thing again. He's trying to put his hand out there to try and stop the sun from glaring in his eyes. But this time he recovers. He takes a catch, and Klein, he will go. He goes for 2. Should have gone for 0. And the boy who dropped him takes him. Hassan Ali, well, he takes the catch. Well, what I'll say is take a bit of your pocket money and go down to the local store and buy yourself some shades, son. Buy yourself some shades.
Yeah, he certainly did struggle with the sun, probably both times. This time it helped that it was a little bit away from him, so it only cost them 2. And, well, life doesn't always give you second chances, Rico, but it does for Hassan Ali on that occasion. And Klein, well, he's disappointed. The only 2 runs he scores here in match 16 were off that drop catch. As he departs, it's 39 for 4.
Well, Netherlands, it's not going the way they wanted. Italy, well, I said they need to get those top 4 wickets. They've got them. Brutt is out there. You know, he's going to be... he's going to stick around. He's going to be stubborn, the captain. He's not going to want to give his wicket away. And, well, not a bad man to be coming out to join him, Saqib Zulfikar.
Yeah, Saqib, very talented cricketer. Wrist spinner as well. Let me just count the Zulfikars in the side today. Looks like we got 1, 2, 3. Yep, all 3 triplets are in the 11 for the Netherlands this morning.
The side back behind the stumps for this one. Here comes Anik Ahmed. Well, the decision to bowl him in this one, I mean, I was saying that maybe they could have gone back to Jagmeet. Well, they said no. And they've used him just as like a specialist 10th over bowler, haven't they? He's normally just been getting the 1 over, and he bowls pretty tiredly. And I think maybe the team had decided, say, well, look, if he bowls so well, why don't we give him 2? Well, that's a good idea, isn't it? Picked up 2 wickets here. And this one is uppish. Doesn't carry to Abbas. He does make the stop. They'll take the single. That will be the end of another good over. Look, we've seen 2 cracking overs on the spin here from Italy. We've seen a great one from Gujar. He picked up 2 wickets. And now Anik Ahmed has done the same. And they've put Italy in a very strong position. Good morning to all of our viewers around the world.
Yeah, Spinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo. Rico Full with me. Hope you are well. Beautiful sunny day. There was some talk of some storms earlier in the week. Seems like they missed us for the most part, so that's good. Weather forecast good for the rest of this tournament, just today and tomorrow, of course. The Crickathon question is coming up as well. We'll also reveal our winner from yesterday in just a couple of overs' time. So, yeah, this is going to be a really exciting 48 hours for us, of course. It's probably the pinnacle of the year. We're going to give away the trophy for the Euros of cricket, the ECC trophy.
What a day as the teams, well, they're going to be wrestling each other for which places they're going to play, and the Netherlands, they want to win this one and sort of guarantee themselves the double chance to get to the final, and that will help. They've been under a bit of cosh. The last 2 overs have been good. They do go back to the spin of Jagmeet, and the captain, Sebastian Brutt, says, okay, bring it on. We need to get going here. And though he doesn't want to lose too many wickets, he's still going to go after anything that's in his zone. This one, after hitting the big 6, he'll take the single. And say to Saqib, okay, you have a go.
And that broke a boundary barren streak of 12 balls. Literally the 4th and the 5th overs. That There were no boundaries at all.
Jugmeet, slightly quicker delivery. Got to get down here. It does. Good work. Nicely done. And that's Roshan Silva.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. I mean, Gujar took 2 for 1 in the fourth. They could have brought him back here.
Yeah.
They didn't. And not just that. I mean, Jugmeet's obviously a very good bowler, but the fact that they didn't stick with pace, it seemed to be working.
Yeah, we've seen two overs of medium stuff. This is well hit. Should get stopped. And both those 2 overs are brought about wickets.
50s come up during this over as well for the Netherlands 11. And I know that all these teams have got something to play for today, that's for sure.
Nice and straight, and this is going to be 6 runs, I believe. Yes, Manos arriba. Oh, what a lovely shot this is from Sebastian Raat, the captain of the Netherlands. It's just pure timing. He doesn't seem to hit this hard at all, does he? Just gets to the right pitch, hits through the line, and he's going to get 6.
I still think that that gap is too big straight down the ground for Italy.
His time is short, and it's another one. Balle, in the zona, Shaka 6 more, Sebastian Raat. Well, he's seen batters come and go, and he's trying to make a statement here, coming into this match in fine form himself, after scoring a very fine 50 yesterday against the Spanish side.
Yes, that'll be 36 when they update that off Jugmeet, and the score is 63 for 4 after 6 overs. You can see Gujar and Anik Ahmed still got an over each, but yeah, I just feel like they might have missed a trick there. I tried to sneak Jugmeet in. His bowler, he's good enough. You don't have to sneak him in. You can keep him for later.
Yeah.
Get the guys on while they're hot, and Gujar finally does come back now.
Yeah, played well. I think you also need to do your homework. I think Sebastian Raat is a very good player of spin. We saw him do that yesterday against the spin of Spain. So, yeah, they would have been wise maybe just to stick with the man who's back again here, Gujar, after his fantastic first over. Bold. Tries to give himself a lot of room, does Sebastian, but Gujar just follows him and defies a Yorker-length delivery into his pads. Good bit of cricket.
A little bit of byplay there between Sikandar and Hassan Ali. Hassan Ali saying, well, I left the earlier one for you. What do you want? I'm coming in. He said, well, I'm coming in too.
Slower delivery, well bowled. Clever stuff. Good response from Gujar here.
I'll say quick hello to a few people watching in the comment section. To Ian Johns, good to have you with us. And to Maya, who's watching from Germany. Liam Day from New Zealand. To Kai from Australia. And everybody else. Hope you're enjoying the cricket so far. Settle in. 5 T10 matches on the way once again from the Costa del Sol.
Big swing. Once again, not the contacts. It's all about the variations. And now they're asking the question. They're wanting to take the 2. I can understand why, because it wasn't hit so clean. It was going to take a while to get to the fielder, but the fielder deals with it well, gets there, gets the throw in. Gujar plays his part. Well, how about this? He's going to be gone. Yeah.
It doesn't slide the bat the right way. It wouldn't have mattered as it was. I mean, they took it on partly, I think, because they know Hassan Ali is a left-hander. It was to his right, but I think it just turns even without thinking. It had to be a good throw. Guess what? It was a good throw. So I suppose those are the chances you take. This time it doesn't pay off for the Netherlands 11. It'll be 1+ run out, and Saqib is going to have to go. The score is 67 for 5.
Yeah, that's really well done. Good bit of fielding, isn't it? I mean, the batters are putting pressure on you, and the ball is not coming to you quickly, so you're going to have to attack the ball. It's bobbling around a bit. Picks it up beautifully, gets a good throw in, and Gujar, well, he doesn't have a lot to do there at all. I mean, if he had to stretch to get the ball and then try and get it onto the stumps, it would have been a different story. So Saqib Zulfikar, he's going to be a little bit disappointed. I mean, he gets run out. And, the captain, though, is still there. But, bit of a loss. It's going to be disappointed to get out in such a way.
Here's Piers Fletcher. As we look at how you can get in touch with us, why don't you send me a message today at Mr. Maximo on my Instagram or Twitter or Facebook, and you can also get Rico at Rico Full And don't forget to follow us at European Cricket on all our social media platforms. Here we go back to the action.
Well, this has just been helped along. It's just a delicate little dab, really, but he gets the timing spot on. And Sebastian, the captain, just keeps on going. And, well, this is a delightful shot.
It's a big target over there. I don't know if you can see this, but it looks like the VIP furniture's coming out. That's going to be the VIP marquee.
Well, I tell you what, VIP, better be watching. I think they're going to need a bodyguard over there. Maybe maybe somebody like Corey can be manning that area.
That van better unload quickly because it's right in a hot spot there. And I'm seeing all sorts of things being unloaded out of it. Couches and all sorts of things. Of course, finals day coming up tomorrow here in Championship Week. And it's driving off right now. It's probably a good thing. Good slow ball. Jeez, Kajar's been good, hasn't he? But he's got no more bullets in the gun because that's his 2 overs. And Netherlands 11 after 7. They're 74 for 5.
Yeah, very good bowling. You're absolutely right. His variations were really good for Kajar. Just putting in a couple of slow balls in every over.
Let's have a look at the Crickathon question for today. How many 4s will be hit today? We're talking about 4s, not 6s. How many 4s will be hit today? Now, yesterday's winner was Kushal Digambar Machemadakar from India. And just a reminder that no matter where you're watching from around the world, you can go to crickathon.com to participate. And you can also answer our question of the week. Now, this is the big one because this is how you could win the internship with our partners, HCL Software. How will you predict the winner of the ECC using current and historical tournament data?
Okay, going to put you on the spot. How many 4s so far? Come on. 3, 2, 1. Answer, please.
Okay, I'm just going to say there's been 5 4s.
Wrong.
None?
None.
I just looked at
None.
I
all
can't
6s.
believe that.
All 6s.
That's quite incredible.
Yeah.
Yeah. I thought there must have been some.
Everything that's gone to the boundary.
It's 8 6s, no 4s so far.
Yep.
Slow start then.
This one's just going to be a little bit too wide.
So just a reminder, like I said, that we're coming to an end with the Crickathon. So if you would like to potentially win that internship, if you're interested in sports science, computer science, software engineering, those kinds of things, maybe you're looking for a bit of a boost to your career, well, HCL Software Crickathon is a great way to get involved. Go to crickathon.com and answer those questions. Be as creative as you like.
Oh, has he got enough of this? The fielder will have to see it go over his head. Sikander Abbas, he waits patiently. He's hoping that it starts to dip. It doesn't. And it's another Maximo. Still no force, but plenty of Maximo. Sebastian Bright goes over the top once more.
Yeah, a little shimmy across and flick away. Say Sikander Abbas, that's his patrol, but he couldn't do anything about that.
Fernando comes back, wants to be outside the off. And he is, but he gets a good bit of bat on this. Chases on for the fielder. Should get there. He does. And they look to go for 2. And he's going to... Oh, well. It's a better throw, maybe. And even if I think Natvi takes this clean, it would have been close. But not the best of throws from the man in the deep.
Bad feeling. Bad feeling when you're running any time in cricket and you slip over. Because that's what happens to Brat.
Yeah, I mean...
He turns for his second. He just... slips there, has to get back up. Throw pulled Natvi wide. Yeah, it wasn't a good throw. It's a good pick up though, good early pick up. And you can see, just pulled that one a little bit to the left. Brat survives. So he's sucking in the big ones right now, as you can imagine.
Yeah, it looks like he, in the process of getting that dive in, he may have hurt his hand. I think that's where you wedge the hand in between the handle of the bat and the ground. He thumps, but he's still there. And that's the big thing because it looks like Sebastian Bright, 37 of 12, looks like he's the man that's going to try, or is trying to get Netherlands to a competitive score. Fernando back to Sebastian Bright, goes a little bit too wide to get stopped by Natvi, who throws wildly. Is the only way to explain this. It's the wildest throw I think you see. I don't know what he's aiming for here, but it certainly didn't look like it was the stumps.
Yeah, this is an interesting thing I've noticed. Sometimes they're just going on any keeper fumble. And if you take out the hesitation, then you can often get away with it. Although a good throw to the bowlers, there might have been a different story. It reminds you of something in another sport. I'll wait for this ball, which is going to be drilled, and I don't think that's going to be the first 4 yet, Rico, because that's Maximo time. It's been raining Maximos, no 4s in this innings, but plenty of 6s. That takes Netherlands up into the 90s.
Good hit this for Sikander Zulfikar. Look, he was keen to get to the other end, keen to take over from his captain. Well, that's why he's thinking, hey, Skip, you're not having all the fun. I'm going to get hold of a few as well. Well, that's a good sign for the Netherlands.
Fernando trying to get through this 8th over.
He's going into the same zone, and that will be the first 4 of this innings. And he comes in this 8th over. So Sikander Zulfikar making that a very handy contribution. 6 and 4, and he is hungry for more. And well, Padush Fernando is finding it difficult in this his second over. He went for 10 in the first, but now he's gone magical.
Fernando just trying to get out of here. He's got one more ball to spend.
And it's going to be another boundary, so we waited a long time for the 4s. Well, they've started to come here now, and this is a good fight back here from the Netherlands. The 100 will come up at the end of the 8th over. So just like that, I think they're right back on track where they want to be, Vinny.
Yeah, and they'll take it. So 100 with 2 overs to spend. Now you're looking at kind of 120 to 130, maybe even more if you have a big finish. A pretty competitive score. Remember, Italy, you know, technically it's not a must-win, but it feels like it, doesn't it? Feels like a must-win, especially considering the position they were in a little bit earlier when those 4 wickets fell in the 4th and 5th overs. They were in a decent position. 41 for 4 was the score at the halfway point. But you can see 22, 11 and 26, a couple of magicals in the second half already. And they haven't brought back Anik Ahmed yet. He'll probably bowl the 10th. But yeah, I think sometimes it's worth deviating from your original plans when circumstances dictate. We'll get Hassan Ali to come back and bowl the 9th, and Italy trying to get this innings back under control.
She's been well hit straight down the ground. We'll get the fielding done. Yeah, those players straight now. They have straightened up slightly. I know you mentioned that, so you can see Baljit Singh, he's a lot straighter. He's not so wide because there were a few that were going through that gap. They want Ali to get a nice tight over in here, maybe pick up the wicket of the captain Brandt. That'll really give him a boost. Now, they can't be bowling short to this man. I mean, this one goes to the fielder, but he's already shown that he's quite strong and quite devastating in hitting into that square, backward square area. You've got to pitch up to him. I think that you want to, if you're bowling to Sikander Zulfikar, you want to get him driving. He's already shown he's pretty good with the short ball. Sebastian Brandt, the captain, back on strike. Good delivery. Nicely bowled, much quicker. Gives this one a little bit more effort as it gets past the Netherlands captain.
Yeah, so just wonder how many Italy can chase. Just looking back at the score from match 5 when these 2 teams met earlier in the week. Just be a 1 down the ground. But it was Italy that made 116 off their 10 overs. The Netherlands 11 chased it down so easily. 117 they scored in 7.2 overs. As Musa was putting on a clinic in Monday night cricket. But, well, let's see what the second half of this game brings. Before that, we still have 8 balls here.
Well bowled. Better delivery, and that's exactly what I was saying that Hassan and the bowlers need to do to Sikander Zulfikar is get the ball right up there. Don't give him anything short. It's a good length to bowl to him. You get the single. Sebastian Brandt now having a look at the field. He wants to find a boundary or 2 here. They still will be eyeing up a 120 plus score.
I sure will. Good over this so far though.
Yes, clever bowling. Really good bowling from Hassan.
Continues to keep impressing, doesn't he, Hassan Ali? So he gets out of that over. There were no boundaries off at 4 singles. So it goes from 100 to 104 now. 104 for 5 after 9 overs. I want to say a quick hello to Sorab Zalpuri as well, who's watching from the Netherlands. And he was asking what we think. Do we have any favourites for the title? Well, I have no idea, really. I mean, that's the way I like it, Rico.
Yeah.
I still think that these teams are experienced. They've got a good mix of players. They've all got match winners. So it's anybody's guess.
Yeah, all we can tell you is going to be exceptional. Going by the standard of cricket that we've seen, I think tomorrow is going to be an exceptional day, as is today, as these teams fight. And I mean fight to see who's going to get there. I mean, Italy, they certainly are fighting here. They have to. So far, they put in a good performance. And these next, I mean, the first ball dot there from Ahmed, 2 for 5 so far from him. These next 5 balls are going to be so key. Oh, this is wide, and it's been punched away. This will be 4 runs. I mean, it was going to be called a wide, but, well, you can see there that Zulfika says, well, I'm going to take it on. I want the boundary, and this is what we say. Well, if you're going to chase the wide ball, well, make sure you put it to the boundary. Otherwise, it's not worth it. It becomes a bit of a false economy. But this one, well, despite the efforts from the fielder, is going to be 4. So, you see here, the fielder's just helping out the ground staff to find the ball. And, well, it was a good effort there, you have to say, from Fernando. Kafi कोशिश की थी बॉल स्टॉक करने, but चौका लग गया. So, get the boundary, back to the action. 108. And this one will go all the way. Balle. Shaba. 6 more. And we said that Italy will need to try and make this a tied over. But the Netherlands, they're going to go after every ball. And they're almost to that 120 score here now. 3 balls to come. And Ahmed under attack. Goes for the slow delivery. Good response to get the single.
This is where I just think, if you had your time back, you had the 4th over, Gajar took 2 for 1. Anik Ahmed took 2 for 5 in the 5th. And then you don't use them straight away. I just think that's your 6 and 7. And then worry about the last overs later. The game's changed now by the time Anik Ahmed has come back. Not that he's doing a bad job. I just think I would have used him earlier.
Well bowled. And should be out and will be out. So well done to Zain Naqvi. He's had a few issues when he's had shies at the start. But look, the way he is today, well, in that sort of form, he can be in my 10-pin bowling team. No problems at all. But well done. You see the bowler getting plenty of praise and encouragement as well, because he's bowled well. I mean, I know it's the last over. They're going to go after him. So though he has gone for a couple of boundaries, he still gets a couple of dot balls in here as well. And dot balls are gold dust. And well done to Naqvi for getting the run out here.
Yep, this time throws a strike and bang. So credit to Netherlands 11. I mean, they take on the run anyway, even though it was a bit suicidal. But they're pushing for every run that is potentially possible here. And nice little knock from Serkan Zulfikar. 20 out of 10 for him as he departs. 1 ball remaining, 115 for 6.
Yeah, but it just means that the new batter will have to be on strike for it. And, well, I think whoever they're sending in has got to be their biggest hitter. But, yeah, nice innings there from Serkan Zulfikar. He replaced his brother, who was run out. And, well, after scoring 28, he gets run out as well by the same partner, the captain, Sebastian Brack.
That's Ellenbas to face the last now.
Hits it, and it hits it well. And that's the way to finish the innings. That is smashed out of here. It's a Bizaway Supersonic 6, which will take them to plus the 120 score. 121 for 6 it will finish. So it's going to be a very, very interesting run chase this for me. I think any scores around about this, the 120, 125, they're gettable. If Italy can get a good start here, they are very much in the game. Italians coming together here, and I think their captain Baljit Singh will be saying, hey boys, we had a chat about this and we said we know how strong this Netherlands side is. If we can keep them below 130, we have a chance. They've done that. And I think if you were to offer this score to the Italians early, if you were to say to them, right, you're chasing 122 for victory, 122, which really does keep you in the hunt to get into finals day tomorrow, Finny, they would have taken it. They'll be pretty happy. I think the Netherlands, if anything, will be the team that'll be just a little bit disappointed that they didn't get more runs on the board as we get ready to have a look at the highlights.
Yeah, let's have a look at them. And, well, it was back to plan A, wasn't it? And the kids were kind of under attack a little bit early. Clayton Floyd and Musa Ahmed up the order. And you just thought that they were going to take this innings places and to quite big heights, as the power play was worth 35. It wasn't the worst power play for Italy. They went with Jagmeet in the third. He almost got away with it, but did go for a couple of Maximos. But then this is where the game changed. Gujar picked up 2 wickets. I think Ahmed picked up 2 wickets to have 4 wickets in the first 5 overs. And that is when you felt that Italy had a real opportunity to get on top because they got those dangerous players, Rico.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, we saw 2 fine overs from Gujar and also then from Anik Ahmed, both of them taking 2 wickets apiece in over number 4 and 5. But yeah, it was a weird one to bring Jagmeet back to bowl the 6th over because that one went for 22. And it was all once again the power of Brat. Well, this sometimes you don't get 2 chances, do you? Hassan Ali puts down Ryan Klein on 0, but then the very next ball he gets another chance and he makes amends and does get Klein, and then he spikes this into the ground after taking the catch. Look, he played a really good part in the field. I mean, we saw that catch going down, but after taking the catch, he's involved in this run out as well. That was an important one, and that was a wicket at that time of Saqib Zulfikar. But one Zulfikar departs, another one comes out, and it was Sikander Zulfikar. He put a very good partnership together with his captain Sebastian Brat, and that was the one that got them past the 100 mark. And then eventually, well, though it was Sikander who did get run out there towards the end. Here we go, we see that here. Alan Bass comes out. He needed just one ball to hit 1-6, which took the Netherlands past that 120 mark. So Netherlands, I think with the start that they had, especially when you think about it, when they were 41 at the halfway point, and not just 41, but they had lost 4 wickets as well. I think they'd be pretty happy with the way they've come back into it. The last 5 overs for them brought 80 runs. So yeah, they'd be pretty pleased that they were able to double the rate that they were gaining at the last 5. Thanks, of course, to Sebastian Brat. There's that scorecard there. I think he definitely was the key batter that kept things going. Though Clayton and Floyd made a good start, so did Musa, but both of them not able to go big. Brat, 39 of 70, but a very good partnership between him and Sikander Zulfikar, who made 28 of 10 as well. Bowlers, saw the 5 bowlers used. I think, like Vinny was saying, there was a time when you felt that some of those tactical decisions, when to bring a bowler back, etc., didn't quite work in their favour. But of course, you can see there that the main bowlers were the 2 men that we were talking about, especially the first overs that they bowled, and that was Umajugar. He took 2 for 12 and 2 for 22 from Anik Ahmed as well. A little bit more expensive in the second over, but look, when you're coming on to bowl later on, you're going to get a little bit of stick, which he did get. But those 2 magical overs really are the ones that hurt them. 22 of Jagmeet Singh's second over, and then 26 from Fernando's second as well. But still, even with those 2 magical overs, I think this match is very, very evenly poised. Netherlands, they've got past the 120 mark, but they will be feeling that they needed to be going around 130, 140 to put the game safe. Italy, they would be more than happy to know that before the start of this match that 122 would give them a chance to go level on point with the likes of Scotland and also the likes of their opponents. So it's going to be one of those matches, I think, where Italy, they'll be looking for a good power play. They'll be looking to get to about 45 runs if they can in the first 3 overs, and if they can do that, well, maybe they can go all the way and win this match. It's going to be a fantastic finish. It's going to be a finale, this first match number 16 of day 4. Will join me, Rico Fuller, Mr. Maxwell, as we come back for the conclusion of what promises to be a really spicy finish. Volvemos en 10 minutos. Welcome back, cricket lovers. The umpires, Rafi Ahmed and Stefan Gooch, make their way out to the middle, followed by the fielding side, the Netherlands, who, well, they've got the runs on the board, 121 off them. They feel that there'll be enough, but, though I think in fairness, they would have hoped that a few of their opening batters would have contributed a little bit more to that score. Maybe it would have been around about the 130, 140 score to try and make the game safe, they would think. But Italy, we know that this team, they have this never say die attitude. They will fight all the way to the end. Yesterday they made a change in the batting order with Zain Nakvi and Padusha Fernando opening. And, well, they batted very, very well, didn't they? They put a good opening partnership together in what was quite a crazy match against England. And they did push England as well. So, you know, it's going to be an interesting one. We saw them do it against Scotland as well. And Nakvi, he put 57 on the board of 27 deliveries. Padusha Fernando, 27 of 14. So we know that this partnership can work. We know how strong Nakvi can be. And they'll be hoping that these two can do the job here. And remember, in that match against Scotland, where Scotland put 145 on the board, Italy 120. You get 120 here, they'll be just one short. So they need to find that little bit of push from somewhere, but they need a good start. But the other thing is, of course, they have got Vivian Kingma to contend with, and he has been pretty good with the ball. He's just bowled at the right area. He knows where he needs to be bowling to these batters. And Kingma, 8 wickets so far in the championship, and he starts well. Gets this one outside the off and bowls this and does a very long sort of semicircular run as he goes back to his mark. Nakvi is going to go after it no matter what. Kingma will be getting this ball. I think his plan will be short outside the off. Just having a look if the third man has been deployed on the boundary. First ball dot. In comes Vivian Kingma once more. And this one is up in the air. There's that third man coming across, and there's the catch taken. And that's the way to do it. And it's a nice catch from the youngster Udit Nasir. He does really well. It's been a good introduction to the side, hasn't he, Nasir? Not always had everything going his way when he's been doing the bowling. You know, he's been hit a little by one or two of the batters, but he's a young man that is developing his game and becoming a very good cricketer. And that's a good catch. And that was a trap that was set. I suspected it. Kingma will get a little bit short outside the off. Big swing from Nakvi. And though the ball flies to that third man area, it's a very good catch from Nasir. Still has a lot of work to do there, Nasir. Running to his right. Like the way he gets underneath this. Gets his hands right under, fingers well spread. And the ball goes straight into his hands. So well done. That's the first wicket. So Kingma, well, I said he's got 8 in this championship. We'll make it 9 now. And, well, it's still, though, got a fair bit to go if he's going to get anywhere near the leading wicket taker for Netherlands, Clayton Floyd, 25 wickets so far. Pretty sure that we'll see him come in action pretty soon. But that's not the start that Italy wanted. Unfortunately, it's going to be no score for Nakvi in this one. He goes for a 2-ball duck. Captain Baljit Singh now comes out. Oh, what Baljit are we going to see out there today? Oh, that's a very quick delivery, but it's a very good shot as well. First up, Kingma goes straight at his body with the short one. And this is so well played from Baljit. Well, he's not, doesn't get deterred, does he? It's right at his body, but what a good shot this is. Nicely clipped away. Yeah, got good balance, and like the way he gets the MJ swivel on that. A little bit of oh, as that one goes to the boundary. 4 runs, nicely played. First runs on the board from the captain. And now, well, he just hikes his up in the air. He's going to give his wicket away. And Vivian Kingma, he has another. Though I have to say, he doesn't look too great, does Kingma. He gets the wicket. Looks like he may be struggling a little here. But struggle he may, but he does pick up the second wicket, and it's Baljit who hits a lovely 4 and then gives his wicket away. And well, that's not what Italy need. 2 wickets in the over from Kingma. This is a bit of a nothing shot, isn't it? He just, well, if you're going to hit it, you know what I say, you're going to hit it, hit the ball. Not sure what this is about. So I think the bat there ends up sort of sliding or swiveling in the hands of Baljit, and it's just a simple catch that he offers, and Baljit will go. So 2 wickets in the over so far. Nasir was the man who caught Naqvi for a duck, and now we've just seen the captain Baljit after hitting 4. Well, it's 4 and out for him. He lost 2 balls as well, the same as Naqvi. The only difference is that he gets onto the board. So that's a big disappointment, as it is Saqib Zulfikar that takes the catch. Now, the short one. And gets a bit of bat on this, does Amir Sharif. And there comes the throw at the bowler's end. I don't think Amir Sharif was too aware of this. Yeah, just having a look at Kingma walking back to his mark. He doesn't look very comfortable as well. We know that in the group stages, he did have issues with his knees. First few times that I've seen him this week, he's looked pretty good. He didn't play the match yesterday. Probably rested him. He doesn't look too comfortable. Bowling now to Fernando. Fernando just, yeah, I mean, look at that. He's in serious trouble. He's in serious trouble. I don't think Vivian Kingma is going to stay on the field of play. I mean, why, if you're struggling, I think he's going to have to go off here. I mean, just have a look at this last delivery. I mean, he bowls it, and you can see he's trying to keep his weight off his, I think it's his left knee. 63 balls without a golden ball. Yeah, just keeping an eye on Vivian. He's still staying on the field of play, so maybe he's hoping to run it off. Maybe the plan is for him to bowl his second over, and then they may decide for him to leave the field of play and maybe get Rata Alphonse, who's listed as the 12th man, to come on. It's going to be a concern for them, certainly with the finals day coming up tomorrow. They'll want to fit Vivian Kingma to be played. Of course you would. He's picked up 2 wickets in his first over. 6 on the board, 2 wickets down though. And this one is lucky. That's the only way you can describe this from Fernando. I don't think he knows too much about it. Alan Bass bangs one into him. And it's going to be 4 runs, 4 very lucky runs. A poquito de suerte ahí por Fernando. Yeah, doesn't fancy it, does he? And stronger together. Well, Italy, they have to be stronger together if they're to come away from a victory here. A victory they desperately need to keep their finals day hopes alive. Goes short again and straight into the hands of Vivian Kingma. And, well, I suppose you're going to say this is good bowling for me, for Alan Bass. He assesses that Fernando is not confident at all with the short ball after he got lucky with the boundary, the ball before. So he fires in another one short. Not a very good assertive shot from Fernando. Well, Fernando is not a player that I would be taking to the discotheque with me, because he'll get into trouble with the bouncer when he puts this straight into the hands of Vivian Kingma. Kingma, well, he's in the book once more. He's taken 2 wickets, and now he takes that catch to remove Fernando. So it goes from bad to worse for the Italians. And Fernando, another very disappointed Italian batter that has to make his way back. Alan Bass picks up another wicket. Disappointing response so far from Italy. 10 for 3. There's a new batter. A very good batter, I have to say. Umar Gujar comes out. But, well, he's in there already, coming out there and thinking, okay, what am I supposed to do here? Well, I suppose you've got to be confident. Amir Sharif, who has been opening all the way through this championship up until the last, well, the match before this and this match. He's very capable. Scored a lot of runs last year in the 2021 edition of this European Cricket Championship. 445 runs he scored. He's, well, fair way off that in this championship, but still, he's still coming up to around 251. So he has got a partner out there. Gujar himself has been very good. Just need to forget what's happened and bat positively. Yeah, and the good thing about this, if anything, for them, it's not too many balls have been used up as well. Still got plenty of balls on the table to get these runs, but you need a good partnership here. Well, this is going to be a wide, I think. Bangs this into the deck, and we'll see this side on. This one goes clearly over the head of the batter. And we go forward here of the European Cricket Network. We've also got, well, Corey Ruckers, part of our team here, the Good Time crew, and the man who's coming into the box right now is Mr. Vinny Sand, who's got a bit of the Barney look about him today.
Yeah, I know you love the Barney suit.
Barney the dinosaur.
So rock it out one more time.
Up in the air, catch it is a shout, and catch it will be. It's another one that goes, another simple catch there out in the deep from Zulfikar. So another one goes. It's more disappointment here for Italy. I mean, where's the fight, guys? Come on, where's the fight? Where's the gladiators? No, they're not showing up here today. Italy, well, they put such a good effort in the field, and this is so disappointing to watch. I know that a lot of Italian supporters out there will be disappointed with this response. I think the players themselves will be disappointed that they're letting themselves down. And, well, Kamal Kanaya Wassam, the coach, will also be wondering what's happened with the Italian batting, what's happened to their fire, as Sharif also departs, and he gets one of the two balls that he faces.
Well, what I will say, as Sharif departs for one, the score 12 for 4. The two Italians that changed the narrative in the first innings are out there now, and that's Gujar and Anik Ahmed. They did it with the ball in the 4th and 5th. They'd have to do something dramatic, but it still is possible. And these guys are pretty seasoned campaigners and pretty skillful batters. Yeah, the Dutch making sure they're taking their chances that are offered Ellenbas with 2 wickets here in the second. And right now, Italy, the margin matters as well for them, because assuming they're still in with a chance of qualifying against Scotland, as we see a fairly high ball, I think it's just below the waist. That's what was being communicated by the umpires.
Yeah, Stefan Gooch is at square. He's quite happy with it. He said, no, I'm fine with it. So it's obviously dipped wickedly is the only way to explain this.
Yeah, it's a strange one. Anyway, depending on the margin of this victory, that'll depend how difficult it'll be for them to qualify. Little edge will go for 4. That's handy. I'll take it. Educated edge, that one from Anik Ahmed. 4 carreras.
Yeah, nice he plays. He plays for this. He knows that that third man is pretty wide. The Nasher, who's already been involved in taking a very good catch. So nicely played. Soft hands. UCC's wrist well, and gets a boundary. And that will also be the end of the over. So both the openers have picked up 2 wickets apiece in their opening overs. So we saw Kingma take 2 for 6, and now we've seen Olivier Allenbast. He also has picked up 2 wickets, 2 for 10 from him. The score is 16 for 4.
Yeah, so this is why it's important. If Italy don't win this game, then they have to hope Scotland lose against England, the way England are playing. Okay, it's very possible. But then it will matter. Assuming Italy can beat Scotland, they'll have a chance of qualifying, but they'll have to beat them by a certain amount, it would seem, because they'd have to make up the net run rate, not just get the 2 points. So this game matters now. This game matters now, because this is also determining what that net run rate is. So if they're going to lose, they don't want to lose by too much. Having said that, with these guys out there, they're more than capable of scoring at the rate required.
Yeah, but the bowling is not going to get any easier. It's them Sebastian Braat. The captain comes on now, starts with a great Yorker. He's a bowler that has so many good variations. And then, well, the spinners are just lining up to attack you as well. Haven't had the start they wanted in this power play. Nicely played. Positive call between the two batters. Take the single.
Just think about what Gujar did, for example, against Spain on Monday. He just came out there and he's smashing balls all over the place. He took on the spin and won. Hasn't had an easy week since then. But still, he's certainly one player that stood up for Italy in this series. Sebastian Braat also been reliable. Tends to bowl one early and then probably bowl the 10th over if it comes to that.
Short, and this has been dealt with very well. It's a lovely hook shot. He plays this away. Well, I mentioned that I wouldn't be taking Fernando to the discotheque with me because he gets into trouble with the bouncer. Well, you can come. You're all right, because this is a lovely shot from Anik Ahmed. Goes all the way. Boom. Shaka-lagia.
He uses the pace of Brat. Even though it's not quite off the middle of the bat. Seems like a little bit low on the bat, but still enough to get it out of the ground. Useful runs for Italy.
This one gets dragged down onto the leg side, so I think that's fine. Get a boundary, get the single, and he'll be hoping that Gujar can also get a couple out of the middle of his bat. And once you do that, you see, once you fit a couple of boundaries, you find in the middle of the bat, you're thinking, okay, I'm in here now. I don't mind this. I'm in here. If I stay here, if we both stay here, we get this partnership going, we stay in this match. I mean, that rate, I mean, it's around 13, but he's not getting away from you. Well bowled, York and let delivery again, but well played as well. Good bit of cricket, good delivery, gets respected, but also they'll take a single from it. Ball to go
Working their way back in, little by little.
Yeah, well, there's the thumbs up again, and thumbs and hearts from Pierce. Yes, love to everybody. He says, yeah, love to you right back as well. So final ball of the power play. Once again, it's that in-swinging Yorker. And once again, the batters, well, they take one, think about the second. As the throw comes in, it was a feisty throw. They'll stick with the one. So that's the end of the power play. Score moves to 26. A slight recovery, 10 of that over. But what they've got to do is believe. But that's the other thing. I mean, 10, it sounds good, doesn't it? But it's still 3 short of where you want to be.
Yeah, it's true. So 6, 10 and 9 with the 3 power play overs. And yes, they're now up to 13.7 pace required. For me, it's how these guys can handle the spin now. They're going to get Floyd. They'll probably get to keep Zulfigar as well. It might get a bit of Udit Nasir as well. And the way they handle those bowlers could go a long way to determining the result of this game. And remember, margins matter. It's not just the result. Obviously, they'd love to win here, Italy, but they've got to get close to this total. And that is a start. It's not what Anik Ahmed is looking for, but it'll be caught. 3rd time lucky, and that's been the area of the ground today. It's been causing havoc because the sun is right in Sebastian Brat's eyes. And if this was volleyball, he uses all 3 touches. He goes 1, 2, 3, and grabs it in the right hand. Anik's out of luck. He goes for 12. It's 26 for 5.
Yeah, well, Floyd, he just has a habit, doesn't he, of picking up wickets, and that's another one. And no wonder he's got a big smile on his face. And it is Anik Ahmed that goes, so the slight recovery comes to an end. Clayton Floyd takes wicket number 26. And just have a look at the catch from the captain, Sebastian Brat. We've seen Hassan Ali. He had problems with his first one here. Look at this. 1, 2, 3. No hay dos en tres. And Sebastian Brat, we see a better view of it here. And, well, that's a really good catch when you think under the circumstances. And you can see the relief on the captain's face when he takes that. He's a very good catcher of the ball, we know that. But had the sun to contend with, well, he's another one. Maybe needs to go down to the local supermarket and pick himself up a pair of shades because, though we've had a few overcast days here in the Costa del Sol, the sun is out now. Well, there you go. He's got a pair of shades. He says, well, that'll do. That's better. That's a better look. He says, sunglasses there. They need to put. Well, he's got them now, and he's ready for the next one, maybe, Sebastian Brat. But Italy, well, their disastrous innings continues. That's 5 down now. And Anik Ahmed was the last batter to go, and he goes for 12 of 6 deliveries. And there's another. This is not good at all. Krishan Kalugamagate comes out, and he offers a straightforward catch to Zulfigar. Clayton Floyd, well, his wicket tally just keeps going up all the time. Well, it goes from 25 to 26. Now, well, it goes up to 26 now. Just hits it straight into the hands of the fielder. Doesn't have to move. Takes the catch. No issues there with the sun. Well, Clayton says, thank you very much. There's another one. Does it all in his slide.
I don't know if that's exactly how Floyd planned it, but it'll take in Kalugamagate. Well, he is kicking himself. I suppose if it's not your day, get out of the way, and he does first ball. But The wickets falling are a huge concern now for Italy. In the 4th over, they are 26 for 6. Clayton Floyd comes on. He removed 2 batters in 2 balls. Suddenly he's on a hat trick. And it's looking a long way back from Italy. That man Gajar is still there. He's been joined at the crease now by Roshan Silva.
Yeah, Kalanganam Gate goes for a... It's a duck, 2 and 2 for Floyd, which means that he has an opportunity to, well, wait for it. You've got to go through a couple of pages here yet.
Jagmeet was hat-trick taker number 14. He's in this side. And, well, it's been a little while now since we had a hat-trick. Haven't had one in championship where yet. Can Floyd do it?
Well,
not like that.
Not like that. Well, this was the hat-trick ball, and it just gets blocked out, so no run from it. Just it was right in that right area, and he leaves it. Can you believe it?
Oh, that's the one that comes back towards the stumps as well. It's kind of flicked out the front of his fingers. Bit of a carom ball.
And this one is the wrong one, the one that goes the other way. So it's pulling all the strings here. Clayton Floyd, he says, don't throw it up there. Can't see it. Silva is the new batter. And it's another dot. I think he's signalling here, Clayton Floyd, that he's going to be a maiden. I think that's quite cheeky. With 2 balls to go, he looks, he says, yeah, watch out, this is going to be a maiden. Well, if it is, it's going to be a double wicket maiden. Well, he's not, because he does get a pat onto it. So Silva says, no, don't you start signalling a maiden before your spell is over. I'm going to get something on the next one. He does. He gets a single, 2 for 1, and the score 27 for 6.
Yeah, I'm laughing, but it's no laughing matter, really, because Italy lost six wickets in 4 overs. They lost 2 in the first, 2 in the second, 2 in the 4th. Just Brunt couldn't get one. His over went for 10 in the 3rd, so no disaster at all. Again, the run rate required is possible, but they're running out of players and quick. And now we're going to get some left arm spin, and it's Udit Nashir who is going to bowl over number 5.
Yeah, what a great opportunity it is for the young man Udit Nashir, 17 years old. He's had a productive and exciting championship so far. Sometimes things have gone his way. Sometimes he's gone for a little bit of stick, but he's always come back strong. He's taken a very good catch in this one already. And now an opportunity to pick up a few wickets. Starts with a high full toss. I'd like to see this again. Was this not too high?
It looked suspiciously high for me.
Yeah, I mean, if he's on the back foot and just play this, surely this over the waist. So Nashir, a youngster. Quicker delivery, but the quicker it comes out the hand, the quicker it gets dispatched. That's a nice shot. And, well, we keep forgetting that Umar Gujar is still there. All the other batters seem to be coming and going and leaving him. But, well, we know that he definitely is somebody that can really, if he gets going, can really hurt you. That one gets put away. Nice shot from Gujar.
Yeah, need more of that. And Nashir, I hope he's not having flashbacks. Remember, he was hit for 34 in an over the other day by Dan Lincoln. Good youngster, only 17 years old.
Nice looking shot. And the timing of this is superb. I mean, there's not a lot that, not a ground that Ryan Klein has to cover to get to this. He's only a metre or 2 away from him. But the timing here was fantastic. What a beautiful shot. And it goes to show that it's not just the power that he has, but he's got the timing and the placement. Well, that was the one before. That was the power. The one afterwards was all along the deck, 4 runs. Now this one, slightly shorter. Don't mind that from Nashir. That's clever bowling from the young man. He knows he's under attack. And he says, I'm going to bowl this a little bit shorter, try and draw the batter out, and maybe get the keeper. That's that Zulfikar in the play for a stumping. But that's well played by Gujar. Now he needs Silva to stay there with him. Needs somebody to stay there with him. Need a partnership here. Silva gets an edge, and he's not going to get lucky. And Vivian Kingma makes a good stop. He stops that one going to the boundary and get the single. Nice to see him still out there. He certainly does look to be struggling with his knees, though. Nashir. And Gujar goes straight again. Balle, Kinna zona, Shaka, what a hit that is. Is that in the tower? Has that gone to the camera? It does. Hey, what a shot this is. It's an opportunity for the camera crew.
That was top tier. That was an upper decker.
Yeah.
And they found it just bounced down 1 level. That's
oh, no, that Kookaburra is going to have to be replaced now. Andres, what have you done? And Karina, well, she's sorting out the camera, and Andres, well, he gets this completely wrong. Well, if the ball wasn't damaged before it went into that zone, well, it's damaged now. Andres smashes it into the scaffolding.
All he has to do here, Andres, is not throw it into the horizontal bars. I'm sure that'll make the highlights anyway, so stick around for the end of this.
Well, it was a fantastic shot. Well, sometimes you see, well, look, we're very proud to have our partners, Spring Productions, here with us, our production partners. And, well, sometimes they do get into the action. Sometimes they're in the wars as well,
They were practicing this morning as well. They were practicing their throwing. We set up some cans. They were trying to hit them. Andres, well, just having a few issues there. You can send us a message on social media if you'd like. I love getting the feedback, getting the messages, getting the questions. If you want to know what's happening in the world of European cricket, we still have 8 weeks to go after this week as we'll head back into the Pancode European Cricket Series. So hit me up, slide into my DMs. It's the one time you can at Mr. Maximo, and get Rico at Rico Full. And don't forget to follow us at European Cricket. There have been some really, really great videos that have been put together over the past few days. And of course, all of this ECC. So yeah, that's the way you can get a bit interactive with us. It's one of the unique and special things about watching cricket on the European Cricket Network. Let's get back to the action then. It looks to me like that's Saqib Zulfikar who is going to bowl. He's one of the 3 Zulfikar triplets that are in the 11 today for the Netherlands. I often get triplets playing at an elite level of sport.
Starts down the leg side, so Silva misses out on it. Gujar will go back and strike. Over 200 runs now in this championship. 215 runs, and he's batted so well, and he's, well, wouldn't he hope to maybe get to a milestone here and help his team recover.
This is the battle, Rico. It is Gujar versus leg spin. That's what he did on Monday against Lorne Burns. Can he pick Saqib? Does he care? Will he go after him straight away? Has a look first. He knows what he's dealing with, but yeah, he can't afford to do that too often.
It's a risky approach, isn't it, to go back? I mean, normally he would come forward. We saw, you're absolutely right, when he did go after the spin the other day, he used his feet beautifully, and he hit the ball so well, so cleanly. The gap is left open for him as well, because long on is very straight. That's Brat. And mid-wicket, that's where he will be aiming. And he goes exactly for that area. Doesn't get the timing right, though. Will get a single. Beautiful. Roshan Silva will go back and strike. But he needs to realise that his role is pretty important as well. If he can get going, hit a few boundaries himself, this match is definitely on. And this is straight to the fielder. He wants to run. He's not going to get there. And this is going to be close, you know. Does he get his bat down quick enough? I mean, it's the right call from Gujar. There's no run there. The throw gets fired in. Just keep an eye on this on the bat. Does the bat get down? No, he's gone. He is gone. He's going to be short there. Look at that. That's excellent work. Well, that's the standards that you're talking about here from the Netherlands. I think it was Musa. Musa makes a stop, gets the throw in, and you've been moosed. You're gone. You're on your way. And that's the difference it makes. You see the fielder gets out of the way here. Here's the throw. Musa right over the stumps. Thank you very much. Adios. And just like that, just when I was saying that they need the partnership, Roshan Silva literally gives his wicket away.
That's also about the pressure of Saqib Zulfikar. Not getting any of him so far. This over had gone leg by .1. And now we have a run out. So Italy, I said the margins matter. If they lose this, they could potentially win by beating, qualify by beating Scotland. That's assuming Scotland don't beat England in the second match today. But unfortunately for Roshan, he has to go. And he's the 7th wicket to fall. Score now is 48 for 7.
Yeah, disappointment. I mean, if you can know that the Italian team have a lot of sport globally. They really do. They're a team that have really made a lot of highlights out there. They played some exciting, entertaining cricket. But you just get the feeling here, Vinny, that coming into this championship week, especially after the first couple of days, the batters are just running out of steam. They haven't been able to produce the same sort of performances that we saw in the group stages from them. And no, it's disappointment because, you know, they are such an exciting team. But look, it's not over yet. But the thing is, they've got to take some positives out of this. And what would be positive if one of the lower order batters here, somebody like Jagmeet, can get some runs on the board? Certainly gives them a bit of confidence going into their last match of the group stages.
No doubt. Is Jagmeet batting? Get one you can't deal with first up. That'll be a dot. I think it might have been the wrong one. That's a Zulfikar. Keeping to his triplet brother, saying Googly. He said, yep. Must ball the over.
Gets his foot to the pitch down, goes for the big hit, misses out on it. That'll be the end of the over. 48 on the board. And that's now 6 overs that have been completed. And that rate is, well, it's going up to your point of no return now, just under the 18 mark.
Yeah, now I'm in damage control if I'm Italy. Come back to that in a second, because Vivian Kingma 2 for 6, but does look to be troubled by that injury. Clayton Floyd 2 for 1, took wickets off his first 2 balls. 2 also for Ellen Bass. All these wickets, all those 6 wickets at least, fell in the first 4 overs. Since then, we just had that run out. But yeah, that last ball, Jagmeet, I often say, if you can't pick it, sweep it. That's what he tries to do, but he can't make contact. Good jar. Just trying to get them to something respectable now, I think. He's going to get 1 first ball.
Wild throw.
Proper airmail job from Nashir, but it goes straight over the bowler.
Yeah, big throw. Goes way over, but no damage done. Another swing and a miss from Jagmeet. Played a miss at a few, still not off the mark. And Clayton Floyd, big smile on his face, of course. Well, this is the one that goes the other way. It's going to be called a wide, but just an opportunity, I think, this for Clayton to really just pull out all the variations that he has. 27 wickets in this championship so far. Well, this one has been launched. Well, that's a bit of a highlight. Boom. Shaka Lagyan. That's one there for the fans to have to deal with in the fan zone. Incoming. A nice shot from Jagmeet. So he does get down and he, well, sweeps this for a big Maximo.
Yeah, I said if you can't pick it, sweep it. He might have picked it. He sweeps it anyway. Gets out the big broom. Jagmeet. He gets off the mark with a Maximo. Italy, what can they get to here? Maybe 80s or 90s. Try and limit the damage.
This one is going to be a simple catch, so it will be 6 and out. And Clayton Floyd, well, every time I mention the number of wickets he has, he adds another to it. So he goes to 28 now. That's a 3 for him. 3 wickets for just 9 runs. And remember, he was the MVP last year. He's already got 1 dashing watch. Well, maybe he's going to make it a pair. I'll tell you what, if he does, we might see one of them going cheap. I wouldn't mind one of those watches. They're absolutely beautiful. But he gets a few hugs from his teammates, and it's going to be a disappointing walk back from Jagmeet. Played and missed at a few, and then he does send one out of the park. But then, well, this one just gets flighted up by Floyd. His eyes light up. He thinks I'll have another. He doesn't get his feet moving. In fact, he's actually backing away from it by the time he makes contact. And it's a simple catch that has been taken. Another wicket that goes down. 28 wickets to Floyd. The closest wicket taker to him, actually, is his captain, Sebastian Pratt, who has taken 12. So it just goes to show just how much of an important player Clayton Floyd is for the Netherlands. And, of course, he makes a massive contribution with the bat as well. 56 for 8. Into the 7th over. You get a feeling that you may not even see Italy bat all the way out here. Their innings. As Sikander Abbas comes into the attack, and he wants to be aggressive straight away. 3 for 9. Ball to go in Clayton's spell. 9 up 4 maybe. Well, this one is going to go to Kingma. And I think the bat was down this time. They're asking the question. The umpire's quite happy to give that not out on the field of play. And we did see one that was out, which was a crazy one. And that was Roshan Silva. But this one is fine. Gets his bat past that line. That's the key. If the bat's on the line, then it will be out, because that line belongs to the fielding team. But he's able to just slide it past. End of the over, 56 for 8.
Let's have a look at what's coming up, Rico. And I can tell you, Scotland versus England next. Traditional rivals, you could say. And well, Scotland 11, they'd really love to pinch some points here. They're 7 and 7 for the entire ECC now. But they are running into an England 11 that is red hot after picking up 2 wins yesterday. That's after they lost their first 4 games, defending champions England 11. They've won the toss. They're going to bat first. That match is coming up in around about half an hour right here on the European Cricket Network. Here's Saqib Zulfikar
with over number 8. Kajar can't get this away. And you get the feeling that he wants to face most of these deliveries. He's just trying to whack a few boundaries in a row. Like I said, that next game we just talked about, Scotland versus England, if Scotland win that, that pretty much puts Italy out of the competition. Italy will be really hoping, funnily enough, that England can do a number on Scotland, and the bigger the margin of victory, the better for the Italians.
Firmly struck. He will take the single. I'm just wondering whether he would. But good throw right over the stumps. No chances of taking that. Now this is an opportunity I think that Sakib Zulfikar will take. He'll lie up another wicket here. His first over was a good one. Just the one run came from it. Chance, and he's got it. Caught and bowled, and that will be out. And hit pretty hard, but Abbas, he'll go for it. Yep, it's going to be a 3-ball duck. He goes back, hits it, but straight into the body of Zulfikar, who makes no mistake. So he does get his wicket. That's always the danger you see. And Gujar, he probably doesn't want to take the singles. Takes him off strike, and he then knows that the way the others are batted, the chances of him getting back are pretty slim. This one, it's just a routine delivery really outside the off, but the batter wants to be attacking, hits it firmly, but no mistakes there from Zulfikar. And no real celebration as well. He says, yeah, that'll do, thank you very much. Here you go, umps, you can have the ball while I wait for the next batter. So Sugender Abbas, he goes without scoring, a 3-ball duck from him, and this becomes a very painful innings for Italy. A very good team, they've done some wonderful things, but it's just not happened for them here today. And of course now they're already pondering about the survival of their team going into finals day tomorrow. They need things and results to go their way, as we heard Vinny say, but they also need to find a way to up their game. 9 down now, any wicket, and that'll be the end of this match. Single taken there by Hassan Ali. Hassan Ali, he's a young man that certainly enjoys his cricket. He's a lovely bowler. You can see there, he does enjoy his cricket, even though he's coming in this situation, number 11. He's got a big smile on his face, laughing, enjoys his cricket. Can give the ball a good thump as well, but does the right thing, gets Gujar on strike. And Gujar, well, gets a bit of a bouncer here from Sakib Zulfikar. Dot ball. So let's see if he can finish with another wicket now, and that'll be the end of this match. Here he goes. And, well, where's this gone? He has no idea. They'll get the single. So it's one more that goes onto the total and ended the over. So 59 after 8.
Oh, well, it's not the way Italy wanted it, because this is going to, it's a tough hole to crawl out of, but we've seen some miracles before. Just think about the French Renaissance earlier in the week, or earlier in the tournament, I should say. 2 overs ago now. Yeah, just trying to scrape to whatever you can. Limit the damage.
Nasir gets an opportunity maybe to finish things off here. 1 wicket will do it. Flights it up. This is nicely struck down the ground. So Gujar happy to take the single and say to Hassan, here you go. Have a hit. I think he will try and have a hit. If he gets hold of one, it will stay hit. Hits it pretty well. And he does hit this well, and it goes all the way. Boom. Shaka Lagya Shaba Shaba. And Hassan Ali, right on cue. I said he likes to give it a hit, and when he does, it stays hit. Well, this one ends up going right on the top of the ice cube there. Well, the ghosts are being invaded by, looks like a cricket district in there, doing a little bit of filming. Big hit. That one lands on the top of the roof. Well, now he tries to get funky. Does Hassan? He says, well, this is the big stage. The world is watching. Well, why don't I try and do something funky after hitting a big 6? But he tries to do the reverse Malachi. But to be fair, doesn't execute it very well. Go back to hitting straight. this pretty well down the deck. Will take a single. It gives Gujar the strike back. Nashir, see if he can pick up a wicket. He's gone for 26 so far. Nice hit from Gujar, but not able to beat the fielder. The captain out there, Sebastian Brat, does the fielding. Now that he's wearing the shades, he's looking the business. I can see clearly now, he says. And, well, Piers Fletcher, he's giving the thumbs up, and so he should be. Well, thumbs up. Well, this one is up, 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 and away. Here's a biz away super six as it gets smashed down the ground. So another big hit there from Hassan Ali, and he's just, well, signalling something to the bench here as this one gets absolutely launched. I think he's basically signaling there to the captain and say, hey, I told you, I can go and bat up the order. But he did get a chance the other day, and he played pretty well.
Yeah, he's played some good shots.
Better than your normal number 11, isn't he?
Yeah, for sure. He's a very good number 11 to have. Very, very capable. And he'd have to be very, very good to get 48 off Nova. And that's what Italy are looking at here. But at least they're trying to make something of it. We get 17. 15, pardon me, off the 9th. Nashir bowls out. And the score 74 for 9 as we head into the last over. It's going to be Ollie Ellenbus who's going to bowl it.
Yeah, Ellenbus not afraid to bang the ball in short either. And, well, this one has been absolutely clubbed. Balle, balle, balle. Ginna Sona. This one was sweet out of the middle of the bat. Well, that was sweeter than a bowl of Glab Jambu. What a lovely shot that was.
Yeah, it was just too short and sat up. Ellenbus needs to make a slight adjustment. Gujar, he's tried to hold things together, but he hasn't had partners sticking around for very long.
And this one's been hit pretty well as well. Work to be done by the fielder, but he can't get there. It's 4 more. So 6 and 4. And though it makes no difference to this match, Gujar is after more. And it's so disappointing, really, isn't it, for someone like Gujar? He's had such a good championship. He's batted so well. He's bowled well as well. And in this match, he's sort of the only man standing, almost could say the last man standing. Everybody else has come and gone. Just haven't given him any support at all. And he goes for another one, and this goes all the way. Manos arriba, arbitro. Manos arriba, porque eso es 6 carreras. Well, he wants to finish it in style, and he is. The first 3 deliveries here from Ellenbus have gone 6 for 6. And Gujar saying, well, this is what we should be doing. Well, I'll tell you what, Sagana Rabas, he sticks a hand out there, smashes into the palm of his hand.
Yeah, I mean, this could be important runs for Italy, you know.
And this one gets hit as well. And, well, I think this goes all the way too. Manos arriba, 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 arriba. It's shaka time here at the Cartama Oval. Well, a square leg umpire is certainly putting his fingers up and saying, hey, this is 6. Well, you see Rafi Ahmed, he just wants to wait and see. Well, let's see what the camera tells us. And I don't know, I haven't, there you go. That's a slow motion signal. Well, you might as well. It's a bit like the old style pulley system where you got to wind it up and the arms go up. It was 6. What an over. Short, and this is going to be 4 more. The boundaries keep on coming. Well, it's all happening here in the last. So 6s and 4s galore. And that's what Gujar is doing. And that one, does that bring? I think that brings up his 50. You know, there's been runs scored here so quickly.
It's happened so quickly.
I reckon that is his 50. Well, is it? Is it not? Somebody tell me.
I'm going to say it's not, and he's on. In fact, no, I'm going to say
he is.
He has
52. Well batted.
Well batted. Gujar gets them close. He misses one, and they turn it down. So he'll finish 52, not out, 22. Good innings from Gujar, and was punctuated by some very lusty blows late in the piece. He finishes 52 of 22 with 5 Maximos 3 4s in there for Gujar. And 23 balls, in fact, including that last one. And Hassan Ali 14. So the margin of victory in the end is 21 runs. It's 121 to 100. So not as bad as it might have been for Italy. They still need England to win. And or they would hope they win well against Scotland in the next game. Then they can potentially knock off the Scots to qualify. So still, it's staying alive, but only just. And the Netherlands 11, well, they have locked up that double chance now. And Piers Fletcher, well, he should be happy with that.
Yeah, he should be happy. Yeah, listen, quick question again. 3 seconds to answer it. How much was that partnership worth? The 10th wicket part. No.
How much was it worth?
Yeah,
I'm going to say... No, I didn't look. I'm going to say 35.
Yeah, not bad. 43 runs. I mean, that's quite exceptional. Good partnership from Gujarat and Ali. And between them, they almost doubled the score that Italy made. So, well, something there was to smile about there in the end, but not too much to smile about early on. It was only really the innings of Umar Gujarat that was really worth looking at. And then also the way the young Hassan Ali came out there. He was brave. He played some lovely shots as well and put a good partnership together there. But yeah, it just goes to show that if you can get a partnership together, even if it's late on in the innings, it can get you close. They do finish on 100, and I think Vinny was absolutely right when he said that that partnership could be pretty crucial, could certainly play a big role if Italy are to win their next match, and well, other results go their way, because net run rate could be quite important. And that little partnership there and getting close, getting within 22 runs. So getting within 22 runs could certainly play dividends. Or this one, well, it was all going wrong up there. There was one that ended up in the tower. Carino was fine, and Andres, well, his throwing was put to the test when he threw the ball up against the scaffolding, but that ball had to be replaced in the end. Here was another wicket. It's a case of get a boundary, then get yourself out. We saw that a few times as well. Nothing really was going right, and this one was smashed right back at Zulfikar, and he took a good call and bowl as well. So that was the end of Sikandar Abbas. But, well, there was time for Hassan Ali to come out there and hit a few big sixes. A little bit of a highlight for him, and also it was a highlight for Umar Gujarat. Didn't he bat well? 52 of 23, smashing 26 of that last over from Alan Bass to get him to a half century. So there was a highlight there for Italy in the end with the bat, and it was Umar Gujarat who has batted outstandingly well in this championship. This is the next match coming up, England versus Scotland. Doesn't get any bigger than that, does it? And we've seen that these two nations have had plenty of clashes in a lot of other sports, and it's well, time for them to clash out there in the middle in the Cartama Cricket Oval for that promises to be a very entertaining T10 match. Looking at that scorecard, it's quite a crazy one, really, isn't it? Umar Gujarat take a bow because he scores 52 of 23 not out, and also well done to Hassan Ali, who came out there at number 11 and ends up being the second highest scorer, 14 of 5 deliveries. The only other batter that made any real contribution was Anik Ahmed before he was caught by Brat off the bowling of Clayton Floyd. Clayton Floyd, well, he just keeps on picking up wickets for fun. Well, here you go, 3 wickets from him, 3 for 9. 2 from Vivian Kingma, and the 2 openers really, Kingma and Alan Bass, both took 2 wickets apiece in the opening overs, but Kingma didn't look right, did he, with his knee? Maybe they're saving him for later. I'm surprised he stayed on the field of play, actually, but maybe it's not as bad as we thought. But Oliver Alan Bass, well, his first over was absolutely sensational, but the second one he was ripped into, wasn't he? And there we see the match summary of the two teams. Sebastian Brat, he will be the player of the match as well, with that fine 39 of 17, and he played his part with the ball as well. But also Umar Gujarat, he had a pretty good game, didn't he? 2 for 12, and then also getting that 52 not out towards the end. So it will be Netherlands that go back to winning ways, and with that win, they have more or less guaranteed that they will be the team that, along with Spain, will get the second chance, if you like, to get into the final tomorrow. So it was an important victory for them. Italy, though, all right, there's only very few highlights they can take from that one. I think they've bowled pretty well to restrict Netherlands to a 121 score. But with the bat, apart from Umar Gujarat, nobody really stepped up to the mark. And when they look back at where they finished there, they'll be asking themselves questions and say, look, all it would have taken is one more batter to just be a little bit more disciplined, a little bit more focused, and play a little bit more smarter, and they could have ended up winning that match. Next up, Scotland and England, like we say, well, that's coming up in around about 16 minutes time, so it gives you a little time to maybe get yourself a brew, make yourself a little sarnie, but come right back because we have an absolute classic coming up. England have found their form again. They won both their matches yesterday. Scotland, they're looking to bounce back as well. Exciting match coming up here. Join us in just over 15 minutes time. Rico Full and Vinny Sandu will be talking you through that, man. Volvemos en 15 minutos.
Welcome back to the Cartama Oval. I'm here in the Ghost Cube and I'm a little bit frightened today because we actually have real ghosts that have come because things are really hotting up here at the Cartama Oval. It's time for match 17. The coin toss is on the way and let's see what happens. It could be a spooky one. Rob Kemmings with two captains as Scotland 11 taking on England 11 for the coin toss for match 17.
Okay, toss. Your call. Fredericks. We'll have a bat, please.
So it is England 11 that have won the toss and they have elected to bat first. Of course, kids here from Aloha College Marbella, we didn't know we'd be getting ghosts, but I tell you what, it's hotting up here and I'm scared. I'm going to run away from these ghosts over Eureka. Let's get ready for the first ball. Ah!
Well, it's getting a little bit spooky out there. Well, I did say, well, we know that cube out there where the three ghosts do stay. Don't bother them. Don't go in there. Well, we saw a few people going in there. Well, they've been haunted forever. And some of those kids, well, they're going to have some nightmares tonight as well. Well, we hope not. And, well, maybe one way to get those thoughts out of your head is to sit back and watch this match that's going to about to take part and unfold in front of us. Scotland take it on England. Well, the kids, well, they're going to greet the two teams as they take the field of play. What a lovely moment this is for the Aloha Colegio de Marbella. So nice to see the kids enjoying and getting involved in the fun as well. They've certainly enjoyed watching some great cricket. Look at them, look at the excitement. Vamos, vamos. Well, who are they supporting? England or Scotland? Well, I know that they're probably keenly waiting to see the Spanish team as well. They're up next. They'll be playing Netherlands in match number 18 here today. But first we have this one. It's going to be an exciting one because England, well, they certainly did find their form yesterday. We were expecting them to bounce back, weren't we? And they did. They got a win over Italy first up and then well, a win by 39 runs, 124 to 85. So the Italians once again yesterday not able to click with the bat. And then more importantly, they got a very big win against Netherlands, 175 to 131, a match that everyone was looking forward to. This one, England expected to go 120 to Scotland's 116, so England expected to keep that winning start going. Remember, did lose, as you see there on the graphic, did lose the first four matches they played before they went to winning ways yesterday, but it's what everybody was expecting. They're expecting them to bounce back, and they did. And this partnership is one I'm looking forward to seeing. I think Harris Ward, he's been in good form the last couple of times, scoring runs quickly, and their captain, the England captain, Dan Lincoln, is, I think, right back where he belongs, right at the top of the order. Adrian Neil has bowled well. Interesting to see if they bowl him early on with the new ball or whether he comes on to bowl a bit later on around about the 6th or the 8th over. I think he's bowled, for me, he's bowled better when the ball has not been so new. And also Scotland, of course, boosted by Ali Evans, who comes into the side as the captain. And also one or two other good players that I certainly have liked the look of. And Ollie Hayes, though, sometimes he does go early. He's dangerous, and Taimur Ahmed just adding to the strength of their batting, which we saw a fair bit of with Jack Hogarth and also Jack Jarvis, along with Liam Naylor as well. They've been very good. And Callum Gardner, I think he's somebody who is coming down a little bit lower down the order, but somebody who also can really add a lot of value to their batting as well. This man, Bradley Curry, has bowled well, and he's looking to make a good start here, bowling to Harrison Ward to start off. Here we go. First ball of this contest between England and Scotland. Well bowled, good bit of away swing first up. That's an encouraging sign for the bowler, Curry. Gets this to shape away nicely. Works back to his mark. Yeah, just look at the shape on this. A bit of encouragement. Bordy sees the first one go past him. And this one is being hit pretty well, and it will go all the way. Just gets enough of this to get it over Adrian Neil, who's out there in the catching position. And though he doesn't get it all, he gets enough of it. Shout of catch from the keeper behind the stumps, Garden. And, well, it was up there, but clearly and easily going over the head of the very tall Adrian Neal, who's out there to pounce if he gets the opportunity. First boundary comes in the form of a 6 from Harrison Ward. And then he gets a little bit on this as well. This would be 4 runs, just onto the pads. And leg by signal to no bat. So 4 extras, courtesy of leg buys. Yeah, just angles this down. I think he's hoping this would come back in. It doesn't. It just holds its shape, holds its line, smacks the pads, and will go through to 4. So 6 and 4, 10 on the board. Just getting the line slightly wrong. Curry needs to get back on that off that cricket delivery. Goes straight through Harrison. Better line, better reply. Yeah, just misses out on this one. Okay. Plays a little bit too early. 2 men that are back are on the leg side, so they're keeping long on up. So it's very much Curry doesn't want to overpitch. Be interesting to see if Wardy tries to come down the pitch and hit straight. Try and take on those 2 men inside the circle. Just places out, clips it into the mid-wicket zone. We get fielded by the friendly giant, Adrian Neal. Single taken. Good shout out to the umpires for this match. Martin Hancock, you just saw him there on the screen at the bowler's end. And the Iceman, Tyrone Peters. Is that square leg? Oh, that's a beauty. Beauty first up. And, it beats Ben Claydon. Yeah, so Ben Claydon is the opening bat. It's not Dan Lincoln, as I suspected it may have been. Just have a look at some of these stats here, so you can see why I was thinking Dan Lincoln may have preferred to open up. He's certainly getting into form. He's the highest run scorer at the moment. Harrison Ward, he's getting there as well, isn't he? So he has passed the 100 mark now, and then Bevan batted very well. On the other side, it's Jarvis, Naylor. They've been good. Jarvis 406. And Callum Garden doesn't get too many opportunities. He's a bit lower down the order here now, but he's certainly one that can come out there and score some handsome runs for his team as well. Adrian Neal. Short and clips away. This is going to take some stopping. The fielders are after it and not going to get there, and just got the boundary fence to deal with. Well, that's one way to do it. That fence comes onto you pretty quickly when you're chasing hard down there, and that's a good leap from Naylor. There's a nice shot played. It was, though gets a good bit of bounce on this, it's just clipped away. The chase is on. The heat is on. Under, Iba can't get the ball, and then that's a lunge over the fence, and doesn't get the landing right, but he's okay, Naylor. This one will be a wide, so overcompensates. Very lovely day here on the Costa del Sol. Sun is out. It's going to be a warm one. This one is up in the air. The first opportunity goes a long way up. Taken. Well, we've had a few fielders have difficulties with the ball going high up in the air on that side, but no such problems there for the fielder. That is Curry. Takes a very good catch. So the first wicket does go, and it's an early one, isn't it, for Harrison Ward. Hits it high up in the air, and he'll go for 11 of that. His 7th delivery. And a nice catch taken by Curry. So, the big man, Neal, gets the first wicket. 16 for 1. As Harrison Ward has to depart. Aggressive hitter is Wardy, and but that's the way that he plays. He's not going to hang around. He's going to take take the ball on. He's going to try to look and play his shots. He needs to. His role is to give England that good start, and that good start, I think they always want 40 or 45 in the power play. That's what they're looking to do. He doesn't quite get that right. There's the catcher, Curry. Be interesting to see if he does bowl himself out as well. Whether that's what Ali Evans does. Or Evans might prefer to bowl the third himself and just hold Curry back. Adrian Neil does get the breakthrough though. There he is. Comes in to bowl to the new batter. Oh, wow. He gets a little touch on this. If this goes on and hits the stumps, I think it would have been out. And, it's Keast that comes in. And just have a look at this again, the replay here. Here's the shot, and you can see that the non-strike is out. And look, and it's the umpire that's in more danger of the stumps there. But this just needed a feather touch on it from Neil. And if that's hitting the stumps, that would have been the end of Clayton. And this time, he'll ask you the question. He's asking. They're going to go upstairs to see if there's a touch. Well, I said if he got a touch on it before, it would have been out, and it would have been Clayton that was in danger. And now, it looks like it's going to be Keast in danger here. Well, let's have a look. See what happens here. You're going to have to look at this pretty closely. So, it's hitting there, but is there a touch? I wonder if this gives us anything. And is there a touch on this? We can't see it from that side. There's the delivery. There's the hit. But does he get a touch on it or not? That's what we're looking to see. And at the moment, from all the different angles we've seen here, this might tell us, well, not conclusive. From that, you can't clearly see if he does get a touch on it. We know that if he did, he certainly would have been out. I'm thinking no, so he survives. And then this one has been sent away. That is big. Balle, kidna sona, shakalagya, Keast. Well, his heart was probably in his mouth for a moment, but with no touch on that one when it was hit back, he survives. And then he hits the next ball for a big six. Lovely shot. Well, you've got to be careful where you're lying down and sunbathing around this ground because the kookaburra is flying around all over the place. Top shot. Once again, it's a shorter delivery from Neil that gets latched onto. 24 for 1, a ball to go in this. Second over, the slower ball. Plays it out well. And they'll take a single the last, so Adrian Neil goes for 14. Does pick up the wicket. An important one to get, that of Harrison Ward. So 2 overs down. Score on 25. And England, though they're going to be losing wickets, they're just going to keep pressing. This is where we are. England now know that they will be playing in the Eliminator tomorrow. And the chances are that these two teams are the ones that could meet again. Though you cannot write Italy off yet. Italy do have one more match to play. It is against Scotland. And if this one, say for example, goes England's way, this is up in the air and this should be called and bowled. Well, no, the wicketkeeper says, I want it. So Eddie Evans, he stops and allows the keeper, Garden, to come in and take the catch. So Keast, he will have to go after smashing a big six earlier. It is Ali Evans who decides to come on and bowl the third. And, well, it was a good choice from the captain because he sees the back of Keast, who now has to go. Call and bowl. Well, I thought it was going to be call and bowl, but it actually was Garden that shouts, asks for it, and, well, when the wicketkeeper says he wants it, he let him come and take it. So, ends up being a straightforward catch. Good call there from Garden. Goes up in the air. He sees that Ali Evans, the bowler, and the captain is after it, but he says, no, Skip, leave it to me. Let me take the catch. Let me get the fantasy points. Well, he does. And that is the end of Keast. He'll go for 8 of 4 deliveries. So another one bites the dust. Yes, so just looking at those standards again. Italy, we know, I mean, they're sitting on 2 points. Scotland also on 2. England also on 2. One of these two teams will get to 6 points. And you'll say they will definitely be into finals day. But then it's going to be nervy for the other, because Italy then would have to beat Scotland to stay in contention. And the next match is, England's match late on against Spain. Now that could be so important as well, depending on the way this result goes here. So Italy have it all to do, and then they'll be hoping for results to go their way. And if you're Italian right now, you're hoping that England win this one quite convincingly. Evans, good pick up, great bit of fielding, good standards there, one hand pick up from McBride. Good start from Ali Evans, a lovely guy, always nice to be chatting to him, very experienced, and loving the format of this European Cricket Championship as well. Oh, well, chance. Well, I'd like to see this again. Was this a bump or was this straight up? It certainly was hit firmly. Let's have a look. Does this go into the ground? No, it's straight up, so that is a chance. And if that sticks, and that's one of those, if they stick, they look spectacular, and it would have been spectacular. You have to say it does go down as a chance. Slow ball, well bowled, but very well played as well. That's a classy shot, really, from Claydon. Picks it early, and then look at the way he executes the shot all along the ground. Beautiful shot. Hits it straight down the ground, and he's going to get 6 runs for it. Manos arriba, 6 carreras. Well, 4 and a 6 here from Claydon. And it's a lovely shot. Well, he likes it. He's got a smile on his face. And the two batters, the two England pair there, get together. Rishton and Claydon just share a little smile together. Certainly like that shot. And Evans, who started with a wicket, he will go for 11 off that over. And the score moves on to 36 now. 38, actually. That one does go all the way. So they're more or less where they want to be here, I think. Even though they've lost those wickets, I was saying that they want to try and be at the score sort of in the 40s, so just a few off. But this is going to be interesting. Spin now coming on. Jack Hogarth has been very good for Scotland. Just tries to give himself a little bit of room. The shot that we see the captain of England play a lot, Dan Lincoln, makes that early movement, gets him well outside the off stump and then plays it away. Rishton tries to do the same, doesn't quite get it right. Couple of singles to start off with, the over from the spin from Jack Hogarth. Certainly was a revolution, wasn't he, when he came into the side for Scotland in the group stages. He started to make things happen for them. And they needed things to happen. They didn't have the best of starts, did they, in the group stages? But Hogarth. It's up there as their leading wicket takers, taking 17 wickets in the championship. This one's up in the air, and this could be number 18, and it's going to drop short. Quite amazing. He's come in from a long way. What do you think where that ends up? You just get the feeling that that if Jack himself had turned around and gone for it, he may have had a better chance to get to it. Well, he certainly may have got closer to it. It's another one that ends up being a bit of luck for, this time it's Claydon. So both batters have had a bit of luck. Rishton, remember, he was dropped by Evans, caught a spicy caught and bowled opportunity. That's the switch, doesn't get it right. Very good, Augie, very good, Augie. That was straight, they would have been going up, that's for sure. Hoagie. Short, hit hard, and it's going to go. I think this one will go all the way. It does. So it gets plenty of power in the shot, but it's about the placement as well. Just gets given a bit of width, and it is short enough to get the full swing off the bat into this. And he hits it hard, and he gets the result. It will be 6 runs as he finds the gap as well. So we've seen that England managing to finish well and finish the overs well, and that'd be disappointing, I think, for the Scots to be giving away boundaries of the last ball. Then once again from Hogarth, it wasn't a bad over, was it? It was pretty tidy, but the last ball does go for a boundary, so he goes for 9. Up until then, it was pretty good. The score 48 for 2, so 10 came off that over. Jarvis into the attack. Starts with a nice slow delivery. Asking the question. It's a nice take there from Gardner, but I don't think there's anything on this. Jarvis. One thing that Jarvis has been so good at doing, I think if there is anything on that, the ball would have been hitting back into the ground first, I think. So, a dot ball, that's good. Yeah, Jarvis, he does go for those areas. He's backs himself to get the ball or squeeze the ball just inside that wide line. This time, gets the wicket. Good catch, spicy catch. Goes very quickly to Zishan Bashir, but he makes no mistake. And, well, Jarvis sticking to his plan, sticking to what he does best, and picks up the wicket. It's a good wicket to get, isn't it? And Clayton was looking pretty good. He played some nice shots, but now it's time for him to go. He'll go for 14 of that. Was the 9th delivery. Nice catch there from Bashir. Came to him pretty quickly. But well done to Jarvis. Must admit, it's been a good tidy start here from the Scots. They've more or less executed their plan pretty well. A few times that they've just dropped short, or they've got the loose delivery in that has been pounced on. Well, you'd expect that from a good team like England. Anything that's loose, anything that's not right is going to get put away. But at the same time, they've bowled some pretty good deliveries as well. And that wicket of Claydon will be the captain, Dan Lincoln, out into the middle. Just starting to find his form, Dan, and that's why I was quite surprised, and still am, to be honest, that he hasn't been opening. Gets ready to face his first delivery. Gets back onto this, goes pretty quickly to the man who is sort of backward point on the boundary. So you have that third man inside the circle. That's where Bashir takes the catch, and then they've got the backward point back. Lincoln, 147 runs in the championship so far. Made a very fine half century yesterday. Slower delivery, and he picks it and he sends it packing. That goes all the way. Boom. Shaka. Logia, 6 carreras más. Manos arriba, arbitro, porque eso es una 6. Una Ariana. Yeah, just that's what I'm talking about. Every so often when there is the loose delivery, it goes for the Yorker length slower ball, but ends up being a slow full toss. It gets put away. And this one would have been a wide, but the batter goes after it, gets a little bit of something on this. We'll get a single. Rishton has performed very well in this championship with bat and with ball. I mentioned he's on his way to 100 in the championship. 98 he scored so far. And this one is, well, this is what Lincoln does so well. He's anything that's on the stumps, he gives himself room, and he just basically goes outside the off stump, swivels and smashes this away. And he plays that shot so well. That's going to be 4 more runs. And it's a good time to welcome back into the Dream Box, Mr. Maximo Vinisandu.
Thank you very much. Great to be back. Took a few overs to spend some time with the kids from Aloha College Marbella. They're here as part of the Cricket School Project, which is an initiative to get cricket into European schools, European kids. They were lovely kids. Did you see that they were ghosts? They're real ghosts in the ghost cube we had before the start of this game. But honestly, they've been really wonderful.
It's great. I mean, look, they're just one of many schools. We've had thousands of kids that have come here during this European Cricket Championship. It's so great to see. And like I say, you know, that's the future of cricket. No matter where you are, the future of cricket is the kids. And it's good to see so many here enjoying the cricket.
Can I tell you the favourite question that I got? So I take questions every day before the game, and then and the kids come up with some really good ones, such as, you know, how many matches have we done, or just questions about cricket. My favourite one was this.
Go on.
I'll say it out loud. And this kid was lovely. He said, "Why are England and Scotland playing each other when they're both from England?"
Okay.
And I made sure that I read that one out really loud in front of these two groups of players. Honestly, though, look, high-quality game we've got coming in. Look, Lincoln alert. There's 5 overs left here, and he could really do some damage. And what I think's been more or less an even start to this game. What do you think, Rico?
Yeah, it's an even start. I think Scotland, to their credit, they bowled really well. They've executed their plan well. I mean, but England, every time there's a loose delivery, they're going to capitalise on it. They've seen that. But I think what will be interesting for me is going to be how they set the field here to Lincoln. You know what Lincoln's going to do? He's going to literally jump to outside the off and going to try and play that shot on the 45 to that square leg or behind square boundary. I think you've got to set the trap for him. And I think you also got to execute those Yorkers. Well, this is outside the line, so Evans, he looks like he's going to get the appeal in, then he retracts it straight away. And the reason for this is you see the ball is pitching outside the leg stick.
Yeah, for sure. I think Wisham's more annoyed. He didn't hit it. Pitches a stump outside leg. May have been hitting. Doesn't matter. From that point when it bounces to the right of the line of the wickets, cannot be out. Ali Evans, very experienced campaigner. Good ambassador for Scottish cricket. Bowling the 6th. What do you think about the tactics of Lincoln? Do you think he's overdoing it, or do you think, you know, he's good enough to do it often enough that it's worth it? I don't know. I just think, considering how he batted last year, he seemed to have a greater range of strokes he was able to call on, and I think he still probably does.
Yeah, I mean, I saw him bat yesterday, and I was very impressed with the way he batted. I saw the 34 that he took Nasir for in that 1 over. So, yeah, I think he's just coming into form. I think at the moment, as we see here, they're taking him on, and they're going to get there. But I reckon I think it's a little bit of this is the way I'm going to bat. And then bowlers are going to try the teams, and then going to try and set a field to it. And once they do, I'll start playing differently. I think he's got a plan in his mind what he wants to do, and I think he's hoping that teams fall for it. And when they start bowling different to him, I think he will change his approach.
Maybe. I mean, it seems by definition a more difficult shot to play than just hitting straight through the line of the ball.
Well, how about this? This is just crazy cricket, isn't it? Well, Dan Lincoln, this is what he's doing. He's creative. Well, Evans has got a big smile on his face because he knows what Dan Lincoln's going to do. Lincoln knows what he's going to do, but he also knows what Evans is going to do. Look, this is a crazy shot. This is like a backward shot. Look at this.
That is just a backwards slap back. That's all you could call it. He went the slower ball. He saw what he was trying to do, so he said, okay, I'm going to make you play what looks like a ridiculous shot. And Lincoln said, okay, I will.
Play it.
And he just whacked it straight back over his head. Incredible batting.
Oh, got him. And this is what you got to do. And, look, I was going to say, if you're going to bat that way, then you got to change your strategy if you're the Scottish team. And anybody that's watching Dan Lincoln, and the strategy is that full straight Yorker length, knock them over. And that is a boogie, oogie, woogie, Kookaburra 5-ball. And Dan Lincoln, well, after playing an amazing backward shot, has to go. He was drawn to play the shot from the ball before because he knows he wouldn't have got the wide. When you jump in so far across, look how far he goes here. But this is the perfect reply from Evans. Come on, get it going, we're ready. Here we go, look at this, the perfect reply.
To be honest, this is Exhibit A of why I think I wouldn't really be following batters. I'd be bowling at the stumps. I think that such a difficult shot to execute that it works every time but one. So Lincoln, with one of the most interesting shots of the tournament, but he goes very next ball. He's out for 10, and the score is 67 for 4. Tom Bevan, the new batter, coming out at number 6.
Yeah, Thomas Bevan. Certainly have liked his batting. He's a very correct player, but a hard hitter. Hits the ball well, times it well, hits it well. Goes straight down the ground first up. Will get himself a single off the mark. This will be an interesting partnership for me. I think Rishton, he's really impressed me with his all-round game, and Bevan can be a good partner for him. But one thing, we'll have a look at the balls that have gone here now. So 6 overs have been completed, 68 on the board, 4 wickets down. So they're definitely on course for around about they should quite easily at this pace get to a 110 score, but I think they will know that they need to get the acceleration in as well. And I think most teams think batting first, you're looking to see if you can get to a sort of 130, 140, because I think we've seen already how the rates just keep climbing here in Championship week. The rates per over. Jack Hogarth comes into the attack. This has been hit strong and hard. That's a great bit of fielding. I suspect that's Curry out there. He's been sensational, has Curry. And Bradley Curry, well, he's saying, you're going to have to check this because I'm not sure. Do I check? I mean, he's being honest. He's saying, look, I don't know when I touch it. Let's have a look. Have a look. And
Actually, from that, I think it looks okay.
From that, I think he's okay. He's not touching here when the body... So I think that's okay.
Yeah, it looks okay to me.
But I like the honesty. He's saying, look, I'm not sure. Do I? Don't I? Have a chat. I think the ball bounces. It's going over the rope, but he manages to get the hand on it before, and he doesn't touch it, nor does the ball touch the rope.
Yeah,
I think that's
the rope
fine.
move, and if there's any benefit of the doubt, it goes to the fielding side. So I think that's a really good stop from Curry.
Yeah.
Let's see. Normally that's what I say just before 4 is signalled, but no, I think this is fine.
Yeah, I think that's pretty good. A little bit of masala there from Curry. Makes a good stop. Oh, this is so unlucky. This is well bowled from Jack Hogarth. And it looked like it was destined to go onto the stumps.
And the other thing there is, okay, we can't see the rest of his body, but if there's doubt on boundary stops, the fielder gets the benefit of the doubt. So you have to see something conclusive.
Up in the air, catch it is the shot, and catch it is what he does. Safe hands from Ollie Hayes. We know he has had a few issues out there, and that's why he's smiling. He did drop a sitter the other day, but not this time. He's back. He says, well, no more oily fingers for Ollie Hayes. He takes the catch, and there's more smiles on the faces of the Scots as they get the dangerous Rishton out. And that's a good wicket to get, because we know that he can certainly cause you some problems the longer that he's out there. He'll go for 16, and it is Jack Hogarth who, once again, just a variation of his pace and his length, gets the wicket.
Yeah, and so well held down there. And lets it come to him. Goes that kind of fingers pointing across, not the fingers pointing up to the sky tactic. So Rishton goes for 16, 2 Maximos and his not. And England 11 now, 71 for 5. So this will bring Callis to the crease, and he's a very good player based on what I've seen so far. Very strong, drives the ball very well. It's a bit low for him, I think, at number 7, but just start trying a few different things at the moment, England.
And doesn't quite get the timing right here. He was out to a similar shot the other day. Doesn't get the timing in it and put it straight to the hands of the fielder. Yeah, I'm with you. I think Callis is a very good batter. I just don't think he's been able to establish himself yet. But I think when he does, he will. And this one's up in the air. One of the fielders has to call it. Well, they both look like they're going for the same ball. Curry is the one that takes the catch. So it's another wicket here for Hogarth. But for a moment here, I thought there was going to be a little bit of a clash here. Curry was going for it. I think Evans was going for it as well. Well, Curry is the one who takes the catch, and I'm glad he does, because otherwise, well, there could have been a little bit of damage out there, because both men didn't seem to hear each other's call. Have a look at this. It's in the air for a long time. 2 players going for it. And just look here. I think Evans just at the last minute withdraws watch, just takes himself away from it at the last minute. And, well, Curry does really well. He almost spills it, doesn't he? And, well, the batter drops his bat. But Curry, he does drop it for a moment, but takes it. Nicely done.
Everyone clear out the way. Hot Curry coming through. And it was Hallie Evans. Kind of slid, which It mitigates the damage if there is a collision, and Curry stepped in front, took the catch, and Bevan, we just can't take a trick at the moment. And England 11 lose a 6th wicket, 72 for 6. Remember, if Scotland can win this game, they will for sure knock Italy out of the competition. I mean, there is another possibility, which would
there's
be...
still a hope because
Yeah.
it's down to England.
Yeah,
and
if
it's
England
down
were
to
to lose to Netherlands badly and Italy would win well against Scotland 11. But I just think that was the plan A, I'm sure, for all the Italian supporters at the moment. Still 3 overs to go. We have seen England kind of put together, I suppose, ugly totals that are decent totals, though, as well. They could still get kind of 110, 120 from here.
Big swing and a miss from Pearce, Sam Pearce, who comes in. And what a fine bit of bowling that is from Jack Hogarth. He's back to his best, isn't he? 2 for 13 from him. And gets another one through. Oh, he says, almost. Well bowled from Hogarth. And a very good 7th over, 72 for 6.
Great character, isn't he? Anyway, we will be taking this show on the road from Monday because we're in Croatia for a week in Zagreb. And that is a pretty special ECS because it involves teams from not only Croatia but also Serbia and Slovenia. So it's kind of like a super ECS starting on Monday the 17th of October. That is only, what's that, 4 days away? And then we'll be in Malta for a couple of weeks. Then Spain to close out the year. We'll be in Barcelona. So join us for the European Cricket Network and our close to season 2022.
Goes for the big one, doesn't get it right. It's going to be another wicket here, is it? Oh, well. He feels that he's going to be in danger of the rope. So Jarvis opts to save the boundary here. And just have a look how close he is here. So let's have a look. Where's the rope? Well, okay. It's definitely not a boundary. Safety first.
Probably doesn't know where that foot's coming down. So that left foot, he's concerned if he holds it, that might be on the ropes. That's why probably at this stage that's a good tactic because obviously there's only 18 balls left. Obviously you'd love the wicket, but I think he's just not sure where that first point of contact was going to be. And we could see he was still just inside the rope.
Yeah, just inside. I think what he was trying to do there, the only thing he wasn't able to do, unfortunately, Curry was coming. And he was trying to give that push up and see if Curry could take a spicy catch. That's well bowled. I think that's okay. Yeah, good. Just keeps that in. And a little joke between the keeper and Callis there. And Callis saying, he did me, didn't he?
Yeah,
he did me.
Just stepped a little bit outside off and it was only a little bit on the line.
Smashed. But the fielders are there. Callis, that's the sort of area Callis is going at the moment. You see the umpires communicating with each other. Martin Hancock and Tyrone Peters. 2 more in this one. Getting through this over pretty quickly as well, Bashir.
Yeah, Bashir was hustling through this 8th. No real time pressure at the moment. You can see the official time on the screen right now.
In that area again towards Curry. And Curry cleans it up. Keeps it clean, keeps it nice, and yeah, interesting. I mean, Scotland certainly have got their tails up at the moment, and you're absolutely right. I mean, if Scotland were to do this, then, well, Italy, they need to win their match, and then hope that Spain do them a big favour later tonight. Doesn't time this, but it won't carry, as Hayes comes in, keeps it to 1, and what a good over that was. A lovely over, just comes in, bowls it quickly, only 5 runs from it. Thank you very much. Well bowled to Zisam Bashir.
No boundaries now for 14 deliveries. In fact, the last boundary was that backward slap from Dan Lincoln. And then he was out next ball. So, I mean, someone like Callis, to me, he looks like a pretty classical player. He's powerful, but he's also technical. And so I suppose he's being asked to probably play some different sorts of shots earlier in his innings. And the other thing is, against spin, it's a bit different as well. It can be hard to find your rhythm. Now, we'll get Neil in over number 9. He's going to bowl his second over. He bowled in the second, went for 14 back then. England, what can they get to here? I mean, they'd still be hopeful of getting that 100. Maybe even a few more.
Yeah,
These two can hit their straps, but Neil is a tough guy to get hold of.
Certainly is, but I think that Callis may just fancy the pace on. He tries to launch into this one. He's trying to send this one to the moon. Doesn't take it clean. He does the wicketkeeper, Callum Garden, but no run there. Yeah, he may. I think you're right. I think Elliot Callis is a class bat. He's just trying to force the issue here. I think it's, you know when somebody starts playing T10, they think you're playing T10 now, I haven't got too many balls, so I really have to score quickly. I think he's in that mindset, but he's trying to force it rather than relying on his timing. Well, this is another one that well, he'll have to wear. Well, they'll get a leg by.
Eddie, so good.
So just not able to get going at the moment. So basically he says, well, I can't get it. And he says, here you go, Sam. Let's see what you can do with him.
Yeah, so Neil just getting that extra bounce, and that bothered Callis on that occasion. Couldn't get the bat net, took it on the body and scrambled through for a run. You see, it's like field changes. They're putting the deep backward point back, and they bring the square leg up into the circle, which tells me he's going to really concentrate on bowling this outside the off stump. Look at Pearce. Where's he setting up? He's eyeing off that point region. Back foot just outside the off stump. So he wants square leg and gets a fingertip on it, and it will still go for 4. And Cuatro Carreras, and you can see Pearce kind of knew what was coming, so he got ready for it and he manoeuvred himself well. He used the crease cleverly, didn't he, to get that one away to the boundary.
Yeah, it's a good challenge here. He sees the field change, and with that fielder coming in to the circle, he's thinking, well, that's where I'm going to try and send it. Sort of half stopped, but wasn't able to keep it from going to the boundary. So straight away, that field now goes back to where it was before.
So Neil with the comeback ball to Pearce. Same kind of tactics. This will be. Oh, how's this missed?
Well, it's obviously. Has he
Must
gone
it
through
miss
him?
the off stump? What's gone here? It didn't go over. I assumed it missed the leg stump, which case it would have been a wide.
Yeah.
But
Must have got something
that's
on
a
there.
wide.
Must have touched the pad.
No, it didn't.
It must have touched the pad. Otherwise, it's got to be a wide. Yeah, I mean,
That's a wide.
that's got to be a wide if there's no touch on that. But
Wow. I wouldn't be happy if I was England with that, because if it misses leg stump, it's meant to be a wide. I didn't see a touch on the pad. Now, this is in the air, and, well, things going from bad to worse for England. I think they were Costa run there, an extra ball, and then Pearce skies one, and Neil does the trick in the end, and England lose another wicket now. It's 82 for 7.
yeah, good bowling from Niels. I've always been impressed with him when he comes onto bowl in the second part of the innings. I think when that ball is a little bit older, he's got more control on it, and he always gets the bounce. And it's a bounce that troubles the batters. He gets a good bit of bounce on it. He bangs the ball in short of a length. Just have a look at this again, short of a length. Gets plenty of bounce, looking to play it on the onside, has no idea where it's gone. No mistakes from the fielder, takes the catch, and Naylor sends another one back. Good partnership between him and his captain. Well, there he goes. He's doing a little bit of a boogie, oogie, woogie dance there. It's Liam Naylor. And, well, he's happy because Sam Pearce can be dangerous, but he goes a run of ball 6. Another one is sent back into the dugout.
So here's a pretty good guy to come out at the number 7 position, Arthur Godsall. He's certainly someone capable of giving it a bit of tap. We saw him batting as high as 4 yesterday. So, yeah, just curious how England are using their resources.
It does surprise me because he's an out-and-out aggressive player, Godsall. This is out on this one. Yeah, remember, he was the man who got 40 runs coming in really late in for England against Italy. And, Italy still went on to win that. England won 21 for 9. Italy won 25 for 7, winning off the last ball. What a match that was. What a highlight that was for Italy, a team that are not quite performing at the moment. But Arthur Godsall, yeah, came in at number 9, cracked 40 or just 14 deliveries. So, well, maybe they're thinking, well, if it's number 9 when you score your runs, well, you're number 9 again. Let's go out there and score some runs for us. Well, he misses the first ball. 82 on the board, 7 wickets down, 6 balls to go in the innings.
Yep. So here we go with over number 10. Can they creep up into the 90s or maybe blast their way to 100? Won't be easy. Hot curry coming through again.
What's your favourite curry?
Vindaloo, obviously.
Vindaloo?
Hotter the better.
Okay, I don't mind a gel Frazee.
Yeah, okay. We should share one before the end of the week. Right now, 10th overtime. Perfect Yorker.
Yeah, great.
Absolutely perfect Yorker. In fact, Callis does well to jam down on that.
Yeah, that's a good delivery. And if you had to give, you know, when you have a hot curry and they give a number of chilies on it, how hot it was. Well, if you had to rate that delivery in terms of chilies, well, you have to give it 5 chilies. It was spot on, wasn't it? right in the zone. It was hot, it was spicy, but it was handled. Jabs the bat on it, gets the single. So Godsall back on strike. He's not going to get too much length here, Godsall. That's what he wants.
Yeah, probably won't be getting too many bad balls from Curry. Rolled the first, went for 11, included 4-leg bias. Just be a single. So I mean, Scotland, they're a team that have a few guys that have been in form as well, aren't they? I mean, you think about Hares and some of the damage he's done during this series. You think about guys like Naylor, Garden, Taimur Ahmed, powerful striker as well. Jack Jarvis, I mean, how well did he bat yesterday? Chris McBride has shown signs as well at times. England trying to drag themselves a few more. And this misses off. And, well, Garden seemed to take a long time to throw it. And he missed anyway. So Godsall will hustle in through for a bite.
Yeah, remember the first time these two teams met? Scotland 118 for 6. England struggled to get to 86. And you see here the score at the moment. They should get past the 86 here. But they're setting the score. They lost that one by 32 runs. So Scotland looking to do the double over England here. You know, this will be a remarkable achievement for the Scots.
Yeah.
3 deliveries to come.
England lost to every single other team here Championship week over the first 2 days. Certainly had a good day yesterday. Right now, it's finding it a bit hard to get going. Steps across, but make it 2 here because everyone was appealing. And so no one. Wow, this is close actually.
I think they make it. I want to see the LBW game because Curry bowls such a good Yorker. I mean, I want to know what this is missing. Let's play. Let's see all of this.
I think this is close.
I want to see the. Yeah, I mean,
we'll see the run out first because that's what they've looked for. Oh, bat in the air. Maybe not. It is. Hang on. It is for a bit.
Let's see here.
Let's
see if he meant the first part of the bat's in the air, and it just, he just makes it, I think.
Yeah.
Just makes it.
It's because the rest of his bat seems to be in.
Oh, wow. Is this pitching outside? Is this pitching on the leg? I don't think so. Oh, this is a tight call. I mean, umpire's call for me, but that is so close. I'd love to see just that LB again. I don't know if we've got time to see it again, but this is the run out. I think he just see the middle part of the bat, just there. Just makes contact at the right time. So not out. And the LB also not out. A close call. Jerome Peters has the doubt.
Let's have a look at his pitches.
Oh,
maybe just outside.
Just maybe
umpire's call. Let's say.
Call for me.
Always thinking that though. Left arm over.
This one's been pretty well hit, and he'd get the boundary. It would go all the way. Manos arriba, arbitro. Porque es 6 carreras. And this is a good hit from Godsall. He needs to put it away, doesn't he? And he gets the boundary, and he gets them into the 90s. 93 for 7, a ball to go.
That's ECC cricket. I mean, you only just miss once, and by a little bit. And Godsall batting 9 for England. He's ready to cash it in, hits it well, gets them up into the 90s. So last ball of this 10 overs coming up. If he can do that again, he'll set the Scots 100 for victory in the second half of this match. Brad Curry misses and hits. So it'll be no more than 94 that will be required by the Scotland 11. And, look, wasn't a bad last over at all. It's just that 1-6. He'll feel he let himself down, Curry, but he can be very proud of his work. 11 come off the last, and England 11 are going to finish 93 for 8 off the 10 overs.
Yeah, look, there's nothing to be disappointed about. When you're bowling the last over, you know they're going to be swinging from the hips. You're going to go for a few, but that's amazing bowling from Curry. He doesn't pick up a wicket, but, only concedes 15 runs, and he bowls really economically. And he's put, because of the start he gave him, he's put his team, Scotland, in a very, very good position here. So Scotland requiring 94 to do the double over England as we have a look at these highlights.
Yeah, well, England came out. Great to see the kids there as part of our cricket school project from Aloha College in Marbella. They had plenty of questions, and of course, it was the Scotland 11 asking questions of the England openers. But it was a decent start, wasn't it? I mean, we've always been waiting for the English batters to click, and Ward, well, he's a guy we have seen looking like he's coming good at times. on this occasion. You see, he went for just 11. Clayton went for 14 early. When Keese went for 8, it meant the top 3 once again hadn't really delivered for the England 11, and it put a lot of pressure on the middle order.
Yeah, it certainly did. I mean, they still did get to a score of 60 for 3 at the halfway point. So you can see England will be very disappointed that they weren't able to get to that 20 mark and basically go 60 and 60 to have their split. But you can't take anything away from the bowling. I think Evans, he bowled really well. We saw that one chance, that opportunity that he wasn't able to take, corner bowled. It was spicy. But this one was a good one. Jarvis coming into attack and getting a wicket straight away. Good catch there from Bashir. There were a few shots played out. We know what Dan Lincoln was going to do. He was going to try and get funky with Rishton, was trying to do the same. Well, this was quite an amazing shot. It was basically a little bit of a back hit, if there is such a thing. But then he tried to get funky again, and it is the captain of Scotland who outdoes the captain of England, Evans, taking the scalp off the English captain, Dan Lincoln, with a beautiful Yorker. And then, well, there was this one. He said, I'm not sure, you need to check it. We did check it. Thank you for your honesty. And it was a good save there from Curry. He certainly is a very good, young, energetic player. I like what he adds to the Scottish team. He gives 100% in the field. And this one, well, this one could have been nasty. But, well, fueled by Curry, a little bit of masala there in the middle. But he does take the catch. And that was good there from Jarvis as well, deciding that rather than give the 6 away, it was important to save the boundary. Well, boundaries was what they were trying to save, but that time the ball just getting away from Bashir, and they did get the 4. But, well, it was 4, but then it was no more for the batter because he put it straight into the hands of Naylor. And Naylor doing a nice little dance there as well, doing a little jive as he sent back another batter. And they were trying to get things happening in the weren't, and then tried to take a sneaky little bye there right towards the end to try and get the score to 94. Weren't able to do so. Garden was on the money that time round, so it stays at 93 for 8. Scotland being a really good performance. And when we have a look at that scorecard, well, there's going to be plenty of disappointments. Batters getting in but not getting going. I mean, the highest score you see there was the 16 scored by Andy Rishton, who was then caught by Ollie Hayes of the bowling of Jack Hogarth. But I think the bowling, you see a really, really good performance from the 6 bowlers that were used. 2 wickets apiece for Adrian Neil, who continues to impress. Also Alistair Evans, the captain, bowled really well as well, very intelligently as well. And Jack Hogarth, he looks to see like he's coming to his best as they look to book their place in finals day tomorrow. So evenly poised match. England once again, they're batting and not clicking the way you would like to. I mean, yesterday we saw much better from them. We saw the likes of Harrison Ward and also Dan Lincoln start to find their form. But once again here today, it's been a blow-part performance from them with the bat, which means that with the ball, they're going to have to be absolutely scintillating if they are to stop Scotland from doing the double over them. Scotland require 94 for victory. Join me, Rico Full, and Mr. Maximo Vinny Sandu when we return in about 10 minutes time for the conclusion of this match number 17. Volvemos en 10 minutos. Hasta pronto.
Su calle, a vivir su ambiente, ven conmigo, a vivir la vida intensamente. Conmigo ven, conmigo ven, conmigo ven. Ven, ven conmigo, conmigo ven, ven conmigo. Ambiente
Muy buenas tardes, mi familia, ¿cómo estás todo? Y bienvenidos de campo de Cartama aquí en Andalucía, España, in Málaga. Hello and welcome to the Cartama Oval as we get ready for Scotland's reply to England's 93-8. It was a low par score from England, no batter really making any inroads, only Andy Rishton 16 off 11, and Ben Claydon, who was the opener, 14 off 9, was there were your highest scores there, so you can see they really did struggle. The batters not getting going, so England will be relying on their bowlers to take the early wickets. Scotland, they've gone back to Jack Jarvis and Liam Naylor to open the batting, and both these young men have been exciting to watch, and certainly they complement each other really well out there. Jarvis, he's a very strong hitter off the ball, hits nice and straight and powerfully, whereas I think Liam Naylor, he's very good out on the offside. We see him play some lovely shots through the covers and through extra cover. So exciting batters to watch, and they've gone back to these two. They've made some changes. We've seen McBride up there at times. We've also seen them try Ollie Hears on occasion, and maybe even Garden has had the chance to see what he can do. But I think I like this. I think this works for them. You've got something like Ty Mohammed who can come in. He's a little bit more correct, maybe not a natural out-and-out hard hitter. Ollie Hears is, but I think holding him back certainly could provide fruitful in this one. These two, look, they don't have to go crazy. The rate required, they're going to start off with under 10. So it's a good opportunity to get a good start here and see if the Scots can do the double over England. England went back to winning ways yesterday with 2 victories, 2 from 2. And now, well, they're under the cosh. This one has been hit straight down the ground, and what a start that is. 6 runs to start off with. Boom! Shaka! Lagia! 6 carreras. Opening with spin, and the first ball smashed down the ground. And Sam Pearce, who won't like that, has to come back with a reply. Pearce once more. This time, floats it up a little bit more, a little bit leg side-ish. But the batters don't get too carried away. Just punches this out on the leg side, takes a single. Rico Full here of the European Cricket Network, and alongside me is Mr. Maximo Vinisandu.
Yeah, thanks. Good to be back. Well, no Alex Russell in the lineup for England today. That takes away one of their spin options. This is a bit of a teaser for Harrison Ward at mid-on, who's up in the circles because we are in the power play. Yeah, they still have some spin options. This is one of them you're seeing right now. Sam Pearce, the leading wicket taker in the ECC last year. Jaffa Chowan comes in for Alex Russell as a replacement spinner. So, yeah, they've got their work cut out for them. It was a pretty confident start, wasn't it, from Jarvis? And you're saying that if they get that one boundary and over, you don't have to do too much.
Yeah.
You can just cruise to that 10 and over that they're looking for to stay on pace. Steps back Naylor and plays into the offside for 1.
Yeah, Jarvis has got a really interesting technique. I mean, he's a thunderous hitter off the ball, but when you look at his technique, it's not, he doesn't get a full swing at it. He's often reaching for it, but he manages to get good firm contact and send the ball to the boundary, and that the opening shot, the 6, was just a demonstration of that as we see the end of the first over, and it will be 11 without loss.
Yeah, so he's got great eyes and great hands.
Yeah.
That's what I would say. I mean, he picks up the length so quickly, Jarvis, and he doesn't half hit many, does he? He really has a good technique, good flow of the bat. Well, will you still need me? Will you still feed me? When you're 64 matches without a golden ball, and that's how many matches we've had since that Thursday night thriller in Group C. So basically, it's 2 weeks ago. This is how quick we're going through matches here at the moment on ECN. 2 weeks ago, we had that golden ball. And well, I'll never forget it. The rain was coming in sideways. It just came down before the last ball of regulation. And then it was Belgium that beat France, but France had done enough to stay in the competition to that point. Andy Rishton is going to bowl over number 2. Let's see if he can remove the dangerous Jarvis who's facing up. Yeah, it's not a good ball first up. Rishton delivers a full toss, and Jarvis puts it away. 4 runs to start the over.
A rare loose delivery from Rishton. Just gets this wrong. It ends up being, look, full and wide. And one thing that I mentioned already that both these two batters do is they will put the bat ball away. And Jack Jarvis, well, That's the sort of shot that Naylor would be very proud of.
Yeah.
That's the Naylor territory.
That's an attempted slow ball gone wrong from Rishton. Bowls another one, but I think this is a wide, straight over the tram line. And he won't like it, but it's a good call. Certainly, I think, when you consider the umpires, they want to see the whole ball inside the line. That one pretty much straight over the tram line. And Rishton, this is what he does, though. That's his modus operandi. Just sneak the ball inside that blue indication line. He just missed his spot. He does go straight up. Jarvis pushes for a single. Better length there from Rishton as well. So England 11, they've won 2 games out of their 4 so far. They play this match and they'll also play the final match tonight against Spain. If they were to go down here, depending on what happens in some of the other matches, they could be at risk tonight against Spain. Gone, and the off-cutter does the trick, goes straight through the gate of Naylor, and Rishton, well, he's been a bit all over the place, but this one was on target, and that's the first wicket down for Scotland 11. They are 17 for 1.
Yeah, good delivery, good comeback from Rishton. And he so often has been the provider for England, hasn't he? Already, he's played a key part in this match. He's the highest scorer with the bat, and that was with 16 on the board. But this one, look, he gets it just right. And you're often asking your bowlers to hit the top of the stumps. Well, that's the off-cutter, the slower ball cuts in. And yeah, he knows he gets beaten by a good one, and that's exactly what Naylor is communicating to Jarvis, saying, look, I'm going, I'm on my way. But, well, you know what that was all about. Just letting Jarvis know, well, watch out for that one from Rishton. Good bowling. And Rishton gets the breakthrough that England so badly needed. 17 for 1.
So one door closes, another opens, and I know that Scotland 11 have a few guys that have been striking the ball pretty well in this series. So it won't get too much easier for the England 11, but they just have to persist. They'll feel like they're in the game here. So it's going to be Chris McBride who comes to the crease. Again, he looks very, very capable. And still got hairs up their sleeve. Tamer Ahmed to come as well. Callum Garden to come as well. So yeah, plenty of batting for England to get through. Rishton with his tail up now. He lives another full toss. There's a long, long chase for the fielder, and he's not going to get there. Well, he hurls himself out at Bevan. But again, Rishton just overcooking the block hole delivery, turned into low full toss and well whipped away. McBride off the mark with 4.
Yeah, up and Bevan, they both cautious, get the field in there, but Joka Lagia, 4 more runs here. Acrobatic lunge to try and stop that from Bevan. It's a class act out there, but even he couldn't get to this.
Driven back, gets past Rishton, which allows a single. So one thing that I've noticed just watching this European Cricket Championship, just the confidence that batters have. When I think about longer form cricket, where sometimes the conditions, the pitch conditions, for example, are a lot more bowler friendly, the consequences of mistakes are more drastic. Cricket's a game built on intimidation, kind of. And the fact that the batters come out here, they don't care who's bowling at them. They don't care. They're just backing their skills. It's really exciting to watch. As Jarvis hits it too well. He won't take a run here. It'll be the end of the second over. Ward does the fielding. It's 22 for 1 after 2.
Yeah, 22 for 1. So they're going at 11s, which is fine. They're happy with the rate. They have lost that 1 wicket. Rishton getting the breakthrough with a clever bit of bowling. But he does let himself down a little bit, doesn't he? With the first ball he bowls to McBride, ends up being a full toss on the leg side, and McBride manages to work it to the boundary. Yeah, this is what we're talking about. We know that Spain and Netherlands, they will have the double chance to get into finals tomorrow. But then we see 2 teams here, Scotland and England, both on the same number of points. The winner would put themselves through to finals day. The loser is going to have a nervy finish to the day. It depends how their last match goes, and also depends what Italy are able to do. But Italy would have to win, and win well, the next match to put the pressure on the loser of this match. This is hit in the up, but I don't think it's going to the boundary. It isn't, and it's a great catch. Bevan, I've already mentioned his capabilities. He's not going to let you down. McBride goes for the big shot. It goes more aerial than distance, and Bevan comes across, takes a really good catch, and Arthur Gotzel gets a wicket of his first ball.
Yeah, McBride, Yeah, he'll be disappointed. He gets his opportunity here, but he can only get that one boundary. Gotzel comes in. He just tries to lift this up over the leg side. Had to go fetch it from outside the off stump. It was well taken out there. And so England 11 they do get 2 of the top 3 now as McBride departs for 5. The score is 22 for 2.
Yeah, nice catch there taken. Safe hands from Bevan. Isn't he a very, very good fielder? And one thing that I think everybody has to agree, that the fielding has been absolutely fantastic. Ollie Hayes comes out there again. That really good catch there. And I'm liking the way Rishton's part on this as well. It was a case of, well, here we go. That's what Rishton coming in saying, now you see me, now we don't. As he, well, he ducks right down to get right out of the vision of Bevan, to make sure he doesn't get in the way or impede him in any way as Bevan completes the catch. Good catch.
Yeah, it was a good catch. But here's a guy, you better get him quick because he can hurt you and hurt you fast. You can also get him early though. Hares on strike. It's a Gundy ball, which is fumbled by Lincoln, but fumbled straight to Mungo Russell. That's because of the double bounce. Well, now, I mean, technically you could have thought about running on that because he threw back to the bowler, but hit the edge of the pitch. Got away.
Yeah, interesting that one. I mean, I think there was an opportunity there for Jarvis to get to the other end if he wanted to, but maybe he knows the running capabilities of his is not so great. Who knows?
This is hit off the back foot. It's pretty well fielded. A bit of a sideways hop towards the end. And so Dan Lincoln is marshalling his troops, of course. This is the last over of the power play where you are only allowed 2 outfielders. Hares, to me, he looks so good, but he has to get in first. It says pretty correctly. It's a one hopper down long on. Just a single.
Yeah, he's a hard hitter, we know that, but he's got himself out a few times when he knows he's let himself down and his team down, so he's looking to establish himself here and also looking to get himself in form going into the remainder of the day and going into, hopefully for them, final stage tomorrow, but of course that's not decided yet. Godsall.
Short, Jarvis takes it on, but he might have found trouble, and he has. So just mistimes that pull shot, and Gotzel with the double strike in the 3rd over, and England fighting back. It's 24 for 3.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds pretty good, doesn't it? But he doesn't get the power into it, and he doesn't get what it requires to get past Bevan. Bevan takes another good catch, and Arthur Gotzel takes a 2nd wicket. And he's going to be disappointed because he's normally very good and very strong. I mean, he's got to go for this. It's there for the hitting. It looks like he's got it absolutely right, doesn't it? But he's not able to get the elevation. The catch has been taken. There you go. Bevan takes another class act out there. He ain't going to drop him. And just like that, you get another wicket. And now, well, you got to say, this is similar sort of situation that England were in as well when they're losing wickets. And Scotland now, they're doing the same as what England needed. They need somebody to stick around and get a partnership going. It's very much like for like at the moment. But with that wicket going, with the wicket of Jarvis going there, I get the feeling that England will probably believe that they're on top in this match.
Yeah, well, this is where you're thankful as a Scottish player that you're only chasing 94, not something like 124. Something more of a par score, because you have got yourself in a bit of early trouble. But having said that, these two have had some success this week. Good partnership the other day between Hares and Ahmed. I would love to replicate it here. Gotzel, he's been good, hasn't he? He's got a powerful stride to the crease, bounce to the crease, but does have a good set of variations. Ahmed just going to get off the mark with a 1.
Yeah, he's quite happy just to nudge this into that vacant space. Not too far away from the area that Dan Lincoln has to cover, but he's happy to get off the mark and get the single.
So Gotzel gets 1 crack at Hares. Last ball, the power play coming up. We see a disproportionate amount of wickets in the 3rd over compared to the surrounding overs. I think it's because the power play is ending, so batters feel like it's their last chance to take some chances. Hey, look, you know, we've been so lucky to have all sorts of data and assistance from our partners at HCL Software. Come back to that in a second. As we see this ball hit into the gap, and this will be for maybe a slight slow ball from Godsall, but has picked the pace perfectly, and he punches it through point for 4.
Yeah, this is a really nice shot. He just has to wait on the look. He gets ready, then he decides, maybe I can take the wide, and he says, nah, I'm going to put it away. Lovely shot, 4 runs.
So I want to say a very big welcome to all of you out there, wherever you're watching from around the world. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, and Rico Full with me. Like I was saying, our partners at HCL Software, they are so good at analysing data. That is what they do. And just have a look in the bottom right-hand corner of this graphic. It's Scotland, the amount of runs per ball in the over, and they seem to do most of their work in the middle of the over, balls 3 and 4, a higher proportion of 6s. And maybe that's because they like to take a ball or 2 to get into the over, a ball or 2 to get out of the over, maybe to retain the strike. They're not really looking for those boundaries, but HCL Software, it is amazing what they can do with the amount of data that we are producing right here at the European Cricket Network. And that one broke the trend because that was a 4 off the last ball of the over. As we see Clayton coming in, and well, right on cue, no run off the first ball of the over. This is big data talking. That's the world that we live in, Rico. Over 2,700 matches now on the European Cricket Network to analyse. Supercomputer. Make sure it's plugged in. Here's Clayton. Good keeping by Lincoln to at least make the block there, but it will be a wide down the leg side.
Yeah, once again, just an example of how stats and statistics can be used by coaches and teams when they're doing the analysis on teams. So much information available out there these days. And you've got to say that it's the good teams, the teams that produce, the teams that get the results, well, they're the ones that use that data to their full advantage.
Good here, all the way in here.
Good start here from Clayton. Just nice, tidy. And slightly uppish, but again, no single. And you're saying there are no singles, and the reason there's no singles here, well, it's unfortunately because you've got the 2 partners there, and Ollie Hayes is not the quickest running between the wickets, and he's probably already decided, look, I know that's not my strength, I'm not the fastest, I'm not going to get myself run out here, that's not what I'm here to do, I'm here to hit the ball. So Ahmed, he's going to be under pressure because he's playing shots he should be getting something from, and he's not, which means he's going to be forced to play an aggressive shot, and he does, but he gets lucky, he just manages to lob the bowler here, Clayton, to get the first runs off this over.
Well, let's not forget how good Ollie Hayes was in match 4 when they did play England and they beat England. And he was the foundation of that score of 118. He made 71, batted very, very well. But right now, he just hasn't had a chance to hit his traps yet.
Yeah, I mean, he hasn't really, I mean, after that score, hasn't really sort of shown us that quality again. And probably that's why he's been just a little bit more patient in this innings. He doesn't want to do anything crazy.
Well, I'm not so sure about this one. Did seem like one that Lincoln went up straight away. I don't know if Clayton, well now he's saying it's a huge edge, but it didn't seem like he went straight away. You see Clayton is half thinking about it. I'm not convinced, and I'm a wicketkeeper. But certainly a confident appeal. As you see, Clayton didn't look like it was a spontaneous appeal, and of course the umpire is closer to him than Dan Lincoln. He may have felt it was cost one there, but obviously way too much down to give that one out.
This one ends up with full toss. How high is this? I mean, it's a good bit of work on the boundary. Here's who will come back and take the second. So good work, nicely done out there. But this surely looked pretty high to me.
It did, didn't it?
Sam Pearce does the fielding, and let's see if we get a chance to have a look at this side on. I'm quite surprised. I mean,
oh, that's a no
that's
ball.
Got to be called.
That's waist high. That's so lucky there. They got away with this. Let's have a look at the boundary stop. I think it's fine.
Yeah, he just gets hand, and then
because it's to do with his trailing foot.
I tell you,
when he touches the.
If you're batting out there and you don't get that no ball call, I mean, I'm going right up to the umpire and saying, well, tell me why. Tell me why.
Yeah, I don't think you can say that he touches the rope at all, actually. Yeah, I mean, maybe it evens out. I think there was a wide in the first innings that wasn't given. But, I mean, that also cost you a free hit, right?
Yeah.
That also cost you a free hit. So, yeah, I'd be be pretty dirty about that one. So England might have felt they were cost one, but Scotland could probably say the same. So swings and roundabouts as we get to the end of the 4th over in the end. And we'll move into the 5th with Godsall.
Goes short again, but this time the short ball isn't going to work. Well, it was a short one. They got the wicket of Jarvis, but it's Ahmed. Smashes this one away. He's still waiting for the graphics to change over. I think you find the score with 33. That's what they're just adjusting.
I'm just checking if they ran 2, but they did run 2.
They did run 2.
You've got Timer Ahmed on strike, so you'll be 33 for 3 after 4. And then this first ball of the over.
Goes for a big 6. Godsall bangs it in once more. Not afraid to do so. One thing I've noticed is that the bigger teams, the likes of the Netherlands, England, and also Scotland, because they've got the extra pace perhaps with the openers, the short ball is something that works well for them, whereas maybe the likes of Spain, and we've seen from Italy and the other European countries, haven't quite got the natural quickies. Like Hassan Ali, he does bowl really well, but it's his Yorker length delivery that's the dangerous one, not the short ball. They haven't quite mastered the short ball. Godsall, will he go for another short one? We'll wait and see. No, he goes fuller, but it's ill-directed. Is he going to get lucky, though? And the fielder does, I think, very well. It's another one that we may want to have a look at, but I think this is excellent work from Callis on the boundary. Has a lot of ground to cover, and when he gets his hand on it, look at the technique, how he makes sure that the bottom part of his body makes no contact to the rope, keeps it up, look at that, legs up in the air, then he releases the ball there. Very, very good work.
Yeah, must do a few sit-ups, Callis, because he had perfect form there, as he made sure that those legs weren't going to touch the rope or go over it.
Goes after this, but I don't think he's got enough of it. Bevan's going to be hunting another catch, and it is going to be another, and just makes it look so easy. And that's not sensible batting for me. It really isn't. You know that Godsall is going to bang it in. So, well, they're always going over that area. Why not rock back and try to play some over the backward point area? Why not look for the uppercut? And it's very much the same. Bang. The ball is banged in. The batter goes for it, doesn't get it right. And Bevan, well, he's there to tidy up.
Yeah, he's just got this bouncer that I think it's slightly slower than you expect. I feel like it comes out as a little bit of a backspinner. There's a slightly different release, maybe slightly different grip that Godsall uses, and it means that you're just a bit early through your shot. So you can see that just forced the error, and Timer Ahmed has to go for 10. Didn't hit 1-6, but that's all he was able to really put together in that innings as he departs. It's 41 for 4. This game is on a knife's edge. Well, the players are going to have a quick drinks break because the heat is on today on the Costa del Sol. It's good to have the drinks breaks back. That means the weather is good. And what's also good is we are heading towards it's going to be an incredible day. It's going to be finals day tomorrow of Championship Week. We'll decide who will win the second ever ECC. England 11 winning it last year. They are very much in the mix. I know they didn't have the start that they were looking for, but you can see they've been hitting their straps over the past couple of days. But I mean, real test for them. This is a game that could really define their week, because if they lose this one, they will feel that they've lost a lot of the momentum that they gained yesterday.
Yeah, absolutely, I'm with you. But it's interesting to see for me that we've seen two teams out there which have got, they've got a flair of good batters out there, but nobody's able to click.
Yeah.
And that I'm wondering why. And sometimes you see a team that put in a superb performance with the ball. I don't think that. I think this is errors. Batters are making errors that you wouldn't expect at this level. And I'm wondering if they're just feeling the pressure and knowing the importance of this match. Not quite sure what it is. But again, see a good batter there getting out softly. It's not smart cricket. We saw that from Jarvis. We've seen that also now there from Timer Ahmed. And it's almost like batters start to get going and they give their wickets away. Nobody really has sort of said, right, I'm not going to get out. I'm not going to play a silly shot. And we're not talking about big scores. Ricardo, remember that Scotland started this innings needing just around 9 and over. And they started well, did Naylor and Jarvis. So, I mean, you can understand it when you need 15, 16 and over. Batters going out and they're taking on the short ball, getting out. But the pressure's not been on here. I think batters are creating pressure for themselves.
Well, here's a guy, Callum Garden, who played some very, very good innings in the group stage. Hasn't hit his straps in this championship week as yet. But once again, these two very capable. They just need a partnership. They still have that rate down under 10 and over, and they want it to stay that way. His hair's facing up to Godsall.
Well, if you're going to bowl short to me, you're going to have to fetch it. Well, that one goes big, and that lands in the scorpion part of the overgrowth there as it sails over the boundary for a big 6. Well, this is a Bizaway supersonic strike.
Yeah, and so maybe slightly different matchup to the left-hander as it angles in, and he just helps it on its way to the leg side. Well, Godsall has picked up 3 wickets, but he does concede the 6 there. Last ball coming up. So this is where, you go back to the data we saw. Scotland score proportionally few runs off the last ball. I think it's this kind of situation where Hares might be a little bit more careful after hitting that 6. Or will he double down? Well, he doubles down and doubles down well. This one's pitched up and it's driven out of the ground. Maximal back-to-back brings up the 50 for Scotland 11. And Hares turning the game with 2 big blows into the over. It's 54 for 4.
Yeah, I mean, stats are good, but they just give you a guide, don't they? And Ollie here is saying, well, what was that stat? Well, look, maybe we need to have a look at him. Maybe he wants to change those stats. It's a good finish to the over. 2 big 6s of Godsall. And Godsall, look, give him credit. He has picked up 3 wickets, and he's varied it around, not afraid to bang the short ball in. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. 3 for 28 for him, 54 for 4 after 5.
Let's have a look at what happens if the scores are tied. Happy, 2-week anniversary of the last Golden Ball, which was Belgium defeating France in Golden Ball 36. If there is a tie, then we do go to the GB. We see this dragged by Garden for a single. So Golden Ball, batting team, gets 1 more opportunity to win the match. They need 2 or more. If they don't do that, the fielding team wins the match. And Golden Ball 37, we've been waiting for it for a couple of weeks now. Of course, we have had one in the tournament that I mentioned. That was the first ever international Golden Ball. Clayton, I think, sneaks this one in. Got to say the umpires, for the most part, they're being tested. They're getting a lot of these right. There's a lot of these close calls. You can see Clayton hustling through. Got a bowl just under 4 overs in 16 minutes, so something to keep an eye on. Oh, this one could be trouble, and it's gone, and they get Hares for 19. Just couldn't resist, trying to go over the offside, but didn't have the power to get it over the fence. And so a 5th wicket has fallen. This game takes another turn, Rico. It's 55 for 5.
Yeah, I think that's the wicket that England knew they had to get. Hares is the man that, well, he stood firm when these teams met last time, and you mentioned it when he scored 71. Amazing knock it was of 31 deliveries. He's got the Player of the Match award in that one when they got the 32-run victory over England. He held the key, I think, the victory here. I think that wicket going there really now does swing this in the favour of England. Look, in terms of the runs required, it's under 9, but have they got the batters there to go on and do it?
I mean, it's be a very good defence from England if they could pull this off. There's the trophy that one of these teams will be raising tomorrow night. Right now, Hares, he'll be annoyed. It's another catch for Bevan. Well, he's on record pace because he has 4 catches in this innings. The record is 5 by a fielder. And we're only just past the halfway point of the innings as Jack Hogarth comes to the crease and joins his Forfeiture teammate, Callum Garden. Well, can these two have some fun? What a good challenge for them. 39 off 27 required. But we are getting down to the lower order of Scotland.
Yeah, Bevan looking to make history here. And, well, who'd put it against him? It's a nice looking shot. Just this one gets slightly over pitched by Clayton. He'll take the single. Hasn't he bowled well, Ben Clayton? And, well, isn't he starting to put some performances together for England as well? You saw him, well, he didn't make a big score with the bat, but at least he made a score. He was the 2nd highest scorer. And now he's in the wickets as well.
This one doesn't really get up. And
outside the line.
Yeah, well, they like it. Let's have a look at the replay.
Yeah, just outside the line for me. Just hitting outside off.
Okay, I wasn't looking at it straight on. You were, I think. And that was the motion that Tyrone Peters made. This will be an interesting one on the replay. And, yeah, I agree. Just outside the line. Got half a stump outside. I think it was going to smash into the stumps. But I've got to say, credit to the official. He gets that one just right. Definitely didn't bounce as much, though, as much as Callum Garden thought. cutter and gets through the batter, Hogarth, who get to the end of the 6th over, and we have some tension here at the Cartama Oval. 6 overs down, Scotland 57 for 5. They need 37 off the last 4 overs.
Yeah, what a spell of bowling that from Ben Clayton. Picks up the 1 wicket, but more importantly for me, he's only conceded 6 runs, and that's really what's kept Scotland at bay here.
He's been useful. That squeeze kind of cricket, keeper up to the stumps, a lot of pace off deliveries. The batter's probably a bit itchy. Can't really use the crease as much, come down the wicket. They feel a bit concerned about getting stumped. Have a look at the time as well. They've got 3 overs to bowl, like 13 minutes. Normally I work off about 4 minutes and over. They should be okay, especially because we're going to have some spin here in over number 7. Sam Pearce coming back into the attack. He bowled the first over, had a 6, but then 5 consecutive singles, so 11 came off that over. And every over is crucial now. Garden just hasn't been himself compared to what we saw the first week. Gets a gift first up and can't cash it in.
Well, this one is quite crap. I mean, it's going to be a wide, isn't it? It's a terrible delivery. And why I would say, well, if you're going to play at it, send it to the boundary. He should have sent it to the boundary. And he ends up just getting the...
Well, he could have got the wide if he just left it.
Yeah.
But he thought he was going to hit it into Timbuktu. I mean, that was a ball that probably should have gone the journey. One of the worst balls I've ever seen Pearce bowl, and he gets away with it.
Yeah, he gets rewarded. It should have been a wide and an extra ball. Ends up being a single.
Goes the reverse and misses. So, yeah. It's a very, very tense moment in the game now. Because it's pretty much right at the pace. So, obviously, they've slowed down a lot with these wickets. If they continue slowing down, that rate's going to climb. In fact, now for the first time in a while, it goes above what it originally was. And he's gone, and he charges at him. It seemed premeditated, and Hogarth, or he is annoyed at himself. And it's Pearce that comes up with the good ball. He might have seen him coming a little bit. And, well, Scotland 11 lose another one. They've lost their way in this chase now. It's 58 for 6.
Yeah, but, you know, I've got to say, it's just poor batting for me. And you can say, you're not going to take nothing away from England. I mean, they've stuck to their task well. They've stuck to the plan. The bowlers have bowled well. But the batting sometimes has been horrible, and this is a horrible one to get out to. I mean, that's just a really poor shot. I mean, look at this match situation. They've been requiring around 9 or 10. There's no need for this at all.
Yeah. Well, he just wants that pressure relieving boundary, and Hogarth, well, he was ropeable with himself. Has immediate regret. It's clever bowling, though, from Pearce, who kind of lures him into it, goes a little bit wide. Hogarth has a leg spinner himself. Well, if he wasn't batting, he probably would have appreciated that bit of bowling. But right now, he will be seeing the red mist. He's the 6th wicket to fall, 58 for 6.
Yeah, and Keanu, he's saying Scotland are losing their minds. Well, yeah, Keanu, I think, you know what I'm thinking? Yeah, this hasn't been good batting at all, really. And we've seen some, well, unusual batting today. I mean, Italy, apart from Gujarat, they weren't very good when they were out there. And this is, for this innings from Scotland, seems to be the same. They made such a good positive start. But now, you've got to say, they've just thrown this away.
Experienced campaigner, though, Ali Evans comes in at number 8. It's a pace on delivery. It doesn't quite time. England going for that southern cross field now with a straight hit and then a slightly wider long on and long off. So a wall of 3 protecting that straight boundary down the ground. Garden. Can we find the old Garden? That's the thing.
Well, we need to find the key to the secret garden. That's what Scotland will be hoping. Because if you think about it, get 30 runs here, Garden, and get support from Ali, they win the game.
Knocks this and runs. Ali's got to hustle and he gets there. So good response from Ali Evans. Takes him to 60. But have a look at that rate creeping out at this stage of the innings. If you're not getting more than a single in a ball, it does go out pretty rapidly. And already it's almost 11 and over required.
Yeah, the highs that this rate has climbed to. And credit to Ben Clayton. I mean, he's played a massive part, just 6 runs of his 2 overs. And Pearce, well, he did go for 11 off the first, but now this is nice and tidy.
Still plenty of cricket to come here. Just have one good over. Imagine a magical over now. Where's it going to come from, though? Here's Evans on strike. Takes it on, doesn't get it. It's going to be a caught and bowled, and Pearce could almost catch it with his eyes closed. And Evans holds out. It's been a good over from Pearce, who gets 2 wickets. It started with a bit of luck, but there's nothing lucky about his success in ECC cricket. That's 7 overs down. Scotland 60 for 7.
Yeah, 23 wickets last time round in 2021. So you know that he's a wicket-taking machine. Ali Evans, the captain, he wants to try and relieve the pressure with a big shot down the ground. We know he's got the ability to do it. We've seen him do it a few times. He hits well big, but gets this one wrong. Skies it up in the air. And Sam Pearce says, "This is all mine. It's all mine, baby." Takes the catch. He's delighted. He gets the captain of Scotland, and Dan Lincoln gives him a huge hug. And Scotland, it looks so promising after a fantastic performance from them in the field. But England look like they're putting an even better performance together. But you have to say they've been helped somewhat by some, well, poor shot selection from Scotland.
Yeah, you would say that. 2 overs with no boundaries, 3 wickets falling for 6 runs in the last 2 overs. They were 54 for 4 after 5. Let's see what's coming up. And this should be a good one. Netherlands 11 versus Spain. And this will be starting in around about 30 minutes. News from the toss. Spain winning the toss, batting first. I think that's because they haven't done that yet. All of their matches so far, they have won, and they've won them chasing. Well, can the Spain train pull out of the station again? We'll find out when those 2 teams do battle in the 3rd match of 5 matches today. And all 3 Zulfiqars in the side, although I saw that Rafa Alphonse is listed, so perhaps he will get the gloves for match number 18.
Yeah, a few changes there again, similar to the team that they put out yesterday. So Rasul is in there as well. Rafa comes in the team. No Vivian. So that doesn't surprise me. It looked like he was in a little bit of discomfort with his knee once more.
Well, you need an over from somewhere, and this is a good start. And Garden pounds it for 6. Maximo as Chowan comes on. And again, of all the English spinners, he's probably the least experienced in this form of the game. Garden gets deep in the crease, finds a bit of length and puts it away.
Yeah, good shot. That was certainly helped Garden. I mean, this is the first one he's been able to hit to the boundary. And, makes a big difference when you play one shot and it comes out in the middle of the bat. Johan, a bit of a gamble being played here by the English captain, Dan Lincoln.
Now it gets something that's full, just tips on him a little bit. So they get a single. And this is Zishan Bashir. He's batting with him, so he's got a role to play as well. And the run rate required is not outrageous, is it? It's just around about 10 and over.
Yeah, I mean, you've seen the difference that make. You hit one boundary, watch how it comes down.
Goes after this and he's gone. And Clayton takes the catch. He couldn't resist. He went for the drive. It just turned and bounced a bit more than Bashir was expecting. And Chowan gets a wicket. 3rd time lucky for him. And that's 8 wickets down now for Scotland 11. It's 67 for 8.
Well, it's a good moment there for Jafar Chauhan. He does get a wicket after being smashed for a big 6 by Garden. Well, Garden then takes the next ball for a single and gives Zishan the opportunity. And Zishan, well, he wants to go after the first ball he faces, but it gets it completely wrong. And a nice bit of movement from Jafar Chauhan. The catch is taken, and that is the end of Bashir. He'll go for a golden duck. And that's another one that will go into the lake at the far end of this ground. So it's not good. And once again, it's another soft dismissal from the Scots.
Yeah, it's just needed to at least get a 1, didn't he? You're running out of time. You're running out of batters. It's Adrian Neal that comes out at number 10. Let's have a look at this lineup. We've got Neal and Curry to come. Garden hit 1, but he's only really hit 1 at the other end. Still 27 required. Very good cricket match. Here's Chowan. Beats the bat. And this is where you feel like, okay, we can probably sneak a couple of dots on the new batter here. Let's not let him get away. It's been good leg spin bowling that's brought England into this contest. Pearce and then Chowan coming in after some good work from Godsall and Clayton. Again, Neal kind of hitched his wagon to this plan now, but here's the issue. If he just has a free swing at this and gets out, well, then you're really down to your last chance. You're down to your last wicket.
Yeah, but where's the intelligent play here? Where's this push it for a single, get Gardner back on strike? Like you keep saying, it's not a massive run rate.
Now, the thing is, you probably don't want a single here. You don't want to get out either. He hits it, and they're going to take it. Suppose that's fair enough. Everyone helps, but it does put Neil on strike at the start of the ninth. That is the end of the over. The score is 68 for 8 after 8 and 26 runs required off the last 2 overs. A lot of tension and, of course, friendly but healthy rivalry between these two teams. And England potentially going to pull off a bit of a heist here if they can defend 93.
Yeah, a bit of a huddle, a bit of a conversation between some of the players here about bowlers to use. You see Dan Lincoln is involved in it as well.
Have a look at that 5th over from Godsall. Had 3 Maximos and went magical. 21 came off that. But since then, we've had 3, 3 and 8. So only 14 runs in the last 3 overs. Now you need 13 off each of these. You've got to have a good ninth. And here's a guy that is a bit of a master defender. Andy Rishton is ready to bowl over number 9. Now, one thing about Neil, he's got good reach, doesn't he? So Rishton will be trying to probably put the ball just inside the wide line. If I was Neil, I'd be throwing the bat at it. There's nobody back on the offside except for the deep cover and the deep long off. This is straighter, actually. Neil just works a single. So now Garden, he's got his hands full. So he's got the chief responsibility to get Scotland to this target with 25 runs required off the last 11 balls.
Yeah, that's better. That's good. Good from Neil. Just takes a single the very first ball. So if somebody's going to get you the boundaries, somebody's going to keep you in this match going into the last, it's Garden. He'll be looking to find a couple of boundaries at least in this over.
There's a little scratch on this, there is, and Garden's going to have to go. He drives at it, and right off the bottom of the bat, Lincoln does well to take it close down to the ground, and really with Garden walks off any chance you think of Scotland getting there now. It's 69 for 9.
Yeah, 69 for 9. I think is more likely that Scotland are going to be bowled out here than going to finish off winning this match. He tries to give it. You see what he's doing, Garden, here. He knows exactly where Rishton is going to bowl this. So he goes there straight away, gets ready for it. And, yeah, I think he just gets a little touch on this. I could hear it quite clearly. Gets the edge. Catch nicely taken there by Dan Lincoln. And Garden has to go. And I think the little look behind says it all, really. That's a giveaway time for me.
Yeah, you can see that. Looks like one of those ones where just bounces, then hits the little bottom of the bat, a little bit of the wood on the bottom of the bat from Garden, who has to go 11 off 8. Did get one maximum, could do too much else, unfortunately, during his stay at the crease. And now Scotland will need a real miracle. 69 for 9 with 10 balls remaining. So with this, England, if they win, they have safety. Scotland are not safe just yet. They'll have a really important match against Italy coming up in the 4th match of the day. And we'll be able to say that either Scotland or Italy will be out. Italy will have to beat Scotland. Just look at the net run rates. I think that Italy will have to beat them by a certain margin.
Yeah, this won't help Italy, though, this defeat. I mean, this won't help Scotland. So this will help Italy. So
yeah,
that will make that margin a little bit. But the thing is, though, Italy have to come out and win. But both these two teams have not had a good start to the day.
Curry's the number 11, but that's why the margin matters here.
Yeah,
even whatever you can get off the last 10
absolutely.
balls.
And I think that's why the important thing that we saw Gujar and Hassan Ali. I mean, that partnership they put on together, 43 runs, helping Italy to get to the 100 against Netherlands. I mean, how huge could that turn out to be?
Yeah, you're exactly right. And even this, I mean, do you gamble and go for the game here, or do you just give up on the game and try and get 10 more runs here? Well, there's your answer. He goes for it, and this could be game, set, match. Fielder underneath it, and England have bowled Scotland out for 69. The final score, England 11, 93, Scotland 11, 69. England take all 10 wickets to defend. A very, very modest score, and Rishton gets the last one. He'll finish with 3, and you have to say, the question was yesterday, are England back? The answer then was yes, and I guess the answer is still yes. Despite the batters not really clicking, they've still won this game against the Scots.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. Sometimes, you know, when you perform badly in one discipline, and England, I'm not going to say they performed very badly. I mean, they still managed to get a half-decent score on the board, though it was the low par. But then your bowling has to really click. You've got to be at your best. And I said one thing they'll be looking forward to doing, and the one thing that will keep them in this match, is to take wickets in the power play. They did. They took 3 of them. and it turned out to be enough. It was a positive start, wasn't it, from Jarvis and Naylor? We thought, well, okay, they're going to get going here, but Naylor was bowled by Rishton. And Rishton, well, once again, he proves to be the key here, and it wouldn't surprise me if he ends up being the player of the match. I mean, Godsall, he played his part in it as well, didn't he? He took 3 for 28, but yeah, Andy Rishton, 3 for 12, and also that contribution he made with the bat, surely he will be the player of the match. But Scotland, well, they'll look back at this and say, you know what, we had a big opportunity here to put ourselves safe, to put ourselves into finals day, and really, there's only one way to put it, they blew it. They didn't bat well, the shot selection wasn't good. I mean, that was a cracking delivery to remove Liam Naylor. But, you know, sometimes there's going to be good cricket that gets you out, but other times there's going to be poor cricket. And I think some of the shot selection was pretty poor. But the catching from England was really good, particularly from that man out there, Bevan. He was outstanding once more. And as we have a look at these highlights, I think we're going to see more of the same, where the Scottish batters just kept getting themselves out. I mean, he was maybe the last hope while he was there. He played some nice shots, but then when he hoiked out, there was, for me, there was no coming back.
Yeah, and so this was always the case. They couldn't build the partnership. We talk about it all the time. Yes, you have to take risks, but it's hard to know where the line is between aggression and insanity, as I say sometimes. And I think sometimes they crossed at hairs. That's probably not his strength going over the offside of a ball like that from Clayton. And you can see Clayton, he really thought he had an LBW here, but I think on further review, it turned out to be a pretty good decision from Tyrone Peters. Again, the umpires were put to the test in this game, and most of the time, I'd say they passed with flying colours. And when it came down to it, it was just a case that the Scottish team didn't have enough batters to keep going. In fact, they get bowled out well within the 10 overs with 8 balls to spare.
Yeah, I mean, you see here more of the same, aren't we? Nothing really too special from the bowling. It's just about getting the ball up there. The wickets came. That was nice moment there for Chauhan as well. For Chauhan, we know that he's been in the wars, but then there's the man of the moment once again, Rishton. And I'm pretty sure that all of the boys and girls from his school, the Feltham Fleet, they'll be very happy from another special performance from Rishton. And Godsall takes the catch there right at the end. He had a good day as well, picked up 3 wickets. But England, well, what can you say? They are back. They lost their first 4 matches, but now they've gone 3 on the spin. This is what's coming up next. This was a battle that 2 teams played out yesterday. The Netherlands versus Spain. We had a very entertaining game from yesterday. Netherlands 123 for 10. They did change their batting order slightly, and they gave 1 or 2 other players an opportunity. Spain, though, then made no mistake knocking off the runs. And once again, though, Daniel Dorkaya was very good with a half century. Watch out for Hamza Salim Dar. He was outstanding again. Spain winning that one by 8 wickets with 3 balls to go. So very exciting match coming up. Don't go too far away as we have a look at the scorecards for this one. But you'll see from there that Scotland, they just weren't able to get going. In fact, the scorecard resembles very much the same as what the England scorecard was. No batter able to get over 20 runs. In fact, the highest score of the whole match from a batter was that from Ollie Hayes of 19. The next highest score was 16 from Rishton for England. So it was that sort of match. But England, I suppose, there was a few more contributions from the lower order from them that was able to get them to the score of around 90. So a disappointing match that for Scotland. They should have had it in the bag. But England, they'll take all the positives from it, because when you don't score many runs and you're able to defend it and get a win, well, that's just going to give you more confidence. So they are on a high at the moment.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I mean, they lost their last 6 wickets with just 14 runs there. It really fell off a cliff in that chase. Just doing some quick run rate calculations. It looks like there's about it's about 1.8 or 1.9 between Scotland and Italy in that run rate. So Italy would have to beat them and make up the difference. But it's a bit of a double whammy, because as Italy improve theirs, Scotland's will kind of go the other way in the other direction. So yeah, looking forward to that. We'll take a quick break. We'll be back in about 15 minutes, and we'll be the 3rd match of the day. The table toppers will be out there. It'll be the Netherlands 11 versus Spain in match 18. Until then, it's Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, Rico Fool with me, and hope you're enjoying your day so far. Almost at the end of our journey. Join us just after the break for more T10 action. You're watching ECN, and this is the Dream11 European Cricket Championship.
Hello and welcome back to the Cartama Oval, and it's a beautiful day here on the Sunshine Coast, and we are enjoying the final day of group action. Of course, finals Friday involving the top 4 teams in Europe will be right here tomorrow. But before that, we're going to see 2 of the heavyweights going head to head here. It's Netherlands 11 versus Spain in match 18 of Championship Week. Let's see what happens at the toss. So Rob Kemming from the Netherlands will be overseeing it.
Okay, your call, Chris. Tails. Tails called. It's tails. It is tails. We'll have a bat.
So Spain win the toss and elect to bat. I think that their captain, Christian Munoz Mills, just wants a chance to bat first because they haven't done that at all. They have 6 out of 6. The Spain train is in full swing and they will get a chance to set a target for the first time. I think Netherlands, they probably don't mind chasing either. Both these two, they have locked up the double chance, but I still think they'll enjoy going at each other. Don't forget that Spain beat the Netherlands last night. Let's go up to the commentary box where Rico Full is waiting as we get ready for the first ball of match 18. It's Spain. Finally, they're batting first after winning the toss.
Thank you very much to Mr. Maximo, and welcome back as we have a look at the review of this beautiful Cartama Oval, which has been the home of cricket for the last, well, coming up to 5 weeks now. It's been an absolute amazing journey, hasn't it? And we've seen some wonderful things, some wonderful scenes coming from the middle of the Cartama Oval. And as we get into, well, it's the last day of the group stages. Tomorrow is finals day. Well, we'll be seeing who will be crowned the champions of the 2022 Dream11 European Cricket Championships there in the middle of the Cartama Oval. It's been an absolute blast, hasn't it? And look, a big shout out to everybody, wherever you are, that's been watching, our global cricket audience, well, a global cricket family. And it's been absolutely amazing to be here, and it's been great to have you with us all the way through as well, wherever our cricket lovers are watching from around the world. And of course, a big shout out to everybody that's been involved in the viewers chat as well. You've been absolutely brilliant, as we see James Stewart and Keanu are once again in deep discussion about many things, including what the outcome of this match is going to be. Spain, they are the undefeated team. They keep on, well, it looks like they keep getting better and better, and no matter what challenges come their way, they seem to find a way to get over them. Netherlands, they didn't have the best of days yesterday. They faced defeat for the first time, didn't they? And it was a victory for England over them, and then they weren't able to get over Spain in the night match. There were a few changes in that night match, you have to say. So this time round, they're looking to put it right. Well, they made a good start here today. We saw them victorious. And, well, the bat versus ball wall is favouring Netherlands to beat Spain in this one. Bit of a surprise, really, especially when you have a look at those green dots that have been mounted up by the Spanish side. 8 wins now on the spin in their history in the European Cricket Championship here. Whereas Netherlands, well, they had those 2 defeats yesterday, but they came back well this morning. A good win over Netherlands, even when their batting didn't quite click, and once again they needed Sebastian Braat to be at his best, the captain, 39 of 17. He was also the key contributor in this contest last night for Netherlands. He made a fine 50. Well, they know that he's in good form, but it is Spain that are going to have a bat first. I think this is important for Spain. Look, going forward into finals day tomorrow, they know that things may not go their way at the coin toss, so if they are put in, they're going to have to be able to show that they not only can they chase down runs, but they can put a good, intimidating score on the board as well. That's what they're looking to do here. They go with the normal openers, Yasser Ali and Daniel Dol-Kaye. Alan Bass is going to be the opening bowler. There's no Vivian Kingma in the lineup. Maybe that is to do with just keeping him rested. So here's the start. It's quite a wide one. Also a change in the wicketkeeper. Ratha Alphonse is behind the stumps, and he has to deal with this wide delivery first up. Good afternoon to the umpires of this match, Asad Ali and Stefan Gooch. Nice looking shot, but no run, and Daniel Dol-Kaye gets sent back by Yasser. Nice, healthy crowd gathering is also in the fan zone. Hello to everybody in the fan zone. I hope you're enjoying the Spanish sunshine here on the Costa del Sol. Been a beautiful day. Temperatures around about 25 degrees at the moment. Nice, warm, gentle breeze. That'll be appreciated by the players. This one's up in the air. Is it going to be a catch that's taken? Yes, it is. And that's the first wicket goes. Yasser Ali will go for a... Been a few of those here today. So it's time to have a Spanish duck in the lake at the far side. Yasser, well, doesn't quite get this right, does he? It's a shot that he plays very well, but he goes more aerial. And it's going to take something special to get past Sebastian Brandt. You've got probably two of the best fielders in this championship that are out there. And, well, one of them's out there, that's Sebastian Brandt. He's taking some great catches. And don't forget about the heroics that we've seen from the Spanish captain, Christian Munoz Mills. He's been pretty good. He's taken some sensational catches. Both these two teams have, well, they've made their highlights with the two very good team relay catches as well. But Yasser Ali, he has to depart, wasn't able to get going. So not the best of starts. He goes for a 0 after 2 deliveries that he faces. Good start for Alan Bass. Good start for the Netherlands. It's 1 for 1. Just 2 balls being bowled. No runs off the bat so far. So the new batter comes in. It will be Ashjad Butt. And he will get the first run. Just sort of gently drops the bat onto this. Single taken. Seeing really here what will be the battle tomorrow between the two top teams. So these two teams will play in qualifier 1. And one of them will put their play straight into the final tomorrow. So it's a big match. I think it's the big boys eyeing each other up. So it's a little bit of a dress rehearsal, you could say. It's the last match that Netherlands will be playing in the group stages. Spain, they'll play one more, and it's not going to be an easy one. It'll be a tricky one, and that'll be against England. England will be hoping to get revenge over them as well. That's what they're doing at the moment. After losing 4 on the spin, it's time for them to hit back and bite back. We saw them do that over Scotland. Can they do it over Spain later? Waits for this, slightly slower delivery. And a good throw aiming at the bowler's end. So Clayton Floyd gets the throw in.
Lovely all, lovely all.
Yes. Strides back to his mark. Been a good over so far. Just 3 runs from it, the 1 wicket. Can he finish well? But back on strike. And he plays this pretty well, but he may find the fielder. No, he gets enough to get over him. So that's going to be a nice shot. Good timing. He had to time it to perfection. The fielder was waiting, and he gets enough off this. Lovely shot. Good pickup. And yeah, two batters having a chat, but here we go. Just gets himself in position, and boom. Beautifully played. Boom, blastic. Shakalagia. There you go. There's the golden 6. They're right on cue there from Chloe. Well, that one, hopefully, going to be used plenty of times while the Spanish are out there. Just have a look at some of the stats here. Thanks very much to Ravi and Shazad for providing these top batters for Spain. Well, Daniel Dorkaya, 427 runs before the start of this innings. He's been extraordinary. Hamza Salim Dar, the only man that's close to him, 155. And then Mohammad Ishan, after a couple of good knocks from him. Hard hitter, 118 runs. On the other side, Musa Ahmed is right up there. But this one is a lovely shot. Beautifully played, lovely timing. It had to be spot on, and it was. Nice, clean, crisp strike of the ball. Gets it over the man in the 30-yard circle. Once it's over him, it's going to remain hit. 4 runs. Beautifully timed shot. 4 runs. There's Sebastian Brandt, the captain, comes in. It's not often that he smashed for a boundary for his first ball. He no doubt will get a reply in. Oh, and this could have been curtains. How does this miss? Unbelievable. Well, take a look at this. You'd think it's curtains here for Kayet. And Brat, he can't believe it. Yeah, I can't believe it either. It just seems to, the ball has a mind of its own. Just at the last moment decided he's going to just deviate and swing late. It does and misses the stumps. Brat can't believe it. Would have been the perfect response, having been blasted for 4. Slow delivery played out. We'll get the single. Interesting to see some of the bowlers there on those the stats that we've seen. Had a quick look at the batters. We know that in terms of the Netherlands, Musa's been great up there, Clayton Floyd as well. But the bowlers, I mean, Sebastian Bright has been right up there. But it's been the spinners, really, that have been ruling between these two teams. It tells you a story, doesn't it? It's nicely played. Oh, this is an error. This one gets through, and that's not what we're used to seeing from the Netherlands. The standards are normally pretty good, and this one goes through Edith Nasheer, and that's going to be 4 runs. The captain won't be happy about that. It sets high standards, doesn't it? And that's not part of the package to get through. It'll be 4 runs. So Asjad Butt making a positive start. And now it's a negative because after getting a boundary, Brat gets one right up there. Butt swings all round it and he finds his stumps shattered. The castle has been raided. Castle Tutgi, good bowling from Brad. Dande Chak Ditte and Asjad. He's going to be disappointed. He won't want to look back and look at this shot. It's not a good one, is it? 18 for 2. Yeah, that's what you should have done. He says afterwards it's too late. Yeah, not a good shot at all. Plays all around this. It's a straight ball. Have a look. Doesn't do anything. It's just a straight ball that keeps on going straight. Similar to the one, I think, that he bowls to Daniel Dolkaya, but that one just ended up moving late and misses the stumps. And that one, there's no doubt about it. It smashes into it. Gets the wicket. It's Asjad has to make his way back. Disappointment for him. 11 of the 4 balls that he gets to face. So new man comes in. It's an opportunity for Lorne Burns to reacquaint himself with Daniel Doyle-Kai. These two batted very well together yesterday in the night match. I think they complemented each other really well. 2 different styles. And wants it, takes it. In comes the throw. They will get there. So that will be the end of the over. Might get an opportunity just to have a look at the standings as they are. So these 2 teams we know will play tomorrow in that qualifier. Nobody can catch them in the standings. So the other teams are really playing for the last 2 finishes. Remember, 1 team will be eliminated going into finals day tomorrow. Italy look like they are the one. But look, there is a possibility when those 2 teams, Italy and Scotland, meet to play their last matches. Look, if Italy win that, the points stay the same, 4 and 4, but it will be down to net run rate. And we've been talking about that all the way through, myself and Corey, myself and Vinny. We've been telling you just how important net run rate could be. And, well, that could be what decides which team will come through in this one. And Alan Bass, he just keeps running. So Alan Bass is looking to finish off his spell. That was pretty wide. Put the bat onto it. Good stop. Better. Nicely done by Rasul.
Let's go, boys. Let's go, boys.
It's this really well. Is a fielder out there that fields it, keeps it to 1. Yeah, these are the stats. I was looking forward to looking at. So the bowlers, so you can see spinners. Clayton Floyd, 28 wickets. It's quite amazing. Zulfikar on 13 and Brat, he's going to be key as well. And then on the other hand, it's more the pace, isn't it? Atif Mohammed, Hamsadar, And then Yassir, he's the spin there. So these two teams, you can see why they're at the top. The batters have been performing, the bowlers as well. And this one is out of here. It's a good hit from Lorne Burns. Alan Bass is quite surprised this ends up going all the way. And they just poses for a moment and has thoughts about that one. It's a good hit. Gets plenty on it, doesn't it? And if you're going to go for it big. And there you see the signal there. Assad Ali, the Italian stallion, the umpire that's come all the way from Italy to join us here. Goes for another, but this could be an opportunity. Goes a long way up in the air and drops short. Well, Sebastian Wright was the man that was hunting it, but not able to get to it. Has a few words to say, as of course he would, to Lorne Burns. Burns going for another big hit, gets this completely wrong. In comes Sebastian, charges, but not able to get there. And probably says, well, you're a lucky so-and-so, aren't you? Gets away with that one. Hit hard, and it stays hit. And this will go all the way. Manos arriba, árbitro. Porque eso es 6 carreras. Qué guay, qué genial, qué fuerte es esta hombre. And, well, hasn't he had a good championship? Daniel Doyle-Kaye, he's been absolutely sensational. And before the start of this match, as you saw the stats, 427 runs to his name. And, well, if he keeps going the way he is, he's going to be, well, over the 500 mark maybe at some point today. This one gets a little bit lucky. What's the one thing that we've seen from the Spanish batters is they've not been afraid to play this shot. You saw earlier when he took on Sebastian Bright, got lucky when the ball got through him. He knows that one. He gets a little bit lucky as well. But the thing is, they've backed themselves. They've been positive. They've played these shots. And if it hasn't worked, as we saw from Yassir Ali, he went for a 2-ball duck. Somebody has always been able to come in and take over. And that's for me, what's been the difference between this Spain side and the Spanish sides of the past, is they're able to recover from minor setbacks. They don't seem to crumble. 35 for 2 at the end of the power play. And Alan Bass, his 2 overs go for 25. And it will be spin now that we are out of the power play. And Clayton Floyd, the man who just keeps taking wickets for fun, coming into the attack. He'll be bowling first up to Daniel Doyle-Kaye. Oh, well, this is a real wide one. Watan Ratha Alphonse, who throws himself at this to stop it. They're not where you're expecting that to be. Played out. They'll take the single. Good bit of fielding there from Assad Zulfikar. Yeah, I mean, just look at those stats from Clayton. Been absolutely amazing. 28 wickets he's taken, quite amazing. And the closest other Netherlands bowler to him is Saqib Zulfikar, who's taken 13. He's been absolutely outstanding. Been leaps above everyone else. I mean, there are batters that take him on and get a few runs off him, but he always finds a way to get back. This one is hit up in the air. He's going to get another. Yeah, he is. He just has the knack of getting wickets. Burns, not the best of shots. And it's big smiles on the face of the fielder, Oliver Alan Bass, who takes the catch. And Nathan Floyd says, thank you very much, because that's another for me. That'll make it number 29. Quite amazing how he just keeps on picking up wickets for fun. So Lorne Burns, unfortunate for him, he'll go for 9 of the 5 deliveries that he faces. Alan Bass takes the catch. Well, here's the shot, so he doesn't really get too much power into it, doesn't really get himself in the best position. Alan Bass, he takes the catch, and he's pretty happy to take it. I think the issue here is the sun, and that's why he's happy. He's saying, wow, he said, that sun was right where you don't want it to be when you're taking the catch. Clayton Floyd gets another. So the partnership that was pretty useful yesterday doesn't really flourish too much. But hey, look who's coming in now. This man, Hamza Salim Dar, he is being on, well, he's been on a different wavelength to everybody else. He's smashing and the ball all over the place. I think he's only had one occasion where he hasn't been able to make a good contribution with the bat. He is such a ruthless hitter of the ball. He can be quite brutal. And it's a fine time to welcome back into the commentary box to Vinny Sandhu. Well, this one, oh, would you believe it? And if there's one man you do not want to put down, is Hamza. And look who drops the catch. I can't believe it. I'm in disbelief. Sebastian Braat has dropped the catch, and I tell you what, this has amazed everybody. It's just a straightforward one, and it hits his hands in the wrong place, pops out. He can't believe it.
I can't believe that either. What sort of parallel universe have I walked into up here? Firstly, with Hamza giving a chance first ball, and Sebastian Braat shelling it.
And this one now will go to the boundary. It was a different batter, Daniel Olkaya. He just keeps on going. And whereas the other batters make the mistakes, he's saying, well, no, maybe he's had a little bit of good luck. But this one is all about the power of the batter. What a good hit.
Wow, this is a well-struck shot. And I tell you what, the ball retrievers, they've had their work cut out for them. I think they might need helmets, because that was, let's just say it was the one for the over past whoever's in that part of the territory, because it bounced in front of him and took off pretty quickly.
Goes for another, and he's going to get it. Balle, kinna sona, shaka, lagya. Big hit, and that also brings a 50 up on the board. So no wickets are falling around him. Daniel Olkaya keeps on doing what he does best and just keeps that score ticking, and it keeps the ball boys pretty busy as well. Well, that's the trophy up there. That's what Spain have got their eyes on. Unbeaten at the moment. Nice to see the fan zone filling up nicely. A lot of Spanish support out there. This time it's all along the ground.
So Rico,
fielded.
I know you've been putting in a big effort today, and we get to the end of the fourth over. It's 51 for 3. Floyd ends up going 1 for 16 in his first over. But I do have a special guest commentator on the standby, so if you'd like to take a little bit of a break, I will get you back before the end of this game.
Well, I will like to take a break, because we've just seen Sebastian Braat drop a cat. So, well, I'm in shock, so I'm out of here.
Go and check to make sure you're feeling okay. But I can assure you, you weren't hallucinating. It is something that happened. And it's been a pretty brisk first 4 overs. And 51 on the board. So now they'll go back to some pace. It's going to be one of the triplets. It'll be Skanda Zulfiqar, who is going to bowl over number 5. So here we go with Daniel Olkaya. And he'll work this one away for a single. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo, special guest commentator, Scottish international, an all-round nice guy, Alistair Evans. Ali, welcome to the commentary box.
Thanks, Vinny. It's good to be here. It's a sunny day out in Spain. Certainly a lot of suntan amongst the Scottish lads, as you can imagine. But what a week of cricket we've had, and hopefully it's building up nicely for a back end of today into finals day tomorrow.
Yeah, for sure. It's a perfect day. I mean, I can't think of a more perfect day for cricket. 27 and plenty of sunshine here on the Costa del Sol. As we see Zulfiqar coming into Hamza, who just slightly missed times. This might still get a boundary, but he doesn't. Thanks to the effort from Klein. Wasn't that a good piece of fielding?
Absolutely brilliant. This is the standard of fielding overall, despite the Dutch captain in the last over there, has certainly gone up from what the ECN cricket we've seen over the last couple of years. Some incredible catches, brilliant bits of fielding, just as we've seen here from Klein. Look at that, it's gone over the rope, and he has managed to grab it from behind the boundary and flick it back in, keep his feet in play. That is outstanding.
He's pulled that back from the beyond, but you're right, it's over the boundary, but it hasn't touched yet, and neither has he, and it's gone before he lands. I mean, that's a remarkable boundary strike, really. It's even better every time we look at it.
And the thing about this is these are bits of skill that players are practicing now. It's not luck. They are doing specific drills. There's a slower ball into the wicket, out the leg side, and the easy catch is taken there out in the deep. Using trying to use a surface there, getting revolutions on the ball and bowling to his field. But
good bit of fielding as well. I mean, that's Ellenbus that takes the catch out at deep mid-wicket. But I think, yeah, you're right. Trying to get those revolutions in the ball. I've seen that, trying to stick the ball in the pitch. We've seen some mistimed horizontal bat strokes. That was one of them. So Hamza, no luck for him in game 18. He'll have to go for just 3. The score is 54 for 4. I mean, you're a bowler yourself, right? So you'd appreciate that bit of bowling.
Absolutely. And the key about this, especially on these artificial wickets and this surface here in the Costa del Sol, is your traditional spin on the ball, where it's rotating horizontally, doesn't give you the purchase. You either need to, as well as getting the revolutions, need to get an undercut or overcut to get that purchase for either it to slide on or stick and hold. It doesn't give you the same revolutions to either bowl your leg cutter and off cutter to go sideways.
Yeah.
So that is the key on this particular surface.
That's very expert work from Alistair Evans, of course. Man's played a lot of international cricket for Scotland. It's great to have him here in the commentary box with me, Vinny Sandhu, with Ali Evans. And Ali, look, commiserations. I know the last game didn't quite go the way that you were hoping for, but how's the feeling in the Scottish camp at the moment?
Yeah, bitterly disappointed how that finished. You know, we did the first half really well. Restricted them to well under 100. Is a good job, well done with the bat and ball, with the ball and in the field. We just didn't quite get the partnerships going that we wanted to. We were always a wicket behind we wanted to, but that's pretty indicative of how we've been. We've put a lot of sort of three-quarter performances in and not actually put the full package together, but I feel we've played some really, really good cricket, and it's now just putting it all together, and that will put us in good stead.
I think you're exactly right. I look at some of the players that have come in, like Ollie Hares, for example. He looks so dangerous. Also a left-hander that kind of breaks up your right-handers a little bit. Chris McBride looks like a good player as well. Probably would have loved a few more runs to his name, but I mean, you've got a huge game coming up against Italy. It do seem like you've got a bit of breathing room, but I'm sure you'll be going for the win in match 19.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, this format of the game, it's every ball is an event, and every ball can change the complexity of a game, but also the league table. So for us, if you don't go with that mentality of winning the game, what are we doing here? The moment you take a step back and think about from a negative or a back step, ultimately what happens is you put yourself in a bad position, you put yourself in a bad mindset. Every ball, every over, every match is about winning it. How can I win that each individual event?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, expert comments from Ali Evans, the Scottish captain. And let's take a quick drinks break there because the wicket falls in the 5th. Mohamed Ihsan will be the new batter for Spain. He's a guy that had a very good night last night. Coming to the crease, hitting straight away. That's what he does here. And he pulls this, and he finds the field. That's Musa Ahmed's territory. Just keep it to 1. And I know you were here earlier in the year with your club, Carlton, and it was really nice to see you then. You just seem to be, let's just say, have a bit more cricket under your belt and maybe a bit fitter. Is that a fair assessment?
Yeah, I went into that tournament on the back of a shoulder and neck niggle that I picked up. So fortunately didn't quite have there's a wide spot there, didn't quite have as you say, the preparation that I wanted. It was a bit of a change coming in for us, first experience out here on the artificial, these boundaries, everything. Those games were played with a 9 o'clock starts. The dew is a factor.
Yes, true as well.
Big tall man, front foot slipping never makes it easy. But yeah, definitely this time coming with much more cricket under my belt, injury free, and I'm really enjoying it.
Yeah, I think we can tell as well. It's really nice to see you playing well. And this is well played by DDC, who gets a short wide ball from Zakana and he puts it away, cuts it into the gap for 4. Good batting.
Yeah, what DDC does really well is you see more and more of these fields up being set in T10 cricket is that those 3 fielders up in the circle, all behind point on the offside, all behind square, protecting for those big shots you see down the ground. Looking to them bowled wide to make the batters reach for the ball and try and get them to mistime it. DDC, what he does really well is he still allows himself to play that cut. Now, he's very rarely going to get 6, but he's still going to get 4, and it's a low-risk option to give him a boundary. Yeah,
and on these grounds, sometimes you will get 6 even for it if it's short enough, if you can get under the ball enough. Just eyeing off the leg side. I say the eyes never lie. Let's see what he's cooking up here. Now he goes straight, which is the way he should have gone, and this is going to bang into the fence 4 more. So back-to-back boundaries, and once again, Dorg Hayek looking very good. Takes us to the end of the over as well, 64 for 4.
Yeah, excellent batting. Excellent batting was, you saw there that, saw the width of the ball before, punished him for it, took a gamble the bowler was going to overcorrect and go straighter, and there it was. In his slot, in his arc, didn't get it full enough, didn't get it under the backswing, didn't hit the base of the stumps, and took advantage of it.
Yeah, this is something we've noticed time and time again. And as primarily a bowler, you would know that the margins are so fine in this kind of cricket. If you hit your spots, you can get good results. But if you miss even by a little bit, these guys are so good at cashing in on those mistakes.
Absolutely. I think we've seen the quality of bowling go up as the week's gone on, as bowlers who maybe don't play as much this format or at this level of opposition, is their plans are a lot clearer. They're a lot happy to go to what to them would be unorthodox plans early, and they're getting the rewards of it. And I think the length is absolutely key on this. You get a little bit with line, but your length has to be spot on.
Yeah, that's something we've talked about a lot. Ihsan swings across this one, and misses out. This is Sakib Zulfikar. I mean, something I've enjoyed watching is the fact that we have triplets in one team. It's probably something you haven't come across before, Ali.
Well, I've come across the triplets as Scotland and Holland, a big swing toe end, but picked up just for a single. Scotland and Holland have a long, rich history of cricket rivalry.
Of course, yeah.
So we've come across them a number of years. Some good battles with the Dutch across the North Sea there, and 3 quality cricketers.
Yeah, they sure are. All different in their own right. But Zulfikar, wrist spinner with a good wrong end. This is more orthodox delivery. This is the other thing that interests me. The spinners that can get a bit of overspin on the ball tend to get this bounce, which is a bit awkward to play as a batter. Wait for this next delivery from Zulfikar. And there you go. Well, that's proper bouncer from Sakib.
Well, and that's what we're talking about in terms of revolutions on the ball, not necessarily being your sideways traditional spin that you'd see on the grass wickets, the big dusty ones that get the big turn, the big rip, but you want to get that over under spin that will actually provide uneven bounce. Once again there, you see that if you get looking at his hand, you'll see that he's getting right over the top of it, allowing it to dip and bounce. He's not so worried about the lateral movement, but he's more worried about can he get unorthodox bounce, unconventional bounce, inconsistent bounce.
He's got a good top spinner as well, which he's using a lot. It's another one that hurries onto Dorkaya. It'll be the end of the over. Very good one, just a single off it. And after 6 overs, it's 65 for 4. Please get your questions in to me, whether you're in the comment section or maybe we'll put the social media up in a second. And I'm here with Alistair Evans, the Scottish captain, who has a lot of international experience. And it's great to have him in the commentary box. So any questions about anything at all, please send them through. ECN European Cricket Network. And, well, James Stewart already, just more of a comment than a question, saying, Ali, you're doing pretty well with the batting analysis. Impressive. I mean, you are a guy with a wealth of cricket experience. There you go. You can get me at Mr. Maximo, and I'll be checking my Instagram and my Twitter and my Facebook during this innings as well for any questions. And don't forget, follow us at EuropeanCricket.com. Let's go to over number 7 now. It's Nasheer. Steps a long way across and then hits it, and he hits it far enough. Maximo! Oh, Isan was definite in his plan to hit that ball straight, and that's exactly what he did, 6 runs.
Yeah, very, very clever batting, getting himself right out there, not worried about the wide line, backing himself that he gets the length he wants, he will capitalise. Something as a bowler might want to look like the batters go so early, can you find a way to get behind the heels? Can you target that middle of leg stump that's been exposed? Something we talk about is maybe a little bit easier for the seamers and the spinners, but it's definitely an option.
Well, this one maybe just sneaks inside the tram line. So, what do you think of this format of the game? You've played a little bit of it now. I call it cricket on steroids. It's certainly different, but it has opened the game up to a whole new type of cricket viewer.
Yeah, no, I think when I go home to Scotland, talk to people, I say cricket on steroids is good, but I say it's a game of it's not quite a game of cricket. It's a game based on cricket, but what it has is the same fundamental skills. Is the bowler, you are in charge. You are in charge. You are the one who has the ball in your hand. You dictate what's going to happen. The batter then has to react. So it's the same fundamentals. As a bowler, if you hit your spot, you're in control. The batter has to react. As a batter, you want to do what you can to put the odds in your favour to react to whatever delivery comes down at you.
Yeah, that's true. It's a long way across again. He hacks at this one, but he'll just get a single. Yeah, something I've noticed. Okay, yeah, obviously we see a higher scoring rate. We see a lot of runs, but we actually see a lot of wickets. And one of the things with the boundaries being where they are, so a straight hit from where you stand from the top of the crease, about 59 metres straight. Obviously, square boundaries a little bit shorter, 50 metres from the centre of the pitch of the boundaries that we have here in ECN cricket. As this one is hit, and it's hit very well over cover point, and this is where he's so strong. Maximo Nasheer just a little bit short, and Dorkaya moves into the 40s.
Yeah, brilliant again. And what's so good about, you see, is the stillness that he has. So he moves around the crease as he feels he has to, but actually he keeps his head and his eye level very, very still and allows himself to react to where the ball is pitched. We're just talking about there, the ball's in control initially. The batters, what can you do to get the odds in your favour to react to whatever's delivered to you? And the best way to do that, stay still, keep your eye line level. Even if you're going to move around, it means you can actually track the ball all the way onto the bat, and watching the ball bounce is a key.
Yeah, that's exactly right. This time he goes after it, uses his feet, and he sends it miles out of the Cartama Oval. Maximo Dorkaya to 49, and he does it in style. This over goes magical at the end of 7. It's 85 for 4.
The sound off that bat was something else, Vinny. I tell you what, that is 6 pretty much anywhere. He saw the change of angle from the bowler going round the wicket, and he thought, now I don't have to worry about LBW. He's not going to turn back into me. He's not going to be able to get me LBW. I have the freedom to go down there and turn this into a free hit, and if I get the length, it is going miles.
Yeah, well, we're going miles as usual in the European Cricket Network Roadshow. 10 months this season, 45 weeks of the year. Started on the 30th of January, finishes all the way into December. Sunday the 11th will be the last day of the year. We go to Croatia for a week, Malta for 2, Barcelona for 5 to finish the season. Now this is a catching chance for Klein, who pouches it. So Isan tries to take this off a length. It's hard to flat bat on this wicket because we know that Skeem Zulfikar gets that overspin, gets a bit of extra bounce, surprises Mohammad Isan, who just skies it, and that's the 5th wicket down now, 85 for 5.
Yeah, there we are, looking to use that extra bounce that you can get with that overspin. Making the bat have to reach for the ball there. It was that stillness we talked about. Look at that, leaning back, lost his shape, his front leg. You want to get your front leg out of the way, but you don't want to open yourself up too much so you get chest on, because then you lose all power in the bat swing. You can slice in your hand and the ball goes straight up in the air, as you see, and an easy catch. Although not easy the sky, very few clouds in the sky. Often when you get a cloudless sky, it becomes harder to catch because you don't have that depth perception. You don't have the breaking up of the clouds. A white ball in a blue sky, or a black sky for that matter, for the night games, can actually be more difficult. So a wee trick that we talk about is, you know, when the ball goes into the sun, you'll see fielders putting their hand up to block the sun. Even if it's not in the sun, it's a blue sky. You get your hand up. It gives you that depth perception. It gives you a point of reference to actually still be able to track the ball, or use the peak of your cap or something like that, just to break it up a little bit, because otherwise it just becomes a big blue
It's not a good feeling. And the higher they go up, I mean, if you know your physics, the faster they're actually travelling when they come down. If you made a misjudgment, it compounds it. So it's like a slight wrong from Saqib, and it's going to be whacked away leg side. Now, I think that's gone for 4. They'll probably have a look at it. And Chris Munoz-Mills comes out, and he deals with the bounce well. I think it helps he's quite a tall man, so he can deal with that extra bounce.
Yeah, that's just baseball batted. That's what that is. It's that wide, as a tall man, he gets a wide base, which allows him to those balls to then baseball bat it.
It was 4 in the end. Goes after it again. This time gets it even better. That one is into the fan zone. Maximo. 4 and 6 pick up sticks, and Chris Munoz-Mills has been so good at coming out and hitting boundaries straight away. And there's the golden 6, the Spanish supporters. We can understand they're excited.
They have been cheering non-stop all week. You know, in this game of T10, there are going to be parts of the game that don't quite go your way. It's just the nature of it. But they have not been quiet from dawn till dusk. They have been here, and tell you what, they are providing some atmosphere. And that's what cricket's about. It's for the fans. It's to be enjoyed. We want to see and hear people telling us their stories, coming down and supporting their countries and their clubs. It's a festival, and if we're not enjoying it, what are we doing here?
Yeah, exactly right. I mean, it must be such an experience for you to see all these countries playing that I'm sure that growing up you wouldn't have expected to play against. I'll ask you your European cricket experience in a second. First, Zulfikar had gone for 1 off his first 7 balls. Since then, he's gone for 10. That's just typical ECN cricket. Your day can change very, very quickly. Munoz-Mills bangs him again. This was pitched up. He gets on the front foot. And, well, Christian is in such good form. Well, there's the golden 6 in the air. That's Chloe holding it up with the trophy in the foreground. And Spain, at the moment, they would be such a good chance to lift it. I know there's a lot of good teams here, but they are the team in form, aren't they?
They are. Well, the table doesn't lie. And they sit top there nicely with the big old goose egg beside in the loss column, and you can see why they have their game plan down to a T, and then they go out and back themselves to do it. And when you fill yourself with that belief, more often than not, it comes your way. As we go again, wow, that might be the biggest of the lot. That is over the tents where the players get changed, and I don't think he'll be coming back anytime soon.
Well, this is why, I mean, they get punished really for taking a catch and taking a wicket, because you just never know whose day it's going to be. And Chris Munoz-Mills gets that big front foot down the pitch, and he just trusts his eyes, he trusts his hands. And that one is in one of the tents. Which one? Well, they're still looking, but he's come out, and this over has been quite incredible. I mean, remember that it started with a wicket, but then since then it's gone 4, 6, 6, 6. So there's been 22 off this over. And I think he'll be swinging away at this one.
Well, you'd be amazed if he wasn't trying to capitalise as much as he could, unless he wants to steal that strike. But when you've got your partner on 49 at the other end,
He will steal that pulling rank. He is the captain, I suppose. and it will be the end of the 8th over. So things taking a turn Spain's way. After the loss of Isan, they take 23 runs off the 8th, and the score is 108 for 5.
And it's interesting that because they've gone sort of back-to-back spin there. And therefore, you know, as a batter, as a captain or as a bowler, you want to break up a batter's rhythm. You don't want them to get used to facing one particular type of bowling because they get their game plans in, they pick up the pace of the pitch, particular bowlers. So what can be really useful if you have the resources within your bowling armoury to mix up the pace, go spin, seam, spin, and then all of a sudden the batter, the tempo of their rhythm to their innings gets broken up again.
It's disruptive, right? And I know that the English club Tunbridge Wells that made the final of the ECL earlier this year, that was one of their plans. They said they never wanted to bowl more than 2 overs in a row of the same kind of pace. Speaking of pace, well, Chris Mills is on pretty good pace. And it's a good one-handed attempt in the expanse that's over the boundary, but he has made a lightning start to his innings. He's 29 off only 6 balls.
Yeah, and there we are. That's again what it looks like he's doing. He looks like he's setting up for the full pitch ball. That big wide stance that he gets. It's all man.
Now we'll probably be gone. So if can't be good, be quick. And Floyd gets his man. He just tempts him wide. And I think Christian was halfway between leaving this for a wide or going after it. In the end, he does neither. And it's just a thick top edge. But talk about an impact innings. He goes for 29 off 7 and Spain 114 for 6.
Yeah, and that's what we found is the ability for batters to come in and score 18 off 6 or, you know, 18 or 4, whatever it is at that back end, and that could be the key difference. And people and players who are still learning this format, that's a very difficult mindset shift to get into. And we talk about you just need to treat it like a net. How many times do cricketers out there, they go into a net, there's no consequence, it's bat to be ball, they're facing a bowling machine, a sidearm, and they just, you know, they play all their shots and they have this freedom, this belief, and if it goes up in the air, there's an argument between the bat and the bowler. That was caught. Now the fielder wasn't there, we've all been involved in it.
Of course.
But if you can take that mindset in as a player in this game, it just frees you up so much more because the consequences is gone. And you know what? If it doesn't go your way, you've got a game a couple of hours later and you go again.
Yeah, that's a very different mindset, of course, playing a lot of longer form cricket, as you probably played growing up as well. You maybe get 1 chance a week. Sometimes in Australia, we get 1 chance every 2 weeks. And you really have to put a price on your wicket. Your batter out there is Alja. And I want to say a big hello as well, because I did meet John and Debbie Alja, who have travelled from Alicante to be here. So this is the first tournament Adam's been picked to play for Spain. He's had a few interesting moments already, so he's getting an opportunity here at number 8. Dorkaya has been a bit of a spectator in the last over and a half, but he will resume the strike now on 49, facing Floyd. Probably go for this. Does, and he'll get his 50. So deep cover out, so it'll only be a single, but still very, very good innings. He has been one of the form players of the tournament.
Yeah, what a player. He's taken the competition by storm, really. I think his at least a second, if not third half century of the finals week. And it's the ability to hit pretty much anywhere around the ground. He's not just a leg side bully. As we see, some of his best shots have gone to the offsides, and it becomes very difficult to bowl to.
Yeah, he's strong all around the wicket. Now Alja goes after it, gets straight, gets a bit lucky. Wasn't very clean contact, but it'll just be a single. I've got Keanu in the chat. He's got a question, and he's asking you, Ali, do you think Scotland can make it through the group stage of the World Cup? And also, is this the strongest Scottish side in years? What's your opinion on that?
Oh, absolutely, we can make it through the World Cup. You know, it's a difficult group. The West Indies, Ireland, Zimbabwe, it's a very difficult group. Oh, what a strike from DC's. There we are, and that is almost as big as his captain in the last over into the 10s, and the sound the make of this bat is incredible. Maximo.
Yeah, Maximo time, and that's Magic Spray Mary doing the fielding. And you know, when she's called on to return the ball, it hasn't gone very well as a fielding side. And Mary, this is another great story. You know, she started as a medic with us, and she actually now plays women's cricket here on the Costa del Sol. She's taken up cricket because of her involvement.
Fantastic.
So we love to see that.
What a story that is. That is brilliant. And that's what it's about. Not only getting new fans, new players. We want the sport to be growing all the time. But back to the question there,
Yeah.
absolutely they do, especially conditions over there, Australian conditions. The World Cup we were at last year, conditions not necessarily as favourable to us out in the UAE, and we showed that we could beat any team in the world.
Yeah.
And we have that belief in terms of squad, the depth that we now have to pick from in terms of all different facets of a team building process. Is a good full ball bowler. Is there the ability to have a leg spin, off spin, left arm? Seeing Brad Curry didn't quite go, but is here. We've got Josh Davey and Brad Wheel, very successful county seasons in the 100, and then with the ball striking of Richie Barrington, George Munsey, Michael Leask, Matthew Cross, and the experience that they all bring, that it is a well-travelled, well-experienced unit now.
Bright coming back. Last over. I've got to say, I'm a bit of a Matthew Cross fan as a keeper myself. I think he's a very tidy gloveman and certainly someone I enjoy watching when he does go after the bowling.
Yeah.
But yeah,
he's a little bit grumpy, but he's a wicket keeper, so we'll let him off.
We get a bit like that. That's why I talk my emotions out now. So I don't have as much pent up.
I mean, this is coming from a seamer. I do realise when I talk about grumpiness, but
it's true. Here's Pratt. This is pitched up. Just probably trying to overhit at the moment. Just losing a bit of his shape, but he does get out of the way. So DDC maybe finish with a bang. I mean, we're looking at something here, probably 130s. This will be a really interesting chase for the Netherlands. And of course, this is their last group match before they play finals tomorrow. We know they've locked up second place. There's Brandt. Slower ball gone wrong, but it might go right, and it does. It's taken there by Shiraz Rasool and short third man. It was a slower ball, and it's not really where Brandt wanted it. And for once, it was mistimed by Daniel Dorkaya, so he will fall in this last over for 57. It's 126 for 7.
Oh, he would have been really wanted to carry his bat there. I mean, you'll be able to tell me better than anyone, Mr. Maximo, in terms of how many opening batters in this format actually end up being not out. I can't imagine it happens very often.
Yeah, not very often. But I mean, this is a case where it probably doesn't hurt you that much. There's just 2 balls left in the inning, and the fact that he has performed well consistently throughout this innings means that they're in really, really good shape. So DDC gets a lot of applause from the Spanish crowd, and no wonder. He takes 57 off 25 balls, 6 maximos and 3 fours in his innings. As he departs, it's 126 for 7.
Yeah, interesting to see if that wicket, these last couple of balls are key. 2 balls to go. You get a couple of boundaries away. Spain wrestle that momentum back into the innings break. If a couple of dots or a couple of wickets here, Brad, we see a lot of hat-tricks at the back end of innings. All of a sudden, that momentum is wrestled back the Netherlands' way. So it might only be the difference of 4 to 5 to 6 to 10 runs, which isn't necessarily big, but it's the momentum that matters.
Yeah, no doubt. This is smashed by Tom Vine. Well, I took the 130 just for granted then with DDC there, but now looks like they'll need a boundary to get there. I want to say a lot of people saying that doing a very good job here. Ali, got Phil Pennick, who's written in saying that your class on the commentary, great technical knowledge. It is great to have that kind of up-to-date technical knowledge as well, because cricket has changed a lot, even since I stopped playing about 10 years ago. Anyway, Sebastian
10 years
Brunner,
ago, Mr. Max, you'd only been 18 at that point, surely.
as a young man. Anyway, last ball is going to be a wicket, and so it's a good finish from the Netherlands 11, so it won't be the 130 we thought. As Alger goes off the last ball, couldn't quite time too much while he was there. Ellenbaas with the catch, 127 for 8. And you mentioned the momentum, and that's what Netherlands will take into the second half. Only 4 runs and 2 wickets come off the last over. The final score will be 127 for 8.
Yeah, absolutely, that's what it is. And sometimes I've talked earlier about every ball in cricket, no matter the format as an event, but particularly in the shorter forms of the game. And the momentum can swing within the space of 2 balls, the space of 1 ball, and that can't be underestimated. So a decent score on the board, but the Spanish, going into that last over or 2, they'd be thinking, as you said, can we get into the mid-130s, up to 140? All of a sudden, they don't quite get to 130. The run rate, instead of being up to 13s, 14s, it's down there in the 12s, and we've seen that's roughly about where par is.
Yeah.
So all of a sudden...
Yeah, for me, par's about the 120. Corey, when he's here, says 125. The evidence here says 123. Well, that's important. The Victoria Malaga truck just making sure it can squeeze in a few more beers, because they'll be required over the next couple of days as we have a look at the highlights of the first innings of this match 18. It was Spain that won the toss, and they elected to bat first. This is the first time they've actually batted first in the series. All 6 of their wins have come as chasers. And Yasser Ali, well, unfortunately for him, he went early. Second ball duck but that brought Aschad Butt to the crease. Again, he hit a 4 and a 6 and was looking okay before he was dismissed by Sebastian Bratt. But it was Daniel Dorkaya for the most part. He carried this innings, 57 off 25 balls. And you mentioned he is a very, very class player. He's uncomplicated, I think, with his technique. And you can see that's Clayton Floyd. He was on, and he was also pretty active in the middle of this innings. As you can see, as this innings developed, some superhuman stuff from Klein, who saved the boundary there. And Skander Zulfinger, he was on, and that opportunity was presented to Ellen Buss. So yeah, just a few of the batters not firing. It was nice to have Ali Evans up here as our special guest, and he will come back for a bit of the second half as well before he has to get to work, because they have a crunch match against Italy. Not often you see the bouncer from the leg spinner. That's kind of how that one worked out. Maybe a bit of overspin. Corey thought it was hilarious, but when it came down to it, you could see that Spain, they could just keep swinging away, and DDC did just that, hitting 6 maximos in his innings of 57 off 25. Isan, well, he was caught off the first ball of an over, but then there would still be 23 of it because Christian Munoz-Mills came out and he went whack, 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 whack. The golden 6, it was out in force. The Spanish supporters doing a very, very good job of supporting their team. And I still think it's a pretty defendable total. I also think it's a chaseable total when you think about some of the Dutch batting that they've got at their disposal. Late in the piece, Christian Munoz-Mills, he got caught for a quick fire 29. DDC went to a slow ball that kind of went wrong, but it kind of went right for the Netherlands 11 towards the end. And in the end, I think they are pretty happy. Probably both sides with how the first half went. 127 for Spain off their 10 overs. Looking at the scorecard, you can see Daniel Dorkaya, 57 off 25, was electric once again. And his move to the top of the order has been a masterstroke. You have to say, he's looked very, very at home there. Aschad Butt got an opportunity at 3 and Burns at 4. Neither able to stick around too long. Munoz-Mills, well, he faced about the same amount of balls as everyone, but he scored 29 in quick time. And he was the catalyst for that late run that took them up to 127. Though when he got out, DDC got out, they just left a few runs on the table. You felt they probably should have ended up with something in the 130s. As far as the bowlers went, well, you got to say that Bratt was excellent, 3 for 14, including a very good last over where he took 2 for 4. Apart from that, 2 wickets for Floyd, but he was a little bit expensive. And the other wickets went to Ellen Buss, as well as Sikander and Saqib Zulfinger, who got 1 each. Nashir, again, another magical over, not one that he will want to look back on. So we will take a break, and when we return, it will be the second half, and I'll be back with Ali Evans, the Scottish captain. Until then, it's Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo and Rico. He's not too far away as well. We'll see you just after the break for more Dream11 European Cricket Championship. Hello and welcome back to the Cartama Oval as we get ready for the second half. What should be a very interesting match. Match 18 between the two teams who share the top two positions on the ladder. That's Clayton Floyd from the Netherlands 11, who are currently in second position, having dropped a couple of games in the series, but still they're in pretty good shape. And at the halfway of this one, Spain, they batted first after winning the toss. They put 127 on the board, so the target will be 128 for the Dutch. No Mohamed Kamran in the lineup today for Spain because it will be Hamza Salim, and he's just struggling a little bit with his body, so he's been given a break. Looking at this Cartama Oval, looks pretty as a picture. Great to have a few VIPs coming in as well. The Junta de la Andalucía, and of course all of our partners. We appreciate your company here on ECN and all of our international broadcast partners today. Benny Sandu here. I've got my special guest back in a second. First, let's have a look at the start of the chase with Floyd facing Hamza Salim Dar. And he could be gone first ball. It's a miscued pull, and he knows he's a goner, and he is. So that man can't keep him out of the game. DDC with a big wicket of Clayton Floyd. Stars collide here in the first ball of the reply, and Netherlands lose one off the very first delivery. It's none for one. Well, certainly not the start the Dutch were looking for. They say if you can't be good, be quick. And Clayton, well, he'll be so annoyed because that's two golden ducks in 24 hours. Certainly not what he was looking for. So Clayton just going after the horizontal bat shot. You can understand that. But any misjudgment is going to be a bad result, I think, with this level of fielding we're seeing at the moment. So an early opportunity for Rasul, who's into the side, batting three here. Good opportunity though for Rasul to make an impact. And that's how you do it. This one's short again. This time Rasul's waiting for it. And this one's over the fan zone. Maximo. That's a big hit. Let's have our ball back, please. And the first run's on the board. That comes as a result of a Maximo from Shiraz Rasul. So Hamza digs in twice. Once it works, once it doesn't. Pitches up now. It's a better result. Shiraz plays and misses. Say big hello to everyone. Should be back with Ali Evans pretty shortly as well. Thanks for all the questions that have been coming in. Goes after this and gets it pretty good. He's on the walk, Rasul. That one disappears past the ghost cube. 4 more, and Rasul certainly not wasting any time. That was a bit more of a technical drive. You can see he's on the walk, and he's pretty still at the moment that he hits the ball. His head's still, his head's over the ball. Just caressed that one through the covers in the end. Now this is in the air. Daniel Dorkaya is going to get another catch. 2 in the first over. And Rasul, wow, can you believe what you're seeing here? He looked so good while he was there. He went 6.4 out and all action all the time. This is the European Cricket Network. There's no other kind of cricket like this in the world. As 2 wickets have fallen in a similar fashion in this first over. And the score now 10 for 2. To all you guys watching around the world, it's great to have this feedback that we're getting all the time, that there is no other cricket quite like this. Rasul gets an opportunity and played a couple of nice shots, but That's cricket for you. You only get one chance with the bat. He takes on mid-on and loses. So 2 quick wickets here for Hamza Salim Dar. Well, he's also showing it's not Mohammad Kamran that has to get the early wickets. He's been very good when he's been asked to bowl the first over. Ryan Client, the new batter, comes out. Don't think he was expecting to be in over number 1. He's got 1 ball to deal with here. And he nicks off and he's gone. Well, can you believe it? Client plays down the wrong line. Looks like a pretty good ball from Hamza Salim Dar, who missed out with the bat, but he gets a big wicket first ball. And so 3 wickets in the first over. Hamza getting the new ball to talk. Catch was taken behind the stumps by Mohammad Ihsan, and it is 10 for 3. Have a look at this ball. Yeah, maybe a little bit of seam away from Client, angles in. Very slight, but that's all it has to be. Client feels it, gets a nick, and he knows straight away that his innings is a brief one. And end of the over, 10 for 3. Great opportunity to welcome another very, very good bowler into the commentary box, continuing his guest stint. It's Alistair Evans from Scotland. And, well, Ali, I know that you were heading over here after some captaincy duties, but you just missed 3 wickets, 10 for 3 in the first over.
You blink and you miss it in this game, don't you? Gee, oh, look at that. What a start from Spain. And conventional wickets as well as the Sky is there looking line and length, nicking the ball around in all formats of the game. That's a dangerous delivery, and what a start from the Spanish.
Yeah, 65 matches without a golden ball. Not sure if we'll see one here, but you never know. And don't forget Hamza Salim Dar, he is on a hat-trick then when he comes back to bowl, and I find it hard to believe that he wouldn't be bowling the 3rd over. Because it's a change of over, we'll see something different. And I think it's Yasser Ali that's going to bowl over number 2. Yeah, you make a really good point there. That, okay, it's sometimes people describe this as a game based on cricket, but the truth is the cricket fundamentals still survive, and that goes for batting and bowling. Musa hasn't even faced the ball yet. He's going to be on first ball. Well, what are we watching here? An epic collapse from the Netherlands and the playmaker Musa Ahmed. Well, he watched the carnage from the other end. When it was his turn, he couldn't do much better. He doesn't get the middle of the bat on this. It loops to Burns at square leg, and the Netherlands now are 10 for 4.
Yes, I'll show you can open the batting and the bowling there and getting involved. This is the nature of this game. As a batter, you go in. It doesn't matter what the score is. You are trying to clear those ropes. He gets a back of the leg ball, tries to get a leg side. The ball gets big on him and easily pounced at square leg there. And you just have to, as a batter, that's the attitude you've got to have. You've got to try and keep on top of the bowlers. You've got to be looking to hit those maximos. And the Spanish, I tell you what, they'll be dancing the streets at the moment because they are well on top.
They will be. Well, it's like the running of the batsman really at the moment for the Spain team. Musa still probably can't believe that he found a way to wrap his bat around that. He's gone, and the score 10 for 4. We've only had 7 balls in this innings, and they've gone wicket, 6, dot, 4, wicket, wicket, wicket. And so a bit of everything. And here's the captain to try and calm things down, Sebastian Brat, coming out to bat at number 6.
And what you do, you see, he's taking his time there. He's got with his gloves on, his mark to play this out. He's just trying to take the sting out of the Spanish energy here. He's trying to wrest a little bit of momentum away from them, get them out their rhythm. Very interesting to see his approach of how he goes about his innings.
Yes, tries to lure him into a wideish one. Some good spin back as well.
Yeah, bit purchase this. That bounce as well. We talk about trying to get that inconsistent bounce. Is it going to skide on? Is going to bounce high?
This one turns back as well. Yeah, well, it's called a wide in the end. Sir Ali was maybe having a word about it. Okay, he does sneak a little bit outside off, but it's a long way outside the line. So testing the umpire's patience a little bit. Benefit of those does tend to go to the batter in this cricket. This is hit pretty well. This will be a boundary. So Sebastian Brat finds something that he can hit, and he does hit it. Nice cover drive for 4.
Yeah, nice controlled stroke there. Giving himself to get into this innings. Not taking that extra risk to try it for 6. See if he can get it for 4. Trying to get a little bit of momentum back. Take the sting out the tail of the Spanish here. They're out the balloon a little bit. Taking his time, stepping away before he comes back. To try and wrestle a little bit of control back for the Dutch.
And to pick the gap there, the ringer fielders in the offside. This one off the inside. half of the bat. It will just be a single. I suppose what I've learnt from watching a lot of these games, Ali, is that even when you lose a wicket, you still have to attack. Otherwise, you're just building yourself an even bigger hole.
Absolutely. It's that mindset we were talking about earlier of treating it like it's a net. You know, there's no consequence. Back your skills, watch the ball, hit it hard.
This one, bit of a check drive from Skip Zulfikar, who's facing his first ball. Yeah, it's a funny one, yeah, because if you just tap around here, I mean, you need already over to a ball. If you're tapping around, taking 6, 7 and over, suddenly you're probably going to have to play a crazy shot, and then you've got another new batter coming in, so you're not doing yourself any favours.
Well bowled.
Yeah, Yasser getting a lot of spin here out of this pitch, and that's the end of the second over. It's 17 for 4 after 2 overs, and I think that when we return, Hamza Salim Dar will be on a hat-trick.
Yeah, we see a lot of hat-tricks in T10 cricket, in ECN cricket. It's a fast and furious game, full of events as the league standings come up there. Wrestling to try and get top position going into the finals day tomorrow. The Spanish well on top and looking like they are on the way to securing that moment. But as we said, every ball, every over, the momentum changes. And here we are on a hat-trick ball.
Yeah, well, could this be hat-trick number 34 of the season? Nope. That's Keep. Confidently drives this down for 1.
Yeah, here he is. Not quite the hat-trick ball he wanted, but he'll be full of energy at the moment. He'll be wind behind.
Just glance this one away.
What I find really interesting here, I don't know if you've talked about it before, Vinny, is mid-on and mid-off, are right on the circle. And traditionally with fields, you talk about walking with the bowler.
Yeah.
Getting that energy in so you can move laterally, you can move forward, tap the ball.
Yeah.
Because of that boundary, as soon as the ball is bowled, they are going backwards.
Yeah.
They are trying to cover that space. They don't mind giving the single. And it's something I've heard people talk about around the world, but seeing it implemented, it's very clever.
Yeah. It's true, as we get this one into the gap, and this will be 4. So Skip Zulfikar is going to get another boundary here. Bit upish, but he found the gap and gets 4. Yeah, it's very interesting you say that. And it's one thing I like about this Spain team. They're actually doing things a lot of people say would be interesting to do, but don't really have the courage to try out. And that walking outside the circle is an interesting one. I mean, personally, I would like to see the rule be that you should have to stay in the circle until the ball reaches the batter. I just think that's probably more in what the rule intended. As this is edged away down to third man. But I mean, if that's the rule and it's very clear what they're doing, there's no deception with it. It's very clear that that's what they're doing. So I don't really have an issue with it. But the other thing is there's a field that they will use, Spain, and I've seen England doing it on occasion as well, where they call it Southern Cross field, but instead of the traditional long on and long off, they will have a straight hit, more or less, a very straight fielder, and then the long on and long off a little wider, more or less a 3-man wall rather than a 2-man wall down the ground. As this ball gets straight through Brutt. I mean, I personally still think at the moment they're a little bit far apart. It creates almost goalposts. You're taught that straight is safe, and it is a pretty safe shot when you're batting. And it just throws you out, because even if you know that straight field is there, batting's so instinctive, and it's very natural to hit straight thinking it's a safe option.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. You can tell they play this format a lot, and they know the little intricacies and different strategic options to take. Oh, as he's looked like his front foot might have slipped there. He managed to bail out just in time, or slip of the hands. It is warm out there. The sweat is
you mentioned the dew factor, which isn't really a factor in this series because of the later start time. How have you enjoyed it, the later start time in the night matches, for example?
Yeah, I haven't had the chance to play a night match yet. I've only watched them. I think any cricketer around the world, the idea of playing under lights in the dark sky, the bright cameras, that's what you want to do. So I think it's a great addition to bring in for this part of the ECN network. Nick, catch it! Oh.
He's up and he was down.
And so yeah, it's a great way to do it. I think it's much more attractive for both the spectators to be able to watch dark at night, and also from experience from the players out there, both from a bowling point of view, because your footing is really difficult if you're sliding all over the place, but also from a batting point of view, because you hit a couple of boundaries or you hit the ball away and the ball gets wet and it gets soft. So, so I think it's a really good initiative to move to the later starts, and I think for all parties, they're enjoying the ability to have a bit of a lie-in and also play at night.
I'm definitely in that camp. As we get to the end of the power play, it's 25 for 4. So let's have a look at that required run rate, up to about 14.7. So very good start for Spain, trying to make it 7 in a row. Yeah, we'll probably get a chance to look at that field now, actually. I think they're going to go to something like that. It's going to be Atif Mohammed that's going to bowl over number 4.
What this field does as well, Vinny, is as a batter, all of a sudden, does it make you think about playing more cross-bat shots?
Yeah, of course.
And then all of a sudden, you're not getting the full face of the bat going through the ball. You're having to go across it. If you get from those fuller deliveries, it's difficult to do. Obviously, if it's banged in, that's your option. So if you can bowl full and try and make them hit square up, they're playing with half a bat face.
Yeah, it's reducing the straight gaps. And this is a variation on what we're seeing right now. And Brat is going to get lucky. He's going to get 4 here. It's just top edge, loops over the keeper. That'll be 4 runs.
I'll tell you what, Vinny, I swear every time it hits the edge of my bat like that, it goes straight up. And when I'm bowling, when it hits the batter, it's edge of the bat as he's playing a pull shot, it does this. Yeah, it's amazing how the memory works, isn't it?
It is. It's quite interesting because luck does play a huge factor. You can't discount the luck factor. I wouldn't say it's 50-50, and also you shouldn't attempt to this game without the skill part, because I think that's not going to go well for you at all. But certainly when you have teams this close together, luck's going to play a part as Brat swings straight past this one. Just going back to the field, I mean, I think that normally if you have long on, long off, you know, okay, straight, and you kind of know where straight is. That's kind of your true north as a batter. But now you've got gaps that are smaller, and they're angles. They're angles that you're trying to hit, and it's very difficult. I feel like there's a high degree of difficulty to place the ball. Of course, if you can hit it well enough, I think some of these guys don't care where the fielders are. I think that they are just taking them on, and a lot of the time they're winning. So we see Atif Mohammed coming in, slightly slower ball. I'll get a single here. Now people often ask me, they say, well, look, you know, these guys are hitting the ball 80, 90 metres, sometimes even 100 metres. Some of these sixes are big. What about these boundaries? Should they go out a bit? I'm sure you'd have your own opinions on that. But what I will say is the reason we see so many of these shots attempted is because there's that kind of margin of error that is built in to the batter's mindset. They can probably get away with it even if it's not quite in the middle.
Yeah, absolutely. My opinion is going to be I'd love 120 metre boundaries every game that I play. But you're absolutely right from a product standpoint, in terms of a mindset as a batter standpoint. You know that you get a quarter of a good connection, half a good connection, you're going to get value for your shots. So you're willing to take that risk on. If you need a full connection, you're absolutely not necessarily going to take that risk.
Well, there's a connection, but it's more up than anywhere. Everyone's looking at each other. It's a Bermuda Triangle situation. It's almost a Bermuda Square because they come from everywhere. But this, luckily, finds a pocket of space.
Yeah, it was up there a long time, and no one wants to take real ownership of it. Certainly, I don't know the keeper trying to get there, because obviously he's the one with the gloves on. He's the one, as you know, Vinny, that is there. But it's a long way for him to travel. I think, for me, the bowler needs to take ownership there.
I think it's the bowler.
He wants the wicket against his name. He should be screaming. We saw big Adrian Neil for us yesterday, not quite taking ownership.
Yeah.
But these bowlers, I don't know why they don't want wickets.
I think what it is, he also doesn't want to be injured and out of the series. I mean, people are running everywhere there, probably at this stage.
But I think there's an element to that. If straight away he calls for his ball,
yeah,
then all of a sudden not everyone's running in it.
I mean, it's a funny one because you need to quickly calculate where everyone else is. I mean, if there's anyone in the circle in the leg side, it's theirs. So there was a lot of looking around. You have to take your eye off the ball. You have to look around. You don't want to call it too early unless you know it's yours. We have a perfect view up there, so we could see it was his. And anyway, still a pretty good over from Atif, who only goes for 7 in the 4th. It's 32 for 4. Hey, I just want to say a quick shout out, because I know that somebody's watching and would like us to say hi, and that's Johnny Fernandez, and a lot of his family are here supporting the Spanish team, and I just want you to know that we're all sending you our love from the European Cricket Network. So Johnny, hope you're enjoying the game, and Spain at the moment looking pretty good.
Yeah, they are. Just trying to build a little bit of a partnership here. Not necessarily a strike rate the Dutch would have wanted, but they now have 2 set batters. Certainly, after you faced 3 or 4 balls in this format, you classify as a set, in my opinion. So Full and Brat, the captain, 6 and 11 each. So it's now one of them or both of them. Time to try and wrestle some real momentum back. I think we need to see some maximos.
Yeah, they need some set very, very quick.
Yeah, they are very well bowled again by Burns, making sure he stays just inside that wide line, making the batter reach for it, going to play against the spin if he wants to go leg side.
This one is up and it's over. Maximal, we called it, and there it is. And Burns comes on, and Burns disappears. 6 runs, and badly needed runs for the Dutch.
Absolutely. Let's see if that really can be the straw on the camel's back that's going to get this innings going for the Dutch. They've never really gone out of second gear, despite some of their best efforts. Is that what's going to be? Is really going to kick them into overdrive? They're going to need it, as Bright needs a bit of a captain's innings.
Now he goes after it, but doesn't get a lot of it. Christian Munoz-Mills will take the catch. So it's going to be 6 and out situation. Burns breaks through, and Brutt has to go. 38 for 5. Netherlands struggling in this chase.
Yeah, nature of the game, this, isn't it? That how many times do we see the batters playing the shots that they've played in the first 4.2 overs here, and we see it flying everywhere. We know that in this game, throughout a tournament, you play 8 games in the round robin stages. Every team probably expects at some point the ball's not going to quite hit the middle of the bat every time and go straight in the air. You accept that because the nature of the game is that if you don't have a mindset of trying to hit every ball for a boundary, ultimately you're going to get left behind. So you accept the fact that there's going to be a batting innings that goes this way. You chalk it up to making sure you're doing the right processes, and you go again.
Yeah, and I suppose you'd rather have a game like this if it goes the way it's going at the moment for the Netherlands. You'd rather have this game today than tomorrow. You can see that they will take a quick drinks break while we get ready to welcome back my colleague. But firstly, I just want to say a big thank you to you, because I know you've got to get ready for your match, which is coming up. It's a big match against Italy that is coming up. And I know that you're looking to win it. If you win it, you're guaranteed qualification for tomorrow. You could still lose by a fairly reasonable amount and still make it. I think that Italy would have to chase the runs down in about 5 overs or so. But we'll see how that goes. I know that you just want to get some points out of today after that performance against England. But Ali, I want to say a big thank you to you. It's been great to have you in the box, and maybe we can get you back sometime.
Yeah, no, thanks very much, Vinny. Really enjoyed it. Obviously, say onto a big game here. The mindset is go and win every game. That's what we'll be doing. But to spend some time up here from a different vantage point and enjoying our fans out there, I hope to be back, and you'll have me back soon. And I keep enjoying it being in the sun in the Costa del Sol.
Well, really nice to have you back, and we missed you in the group stages, so I'm glad you're here. Alistair Evans from the Scotland 11, and wishing them all the best as they head into their final group match a little bit later on. Now, here's Burns. He's had a bit of both ends of the stick so far this over. Big swing and a miss from the new batter. As 2 of the Zulfiqars will bat together here. Saqib and Zakanda. Burns. He had a dream start to his ECC. Took wickets off his first 2 balls. And a nice take by Isant behind the stumps. Run rate has climbed to almost 17 and over. There's no issues here. Toe was always down. Yeah, I think Burns is one element that since that first game hasn't really quite seen the best of him. And this is in the air, and it's high, and it is going to fly out of the ground. Maximo. That's a very good bit of ball striking from Skander Zulfiqar. We don't count the Netherlands out just yet. I mean, look at these two. They can go at quite a clip. And so 6 runs to the Dutch, trying to stay alive in this chase. Last ball of the over. Goes for it again, and this is probably a better shot because he wasn't quite there. Had to trust his hands, trust his eye, and he gets back-to-back Maximos. So Netherlands 11 on a rampage here as we hit the 5 over mark. And the score now is 50 for 5 as we welcome back into the commentary box Rico Full. Rico, welcome back. It was great to have Ali here as a guest commentator. Got some really good insights for him. And look, Scotland and Italy, they have the match of their lives really coming up because only one of them can survive to final stage.
Yeah, great to be back. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, well done to Ali. It was great to see his perceptive, his side of things, being the captain, and all of the thoughts and the technical sides that quite often we miss out. So thank you very much for sharing those with him and his thoughts on this championship so far. But yeah, I mean, they've got a massive match coming up. I mean, the thing is for them, I think you're going into finals day tomorrow. You want to go into it with a win. So though they know that maybe net run rate is in their favour. I think still you've got to get that win under your belt and go into tomorrow finals day on a positive frame of mind. That's what they'll be thinking. Italy, though, we know they're a dangerous team and they can do some special things. We've seen it in the past from them. Can they pull off something that's quite amazing here today?
Yeah, I think you're exactly right. That's exactly what Ali said as well. Some really interesting technical things, such as the kind of spin you're trying to get when you're blowing your cutters. You need to put some overspin or underspin on it just to create a bit more of a variation. And speaking of variations, this guy Tom Vine, he's got a bunch of them. He's coming on to bowl over number 6.
Yeah, Tom come through the junior system in Spain. He's a lovely guy. It's great to see him playing cricket at this level. He's probably playing some of the best cricket he's played in his life, really is, and he's really developed into a good player, understands the role of different lengths and pace of the ball, the slow delivery as well. He really is come on leaps and bounds. He's an exceptional young man, and he puts in a lot of time and effort with the juniors as well. That's what I like about him. So he's still playing the game at a high level, but giving something back as well.
Yeah, for sure. I know you stepped down around halfway through that previous innings, but you probably saw Daniel Dorcaya having another good knock for Spain. Another guy that's done a fair bit of coaching recently. Yeah, you mentioned Tom in here. Among a teammate of Adam Alges also playing today. Another cutter. This one's in the air. And, well, initially, Sir Mitrovic there thought that was going to carry, but then just died on him, and then it'll just be a single.
Yeah, it does well. It does die on him, and the key thing here is when that happens is you throw whatever at it to make the stop, and it does make the stop.
Mitrovic, haven't seen him with the ball as yet, and they've been just mixing up their bowlers a little bit to try and give more bowling to more bowlers, I think. That's why Burns getting the nod ahead of Mitrovic this time.
Goes in a bit. This time a little bit wider, could have left it. And they would have got the wide. And I think you're at the point in the innings now where both these batters are just thinking, well, okay, let's just trying to get as much bat onto ball and let's try and see where we can get to. That rate is just under that 18 mark, so it's not a foregone conclusion just yet. There is still plenty of time to bat, and you just think, well, a couple of good magical overs in here could keep them in the game. This is a nice looking shot, and this will go all the way. Balle. In a zona shaka. Lagia. Good shot. It's all about the footwork. Gets the footwork there, but also, more importantly, right at the last moment, gets the elevation, gets right under it, and gets it lifted over the top of the captain of Spain, Christian Munoz Mills, who is waiting there to pounce if he gets the opportunity. Good finish to the over. So the score is on 60. There's 5 wickets down at the 6-over stage.
Yeah, so 10s is what they're going at the moment. They're even 10 off that, but they need 68 off 24. That's 17 and over. And it's going to be Atif Mohammed, I should say. It looks like he's going to come out and bowl over number 7. Tough guy to get away.
You can see there, Christian saying, it's better. Wait. He gets Charlie to come inside the 30-yard circle. And obviously that means that, backward point goes back.
This is hit, and it's hit
No
almost into the right hand of
ball
Christian Munoz Mills. Yeah, and it's been called. So Christian Munoz Mills, he pulled off a remarkable stop, not just a stop, actually created a catch out of nowhere yesterday. This is too high, isn't it? It's full toss. Rare bad ball from Mohammed, and it's going to cost him 7. Just what you need when you need 17 and over. What a start to this over with a free hit coming up.
Yeah, very unusual for Atif to get it so wrong. And he gets the cutter in for the free hits. It doesn't get capitalised on. So good comeback there from Atif Mohammed.
So these two Zulfiqars, obviously 2 of the triplets, these 2 are identical. So of the triplets, 2 are identical, 1 is not. So they look very, very similar. I'm getting better at telling them apart. I won't say I'm getting it right all the time just yet.
Goes for it. There's half a chance here. And, well, excellent effort there from Charlie Rumi. Is that Charlie Rumi? I think
it is. I hope he's all right there. He almost pulls it back, and then he takes 3 steps, and he's crashed into the fence down there. Let's have a look at what happens on the replay. It's going to be 6, and he's gone down and stayed down.
Yeah, I think he's hit the the ground and then rolled into it. I think he's probably, I'm hoping he's winded himself more than anything else. Well, there goes, well, Mary. She's going down to the other end to take a look. I hope there's nothing too serious here. But my first, when I looked at first time around, I just get the feeling that he's hit the ground hard and then rolled into the, let's have a look. Yeah, hits the ground first.
Oh yeah,
no,
he's gone head first.
He does clonk it pretty hard.
Yeah.
I mean, it's amazing effort.
He's
but
too busy trying to stop the 6.
Yeah.
And yeah, I think he's just got a little bit of a laceration there.
Yeah, don't like to see that. But look, the medic's on there. Mary's there, and hopefully it's not too nasty. But you see there, he smashes hard into the ground, but then in trying to stop himself, goes into the banners there, the boundary banners. Let's hope he's okay. But he's got the care around him now.
The other thing there is I actually think he started in the circle. So he's actually running, and he's running at quite a pace there to try and stop the boundary. But that momentum back towards the rope, it's very hard for him to stop in time. And he's so concerned with trying to pull it back. And he does get hands on it, but it just bounced over the rope. So it will be 6 runs. But I mean, hopefully it's nothing more than just a little bit of a knock. I mean, that part of the fence, we know that because we walk around all the time. It's not the very thick part of the fence that he hit. So hopefully it's just a minor abrasion and that Charlie is right, and he's right pretty soon.
Yeah, we hope so, that he's okay. And nobody wants to see any injuries there at all. And we're just having a look. Corner of my eye now, it looks like he is getting up. So he's got the treatment. The other thing is, I think the initial thing there is because you're not, I mean, when you're focusing just on the ball, you're not aware of anything else around you at all. So he's gone for it, and like you say, it's a marvellous effort. But then it's only when he's landed and he's hit the side that obviously he's aware of what his surroundings are. So he's going to be in a little bit of shock as well initially. But look, Mary's there. He's in very, very good, capable hands. And that's a great sign. Up he gets. And it makes sense. And because it is a blow to the head as well, even though he's probably saying, no, I'm fine. Look at this. He hits it pretty hard.
Yeah, he gets his hand down to break his fall, but he just can't stop himself quick enough from going into the fence. So that was full courage. And well, there's another guy. I think he was dropped on his head a few times when he was a bit younger, Corey, if you have to ask me. But anyway, what's good to see is he's walking away from that, and I'm sure he'll get the attention he needs to recover pretty quickly. Obviously, you've got to be careful with things like concussion stuff these days.
Yeah,
we'll go through the protocols.
I think that's why it makes sense for, even though he's a young man, he's going to be keen to say, no, I want to get back out there. That to say, no, hang on, let's just take a little bit of time. Let's go through all of the right checks before we make that decision. So the 12th man will come on. I think it's going to be a little maestro. Gourang will probably be on the field of play as we get ready to resume. So yeah, there he is. He seems to be walking pretty fine, but of course, it's got that little gash or injury to the side of his face there, which he's just got some, maybe a bit of an ice pack or something on there at the moment.
Hello to David Skinner, who is watching as well, probably from Croatia. That will be there very shortly. Yeah, so I mean, that helps a little bit. They've got the rate back to something under 16. This partnership's been building pretty fast. This is Sekanda Zulfigar on strike. Throws his hands at 1, and it'll get him 4. So he moves to 30. He's been a real game changer here. Netherlands 11, they're not out of this yet.
Yeah, well, the brothers, they're enjoying their time there together. They sort of came together when you thought it was a bit of an impossible task, perhaps. But every time this ball goes to the boundary, and there's another one, 4 more, that they stay up with this rate. And if they can stay up with this rate and take it all the way through to the final over, well, everything is possible. Still a lot to do, though, of course. I mean, 1 good over from the Spanish, and that rate goes back to around about that 18-19 mark. So it's about maintaining it. Good slower ball. And this one being dug out. But just look at the scores of this over already. This really is turning out to be a really good over for the Netherlands here. Ball still to come in it. And I think that was important as well for the main Zulfigar there, the one who's really is leading the task. Sekunda gets a single there, so he's basically saying to his brother, okay, I'm giving you a ball, don't really want a single, see what you can do with it.
Yeah, having said that, I think Skip's done a bad job. So 50 exactly required off the last 19 balls.
Goes for it, and how much of this has he got? Oh, actually goes all the way. I mean, he's not the tallest, is he, that indoor kayak? And he's probably thinking, you see, If I was a little bit taller, maybe I would have got to this. Now he jumps up, and just for a moment, I thought maybe he's just going to get this, but look, nah, you see he's taken off from the
yeah, and Christian's saying, well, if you're as tall as me, then you would have caught that. And maybe Christian wants one back after the one he gave away yesterday. Let's have a look at what's coming up, because the score here is 84 for 5 after 7 overs. And we're really honoured to have Alistair Evans in the commentary box with us as our special guest this game. But it will be Scotland taking on Italy in match number 19, news from the toss. The Scots have won the toss. They will be batting first, so join us for that game. It starts in around about 30 minutes. And looking forward to seeing if Italy can do the improbable. They need to have a big win, probably chasing the runs down in about 5 overs or so, maybe just under, if they're going to make up the net run rate on the Scottish. And if the Scottish avoid that scenario, they will qualify for finals day. Here's Yassir in over number 8.
Speaking of the improbable, 24 came off that last over, so you can see just how much impact that had on this. That rate goes to about 14.5 here now, so these two, could they do something that's quite improbable here? This would be absolutely amazing. What a fight this is from the two Zufika brothers.
And they came together at the time. They're in a lot of trouble, 38 for 5. And they're creeping up on a 50 partnership and in quick time as well. That's the thing. They've only been there for about 3 overs or so, not even.
He darts this one in, that's yes here. Gets a good bit of bat onto it, but just a single, and every time the ball doesn't go to the boundary, you just get the feeling that Spain once again will go back on top here. At the moment it's quite evenly poised. You see that rate is going up and down according to what's happening there in the middle. Boundaries are required. Hits this fairly hard, but it won't go to the boundary. Think about 2, but the throw comes in pretty quickly from the captain of Spain, Christian. Vamos, vamos, vamos. Around the ground. Big over this at the moment. Just singles from it, no boundary.
Yes, has put the brakes on, hasn't he? Wind blowing a little bit left to right on your screen.
That's a lovely shot. Oh, that is beautiful. Sun, sea, sand, and sexy cricket. That's what I'm talking about. Time to get funky. It's showtime here at the Cartama Oval. What a cracking shot this is. A lot of batters have tried to play it and got it wrong, but that has been executed brilliantly. What a shot.
That's a really good shot. And he's one guy that can play it, and he's not faking it. I think some people play it for the first time ever in the game, but that's the key. He's very good at that shot. He knows what Yasser's trying to do.
And now he comes down, gets good contact, but unfortunately for him, goes straight to the fielder. They think about the second. They know they've got to try and turn ones into something else, and not able to. And yes, here, he wants to finish the over well, but you just get the feeling here that Tsinganda is definitely going to go after him. Firmly struck, looking for the boundary, and they will get it. Well, not quite in the number that they needed, but still, they're up there with it. And yes, here, though he started his over well, it finishes with a couple of boundaries. First of all, the fantastic reverse, and now this one, perfectly timed cut shot. And these two, they're believing, you know. They are believing, and that score moves to 96 at the end of 8.
Wow, I mean, that brings it right back into the zone of possibility. 32 off 12, so 16 and over required. And this partnership has gone past 50 now. It's worth 58. And in that time, there's only been 22 balls. So, I mean, it's a very, very good partnership. But can they keep it up? It all happens in the 9th. The Spain train in danger of being derailed here on a bright Thursday afternoon on the Costa del Sol as Vine comes on to bowl the 9th.
Vine comes in, starts well, just a dot. His first over went for 10, so if that's all they get from him this time, it'll be just what Spain need. Just got to avoid the boundaries here, Spain. A little bit tense. And the people looking on from the fan zone as well.
It's good to have the VIPs in, just coming in, especially for finals day, which is coming up.
Goes for it, hits it hard, and he's going to get the boundary. It's really well hit. Is this 4 or 6? That's the question here. Does it go all the way, or does it just dip before? Looking at where Daniel Dolkai is here, I think this may have gone all the way. Let's have a look. Yeah, I think does that go all the way?
Where's that bounce? Yeah,
yeah,
that's
it
6.
does. That is 6 runs.
Yeah, it
What
is.
a hit that is. Well, 7 off the first 2 deliveries. Yeah, there you go. Manos arriba from Asad Ali.
Big shot. That's one time that Southern Cross fails. That's probably straight to long on if it was a regular field.
And this one is gone. That is big. Balle, balle, balle. Brrr. Are we seeing something special here? What a fight back. This is from the Netherlands. That is big. A Bizaway Supersonic 6. Keep this game very much alive.
Have a look at this partnership now. 71 of 25. And the Dutch. Well, who are those Dutch supporters? Hey, you got all the gear, but no idea. That's the Portuguese team. Oh, they've made it down now.
Like the Stomans, Conrad Greenshields, and our good friend Paolo. Hello, Bucci. Hello, boys.
Have to get down there to see them. Anyway, fine. Has to sort it out and quick because 19 off 9. This game's on a knife's edge.
Hits it hard. Is he going to get in the gap again? He is. It's going to be 4 more. And you said it, the Southern Cross field doesn't work with this sort of hitting. Christian Munoz-Mills is very straight, the captain, and because of that, he's not able to get there. The power hitting has been immense, and that is 50 also to Sikander Zulfikar. What a knock it has been, 52 of 18 deliveries, and still going strong.
Such a good player. I loved watching him back in Rotterdam when we were there for ECS cricket. And right now, he's got his team in the box seat, 15 off 8.
Goes to the short one, gets away with it. How many will they go? Will they look for 2? They don't. Throw comes in pretty quickly. And now they may. Are they taking it on? Are they going to get there? And, well, they'll ask the question, but I think the batters may have just got there. They're going upstairs to have a look. But this is going to be a critical moment in this game. If they're in, well, I think it is, well,
I think he's home.
upper spot to the Dutch.
Yeah, that looks home to me.
I think the bat, all about the bat if it's being slid. If it's being slid, I think he's there. We'll keep an eye on this line and the bat. Here we go.
Here we go, and he is in.
He's in. It was cheeky,
Yeah,
but they get there.
He's smart. I mean, they decided to go straight away. Mayavanchi with an unnecessarily big throwback to the keeper that he fumbles. They make it, so another run to the total.
This time, Christian Munoz is in more of an orthodox position, so he does make the stop here. Well, that
All
is
right.
the end of the over.
All
so
right.
116.
Here we go. And, well, this could be golden ball territory. I have to say it, 12 off the last. And, well, let's just see how this turns out. I mean, right now with these two at the crease, you feel the Netherlands 11 are probably favourites in this. But we know things can change and change very quickly. 10th over on the way.
It's all about pressure, and it looks like it's going to go with the spin of Burns. Wow, what a match this is turning out to be.
Oh, suddenly got a bit of a tingle. Burns is going to be the man that's going to bowl the 10th over. So could we have our second golden ball? Well, Thursday is golden ball day here at the ECC. And there's Corey.
He's taking himself away from the boys. He says, leave me alone. There's too much pressure here.
Good situation for Burns to walk into, though. If he bowls a good over, he could pull this off, but he's running into a red-hot Sikander Zulfikar, who's on 55. 12 off the last.
Hits it pretty well. Chase is on. Iba. Can they get the dive in to stop this? I think they may have just, but now they've got to pick themselves up. The batters are still running. How many have they run here? Is that 3?
I think they ran 3 here.
Well, I think they have run 3. Let's have a look at the boundary top. He just, I think, gets his fingers
So
before the ball.
They've got Conrad down there signalling 4. He thinks it's 4.
Let's have a look at this. Slows
Does this
up
ever
here.
touch the rope?
Keep an eye on the...
That's the one. Does it touch the rope there? To me, it looks like it does, but his foot's blocking the angle. So I'm not so sure. It doesn't touch the rope again.
Hang on, have the batters gone back to the normal ends? If they have, then it's been given 4. What are we seeing there?
I mean, I think they've just detected some rope movement, so I think they have given it 4. Anyway, so 8 off 5 now.
And now he goes big, and he's going to get it. This is sensational. Well, what a partnership. What an innings. What a match. What a comeback. Whoa, he's absolutely smashes this. And now, well, you can see it's just 2 needed.
Well, they spent 9 months in the womb together, And that must have been a good partnership. But right now, this partnership of 88 in 30 balls has pretty much done the job for the Netherlands, who just need 2 more. Is there a late twist? Burns needs a dot, needs one fast.
And well, this will be the match as it gets over the fielder. They take one. They will come back for the second. And that'll be it. What a victory this is. And the Netherlands have pulled off a shock victory. They looked nowhere. Wickets were falling. I can tell you, Vinny, when I was in the fan zone while you had Ali up here, the Spanish supporters were so confident as the wickets were falling. That's another one, that's another one. When Hamza was doing the damage, they thought they had this all wrapped up and that it was going to be another victory for Spain. Well, the Netherlands, they had a surprise package and it came in the form of the Zulfikers. Well, we know the triplets are playing for the Netherlands. Well, 2 of them out there together. Well, they were stronger together, just like all good families are stronger together, and they get the win for the Netherlands. What a knock,
And
what an inning.
One of the partnerships of the tournament, really, you'd have to say.
Easy.
And look, when it comes down to it, I suppose both these teams had locked up the double chance, so it won't hit Spain too hard, except that is their first blemish. Well, is it the loss they had to have? Maybe, but early, it was crazy with 3 wickets in the first over. And at one stage, you just thought that anything was possible. I mean, they lost 4 wickets in the first 7 balls, Rico.
This is quite amazing. Like I said to you, the fan zone, they already had it chalked up for another victory for Spain. I mean, they just couldn't believe what a good start this was. I mean, wickets were falling. Hamza was just on fire. Look at him. He was having the time of his life. And Spain thought, here we go, here we go. The wickets kept going. Yasser Ali, he came into attack, and that was an easy catch there taken by Burns. Everything going their way, but something had to give. And well, it was the 2 brothers that thought, well, you know what, it's our turn to shine. Well, that was a difficult opportunity. If that was taken, who knows? And well, this one, well, didn't know too much about it. It was chased by Ishan, but it was going to be 4 more. Burns, who was coming into the attack, trying to make things happen. He burst over, he went for 10, but did get the wicket. But that was all the joy that they were going to have, because then the Zulfikers came together and they played some outstanding shots. And that was a good stop there from Charlie. But unfortunately, he tried to, well, we saw this one try to be stopped by the captain, couldn't do it. And we saw Charlie also trying to stop one, diving in the air. Unfortunately, he ended up hurting himself trying to stop one. This was one effort that was just a little bit too far. No matter what they tried, Spain, they just couldn't halt the 2 Zulfikers. They batted superbly well. And Sikandar, though, I mean, what a knock from him. 67 of 23. That was him getting his 50 there. But it was outstanding stuff. And then we saw this one. This was the 3, which eventually was given 4. What a shot this is. Uses his feet well, comes down, absolutely smashes it. That was a biggie. And they wasted no time getting the 2 needed. Well, a little of a there from Floyd, because he didn't have the best of matches himself. But you know, that's the thing, when somebody like Clayton Floyd, a star player like that, goes for a golden, and also Musa Ahmed, 2 golden ducks at the beginning there, and they still go on and win and chase down the 128 that they needed for victory. That is a good sign for the Netherlands. It goes to show that they've got depth. Scotland take on Italy next. So Scotland, they know they're almost there, and they'll be wanting to think they won't want this to do with anything to do with net run rate. We saw Ellie Evans up here earlier, and you heard what he had to say. It's all about going out there and winning this match. That's what they want to do. They want to win it and want to be in the finals day draw for tomorrow, because they've won a match on merit. They don't want to do it via net run rate, so they want to beat Italy. Italy, on the other hand, they know that, well, impossible things maybe can happen. That match there, maybe this was the impossible run chase. Or was it? Well, I don't know what that rate got to. It almost got to the 18, got about to the 17.5 required. But the Netherlands were able to pull it off. Quite an amazing scorecard. There was 2 golden ducks there, as I've already mentioned at the beginning. Rasul went for 10. There was another golden duck for your client. So 3 golden ducks in the innings, but Saqib Zulfikar, 29 of 14. Sebastian Bratt played his part with 19 of 14. But once he went, you thought that was it. But Saqib Zulfikar, what an innings. 67 not out of 23. And when you look at the bowling figures, well, Hamza Salim Dar, well, he was sensational. He's the right man, I suppose, to take over from Mohamed Cameron when Cameron's not playing. He took 3 for 18. A wicket for Yasser Ali Atif Mohammed, he was expensive. He wasn't on song here today, and I think they really missed him being on song. And then also Norm Burns, he went for 30 of just the 9 balls that he bowled, and Tom Vine, he was expensive as well. But what a victory that is. Just have a look at that match summary. It's quite unbelievable really when you think about it, because really at the halfway point you have to say that Netherlands were never in it. What a comeback, what a fight back, what a victory. And I think we probably have definitely seen one of the partnerships of this championship so far. So congratulations to the Netherlands. They have bounced back well. They had 2 defeats yesterday, 2 victories for them here today. Well, what about this one? Well, we know what's at stake. One of these 2 teams will make it through to finals day tomorrow, but who will it be? Scotland, they look favourites to do it, maybe whichever way the result goes, but they want to finish the group stages with a victory. Italy, they themselves, they know that a victory may not be enough, but again, it's all about finishing the group stages on a high and going back to Italy as well as the heroes that I think they should go back to. They played some really good cricket, but they'd love to finish with a victory. That one coming up in just about 15 minutes time. So join me, Rico Fuller, Mr. Maximo, as we come back for the start of match number 19. It's going to be an absolute cracker. See you in about 15 minutes. Volvemos en 15 minutos. Adiós. Hasta pronto.
Hello and welcome back to the Cartama Oval. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network as we head into the penultimate group match here on Championship Week. It is match 19, Scotland 11 taking on Italy. Both these teams are at risk and one of them we know will be eliminated at the end of the day. Slightly easier task for Scotland 11. They can afford to lose by a certain amount, but I don't think they're going out there to lose. They are going out there to win, especially after they just fell short in a chase, a fairly modest chase against the English earlier in the day. Let's go out to the middle where Rob Kemming is with two captains and see what happens at the coin toss.
Good toss now. Dream11. Touch it. We all have a bat, please.
News from the coin toss is that Scotland, they've won it and they're going to bat first. Don't mind that at all. Their batting didn't really click when they were chasing. They certainly have a lot of good-looking players at the crease, but can they bat long enough to make an impact? Now, here's the equation. Italy, according to my calculations, they need to win in probably less than 5 overs. So their only path to victory is to really roll the Scots and then get them very, very quickly. Well, it's great to have some fans here, including some ECN celebrities. Conrad Greenshields, the Portuguese captain, well, he's come a long way to be here, and it's great to have you here. He's not the only one. The VIP area is all set up. It's going to be a big 24 hours coming up on ECN cricket. Let's go over to Rico 4 as we get ready for the start of match 19. The Scots, they've won the toss and they're batting first.
Thank you very much to Mr. Maximo Vinisandu. Yeah, nice to see the likes of Conrad and Paulo and also the Stomans here from Portugal. And the fan zone is certainly filling up nicely. And, well, we've seen some good guests there in the VIP section as well. Italy, they got it all to do here, haven't they? Not only do they have to win, but they have to try and win well and win big. They are going to be chasing in this one as Scotland. Ali Evans, who we had up in the Dream Box earlier. It was lovely to speak with Ali during this week and have him up here and see his insight on things. And it's great to know that he's thoroughly enjoyed this championship and his players as well. But he knows that they need a good performance here to get them victory and get them into the finals day tomorrow. The results could go against them as well in terms of the result of this match, and they still make it, but they want to do it with the win. I think that was clear when we heard the captain up here earlier. And, Evans, he's looking to get the victory over Italy. Italy, though, their captain, Baljit Singh, I mean, he's been leading the team really well. You just feel that maybe as a result of maybe perhaps a little bit of fatigue, a team that played last week coming into Championship Week with having to play 2 weeks on the spot, they're starting to feel it maybe a little bit. But, well, they'll be boosted with that news. 111 to 107. They are favourites according to the bat versus ball wall to win this one. And they're looking to put an end of those defeats that they've had. That's really nice. That's a lovely moment there from Baljit. And, he's just such a lovely guy, he is. He's a Mr. Nice guy, Baljit Singh, the captain of Italy. I've had so many conversations with him and so many conversations with other people around the ground as well, and including not just his own teammates but other players as well, and they've all said the same thing. What a lovely guy he is, what a sportsman he is as well. And he certainly, look, under his leadership, not only have the Italian team got better and better, but I think the way that Italian cricket looks like back home is really, really looking good, looking rosy, and the future looking bright. But they're looking to end here well. Whatever the result, I think they want to get a good match in here, a good performance in here, something that we will all remember them for. I mean, we've already seen some memorable matches and memorable plays from them, but a victory here will certainly be something that they'll be eyeing up and give all the supporters, not just here, not just watching via the different modes available, but everybody back home, something to cheer about as well. Hassan Ali to bowl the first ball, and he's bowling to McBride to face the first delivery. McBride defensively places away. So can we see one big major effort here from Hassan Ali? Really have loved his input into his opening performances. Jack Jarvis, the non-striker at the moment, 420 runs in this championship. He certainly has been in very, very good form. McBride really yet to really make a mark as he plays this away and gets Jarvis on strike. 70 runs to McBride. with that single. And on the bowling front, well, like I've said, I mean, Hassan has been superb for Italy. Jagmeet is the leading wicket taker, but in terms of pace up, well, Hassan Ali 9 scalps. Bowling to his field here. Got a good tight field set up on the offside. Got the third man back on the boundary. Then you've got the 4 players inside the 30-yard circle on the offside, including the mid-off. So keep your mid-off and mid-on up in the circle. Square leg is the man that's back. Square leg and third man. Good hit. If he gets past the field, it's going to be a boundary, but he doesn't. Good work there from the fielder. Has to be quick on his toes. Umar Gujar. Hopefully, he's going to be able to perform again. He was the only batter, really, who was able to produce any sort of score in that defeat to the Netherlands. It was he's 52 of 23 with a 43-run 10th wicket partnership with Hassan Ali. That got them to that 100, chasing 121, and well, that helped to reduce the deficit and helped the net run rate slightly. But whether it was enough, we don't know. In comes the shy. Great effort. I think if this hits, I think McBride would have been gone. And the throw there from, I think that might be Sharif, yeah. I mean, Sharif gets the throw in. Tight single to take. Direct hit would have been interesting. In fact, I think it would have been out. Just keep your eye on this. Here comes the throw. Has time. Yeah, I think he definitely would have gone. Well, Hassan Ali thinks so. Firmly hit. He's in the air, but he gets it in the gap. That's 4 runs. The yelp of catch it. I think more in hope than anything else. It was struck well, but I think the placement is very good as well. So 4 runs at the end of the over. Not a bad over at all from Ali. Just that one boundary. Be disappointed with that to give the boundary weight right at the end, but I think that was I don't think it was a particularly bad ball. I think it was a very nice shot. McBride gets the opportunity to open up with Jarvis, and he really wants to take this. Look, number of ways that you can stay in touch with us. And, of course, loads of mediums now, the Facebook and Instagram, and even on Twitter, so you can get a hold of Mr. Maximo or myself. And look, it's an opportunity for me to thank everybody for all the lovely messages and all the support that we get on behalf of the European Cricket Network. This one just doesn't carry and has a shy though, and well, it hits, but I think, well, they're going to have a look just in case. I get the feeling, I mean, there's no real celebration here from the Italians, so I don't think they're that hopeful. Let's see how close it was. So they are going upstairs. And here's the throw. Keep an eye on the batter. Where is he? Needs to get in there sooner or later. Yeah, he does. So that's why you're not seeing them get too excited. So clearly in. Yeah. Well, there's the fan zone. And what a lovely day it is to be enjoying those Victoria Cervezas, our official beer partner. Here's the tap out. Take the single. Plenty of support. Nice to see that Zain Naqvi is trying to keep his troops alert and motivated. Come on, boys. Let's keep going. Let's keep working. That's what they've got to do. They've got to believe, haven't they? That's the thing. They've got to believe. Anik Ahmed. Chance. This one should be taken. And it does get taken. A good catch. You can see one fielder looks to go for it, and he loses it straight away with the Sons of McBride. He does get given the opportunity, but he's not able to take it. And he goes early again. And Anik Ahmed, he's just somebody that has always been putting in these little performances for his side. And once again here, he's the man that picks up the first wicket. It will be 9 for 1. And Sharif is the man who takes the catch. Yeah, not easy this time of day. You can see there, I think that was probably Fernando who starts to go for it as well. He loses it in the sun. That part of the ground, as the day goes on, those shadows start to get bigger. You can see those now when you have a look at the players in the pitch. Just have a look at the shadows. See, it doesn't get any easier. When it's not getting easier for McBride, he gets another opportunity once again. not able to make the most of it. So he's going to be disappointed, but they're still, we know that they had plenty of batting. It was the batting that let themselves down earlier, wasn't it? They had a very good opportunity to do the double over England. More on that a bit later. Let's look at this delivery first. And goes for the shot, confident, but is an opportunity. And, well, he gets hands to it, but not able to take it. 6 signaled there by the umpire, Martin Hancock. But let's have a look at this again. I think it's Baljeet Singh, who's normally very good out there. Here's a hit. How close he is to the line. Yeah, he gets hands to it, but A, he's not able to take the catch, but also, I think he's not, oh, look at him. He's jumping hot mad, isn't he? Anik Ahmed, he thinks he could have had and maybe should have had another. The captain, Baljeet, lets himself down. I think, okay, maybe if the catch isn't on, you've got to try and keep the ball in the field of play, so he's a little bit disappointed. I think they're just checking to see if the ball does go for 6 here. I'm pretty sure that it's the contact. Let's see. Yeah, it's going to be 4. It's not 6. So I'm pretty sure that's going to be 4 runs. So there you go. And, good work there by our partner, Spring Productions. Getting the replay in, and the umpire just changing his call. Gives 4. Good delivery. Yeah, Anik, as I was saying, he has put in some good performances for Italy. He's made some valuable contributions with the bat when some of the other batters above them have failed. And with the ball, I think we relied on him more and more. I think he and Umar Gujar have certainly been their players of the championship. Rajmani, he's once again the 12th man for this one. So he's had his fair share of opportunities at the top order. Started very well, and I think he was very good in the group stages, but unfortunately championship week hasn't really clicked. So they've made some changes with the openers. And I think he also did pick up a bit of an injury in the match against Spain. Well, I think Mohamed Cameron got one that clashed into his leg, but missed the, it was the side of the leg, missing the pad, and that caused him a bit of injury. This is how the group stages are looking. Netherlands with that victory, they go level on points with Spain, but Spain have a better net run rate than Spain, of course. They do play their final match later on tonight, and it's against England. What a match that's going to be. But all eyes are on the 2 teams, 4th and 5th. Scotland on 4 points, Italy on 2. Italy, if they get the win here, go 11 on points, but then it all comes to net run rate. And, well, we do know one thing is if their net run rate is going to be favourable to them, they've got to win this match by some special means. Back to the action. And this has been whacked away in a typical Jarvis fashion. He doesn't seem to have a big swing of the bat. I mean, he's not like some batters where, you know, they say, well, make sure the bat comes all the way over the shoulder and finishes behind you. No, not Jarvis. He always seems to reach, but he's got this, I don't know, it's like a swoosh buckle type of shot, but it's effective. And he gets another boundary. Good shot. And Jarvis, he has been sensational for Scotland. We saw it in the group stages. He led the way with the bat for them there, and he's been pretty effective also in the championship week. So Gujar's first ball gets smashed away for a boundary. And this one is a soft shot, and it's going to be a dismissal. Well, sometimes that is the flaw to this technique. If you don't get the full swing in, you're not going to clear the fielders. And he just goes for that little sort of flick again, but doesn't get the timing right. I don't know if it's a slightly slower delivery here from Umar Gujar. It could have been. It throws Jack Jarvis, and you got to say, not does it only throw him, he throws his wicket away. That is a really soft dismissal. Jarvis is a very good hitter of the ball, and he's, as I've already said, he's been sensational. But look here, yeah, look, see, he just goes for the flick, and it's almost like he stops his shot, but that's the way he bats. And we've seen both sides of it. We saw the shot before, the effective side, where the ball sails away to the boundary, and the time there when it's not so effective. He'll go for 12 of 6 deliveries. He's going to be disappointed. Gujar, he gets the wicket. And Naylor, who's out there now, will be joined by Ollie Hayes. He's dangerous. We know he is. We saw him the first time we saw him bat against England, put 71 on the board. But since then, though he makes starts, he hasn't been able to go to that level again. I say he makes starts, he's also got his fair share of first ballers as well. So he needs to be composed here. Yeah, I was talking about how their batting let themselves down against England. They restricted England to 93, which was that solid performance in the field. But with the bat, they were 69 all out. And this one is going to be just out of reach from the fielder. And this time it's Hassan Ali Gujar. He hangs his head in disappointment. Hassan Ali is a tall man. If anybody's going to be able to reach this, he is. And I think he gets a fair bit of this, you know. Let's have a look. Well, he does get his fingers because he's checking them and counting them afterwards. But, well, he's doing the Statue of Liberty there, but not able to hang on to it. So Ollie Hayes gets lucky. And this one is no luck. It's just powerful hit down the ground, nice and straight. And Baljeet is out there, the captain of Italy. There's nothing he can do about this. So Ollie Hayes, well, he's very lucky to get one over Hassan, but this time no luck involved in this. It's a lovely clean hit. And I like the way he hits it and then just admires his shot. I'm not here to run, he says to Naylor. I'm here to hit. Good job. Comes round the wicket. This gets played out to, well, one of several fielders out in the off. Could have fielded and get this in. They do get it in. It is a single, so he'll go back and strike. That is the end of the power play. 28 for 2. As Naylor and Hayes are looking to establish a good partnership together. They come together there in the middle in what has been a splendid day on the Costa del Sol. Have a look at that clear blue skies. And that is like a picture postcard view, isn't it? And, well, the teams certainly have been relishing in the sunshine. And those that have been winning have been happier. These two teams have had mixed days here today. Italy, they were beaten by the Netherlands. And Scotland, they were beaten by England. One of them wants to get a win here. And a win will guarantee one team, well, definitely if it's Scotland, will guarantee them a place in tomorrow's finals day. Italy depends how many they win by and how the net run rate looks afterwards. Rico Full here in the Dream Box. And alongside me, I'm glad to introduce back into the box my good friend and fellow commentator, Vinny Sandu.
Thanks, good to be back. Here's Krishan Kalagamagay, who abandons the leg spin, goes quick off spin and goes to the boundary. That smart batting by Hayes. We associate him with a lot of power, but there was a lot of touch in that shot. He just helped it around the corner and used the pace put on the ball by the bowler. 4 runs.
Yeah, nice shot. It's just all about timing. We know that what he is it's quite a hard hitter. He can be brutal, but he's just showing there that there's the finer side to him as well. Just a little nudge, a little tickle. Good timing. 4 runs. And this time, Anik Ahmed can't catch up with it.
Yeah, this time swings straight past one. So Kalagamagay bowls wrist spin normally, but sometimes to left-handers. He's going back to off spin. He can bowl both. This should just be a single, pretty powerfully struck. Yeah, the equation I have, when I crunched a few numbers, it seems to me that whatever Scotland make, Italy will have 5 overs or maybe not even quite that to chase it down. So you start looking at, okay, what could we chase in 5 overs? I kind of max out at about 90. And again,
that's gained some.
That's 18 and over. That's my point of no return pace. This is well struck, and it's over the offside, straight over the ghost cube. In fact, that one bounces back, Maximo time, and Naylor nails another one, this time over cover for 6.
Well, yesterday we saw a big hit that turned the lights off. Well, this one, I thought this was going to turn them on. It smashes into the base unit of the lights. Ready, those will be in full flow later on for the night match, but, well, it doesn't quite hit the button.
This one's wide and full, gets through Nutby as well. It does slow it down, but they should run 2 physical runs. I think the result's going to be 3 free runs. So effectively with the 6 and the 3 wides, there's 9 off that delivery.
Yeah, it's Nutby a bit disappointed he's not able to stop it, but he does. You see there, I think he ends up nutmegging himself, goes through his legs, and the batters, they complete 2. So with the wide that's been signalled, 3 wides. This one's okay. Liam Naylor desperate to get good partnership in.
Yeah, I mean, that 90, it's pretty optimistic as well against this Scottish attack, which is high class. This is into the gap, unequal clean up, just a single.
Yeah, end of the over as well. So score moves on to 43. So they've got just over 10 and over. But of course, the thing here is the news that Vinny's given us, based on our calculations, is whatever the score is, Italy are looking to chase it down in, well, sort of inside 5 overs.
It's a lot to make up. I can't remember, it was 1.6 or 1.7 that Italy are behind. Now, you do have the double effect of I suppose, what you improve your run rate by. That is the amount that your opposition is going down by, because they're playing each other. Yeah, but still, it's a tall order. Here's Skander Abbas, who's going to bowl over number 5. This will be going to be knocked down just for a single.
Take the single. Just having a look at this field, and yeah, once again, keeping it pretty strong on the offside to both the batters. So you see a player going across to strengthen out the offside to Hayes. The line from Abbas has to be spot on. And well,
yeah, that's out of here. And
it's another one that goes into the tower. You know, well, we had Andrews had issues with this one earlier, but I think this one goes in one side, comes out the other.
Yeah, well, this is just on a length. And, well, Karina's okay. Well, that's good, because that was a close call. And lucky to know that she is still in one piece. What a shot that was.
Well, hang on, it's still up there, because look, the ball retrievers are making their way up. Look, can you see him? He's got the bright orange jersey on. He goes up one set of flights, goes up 2, goes up. Oh, come back down. Somebody's, that's so mean. Well, he gets halfway up there. And
this is what happens. It hits the top level, goes down a level. And so Karina very kindly went and got it. And she did better than Andres before. Andres threw it into one of the horizontal bars and ruined the ball. And Karina, nice little flick back onto the field.
Yeah, good arm from Karina.
Hare's looking dangerous. He's 20 off 8.
And this is well timed, 4 runs. It beats that fielder at long off. What a lovely shot this is, and he's timing the ball really well, isn't it? Wasn't a bad delivery. You got to say that. And Sekinde is sort of holding his hands up to the side as he looks at his captain and says, well, where am I supposed to bowl it?
Yeah, exactly. And this is another case that long off, long on, probably just a little bit too far apart. No, not that far apart. That was just really well struck. Now, this is one that's close to his body. I think of a quick single, and Hare says, no, thank you.
Naqvi, I think did he step on the ball here? Oh, what does he do? Well, have a look at Naqvi here. Chases after it. Does he step on the ball?
What does he do?
What does he do? Oh, I don't know what he does. We don't quite catch it.
Almost. I think he puts his toe on it, but luckily it doesn't seem like there's too much damage. This is full and is guided straight into the hands of the man at point. So Hez cannot believe it. Another good start wasted because he was on. But Abbas gets his man in the end. It's 54 for 3.
Yeah, Abbas has a knack of this, doesn't he? I mean, he does go for plenty of runs, but he always does pick up wickets as well. And Hez can't believe it. He times it pretty well, but the catch has been taken. It's another wicket, 54 for 2, and the dangerous Ollie Hayes, he departs.
Yeah, it does. And looks to me like they might just pause for a little bit of a drink as we've almost hit the halfway point of the innings.
Yeah, it's a good catch.
Yeah, Ollie Hayes he's so strong down the ground, strong leg side. In fact, he's pretty much strong everywhere, but that's just them's the breaks, aren't they? I mean, if that's in a gap, that's running away for 4, and he picks out the fielder. So he has to go for 24. The score is 54 for 3. Want to welcome you into the Dream Box, wherever you're watching from around the world. It's great to have your company. It's Finny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network. I'm here with Rico Full. Now, I'm hearing a few rumours all the time. Do you know what I heard?
What'd you hear?
Tomorrow, we will have a special guest.
Yeah.
Towards the end of the day, maybe one of the breaks. Apparently, it's the best fielder in the world.
Really?
And they were born right here in Cartama. Now, I asked about this because I said, hold on, the best fielder in the world? And they said, no, we're sure it's the best fielder in the world. And then I pressed a bit more. And you know what they gave me a little clue? They said, guess what? He's not human.
Yeah, I've heard this story.
Anyway, that's all I'm going to say.
Bit of a legend here.
Yeah, that's just something we'll revisit that tomorrow.
Bit of a legend. Well, I thought it was a bit of a myth, so I'm looking forward to seeing this. Okay.
Like the Loch Ness Monster.
Okay, certainly looking forward to it. End of the over. It's a good one. I suppose it's always a good one if you get a wicket, especially if that wicket is off a batter like Ollie Hayes. Yeah, Ollie Hayes, you look at that again. I mean, it's very similar to that one of Jack Jarvis, I think. I think the ball is there. He's looking to time it and use the pace of the ball to get it away rather than hit it. Gets himself out. Let's have a look at this.
Here's the issue. Italy have been the most expensive side this week. They've been giving up 132 per 10 overs. They're scoring the least amount of runs. They're 106 per 10 overs. So that shows you they've got their work cut out for them. See that. Come back to that in a second. Jugmeet starts with the ball. It's just a one.
I don't know about that one.
Well, we'll have a look.
Pretty tight, isn't it? Pretty tight?
Yeah, I don't know until I have a look if it's tight.
I reckon he gets this in there, you know.
And you've lost it. That's definitely gone over the line.
You could tell you're a batter.
Got to be inside the line, not touching. This is hit pretty hard, and this is going for 4. So straight through the line of the ball, Naylor. Beautiful shot. It's well balanced there all the way along the carpet. And he takes Jugmeet through the covers for a boundary.
Yeah, nicely timed shot. The timing is everything. Doesn't matter what format the game it is. Small boundaries, not small boundaries. T10, T20, T40. It's all about timing. Get the timing right, you score runs.
Now they'll just take one. Yeah, just going back to those run rates, let's just have a look at how teams are performing on the whole. Obviously, we know it's Spain. They've been top of the tree this week. They're only conceding 112, so they've got the most economical bowling. Yeah, as far as England 11, they've kind of evened it up after a bad start. Scotland 11, probably a bit too expensive for what they would have wanted. But it makes sense that the teams up the top have scored more runs per 10 overs and conceded fewer. But the most interesting one for me as well is that the Netherlands, they're in second, and they've been probably the highest scoring batting. This is in the air and should be caught. It will be caught, and Baljit makes no mistake. Naylor has gone now. So just a little window of opportunity here. There'll be 2 new batters at the crease as Scotland lose a 4th wicket. It's 61 for 4. Jugmeet with a breakthrough.
Yeah, this is, I mean, it's going to tie into what I was talking about with Scotland when they were playing England. I mean, you've got good batters there. There's no doubt about it. You know, when you reel them off, you know, McBride, Jarvis, Naylor, Hayes, and Ahmed, who's out there at the moment. But there's no point getting yourself in than getting out. Once you get in, you've got to go on to put a good score on. You've got to go on to make partnerships. You look at all the matches that have been won, partnerships that do it. And if you ever want an example of that, well, just look at the last match where Netherlands beat Spain. It's the first time Spain had been beaten. Spain 127 for 8. Netherlands, well, they were, remember, where they were 38 for 5. They didn't look in it. It was around about 17. Almost your point of no return, Vinny, runs required. But you get a partnership in there. It was worth 90 runs between the South Africans to win the game. And this is what I think, this is where Scotland are going wrong. They got good batters, but you've got to get partnerships going. Batters, there's no point, someone like Naylor and Jarvis getting to 17s, getting into the teens or the 20s, here and getting out. You've got to be thinking, okay, I've got here now. Now I've got to go on to make a good, valuable contribution for the side.
Yeah, I suppose no one's trying not to build a partnership. You know, it's just the way it goes. You take risks. It's kind of priced in to the equation here. So Jard comes out at number 6 for Scotland 11. He's able to work one first ball. So Italy, again, how many could you chase in 5 overs? I kind of came up with 90. You'd have to have a real heater. Having said that, how about Italy about this time yesterday? They were hitting balls everywhere.
They were. They changed the partnership. Then they changed the opening partners. Oh, this one, if he was able to pick it, Nakvi, if he was able to take this, that would have been out.
Yeah, I mean, it bounces up of his glove, so he just loses sight of it. It's a big edge. And, yeah, you can see it's a thick edge. And, yeah, he looks for it higher than actually was. Nakvi just showing. It's hard to catch what you can't see. But it will be the end of the 6th over. 62 for 4 after 6. Not a bad over from Jugmeet. He goes for 8 and picks up a wicket.
Yeah, 22 wickets for him, you know, Vinny. I mean, he's had an extraordinary championship. Certainly has been the pick of the bowlers for Italy. He's done some outstanding work. out there. It'd be disappointing that he wasn't able to pick up another one there. But it's a tough one. It hits the keeper, and then Nakwi doesn't know where it is before it hits the deck. But well bowled from him. He picks up another wicket. Just 8 off the over, and 62 for 4 here. 6 over mark. So you can see that that 110 sort of score is on. Could be more than that if they get a couple of magical overs in here. So Italy, knowing that they've got to chase these down and chase them down in half the time probably, they know they need to really try and stop these runs flying and maybe pick up these wickets here pretty soon as well. Maybe they need to be perhaps just a little bit more attacking in the field.
Yeah, perhaps. You really don't want to concede more than 8 and over from here in. And that'll help. Sajjad swings straight through the first ball of the over from Padusha Fernando. Getting lots of questions about who this fielder is coming down tomorrow. Let's just say, like I said before, I got told this fielder was not human. I'm not saying superhuman or anything like that. Well, maybe. But there's a bit of mystery around it. Let's see. I think finals day will bring a few surprises. So Chad will walk across and just whip this one off his hip for one. Fernando into the attack. He was part of that dynamic opening partnership, wasn't he, yesterday, along with Zain Nakvi. They're listed 1 and 2 again, so you just know they're going to be going all guns blazing again. They've got plenty of options up there. I mean, Nakvi would have been one of my openers probably originally at the start of the week.
Yeah.
Didn't really work for him, so he went down. Sharif, again, hasn't really worked out consistently at the top of the order, and Rajmani finds himself out of the 11 at the moment. He's been run out a few times as well, Rajmani. Thick edge, flies away. Should be handled, and is Anik Ahmed. He's been pretty good for Italy in this championship week, hasn't he?
Yeah, I've liked Anik Ahmed's work. I mean, he hasn't always been the first pick, has he? But once he's shown his worth with bat and with ball, you just can't leave him out. He's had an outstanding championship.
Fernando doing his job so far. But how long can you avoid getting hit to a boundary? Something like Timor likes to go big, tries, gets this one away from the fielder, and that will be the boundary they need. So it's a nice shot, just worked away. In fact, that's the Sajjad who's on strike because of the single. So a little bit of length offered and it taken, just using the pace there to get to the deep backward square boundary.
Yeah, great opportunity this for the likes of Sajjad, who has impressed. I mean, in the group stages, he was my pick of the players for Scotland. And, though some new players have come into the equation, perhaps he's been a little bit overshadowed, but I still think he's good. We haven't seen him bowl, you know, which has surprised me. Well, this one goes straight through, and well, yeah, I've totally cooked him, haven't I? Well, there you go, the commentator's curse. I was talking about Sajjad, how he's been one of the pick of the players for me, and how he would relish his opportunity. Well, he only manages to get 6 runs as he's done by a good delivery from Fernando. Plays all round this and gets himself clean bowled, so he's not going to back me up. So I'm going to stop talking about him and just let you know that he goes and he's been done. Playing all round this one for Fernando, just a straight delivery really. It's not the shot you want to be playing, should have been playing straight, looking to whip it away on the leg side. And well, he knows he's made the error. Stumps are shattered, bails are all over the place, and Sajjad has to make that lonely walk up those steps as he goes back into the dugout.
Yeah, he does, and he'll be disappointed with that as well. But Sajjad does go 4 and out. The score 68 for 5.
New batter making his way out. So, well, Sajjad wasn't able to make the most of it. Maybe Timor Ahmed, who's there, he's somebody else who's demonstrated to us that he's a good, competent batter. Hasn't really backed it up with displays out there in the middle. Maybe he can. So he gets joined by a new batter, and it's Callum Garden, and we know that this guy certainly is a good bat. We saw him put a really good performance in the group stages. He's coming down lower down the order. You know, sometimes batters, I'll ask you this question, because I know a lot of batters do talk about it. A lot of batters, you know, that normally would bat, you know, number 3 and number 4.
Yeah.
When they start coming lower down the order, I mean, Garden coming in at 7. Sometimes, they say, you know, I am a number 3, number 4 batter. When I come down, I can't really bat the way I like to. What are your thoughts on that with Garden?
Yeah, I don't know. I just think wherever they batted him, it just seems to not quite have the touch. So it doesn't really matter where you bat. I mean, it's a similar kind of situation, I think. But Yeah, anyway, I'd like to see him fire because he's a very, very talented player. This is what's coming up, still to come in season 2022 as we hit 6 o'clock local here. And I'm really looking forward to what's left as well. 8 more weeks of cricket. If you haven't already, make sure you subscribe to our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network, just like those guys. And they love their live cricket. If you want to watch more live cricket, then you can do so on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network, after this week is over. Well, that's a fairly simple return catch that has been fluffed by Jagmeet Singh.
Yeah, Jagmeet, can't believe he's put it down. I think he's a bit surprised that it's come to him. I also think he thinks it's coming quicker than it is. Puts it down, has an opportunity to take and pick up his second wicket.
Now he's going to go a long way. Stand and deliver job from Timor. Goes Maximal. And Scotland get 6 runs thanks to a powerful strike. Yeah,
well, that's what happens. You put him down, and Ahmed says, well, okay, now that I've had a life, I don't think I really should be here, so I might as well just open up and go big and, well, play freely. And Jagmeet, he needs to get that opportunity out of his head and go back to what he does best. This one is a chance. It gets sliced, and it drops short off the fielder, so almost gets the perfect reply after being hit for a big 6.
Yeah, almost. And you can see that it's a bit of a luck factor, I suppose. And you need some, don't you? I mean, just look at this 10 and over pace at the moment. Even they stay with 100. 105 overs, hard to believe. We'll have the exact calculation for you during the innings break.
But one thing that I will say, Vinny, is we've seen a lot of cricket in Italy. We've seen a lot of fresh tropical, and their openers are pretty good. As we see this one, it's been hit right down the ground, and this will stay hit. It's 6 more. Well, whatever happens, whatever the target is that Italy are chasing, this is what they've got to do. They've got to hit 60s like this. And what I was about to say there is we know about the Italian hard hitters. We know that Fresh Tropical are a team that they can hit scores and bring scores up so quickly. We've seen them get 60s in power plays, and the one man that helps them do that is Nakvi. Nakvi will be key really in the reply here for Italy, and if he can get going and do something sensational and get a partner who can match him, then they have got the firepower to do it. But the thing is, they've got to make sure though there's not too many more runs that are put on the board from here on in from Scotland. It's the end of the over, and we're already into the 80s here, so there's still 12 deliveries to go, and it's all about trying to keep this score to, well, look, if they get 2 good overs in and just keep to around about 100, I think that gives them that opportunity. But they've got to get good ones in. Looks like they're going with Hassan Ali to bowl this one. They need a magical over here. Maybe, you know, something like just a few runs from it, a couple of wickets, and really put the squeeze on. Scotland, on the other hand, I think they'll know the equation themselves. They must be thinking, all right, look here, guys, we've got 5 wickets in hand. Let's throw everything at this. Let's get some boundaries here. Let's try and take this match away from Italy.
Yeah, it's going to be a long way back, but Italy, look, even if it's not possible to chase this in 5 overs, they'll want to finish with a win. Obviously, plan A is to try and pull off that mathematical miracle. Hassan gets it to the leg side. There's some protection out there. It's Padusha Fernando that does the fielding.
Keeping the pressure on. Apologies, just lost the scores on the bottom of your screen for a moment. They'll be back up in no time at all.
84 for 5 after 8.2. There's still 10 balls remaining here. Now it goes leg side again. Almost finds the fielder. Well, he does find the fielder, but on the bounce. More work for Fernando. Places cricket for Padova Cricket Club in the kind of Venice area. Beautiful area that we went last year during our Italian adventure, but this year, unfortunately, we couldn't get to Venice on the calendar. Those teams typically played in the Bologna leg of the tour, but I'd love to go there, especially now that things have opened up a little bit.
Yeah, we were a little bit, well, we were forced to stay where we were when we were there last time, and this one's been well struck, and this won't be stopped. Well, we saw a couple of shots being played which Fernando on the leg side made some really good shots, and Hassan changes things slightly. This is a better time shot from Ahmed, and he brings up 20 for him, as this one is too far out of the reach of Baljit, and he's a little bit frustrated. And he's, I think he straight away said to Hassan, hey, come on, look at your field.
Hassan, a couple of balls to go. And there's a little edge here. Yeah, there is. So, not a huge celebration from the Italians, but certainly it's an edge that Tyrone Peters heard. So, Ahmed's going to have to go for 20. And with 7 balls left, he's got 11, 89 for 6.
Yeah, look, I mean, they don't need to be flat here. I mean, we'll know, and I know you'll try and work out according to yourself what the equation is. But if they can just, this is what I'm talking about, dot balls, get a wicket, keep it tight. I mean, keep it tight, keep it to under 100, then it may not be impossible. They've got the firepower to do it, and they've got to believe. The Netherlands believed against Spain in that last match, match number 18. What a finish that was from them. And they got a victory that nobody thought. Come on, admit it.
Yeah.
Everybody on the viewers chat, I know what the comments were being put on there. Easy win, Spain. Easy win, Spain. So put your hand up and say, yeah, I was one of those people. But cricket or sport is a funny game. Anything can happen. But it only happens if you believe. The Zulfiqars believed, and they pulled off an amazing run chase and giving Netherlands a victory with 3 balls to go as well. That's the amazing thing, that 90-run partnership. That's what Italy have to do here. They believe. This one is hit straight down the ground, but only going to be 1. Here comes the throw. It's a good throw as well, firing it in to the keeper's end. So that's the end of the over. That's the sort of over they needed. That takes the score to 90 with 6 balls to go. It's a good one there from Ali. And now, they just don't want to let themselves down here now. They've got to keep their heads up and say, right, okay, same again. Let's get a good over in, try and keep this score to under 100. And maybe then, if the calculation is, I don't know, 55, 60, 5 overs, it's on. They can do it.
Yeah. I mean, it's a long way to go, but one step at a time. First, you have to restrict as much as you can during this over. So let's just see if they can pull it off. It'll be impressive.
It looks like they're going to go for Anik Ahmed to bowl the last. He has been pretty decent all the way through.
He's done himself proud.
Right, this is thumped, and it's too good. It's too good to be stopped out there by Baljit. He's out there, he's patrolling a little bit short, and this is almost like a straight pull. And this is absolutely clubbed by Jack Hogarth. So that's going to be 6 runs, and that is not what's required at this stage for Italy.
Yeah, that hurts for sure. But still, like I said, one step at a time. Just deal with this over first and see if you can keep it down to something reasonable.
He goes into the same areas. Is he going to get the same result? No, this one has been plucked by the right hand of Baljit Singh. But yeah, all right, different batter here now, so maybe the same line might work well to Garden. But certainly you don't want to be putting there to Jack Hogarth. He seems to like the ball being pitched up.
Garden goes down, and it's just been, it's a funny thing. Garden really clicked in one game and looked amazing, but he just seems a bit out of form at the moment. I don't know whether it's just the maybe rise in pace or intensity, but it just hasn't quite shown the same kind of timing and dominance that he did when he was at his best during the group stage.
Firmly struck. Baljit will take it on the bounce. He does. Keeps it to a single, so just that first ball that was smashed for a straight 6 from Anik Ahmed. But after that, he's come back well. 99, 2 balls to go. So this one should be the 100. They look like they're ready to set for 2, but decide against it. So 100 on the board. Ball to go. Italy. They are still in this match, but more importantly, if they can win it, and depending on how they win it, they could still be in this championship. And this will just be a single, and I don't think they'll even try to turn it into 2. So, yeah, good effort in the field from Italy. So they continue to do well in the field. There's never been an issue about that. Their bowling has been pretty well, and even though Scotland got off to a pretty good start, 62 off the first 5, they've been restricted well by some good bowling and some good discipline and also some good fielding from Italy. So we know what the scores are on the board, and now I think everybody's going to get their calculators out and try and work out what Italy need to do. But one thing for sure is they need to go out there positive and score runs as quick as they can. And one thing the Italians have always done at the end of every innings is get into a huddle together, and that's what they're doing there. Well, as we leave them to do their team talk and fire themselves up, let's have a look at these highlights. And it started well for the Scots. They made a good start. McBride, though, once again, he ends up going early. It was a good catch there from Mir Sharif in that area where the sun can play quite a vital part in taking some of these catches. And we know there's some good, strong players, hitters. Jack Jarvis and Naylor came together. These two put good partnerships together. Hopping mad was Hanik Ahmed there as the captain. Baljit Singh, well, A, he wasn't able to take the catch. Secondly, he wasn't able to stop the boundary. It was given at 4 correctly in the end. And then Jarvis, after playing a lovely shot for 6, well, he just literally, you've got to say, gives his wicket away, doesn't he? Just doesn't play a shot, or you say stops his shot and puts it straight into the hands of the fielder. Well, he was passed by Ollie Harris coming in, and Harris played some lovely shots. And Karina there giving us the thumbs up because she was okay as one was blasted straight at her. But the same way that Jarvis did, well, you saw Ollie here doing the same. Sort of doesn't follow through with the shot, hits it pretty clean out the middle, and needed to get the power in. Well, there's Neda Daub, and she's happy at the moment because the sun is shining. We're watching brilliant cricket, and her mum is here as well. So hello, Mum. I hope you're enjoying the cricket. And as we're saying hello to Mum, we might as well say hello to Dad as well. Michael Daub, who no doubt is also watching and following things, and he's been involved in the viewer chat as well. Well, this was another one that went into the camera scaffold tower. It was another one that had to be fished out, but thankfully Karina, she was all thumbs up. No issues there at all. So this match very, very much alive. 101 is the score. Let's have a look at that scorecard. Once again, this is what I'm talking about here from Scotland. This is where, I mean, depending on what happens in this match, where they've got to make the improvements. Batters get in, but can't go on to score big runs. Jarvis, 12 out of 6 balls. Then Naylor, 17. Ollie Hears, he was in the 20s there as well. So they just need to say, right, once we get into those sort of scores, you've got to go big. And Taimur Ahmed was also guilty of that. Number of bowlers used here, 7 in total. All bowled pretty well. You can't really criticise any of the bowlers there. They put in some hard work and hard effort. And the only bowler not to take a wicket was Kanagamage. Everybody else picks up 1 wicket on that. So a pretty good disciplined performance with the ball. And I think they were pretty good in the field as well. Just 1 or 2 errors there. Baljit himself probably didn't read one properly, that he ends up not taking the catch and the ball going to the boundary. But other than that, it was pretty clean, pretty well disciplined. The question is now, how's the response going to be with the bat? Well, we'll work out those calculations.
Yeah. So I've got a calculation
go.
for you. 4.5 overs. That's what they need to do. So
Okay.
they'll basically need 102 runs off 29 balls. Which is a run rate quite about 21 and over. So they're going to need something super magical, really. But still, Italy, they'll probably give it a crack. And then, if not, they're 4 behind. They'll probably just concentrate on trying to win this game and finishing with a win. Anyway, it should be interesting when we return. Just a few minutes. It will be the second half of match 19. Italy will be on the chase of a lifetime. Until then, it's Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo, with Rico Full back shortly with more Dream 11 European Cricket Championship.
Hello cricket lovers, and welcome back to the conclusion of match number 19 here on day 4. Championship week is really up and running in full flow, and these two teams, Scotland and Italy, look like they're going to provide us with a sensational finish. You can see Eddie Evans there. He'll probably know what the news is and he'll know what's required, and we believe that Italy need to knock these runs off in 4.5 overs. So they basically need to score 102 runs in 4.5. So Scotland captain Eddie Evans has probably relayed that onto his team and say, right, okay, if we want to do this, this is what we're going to do first. We're going to make sure that we are spot on for the first half of this match and just try and restrict these big hitters to a target less than that. So repeat, 4.5 overs to try and get to the 102. Italy, well, they're going to throw everything at this. There's no point them going any other way about it. I mean, to win the match and to win it in, I don't know, the 8th or the 9th over, yeah, it'll be a winning finish, but it will still leave a bitter taste, because it means that they won't be coming back tomorrow in finals day. So they're going to have to throw everything at it, give it everything in the first part of these innings. It's not going to be easy, because I'm pretty sure you're going to have Bradley Curry here, who's been, well, one of the top bowlers, I think, in Championship Week's been, especially in terms of pace bowlers, been up there all the time. I'm pretty sure that you may even find that he bowls both his 2 overs in the first 5. This one is quick, it's fast. Big swing from Nakvi for no run. Bradley Curry makes his way back. You can see in the background, you can see the Spanish team doing their warm-ups, and the England team as well. Curry. Oh, this is so quick. It's another dot delivery as well. Nakvi missing out on another. Frustration on his part. There's 2 dot balls already, so basically forget the 4.5, make it 4.3. It's been so good, hasn't it, Bradley Curry? Just wonder here whether he may just try something different. He's got 2 really quick deliveries that have gone whiz past Nakvi. Maybe take the pace off this one. And he comes. Well, no, he doesn't. He keeps with the pace, and this one Nakvi does get hold of, and it goes the distance. That's what they need. They need plenty more of those. Manos arriba from the umpire, as that one goes all the way. 6 runs, big hit. Cracking shot. Nice to see Michael Daub in the chat. Hello, Michael. This one is going to be valuable runs. Well, that's going to be 5. Well, hang on a minute. Is there touch on this? Well, the umpire didn't see any other signal but 4, so obviously a bit of bad on this. Well, let's have a look. I mean, and yeah, just see the 4 signal. So there obviously is some bat on this. For a moment, I thought that was going to be wide signal, but there's a little touch. So it's going to be 4 off the bat from Nakvi. So yeah, there you go. It's 4 that's gone on to Nakvi's score. So it could have been worse, I suppose. It could have been the 5 wide and had to be bowled again. This one is into the pad, so they'll take the leg by. Yeah, Michael just informs me that when we sort of shot there of Meda Dalby's daughter smiling, she must be smiling at me because Mum has already left and gone back to it. Well, Michael, I'm sorry for being stuck in the dream box here. I did see your lovely wife earlier as we had a little chat, and we talked about how frustrating it must be for you not to be here, and the family here, of course, Meda and Mahil, and lovely kids. You're blessed, Michael, I can tell you that. Meda and Michael, Meda and Mahil, I should say, absolutely fantastic. It's great to be working with them often, and they're a great asset to the European Cricket Network. And it was lovely to see them both here along with their mother. But yeah, he has made her way back. So I'm sorry that I didn't get to say him a goodbye. So please, when you get reunited, pass on my my goodbyes, and hope to see. Well, maybe next time. Hope to see you both at one of the whether it's the European Cricket Series or maybe a bit at the beginning of next year, the European Cricket League that will be happening here in Cartama. Hope to see you then. But yeah, wishes to all of you, wishes to all of the Dubs, and wishes to everybody that's on the chat as well. Kitty Hunley, hello to you, Kitty. Hope you've enjoyed a good day here. First over does go for 11. This is high up in the air, and where's this one going? It's going, gone. Goes all the way, boom. Shaka Lugya. That's what we need more of. So we saw 11 off the first, but really, I mean, 11 off the first basically means that we're already sort of 10 short of where they need to be. So all of a sudden, those needing magical overs all the time sort of are coming up to being needing supersonic ones. This one is short, and a little bit of chin music for Nakvi. Nakvi has 16 to his name, and that will be the one for the over. He just gets a good natural bounce. Of course he does. Look at the size of the man. This one is a bit of a full toss. It's been absolutely whacked. It goes a long way. Well, this one is ordering a Victoria at the bar and smashes it away. Well, it's I'll tell you what, I mean, it's waist or above, and that was hovering around about there. Well, there you go. Watch out, watch out. There's another kookaburra that wants to order a drink. Well, hey, guys, watch out for that trophy. I hope there's somebody there that was trying to save the trophy there. We all want that to have a dent in it already, will we? Oh, well, this one is even gundier, and this is travelling. That ball is not coming back. Adios, Bolota. That is going a long way. That is going to the beach. Look, it's a nice day to go to the beach on the Costa del Sol, and that's where that ball has gone. Adios, Bolota. And, well, it's not going to a beach near here either. It's going to a beach somewhere in Marbella. Well, that's a big hit. It disappears behind the ECL software ball. It's still going. Gundy ball also being called a no ball. And well, that was a sensational strike, and that one goes completely wrong from Adrian Neal. A massive hit. Well, that was a supersonic hit. It's a Bizaway supersonic hit, and a bit of that will be a warning now for the bowler. So Adrian Neal gets that one completely wrong, and he comes again. Free hit, and Nakvi goes high up. They might as well just keep running, run hard. Catch won't matter. Well, the catch goes down. They will now take the second. So, and interesting enough that the bails were also down there, which Adrian Neal puts up. I wonder what happens if we see here. Well, I think while he's waiting for the ball to come back to himself, the ball goes, the bails come down. And, well, there you go. Just, yeah, just a bit of touch on there. Good work from our Spring Productions. This one's the Yorker. So better delivery, which gets worked out. So they'll take the single here. 33 on the board. As Nakvi is the man doing the damage at the moment. Nice time to welcome back into the Dream Box, Mr. Maximo Vinny Sandu.
Yeah, nice to be back. Well, it's not a bad start by Italy by any stretch of the imagination, but you pretty much have to take 31 balls off the balls remaining that you see there for what they need to do to make the finals. They need 69 off 18.
This is just sliced up. It will fall safe. So Fernando will get off the mark, but yeah, Fernando needs to be going at the same sort of pace that Nakvi is, and even then they could fall short. So end of the over, and Neil, he does go magical. 23 comes off that one, and the score moves on to 34. Yeah, this is where we are.
You see, it's about 1.8 difference. That's a lot to make up in the game. Although it helps they're playing each other, but you can see the magnitude of the of the situation. So yeah, net run rate, for those of you that don't understand how it's worked out, it's basically the run rate that you score runs out when you're batting, subtracted by the run rate that you concede runs at when you are bowling across the whole of the tournament. So your whole runs for divided by overs for minus runs against divided by overs against. Anyway, here's Ali Evans. We did a good job in the commentary box earlier. Had a lot of good feedback on Alistair, very experienced campaigner. Like some of the finer technical points that he was discussing. And so it will just be a single here. He's talking about when he's bowling his cutters, it's just not good enough to bowl the regular kind of cutter. You need some sort of extra element such as overspin or even underspin to cut under the ball to surprise the batter on this surface. So it just shows that he's thinking about the little minor adjustments he needs to be effective on this track.
This is a bit of a full toss, and it will be one bounce four. So doesn't get the full might in the shot, if you like, Naqvi, but still gets enough on it to turn it away to the boundary. I think it's probably, yeah, it is the slightly slower delivery, and that's why it doesn't really fire off the bat, but he gets a boundary. So Naqvi, no shortage of effort from him. You know what a dangerous player he is. I was talking about him already when he plays for his domestic club back home in Italy, Fresh Tropical, and he is destructive. This one is up in the air, and has he got enough of this to get it over the fielder? He has, and in fact it goes all the way. Manos arriba, porque eso es 6 más, and Naqvi is going big. But just like that, he gets into the 40s. He's now 41, and this is quite an amazing shot. It really is. It's a pretty full delivery, but he still finds enough room and gets enough under this to send it to the boundary. 45 without loss. Naqvi on 41 of 13. Ali Evans now, he's making a change, and we've seen him do this a number of times. He's now going to come around the wicket to the right-hander, really trying to angle this across him, trying to mimic what a left-armer would do. And he gets successful straight away, the dot ball, and that's what kills Italy. Every time there's a dot, well, the damage that a dot ball creates is massive.
Yeah, sure does. And Ali using that angle across Naqvi. Well, he's annoyed. They're on a wing and a prayer here, really, Italy, but they're trying. You've got to admire that.
Evans once more. This is well hit and won't go past the fielder, though. It's a really nice catch, well judged. Keeps his eyes on it. And, will be a wicket for Ali Evans. So just changing it around what he does. He's very clever in doing that. But one thing is doing it. The other thing is being able to execute it and get it right, and he does. And they get the wicket there. And I think with that wicket now going, I mean, we know Naqvi is explosive. And if he can't do it, if he can't get you close to it, even with that sensational innings, you got to say, I mean, take nothing away from the effort. Naqvi scores 41 in just 15 deliveries. But a good catch taken there by McBride.
Yeah, actually made that look quite easy, but it wasn't. He had to turn his heels and run with the flight outside the circle. So Naqvi, again, you can't fault his intent as he struck 5 sixes on the way to his 41 on 15, but he's got to go. And the score now is 45 for 1.
Yeah, nice round of applause being appreciated by some of the players out there as well, including the Scottish bench. He certainly gave it his all. The batter now comes in.
So you basically need 57 off 12. So I think it's time to put that away and be a bit more realistic. Try and win the game here. Try and go out in a high for Italy. If someone tell that to Gujar, who'll probably try and smack it for 6, and he almost does, but he's gone. So, well, Gujar had such a great series, but unfortunately, he will finish with a golden duck. Again, unselfish, but he takes on the fielder and doesn't win. That was a good catch taken out there.
Brilliant catch.
And you know what? That means that Ali Evans is on a hat-trick, but it's also the end of the over and end of the power play. It's 45 for 2.
Yeah, great catch there from Curry. And, very, very good player, isn't he? And, well, not only does he bowl superbly well, he's pretty good with his hands as well. We're leaping up in the air. He makes it look easy. Well, that's 2 really good catches. First, the one from McBride when he's running backwards and looking into the sun. And now that one, that was absolutely hammered by Umar Gujar. But you're absolutely right, Gujar. He's had a sensational championship. He really has, and he's going to be disappointed the way it's going to finish for him. Doesn't end up getting any runs in this one. Goes first ball, gets the golden duck. But look, when he reflects back on the performances that he's put in over the last 2 weeks for his side in the group matches as well as this in the championship matches, he'll look back with pride because he's been great with the ball and with the bat.
Yeah, I'd love to see Italy just kind of refocus now and try and win this cricket match. I mean, not many teams get to win their last game. Generally, it's only the champions, so they've got an opportunity to do that and tie Scotland with a 2-6 record. But let's see what happens when the field goes back. 5 outfielders in place now, and Jack Hogarth is going to bowl over number 4. Again, cult figure, the Bison, coming on to bowl his leggies. This is a flat bat, and it is smacked out of the ground. Maximo, a little bit too short from Hoagie, and he pays the price, 6 runs.
Yeah, cleanly hit. Well struck by Fernando, who's joined out there now by Amir Sharif. And look, both of these batters would like to go up on a high, especially Amir Sharif. He's been pretty good, hasn't he, in this championship? But just has been misfiring slightly in the last few games, especially in championship week, but certainly during the group stages, he was really good. See in the background, both the teams, both the Spanish squad and the England 11 are just doing a few gentle warm-ups. They're getting ready for the final match of the group stages. England taking on Spain. What a finish that will be to the group stages. Of course, both teams already know what it will be. The pattern of play tomorrow, as this one is played out for a single.
Yeah, it could be still some movement, but it won't change the fixtures. If Spain lose by a significant amount, they could dip under Netherlands' 11 net run rate. Wow, he's been bowled by a big filthy full toss, and Hoagie, well, he's hurt his fingers, or maybe he spun that too hard. I don't know what he's done. This is a complete comical showdown here between the batter and the bowler. He said, I flicked it so hard, I think I flicked my finger out, and Sharif is saying, well, I got what I thought was a big hanging full toss, and I've missed it. So not the finish that Sharif wanted to his series, as he is bowled, and the score is 52 for 3.
Yeah, I mean, it's a disappointing end. And let's see what happens here. We're looking at there's no issues with the height. I mean, it's a full toss that he misses out on. Yeah, I mean, it's that loopy delivery. And afterwards, you just have a look at, he said, ouch, that hurt. I don't know what I did here. And then he's trying to explain to everybody, I did a bit of this, I did a bit of that. Well, whatever it was, a bit of this, a bit of that, it was too good for Amir Sharif. He also goes for a golden duck. I mean, that's the way sometimes it goes. Umar Gujar, he's been fantastic. He gets a golden duck. Now Amir Sharif, he gets out to it's a Gandhi ball, isn't it? It's a full toss. It should have been whack. He goes. So, well, the ducks are building up in the lake at the back. So that's another one.
Yeah, still can't work out what happened there. I know what happened to Sharif. He just misjudged it in the overspin, made it drop down pretty quickly, but Hogarth looked like he injured himself bowling it. This one looks like it's the one that goes the other way. Kalagamago is coming off golden himself. Is not able to score. So, yeah, so I'd like to see them now refocus and just try and win the game. And the game's there to be won. Still got plenty of batting to come.
No ball called, and well, this could be a bonus. Well, Curry makes a stop. The batters think about taking a second, decide against it. So, free hit coming up here.
Yeah, okay. Well, let's see if this was the front foot or not. Yeah. Wow.
That's smashed away. I think it was just, doesn't quite get the heel on any part of the line. We'll see this again here. Yeah, I think that's a good enough call for me.
I'm not so sure. I think it lands behind. Yeah, you want to be sure.
We're going to take the single here, so he gets away with the free hit. They'll just take the single.
Again, I mean, it's tough because in real time the umpire's probably looking at where the foot ends up. But I mean, Hogarth shouldn't be getting that close anyway, I suppose, as we get to the end of the 4th over. The score is 55 for 3 after 4. So still in decent shape to win the match, and I think that should be the focus for Italy now.
Well, it should be now. I mean, they're not going to qualify for finals day tomorrow. I mean, that's now been decided. I think they know that as well. They knew it, I think, before the Sharif gave his wicket away, swinging hard at a full toss that he misses. But now, now the focus has to be, okay, boys, first part of the plan was to try and knock these runs off as quick as we can in 4.5. If that doesn't happen, the next part of the plan is to go out there, win the match, and finish on a high. And that's really what they've got to try and do here. Now, of course, they're going to be disappointed, and even if they do win this match, but you're going back with a victory, and a victory against Scotland, and you've got to be pretty happy with that, pretty satisfied with it as well.
This first one just sneaks inside, according to the umpire. And you can see Fernando would have liked a wide. Doesn't get the call. And I can see White as well inside the line. You can see that front foot just going outside the leg stump. And so it made it look wider than it was probably to the batter, Jarvis. There's a lot of these cutters. Strike 2 for Fernando. So now, yeah, you've got to be smart. I mean, let's have a look at this required run rate. It's not huge. It's around about 8 and over, just a tick above. And Scotland, again, they don't want to lose the match. Full stop, because then they're going into a do-or-die clash against England tomorrow with only 2 wins to their name out of their 8 games. And that's a bit of a momentum buster, especially the way they lost to England earlier.
This one will be called. Jarvis has been pretty good in getting it in the right areas, and he gets 2 right, and this one he just goes a little bit too wide. He doesn't.
Let's have a look at this one. So what does the batter do? He goes 2 stumps outside. That's the thing. If you move the line 2 stumps, it probably goes straight over the imaginary line, and that's still a wide. If you're over the line, it's a wide. So yeah, that's why I like to see bowlers aiming at the batter or the stumps. As we see a ball that gets edged down and goes for 4. So this one he does throw the bat, gets some of the bat on it, and Fernando gets 4.
Yeah, that's what they want. They get the boundary. I mean, if we now focus on just getting victory in this match, you can see that the rate is under 9. It's around about 8. So that's what's got to be the focus. Try and get the victory here. Nice shot played. Fielder should sweep this, and does. They think about 2 to go against it, get the single.
So I've got my idea. This came to me during the week. Slowly been coming together. Because, you know, I'm not a huge fan of moving the line because it leads to inconsistency. I'm talking about wides on the offside. My thinking, I think the best way to do it, because I like the idea of a fixed point. Okay, if you were just to leave the line where it is right now and call it the way we do it without moving, it might be a bit too unfair. As we see, almost a catch, and, well, Evans, this is an interesting one for me because he does step on the rope at one point, because I want to see if actually he's ever touching the ball while he's on the rope. So it's this second touch that I think is suspicious, but we don't know. There he's on the rope. Does he touch it while he's on the rope? He does not. So I think he'll be okay there. So I guess that was well done by Ali. I don't know how intentional it was.
He does well. He gets a bit of a nasty bounce, doesn't he? But the key thing is, like you say, no contact while touching the rope. Yeah, go on.
So at the moment, pretty much anything that touches the line is a wide. I would say, okay, let's give the line to the bowler. If you get even a bit of that blue line, that's fine. So wides would be balls that are outside that blue line completely, but the line doesn't move. So we'll give the bowler another. We'll give the bowler another width of that line, which is not insignificant. It's probably maybe about 3 inches, but the line doesn't move. And I just think that'll take the inconsistency out. That was where I think we might be heading for wides in ECN in 2023. But we're a long way from that. But in the meantime, why don't you send us a message? And you can get me at Mr. Maximo. You can get Rico at RicoFull. Don't forget to follow us at European Cricket, including our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network.
But I don't like it. See, that's the batter talking.
No, but I'm giving the bowler more. So think of
a lot more. You're giving him 2 centimetres. That's it. Chance taken. Well, we'll continue this conversation as the batter goes. And Jack Hogarth, he's liking that catch. But I tell you what, he's got.
Well, it's a hat trick.
It's a right
it's a hat trick for Evans.
Oh, they didn't bring him back. The last 2, and now it's a wicket at the first ball. And well, that's why we saw well, first of all, it was a routine celebration. Yeah, taking the catch. Then all of a sudden, the word gets through to say, hey, you know, you took 2 wickets of the last 2 deliveries. So this one. Well, that's a hat-trick. So, Ali Evans, he does get a hat-trick. He's got his captain. No wonder he's got a big smile on his face. Well done to him. And it was great to have him up in the dream box. Well, this is the shot. And just look at this. So, look, there's the catch from Hogarth, so he's pretty happy.
They knew it as well. You know, they caught us out because he didn't bowl the next over that he could have. And so we were off talking about something else. And then Ali snuck in, and he knew he was on a hat-trick too. You better believe it. So Kalagamage is the hat-trick victim. And finally, we have a hat-trick here in the championship week. It's hat-trick number 34 of the season, and it goes to the experienced Alistair Evans. And it just shows you, all you have to do is do a few overs of commentary with me, and suddenly miraculous things happen. And I'm sure he's thrilled to be on the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, he certainly is. And like I say, it can happen to a nicer man. Well, maybe he can get a double hat-trick, and he comes. It's been hit pretty nicely, and it's going to be 4 runs. Well, that's a really nice shot, isn't it? And Baljit Singh, he puts himself lower down the order. He's been religiously batting at number 3. Comes in a bit lower down, and, well, the battle of the 2 captains. And after getting a hat-trick, the next ball he bowls to Baljit. His opposite number, it's a beautiful shot down the ground for 4 runs. This is Baljit when he's at his best, when he's hitting shots like this. Timing, hitting it sweet. Sometimes, though, he tends to want to go across the line. Short. And, well, Ali Evans hits back with the shorter ball.
So what you just said interested me, because you said you're not giving the bowler that much, but you actually are giving them quite a lot. Think about how many balls in a day hit the wide line, and then sometimes just a bit of the wide line, and they get called wides.
Yeah, but
I think you're actually giving them a lot.
If I'm coming into bowl and the batter, before I release the ball, takes a big step outside the off stump, you're telling me if I touch that line slightly, you're going to call it that if I go past the line slightly by a millimetre, is that one gets smashed? What a shot that is for 6. Hang on.
Yeah,
let's focus on this shot.
Maximum time. Baljit's come in
this
late.
Is a great shot.
This game's very much alive, by the way. And it just goes, blast this actually over a couple points.
That's a cracking shot.
Really hard.
Is. Beautifully struck. But yeah, what I'm saying is I'm going to be really disappointed if that gets called
I'm going to tell you, don't be a scaredy cat and bowl at the stumps. That Jarvis over, I hate that stuff. It's so defensive. And I understand it, and it's I'd be doing it if I was bowling as well. But here's an idea: bowl at the stumps, and the amount of time we see bowlers do better when they bowl at the stumps.
Yeah, but look, you got tactics when you're a batter, and you got a bowler that's bowling a particular line. You got a tactic of being able to play the ramp shot or the reverse Malachi, right? Well, when you're a bowler, if you're seeing a batter that is deliberately going well wide outside the off stump, okay, then your tactic is to bowl at him. And if you bowl at him and he misses it and you just get it past that line and it gets called a wide, I don't think that's right.
I hear what you're saying, but this is just where I've ended up. It's a bit of a compromise. I actually think you shouldn't move the line at all, because make it a fixed point and make it kind of known. Like the leg stump. The leg stump rule's harsh, but the bowlers know it, right? The bowlers know it, and it works. It was one of the best things that we do, and there's no arguments about it here. All these arguments about the offside is always, and we're seeing lots of umpire errors, to be honest, because they're going to have to. It's hard enough when the line's there. We'll come back to that in a second, because right now, maximum time. It's Fernando that finishes the 6 with a bang. So Evans, he starts with a hat trick and he finishes by going for maximise, and still he'll be happy to have that milestone as he departs with figures of 3 for 28, and at the end of the over, it's 79 for 4.
Yeah, so it's quite an amazing over, really, isn't it? It starts with a wicket, which then we learn is the hat-trick, because he did take 2 wickets in the last 2 balls of his first. And then after that, well, he gets taken to the cleaners, doesn't he? Some good hitting from Baljit Singh. And Fernando, well, welcome to the European Cricket Network. This is how it works on here. You just never know what's going to happen next.
And Ali said something to that effect himself. But, yeah, congratulations. We'll probably see the Hall of Fame shortly with Ali Evans.
Great achievement. And it could happen to a nicer guy, and we know that because we spend a lot of time chatting to him. And he certainly knows his cricket. He's a real gentleman. And I think anybody from any team that has had the opportunity to play against him and talk to him would say the same thing. He's just such a lovely guy.
He sure is. It's Hoagie. A little bit of the football skills from Jack.
Firmly hit. Just floats this one right up there. Yeah, Hogarth trying to do a bit of the Arthur Godsall. And Arthur got Rajmani run out with what I described as a penalty straight down the middle.
It's true. Yeah, soft option, taking a penalty, but you know what you're saying.
Hey, what a lovely day it's been today.
So nice.
You have to pinch yourself sometimes, don't you? When you have to look at where we are.
I called it at the very start of the day. And it was the, as we say, a single. But yeah, I said it couldn't be a better day for cricket. Maximum of 27. Still it's 24. Very, very sunny. Late afternoon sun on the Costa del Sol. There's nowhere you'd rather be.
It's a bit of a half-hearted appeal. I mean, if this was out, well, I'll tell you what, we know it. Jack Hogarth would have been running around. You can't catch him. So he knew that it wasn't. I can tell you that now, because if that was plumb, Jack Hogarth is already doing a lap of honour before the finger goes up.
Yeah, you're right. Pitch that side leg stump.
This one has been hit cleanly and will go all the way. Balle, 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 kinna sona. छक्का लग गया बहुत अच्छा शॉट मारिया आपने बलजीत सिंह ने लगदा जिद्दां इटाली कल नूं नहीं फाइनल्स खेलूंगे पर ये मैच दा जरूरी जितना ये तो गल पक्का मैच जितना that's what he's saying. We may not be here tomorrow but we want to win this match. And now, well, any which way but how, and he says, well, if my own play gets in the way, I don't care, I'm still thumping it down the ground. Fernando, he's saying, hey Skip, take it easy, I'm on your side.
So yeah, Scotland, certainly not the way they wanted to finish their group campaign with 2 losses, but yeah, they have done enough to make it into finals day as we hit the end of the 7th over. The score is 88 for 4. 14 required off the last 3. Let's have a look at what's coming up tonight. Well, flick the switch, Thursday night cricket live from the Costa del Sol, and Spain, the hosts, against England 11. Well, just remember that Spain beat England on the first morning of play here in Championship Week. They've waited a long time, England, to get another crack at Spain, but they do in match 20. And they had an early win. Their captain, Dan Lincoln, won the toss, elected to bat first. And looking at that batting order, that suggests they're going to go back to Lincoln at the top with Harrison Ward, Tom Bevan. Top 3 they started with, but didn't really click. Maybe it's time to go back to that. Rishton, I think, has been very good for them with the bat and the ball. Clayton also has found his feet as the week's gone on. So join us for that. It starts in about 35 minutes right here on the European Cricket Network.
Curry to come back. Bowled first, went for 11. Nicely played by Baljeet. It's nice to see Baljeet, the captain, out there, and I do hope, I mean, the way this match is going, it looks like that Italy should end up winning it, though it's not going to be a sweet moment for them. It's still going to be a bit of a bitter taste about it, but they finish, or should finish, victorious, and it'd be great if the captain's out there, because we were talking about Ali Evans, lovely guy he is, or Baljeet also is a lovely chap. He's such a good sportsman. He's been such a good leader, hasn't he? And he's got his team here, but unfortunately they just weren't able to click in all departments when it came to Championship Week. He wants to get down to the other end. Here's the throw from Curry, and this is going to be out. Absolutely gone. Well, great work there from Curry. Well, I'll tell you what, he's a little bit too hot and spicy for Fernando. He gets there quickly, does Curry, throws it in, and you're gone. You're on your way.
Yeah, hold the phone. This is a really good piece of work from Curry. Knew exactly what he had to do. He could have a little peek at the stumps, but he had to throw quickly, didn't he? And see, still edge and onto the pad. Curry has a look, and he gets him by some distance. So no need to go upstairs for that one. The umpire was in perfect position, made the decision. And so, fortunately for Baljeet, that's the end of his tournament. Pardon me, not Baljeet that's out. Baljeet is the man that survives. But still a very good piece of fielding from Curry. The man run out is Padusha Fernando. The opener goes for 22 or 14 as he departs. 89 for 5.
Yeah, it's a good knock. He's going to be unfortunate, isn't he? He was hoping that he'd stay there till the end. Anik Ahmed, though, gets an opportunity. Maybe thought he wouldn't. This has been launched, and it's going to go all the way. Yes, it is. Well, what a hit that is. Well, that's why Baljeet wants to get to the other end. He's thinking, hey, I'm hitting it clean. I'm feeling good here at the moment. And, well, maybe a lot of the pressure has been taken off the captain. And he's playing the shots that we say that when he's playing in this sort of mode, Vinny, that he's just a pleasure to watch.
Have a look at Ali Evans there. Well, guess what? Good news for him. There's the first 15, there's the second 15, and there's Alistair Evans.
Ali. He's up there on the board. And up there on the Hall of Fame, so board. But Scotland captain Alistair Evans ने अपनी हैट्रिक पूरी कर ली 2 ओवर ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਕਿਤੇ ਲਾਸਟ 2 ਬੋਲਾਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਸੀ ਪਹਿਲੇ ਓਵਰ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਤਾਂ ਪਹਿਲੀ ਬੋਲ ਸੈਕੰਡ ਓਵਰ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ हैट्रिक पूरी कर ਦਿੱਤੀ And well, what a proud moment it is. European Cricket Network making players' dreams come true. And Daddy Evans is now on our Hall of Fame.
Fake ramp. I'd like to say that 98% of Baljit's ramps are fake ramps. And he just, I still don't know what he's trying to achieve by doing it, because I think by now everyone knows he's not going to go through with it. It's almost like he's getting his squats in. But anyway, Anik Ahmed can come and he can finish things with one swing of the bat. So, I mean, it's going to be a pretty good win for Italy, but it shows you what they had to do was so significant. It always comes down to the margins. In some of the matches during the week, they would have wished they could have kept it a bit closer.
Nicely guided away. It should be stopped on the boundary. It is. They'll take the single.
Yeah, so just 5 more required. But, I mean, Italy, obviously, they can be very, very proud of their efforts. They make the top 5 in this year where there's a lot of competition. There's more countries as well as last year. Remember last year they did as well, but there was a final 6 that they made it to. This year, and we've had a lot of fun in Italy. Our Italian adventure, our Italian summit through July, where we went through Milan, Brescia, Bologna, then Rome. Then, of course, the Super Series, which determined the ECL qualifying club, which is Roma CC.
Does he do it this ball? Yes or no?
I don't think so.
Okay, I'm going to say yeah. Look
go.
where he is.
Where's he going?
He's going to do the ramp.
That
would have been the absolute
Baljit's
classic
already heading
if
to
he
the
did
bar.
Finish it with the ramp. Can you imagine? After all we said, you know he's not going to ramp it, and next thing you know, plays the ramp for 6, game over. Well, okay. Well, he starts taking the guard, which is way down the leg side. Well, he's entertaining, but the thing with Baljit is when he starts doing this sort of stuff is when he gets out, when he stays focused and stands in the crease and plays properly, he plays some great shots. Remember, he almost pulled off 6 sixes in an over.
Yeah, he did. 31. He got off that over. It's not even the highest over we've had. I think we had 34.
34 for
that
Dan
was,
Lincoln.
Dan Lincoln off Udit Nashir. So now just 5 required. We go into the 9th. We often say it all happens in the 9th. It'll probably all end in the 9th, but we'll have to see. You can pull off 2 miraculous overs. You still might be able to defend this, but hard to see it happening. Do you just gamble now and bring the field up? You've got someone like Neil, who's a pretty good bowler. His first over went the journey. Got hit for 3 sixes and bowled a high no ball. That went for 23. He's back in the second.
Just wants to get the field. He tends to bowl much better when he bowls later on. I still do believe he, for some reason, with this the new Kookaburra, he seems to struggle with it. He showed that here again today when he bowled the second over. And you're right, he went for plenty, went for 23.
I think also because, okay, you drive him in the air, you might get it over the infield, but not the outfield. So I think he benefits from having extra outfielders and maybe batters that haven't been there as long, not top order batters in this form of the game. Anyway, time for over number 9. And it starts with a wide.
Yeah, wide down the leg side, so that reduces the equation by 1. So any boundary now would do it.
Yeah, 4 would do it. Yeah, Italy, we've had a great time there. I mean, I've only just kicked my carbonara habit. We had a great time.
Of course, I remember that. Your carbonara didn't run well.
Yeah,
I think you set a record.
It's got a lot to answer for. The pasta and the wine in Italy. Yeah, very good time there. Isn't it great to see so many of the players that we saw performing in that ECS performing here? They've got a lot to be proud of, winning Group D. And also, look, let's not forget, 3 days ago they beat England 11. And it shows it wasn't a fluke last year. That's the second time Italy have beaten England in this tournament.
Yeah. Ollie here showing us his footballing skills.
4 to win now. Anik on strike. Pitches up and he's gone. And well, it's a nasty one for the fielder. It's Chris McBride that takes the catch. Has a look, has a count. And they're all there. I'm not sure they're all in great shape. So it'll be a wicket laid on as Anik drives. And this is in the gap. I think it's the end of the game. But he hit it straight at McBride, who holds on to the catch. And Italy 98 for 6.
Yes, another wicket, and of course, every time they stop balls, anything is possible. And McBride, I think, is deciding, look, I need to go off and maybe get some of the magic spray from Mary onto this, and maybe, I think he wants to take that finger up. I mean, as soon as it hit him, he was in trouble, so he goes off. It looks like the 12th man will come on, so you might see Uzair Shah. And listen, one thing for sure is you're talking about your carbonaras. I mean, Vinny Sandu, this is the God's truth. You were eating a 1.3 or 4 carbonaras a go. And
Guilty.
that's a record. I've never known anybody. You were hooked on those carbonaras.
Yeah, I was at Carbonara Anonymous. But also, in Bologna, I've got to say I love the bolognese, the genuine bolognese
proper
sauce.
Ragu.
Yeah,
The
proper
ragu.
ragu.
Sauce. Yeah, that's the home of the ragu sauce in Bologna. Yeah, we certainly had some great meals in.
How about
in
Anik,
Italy.
though? I mean, Anik's a good cricketer. It's really nice to see him getting an opportunity here. Plays the cricket for Rome Bangla Morning Sun. And he hasn't disgraced himself at all. He's been a very important contributor to this Italian side. So they're just making hard work of this at the moment. I suppose, okay, I would try and break this last two overs into 4 half overs. If you can have 4 outstanding half overs where you only concede 1, each of them on average, then you're doing all right. That's pretty much what they've done so far. Roshan Silva comes out. Maybe he can finish it off. He gets full toss. He'll clunk it for 1. And that takes them closer. And they got 2 off that half over. There was a wide and there was that single. There was a wicket in the middle. Baljit, though, I don't think he's mucking around here. If he gets something to drive, he's going for it. They've brought up mid-off. They've got the cover and cover point really tight.
Yeah, he's a very good player of the short ball as well. So if he gets a short one, he'll go after it. Oh,
Well,
this is terrible. Well, that's the match. Well, that is the gundiest of gundy balls. It's called a no ball. So poor wicketkeeper. Well, he's going to have to. He's going to have to say that goes down as buys. Well, Garden can't believe it. He's going to think, how can you say that's buys? It was a gundy ball. It gets called a no ball. So 1 no ball and 4 buys to finish it. That is the end of the match. So Baljit Singh, the captain, it's so good to him be out there in the middle. He was 27 unbeaten off 13 deliveries. And he sees Italy to victory over Scotland. Well done to Italy. Look, sadly, we are not going to see them in finals day tomorrow. They will finish at the bottom of the table. But look, they finished on the same number of points as Scotland, so it's going to be net run rate. And when you look back at some of their performances, you've got to say maybe it was that match against Spain when Italy only put 81 on the board and Spain knocked them off with 22 balls to go. That would have hurt them. And that's when you really have the net run rate go against you. But they've done themselves proud. They had a fantastic week in the group stages, and they were, I think they were awesome in Group D. Really played some really good, exciting cricket. Remember, they had that victory against Germany, 114 to them, restricted Germany to 49 all out. I mean, that was sensational cricket. So, but this week, well, maybe it was a long, hard week. There were some tired bodies there. I know some of their players said they're really feeling it. But they didn't disgrace themselves. They played some excellent cricket, and they'll go back as heroes. And I'll tell you something else, they'll come back bigger and stronger. I really like the talent they've got inside. They've got a lot of youth players there as well. We know they've got some players waiting to come in as well. So the cricket in Italy is exciting, and the future is certainly looking bright.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, look, they finished with a good win here, Italy. I mean, they had about 1.7 points to make up in the net run rate. They end up making up some of it. I think they finished with about 1.1 between them on the net run rate. That was a funny one, wasn't it? Hogarth seemed to spin his thumb out of its socket, but still spin a web past Sharif, who swung all around that full toss. Jarvis came on, and you can see that Ali, by luck or design, kept that one in the field of play. But this is the funny thing as well. I mean, that 100, if it wasn't, and there was the hat trick. Let's not forget the hat trick, which we almost missed. I might have just missed it twice. I missed it in the highlights as well. But I was just saying, it just shows you, approaching this, they tried to do it so quickly and they actually built a platform that they cruised in the chase in the end. Although they made it slightly hard work at the end, they get there fairly comfortably. 9 balls remaining. This is good work by Curry. Well, Curry's been hot this week, and he shows he can do it in the field as well, defending that run off his own bowling. Yeah, but ultimately, even with those late wickets, Stuart McBride was uncomfortable, to say the least, when he pulled off that catch to remove Anik Ahmed. And then Roshan Silva came out, he got to the other end, and then Baljit got high full toss, ended up at the boundary. Bad luck, Callum Garden. That goes down as 4 buys to you as well. But Scotland, look, they've done it. They've probably done it a bit ugly, to be honest. I mean, you think about how important that win was when Scotland knocked over England. Italy also knocked over England.
Yeah.
And speaking of England, well, we are going to see them taking on Spain in the last match of the round-robin stage here. It starts in about 20 minutes. Join us for that one in around 15 minutes' time. To take you into it, you can see the news from the toss, England 11 winning the toss and electing to bat first. That should be a really good one, Rico.
Yeah, it should be a really good one. Look, once again, just want to say this about Italy. I mean, Italy, we won't see them tomorrow. But look, think about this. Italy, think about the wins that they did have in this championship week. They beat England. They chased England's 121 and got there and got a great victory. I mean, that's something you have to remember. And remember that match. Remember how it finished with that leading 6 of the last over. Richton bowling, and then a 6 being hit at the last ball when they needed 3. That's a massive highlight for them, and that's something that they'll relive for a long time. And then that victory there against Scotland as well. So they've really had a very, very good championship week. And not all the results went their way, but they'll go back a very proud team.
Yeah, and they're a champion team. All teams here are champion teams. That's why it's called Championship Week. As Nakvi, he led the scoring with 41 off 15. Nice to see him clicking at the top of the order a couple of times. Fernando was involved in that opening partnership as well, 22 off 14. Baljit came good at the end with 27, not out. As far as the bowling went, well, no one really disgraced themselves. Evans, 3 for 28 of his 2 overs, and he took a hat-trick, and it was one of those sneaky hat-tricks that went across overs. He'll be really pleased to join the Hall of Fame. The other wickets went to Adrian Neil and Hogarth. Jarvis bowled a pretty good over in there as well. So as we say goodbye to the Italians, there will be 4 sides that are in the frame to raise the trophy in the ECC this year. And we'll see 2 of them go head-to-head in just 15 minutes. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo with Rico Full back shortly with the night game. Time to flick the switch here at the Dream11 European Cricket Championship.
Ven conmigo a cruzar su calle, a vivir su ambiente. Ven conmigo a vivir la vida intensamente. Conmigo ven, conmigo ven, conmigo ven. Ven, ven conmigo, conmigo ven, ven conmigo. Ven conmigo a hablar con la gente, conocer su calle, disfrutar su ambiente,
Hello there, it's Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network. I'm here in the VIP area getting set up for some of our guests tomorrow, and I know we're expecting a big day tomorrow. Of course, it is finals day in this Dream11 European Cricket Championship. We might even spot a very rare species. More of that in a second, but first it's time for match 20 between Spain and the England 11. The coin toss happened a little bit earlier. Rob Cummings with two captains. Let's see what happened.
Your call. Tails. Tails is scored. It is hits. Bat is.
So the news from the toss is that Dan Lincoln, the English skipper, has won the toss and he's elected to bat first. I don't mind that. I like them batting first. I think they can defend well. We saw that against Scotland earlier in the day. And Spain, well, they did lose their first game. It was a tight one, but they have earned the right for that double chance. We know that England will be in the eliminated tomorrow, and Spain could actually drop out of top if they lose this game significantly, so we'll keep an eye out for that. But right now, I want to talk about this, a very rare species. You only see them here in the VIP area, and they are some of the rarest kind of creatures you'll see here. It is the corporate guys from the European Cricket Network. We'll have to be a little bit quiet so we don't disturb them. We don't understand a lot about them. We don't really understand what they eat. We don't really understand too much. But what I can tell you here is that in match 20, that England, they've won the toss, they'll be batting first. Well, Rico, I'm going to try and find out more about these fascinating creatures. It's over to you as we get ready to flick the switch and go into the night match.
Well, thank you, Vinny Sandu. It was good while it lasted. Well, you've done yourself no favours there. So anybody that is looking for a part-time commentator, somebody who doesn't do a bad job, well, Vinny Sandu, he will be preparing his CV later. Anyway, we will focus on this match. Spain taking on England. What a match it's going to be. Spain, they experienced defeat for the first time today against the Netherlands when, well, they thought they had it in the bag. So I'm pretty sure that following that one, they're going to come back stronger and make sure this time that they go on to finish the job. But England, well, they are on a bit of a high themselves, aren't they? After starting badly, they've gone on and they've won 3 on the spin. So it was a good day for them yesterday. Can they make it 4 on the spin here against Spain? Spain, who did obviously beat them earlier in the championship when the two teams met once before. And well, we'll give you some information on that. And it was a comprehensive victory. It was the very first match when England put 104 on the board, and Spain knocked them off with 13 balls to go, and that was the start of well, a championship week that just went better and better for Spain. But then they did get that one loss. This one, well, England favoured to go 115 to 110, so England are picked to be victorious in this. There are a lot of people that won't agree with it. I've just been looking at some of the comments and some of the views of people in our viewers chat, and it's really mixed. Some people are expecting England to win it. There's some saying no, there's no way. Spain are too good, they're too strong. So plenty of conversation in there. Charlie Hunt is on there as well. Hello, Charlie. How are you doing, buddy? And what do you think, Charlie? Which way do you think this is going to go? Charbon is out there as well. Keanu Reeves. And like I say to everybody, keep the conversation coming. It's been absolutely sensational. It'll be great to have you here with us, as it is great to have all of the viewers with us around the world as well. So ready to get started, our umpires, but there's Rafi Ahmed, and he'll be joined out there by Asad Ali as we wait for Frederica Constant, our official timekeeper from Geneva, to give us the thumbs up for the first ball. Mohamed Cameron comes back into the attack after he's had a little bit of rest. Well, he's put the drawing pins away and he's got to do some bowling. He starts with a wide. It's being tidied up by Mohamed Ishan behind the stumps. He's bowling to Harrison Ward. And Harrison Ward is joined out there with the opening partner, sticking with what hasn't quite clicked yet with Ben Claydon. It's been played down the ground. We'll take a single. First runs off the bat for England. Ben Claydon now go on strike. So still Dan Lincoln not pushing himself up the order straight away. Yeah, Charlie's saying pretty proud week so far. Yeah, Charlie, I know exactly where you're coming from. This one will just be played down for another single from Clayton. Clayton's put a good all-round performance in. I mean, he bowled well. Yeah, Charlie just saying, you know, it's if you're being involved with cricket in Spain, you can't be any prouder. Spain have been absolutely brilliant, and a lot of people will be sharing those thoughts. On Cameron, Harrison Ward again. Ward once again takes the single. Oh, it's a good shy, and would have been pretty close. There's the Prince Demand. Prince Demand is Demand. He's been pretty good. That's pretty close. Nice shot there off the Prince, getting the shy in. Short, and gets this through pretty quickly. Quite a fast delivery that from Cameron. The hitman Cammy whizzing this past the outside edge of Clayton. Got this a line of 4 on the offside. It's just Hamza who is on the boundary on the offside, on the third man area. This is uppish, and it's straight into the hands of Burns, and that's the first wicket. Nicely taken, and that's the field I'm just talking about. They got that line, haven't they? The line of fire. Well, that's what it looks like with this red and yellow off the Spanish side, and Burns is one of that line, and he takes his catch. It's a smart catch, a good bowling from Cameron. He beats Clayton outside the off once, and then, well, similar delivery. Clayton gets good bat on this, to be fair, but straight to Burns, who makes no mistake in taking the catch. So Cammy strikes again. Clayton will go for one of the 3 deliveries he faces, and well, it is Burns that takes the catch. So Mohammed Cameron, looks like here that the rest that he's had has done him some good. It's pretty sharp and pretty fired up. So gets the first wicket, and Clayton once again not quite able to click with the bat. Let's have a look at some of the Spanish bowlers. So Mohammed Cameron there picking up his 24th victim. 24 wickets to him in the championship. Prince Daman and Atif Mohammed are not that far behind him on 19, and then followed by Hamza Salim, who really has found his form. This one just gets worked away. They'll take the single. And, of course, they're up against an England side whose batting is starting to click. They're starting to get better with each game. Dan Lincoln is their top scorer at the moment. That's the first over comes to an end, and Harrison Ward, well, he's past the 100 mark as well. 108 for him. 5 of the first, but they do take a wicket, and it is the wicket of Clayton that goes, and it's Mohammed Cameron, man, who picks up the first. Vamos, vamos, chicos. That's a phrase that you'll hear a lot coming from the captain, Christian Mills, as we just have a look at the top batters, and you mentioned some of those already. Let's just have a look at the bowling there. Mohammed Cameron now 24 scouts, Prince Diman and Atif Mahmood both on 19. On the other side, not so many, because the reason for that is this one goes over the stump, so this is just going to be buys. And I get the feeling here, yeah, buys is signal. I get the feeling here that the wicketkeeper here, Ishan, probably thinks this is going to bowl him. We can't believe it. Good start from Yasir. Just marks up his run once more. Yasir Ali. And yeah, just going back to England, remember those numbers not as high because England didn't play in the group stages as the champions. They automatically qualified for Champions Week. So they haven't played the same amount of cricket as the other teams have. Short, but whizzed through. So, quicker delivery. So it gets past Harrison. He'll have to get a big score here. It's a strong left-hander. And there's our boys from Portugal. They're asking the question, and a little shake of the head from the umpire. They're going down the leg. Shaba Shaba. So look at this. Where's this pitching? Yeah, it's on the up as well, but I get the feeling that the angle that's bowled at may have gone past the leg stick. Harrison seems to be Bit of a niggle there, maybe with his elbow, his arm. Width, and well, this is almost like a double contact. It sounds like a double hit to me. And they decide not to take the second. It's just a single. Yeah, it's almost like a nurdle, wasn't it? Oh, look at this, sort of nurdles away. It's almost like the ball held up and stood up on the bat for a while. Field changes toward it. We've got point, backward point, third man. Sort of all almost within touching distance of each other. Down the ground would be an easy stop for Christian, the captain. Hasn't he done some superb work in the field? The fielding in this competition has been absolutely sensational. Yes, here looking to finish well. It's been a very tidy over so far. And he's going to finish with a wicket. I think Burns is going to take a second catch. He does. And it's Keast who goes. Once again, he's not able to get going. And it's another wicket. And I was saying this over from Yasir was looking good. It looks even better now, as it will be 9 for 2 at the end of that, the second over. What a good over that was. We're talking about the catches. Well, Burns, he's taken 2 there in the championship so far. Sebastian Brandt has taken 15. Daniel Dolkaya 15 as well. Then Christian Munoz-Mills, he's on 14. Those are your top three catches. 2 of them have been absolutely sensational. Take some brilliant ones, and I'm pretty sure that Christian Munoz-Mills is looking to pick up a few more here. But well, this match at the moment is going very much the way that the home side, the host nation Spain, will be wanting it to do. They've taken 2 quick wickets, and that brings Andy Rishton out into the middle. He's put some good all-round performances in so far. This is how the table looks. So both those teams, Spain and Netherlands, are going to be playing each other in qualifier 1. So those teams will have the double chance to get into the final, and that's a massive boost. And, England here, I think it's all about getting some confidence out there, and they know that if they are to progress, if they are to get in the final, they will be meeting their opponents here again, and it's all about what positives and pluses they can take from it. Mohammed Cameron comes in the attack, and this one is going to be 4 runs. And you just get the feeling here that Atif Mohammed has to get the dive in. If he wants to chase this down, he's not going to get it. And Cameron just straying onto the pads. And that's been clipped away. Nice shot there from Rishton. Nice way to get off the mark. And here, not just out there in the middle, but also from the fan zone. Come on, Cammy! He's become a bit of a popular figure. And, well, he's... this is not a good delivery. He's down the leg side. Good work then for Mishan. He gets a shine. Oh, this could have been close. This is quality work from Mohammed Ishan. First of all, it's a great stop. Well, he does the rock and roll, the tumble and roll, and gets up and gets the throw in as well. This would have been pretty close, you know. I mean, they'd make it into 2 wides. But, oh, that was close. Mohammed Cameron, you see this again. Look at that. There's the throw on the roll. Would have been really close. Well, if he hasn't got a future in cricket, he can also become an artist. You've seen some of his artwork already. Firmly struck, and this is going to take some stopping, and it's not going to be stopped there by Daniel Dolkaya. Really good shot. The timing was great, but the power was awesome from Harrison Ward. Good shot, bang, down the ground, 4 runs, 4 carreras. Que fuerza tienes esta hombre. Cameron once more to Harrison Ward. Short, and he takes him on and just drops short of the captain of Spain, Christian, and almost gets the big wicket of Harrison. Harrison is not going to shy away from this. And it was almost there, and that is given for signal as 1 for the over as well. So Cammy with the ball to go in his spell. He can't be bowling another short one. 21 for 2. The power play, and yeah, just checking how many balls to go there. The batter, Rishton, and hits this on the up, and we'll get a boundary. That's a nice solid shot. So 4 runs. looks like there is another one to go. Well, I'm sure I heard the umpire saying one, but there was 2 to go. So Gami has 1 more to bowl in his spell. And does take a wicket, doesn't he? An important wicket. But now, he's Rishton certainly is finding him to his liking. A couple of boundaries from him. 21 off his spell so far. Goes short. Rishton wants to take him on. It's hovering up there in the air. He's going to get lucky. It just bounces before the boundary. Daniel Dolkaya gets there, gets the throw in. They don't chance his arm, get the one. So a couple of shots that have gone in the air. A nice little moment there between the fast bowler Mohammed Cameron and Andy Rishton. They're both very good all-rounders in their own right. So 26 off the power play, and it's 2 wickets down. And as we have a look at the graph, there's a fine time to welcome back into the Dream Box Mr. Maximo. Hello and welcome back. And listen, I'm surprised you still have a job.
Okay.
You don't mess with the hierarchy, you know. Have you prepared your CV?
Yeah, well, you know, I guess it's a bit intimidating for them to be in my background, but no, I'm really excited with the preparations going on. That VIP area, that was a very, very comfortable couch.
Have we got a VIP pass?
That's it. Well,
come on.
I don't know.
We
Do you
don't?
have to? I know you have to be wearing one of those cards on a lanyard. You know what I mean? You've got to have your accreditation.
Listen, this is my neck of the woods. We're in Spain. I know somebody. I think he's out. He is out here. Oh, this is crazy. Harrison Ward, what are you doing here? Well, what are they both doing? Well, the communication was terrible. Well, there's only one place he's going, and that is back. Oh dear, oh dear. This has gone all wrong. And, well, just have a look at this again. It's the communication failed from both ends. It's well, Harrison, he just stands in the middle, then he has to try and get back, and well, he's not going to make it. And we've seen this before from Atif. He doesn't miss from there, and that is a sad dismissal.
Oh, man.
Very good batter.
Oh, it's a good old-fashioned cook-up, really. Harrison did a bit of the barbecuing himself, you'd have to say. I like where this comes from, but it's just a succession of poor choices. I don't think there's a run there. I mean, so early in the innings as well. Harrison will know that if he's going to make a decision like that. I'm glad it's today, not tomorrow. He's run out for 9 off a wide, and the score is 27 for 3. Maybe you'll see the funny side of that one day. Probably not today.
Yeah, it's not a good one, isn't it? And, well, we know there's only one man who goes out there and warms up like that, and that's well, the captain, Dan Lincoln. This one is high up in the air, and it just keeps on going. Well, that's how you hit a 6 with one hand. And this one goes into the area we're talking about. Well, we get a little glimpse of the VIP section there. Yeah, look, one hand off the bat, up it goes, and lands just over. Well, it goes right over the VIP section.
Yeah, a bit of a one-hander from Rishton. He's a guy that plays his cricket with a lot of energy. I always like to watch him. Dan Lincoln's out there now, coming out at number 5. Seems to have found a bit of a home in the middle order, with Clayton up the top, partnering Harrison Ward. I wonder if that was in the plans at the start of the week.
Oh, he doesn't get this right, and once again, just dropping short off the fielders. A couple of times, the English batters have hit the ball in the air, and it just drops short of the men running in from long on and long off.
See, Rishton finds himself batting even higher than his captain now, but I think that's just testament to how well he struck the ball. He's been one guy that seems to be pretty consistent for them with the stick. Lincoln to face up for the first time.
Is this away outside the off? And, yeah, Lincoln, just keep an eye on him. He likes to get funky, he likes to hop across outside his off and play a lot of shots sort of in that behind square boundary area. Just wondering whether Spain will put a man out there early on or wait for him to play those shots first. But he does execute them pretty well. Rishton, he's chances his arm slightly. This is a long way up in the air, and he chances his arm again, and this time he will not get lucky. What a great catch that is, and it's a third catch for Lorne Burns. Well, he is on fire.
Yeah, I mean, Prince Demand's there. He's also a very good fielder, but I think this is a good call and actually a good respect of the call from Prince Demand, because the way this is hit is slightly sliced, and if anything, it is heading more towards Burns. It's curving a bit towards him. So Burns made the call. He had the confidence that Prince would get out the way and didn't let Prince distract him in taking the catch. So Rishton, he's been a good performer, but on this occasion, he won't make too many. He ends up going for 16 off just 6 balls, and now England 11 have lost a 4th wicket. It's 35 for 4.
Yeah, it was living dangerously, wasn't it? He wanted to have a go, but this is such a good catch. He gets himself as close to it as he can, and then he gets the dive in and takes it well. And, well, a little disappointment maybe in the English camp as that one gets taken. You saw the likes of Richard Logan and Tom Lambert there. Maybe slightly disappointed, maybe a bit concerned with this start. They've gone with, well, this man is going up and down the batting order like a yo-yo. Now comes up and he gets a Gundy ball first up. It's a big wide from Atif. That's disappointing. A new batter comes in. You've got to make him play. You've got to get the ball outside the off to him. So Atif Mohammed lets himself down slightly there. Rishton goes for 16 of 6. That brings Godsal back out there. Comes in at number 6 this time. We've seen him coming at number 9 a few occasions.
Atif Mohammed, good young player. A player we've seen come through the Catalunya region. I was just going to say, it's our last game of the night. Our last game of the group stage as well. Not the group stage, round robin stage, I suppose, here in Championship Week. I'd love some random questions. We like to do random questions last game of the night. So send them through in the comment section. I might get our social media up there in a second. First, here's Atif. Gets driven for 1.
Well, my random question is, where's my VIP pass? But we'll work on that.
Yeah, we'll work on that for you. Just say you're with the band. Anyway, after 4 overs, it is 37 for 4. And I suppose as one tournament draws to a close, we'll have more cricket coming from Monday. We'll be in Croatia on Monday. Zagreb, you must be looking forward to going to Croatia. I mean, that's a beautiful country. I was there last year.
I am indeed. Never been there before, and you've told me some good stories about it. Also looking forward to the teams that are taking part, because as you said, it's not just teams from Croatia that are taking part.
Yeah, so we have a team from Serbia and a team from Slovenia. Ljubljana from Slovenia will contain Jost. Well, he started playing cricket because of the ECN. He took it up, and I'm really excited that he'll make his ECS debut for Ljubljana next week.
Hamza, it's another one that, well, agonisingly dropped short of the fielder. They have a shy at the stumps. I think if this hits, it would have been very, very close, but doesn't make contact, so they will take 2.
Yeah, I think he would have been all right. I think. But there was no one really backing up. But still had the confidence to go for it. I suppose the value of a wicket here exceeds that of the extra run. Because if you can get England 5 down, if you think there's a chance, you probably go for it. Probably not worth giving 4 overthrows away, but 1, yeah, probably a good trade-off. Here's Hamza.
Hits down the ground, but this should be... oh, I say it should be taken. It's been dropped. I can't believe it. You know what? We've seen the 2 best catchers of the championship, Sebastian Braat and now Christian Manuth-Mills, both drop catches today.
Yeah, true. But if you're going to do it, maybe today's the day, not tomorrow. Again, I wonder the height of this. Obviously, got the lights to contend with. They're just taking effect. And we're really disappointed. Gets 2 hands to it, but can't hold on.
The difference a day makes. Remember that supersonic catch he was involved with yesterday with Danny Doyle Kaye. Oh, amazing. People can't believe. I can't believe it. I've been watching Christian play for so many years, and well, I'll tell you what, I would never have betted against him dropping that.
Yeah, but he's straight back to encouraging. That's the way it goes. I mean, everybody makes mistakes. Again, at this time of night, there's a few things going on. You've got the artificial lights starting to take over.
It's been hit pretty well. Yeah, and it's the man that you drop as well. I mean, Lincoln is not the player that you want to be putting down.
Still, nice to hear. Vamos, chico, muy bien, muy bien. Come on, guys, let's go, let's go. Very good. Good encouragement. Right now, Lincoln gets a second chance to Hamza Saleem Dar.
Just waits for this and just drops the baton, and it hasn't he bowled well. This is, this is the other thing that I'm liking about Spain. I mean, they did this in the group stages as well, so they played a fair number of their matches. Hamza Salim Dar was always part of it as a batter, and then right towards the end of the group stages we start to see Hamza bowling, and he was phenomenal, picking up wickets for fun. And they've done the same thing here again. I mean, we know him as a great bowler. We've seen him in Barcelona. He takes wickets for fun. He's got a great Yorker delivery, and now they're using him here towards the end of this week. Well, this one is just over pitch. He goes for the Yorker, gets it wrong. This will go all the way. Boom! Chaka la gaya. 6 carreras, and that will take him to 49 at the end of 5 overs. So they're looking up to score about, well, definitely want to get to 100, but they want the acceleration in there. Maybe the captain, Dan Lincoln, can give them that, and they can get to that 120 score. That's what they'll be eyeing up.
Yeah, they're exactly right. And just doing a few calculations, if Spain lose this by even a few runs or more, they'll probably drop down to second. Probably doesn't matter too much because I don't think we're expecting any rain. But I still think Spain would have liked to go through and will like to go through as top of the pile. They'll feel they've earned that, but they just have had that loss earlier today, and they don't want to go in with losing form. Hey, just a reminder, it is a good chance to get in touch with us. You can get me at Mr. Maximo, and you get Rico at Rico4. I'm looking for random questions, no matter where you're watching from around the world. Now's your chance to get a little bit interactive with us as we start over number 6, and this one's timed well, but well, this is Cameron who loses the handle, and I'm not quite sure how this happened, but somehow that's gone for 4, and that brings up the 50 for England 11.
Well, look, if you're going to have a little bit of a shocker, and we've already seen Christian Munoz drop a catch, he never does that, and now we've seen a glaring misfield there from Mohamed Cameron. If it's going to happen, or maybe let it happen on a match which doesn't really count for too much, and this could be that match. You don't want to be playing this sort of cricket tomorrow. This has been whipped away. What a lovely shot that is. And I said, look out for Lincoln. He's going to quickly jump across outside the off and whip this away. And this is the shot. He's made this his own. He's made this his trademark. And he is so good and so effective at executing it. Another great shot.
Yeah, and when it works, it looks good. I suppose we've seen him doing this a lot. And it's fairly predictable, but he's almost showing his hand, showing his cards to the bowler, saying, yeah, this is what I'm going to try and do, and I don't really care what you think. I'm going to do it. There's not too much cat and mouse about it. Oh, he's got such a good eye, Dan Lincoln. That's why he can do things that other people can't.
Right there. I was wondering when they would make a change to the field. It's been made now. So you've got a man that goes back on the 45 on the boundary. They've also got an orthodox square leg on the boundary. On the pad, asking the question, and they'll have a go, and I think he may just get back. Yes, Irali thinks it was pretty close.
It was close. That's good backing up from Chris Munoz-Mills, because he sees that the throw's coming, so he hustles in off the boundary to prevent the overthrow. And I think once bitten, twice shy as far as running those sneaky runs for England 11.
I think Yessi needs to probably think back in the Spain team is how Ellie Evans bowled to Dan Lincoln when he was doing this, and that's get that Yorker in, just dart the Yorker in. And he gets to the other end for the moment, so Gotzal. He tries to do the same. This one, I think, doesn't hit anything. He'll come back for 2 and chase hard. He's going to have to struggle here. And he gets the dive in, and we're going to see this again. Does he get the bat down in time? He gets the dive to try and reach and get himself in. He was just a little bit slow there.
Yeah, the answer is maybe, but the thing is, Isam wasn't in an ideal position. He kind of finds himself in front of the stumps, gets an awkward take, and then fields, and I think he actually misses them the first time. I think he should be in here. Yeah. But you see, Isan finds himself in the road, so that's not a very good position to be in. And Godsall will survive.
They're out of here. Where they're going?
They must know something. They're going to go tell their friends about finals day tomorrow, maybe.
They've been told that they've been ushered away from the VIP area.
They'll be back.
They're gone.
Yeah, so you want your accreditation, do you?
I do, yeah.
All right.
Hey, listen, what a view. This is going to be an amazing sky, isn't it? Look at that. Oh, right on cue. It's going to be amazing.
Reminds me of the Lion King, that mountain over there.
It's a nice shot. Well, I think Arthur Godsall has been watching Dan Lincoln and learning from him, because he's saying, well, hey, Dan, is this the way you do it? And the captain says, yeah, son, that's the way.
Yeah.
Look at that. They're making this their own shot. So once again, I think that field will have to stay with that man on the 45 back of the boundary, because Arthur Godsell, he's saying, hey, Captain, I'm learning from you.
Yeah, welcome to the new cricket, and the V is sideways for England 11. Here we go. The last ball, the over coming up.
Full and straight. Come on, yes, full and straight. Now he follows him. And, well, the throw comes in, he's gone. So they do get him. I don't know where Arthur Godsell was running here. There's never a single... We've seen 2 crazy run-outs here from England. There's never a run here. Are these schoolboy errors that we're seeing from a very experienced England side?
He thinks he's beaten the bowler, but here's the thing. If you have, you don't have to rush. That's the thing for Godsell. And this is actually one time where following the batter works. It just jams down at Godsell. He's quick, but he's not that quick. It's just a case that he thinks that's going over the bowler, let's go. And then he realises he's made a grave mistake. So yet another run out. That was good keeping by Mohammad Ihsan, because it wasn't a great throw. It bounced in front of him, but he still did enough. And that's the 5th wicket fall. After 8 overs, it's 66 for 5.
Yeah, I mean, that's not good cricket, is it? I mean, we saw the mix-up, and well, at least that time with Harrison Ward, it was a major mix-up when he went and run out for 9, and now we're seeing the second run out here. Godsell just hits the ball straight at Yasser Ali. I don't think Yasser Ali could believe it. Said, okay, if you want to commit, go for it. I'm going to have you. And he does have him. So another wicket goes down at the end of that over. 66, 5 wickets down at the end of 6.
So we've got a couple of overs to go here. 6 overs down at the moment. Not 8 overs, like I said before. So still 4 overs to go for England. And on that 110 pace, this one won't be wide because of where he moves prior to the release.
They've left that area open again. I mean, they've got to make the decision up. Do you keep a man back there to Dan Lincoln or not?
I think they want to encourage him to do it, knowing that Harms is going to swing the ball out from him and keep it outside the off stump. Says, look, go on, try it. We're not going to give it to you.
Firmly hit. He's got plenty of power in this shot, but good stop again. They want the 2. They're going to run hard, and I think they're going to get there this time.
Well run by Bevan. Now, Bevan spotted that straight away. He knew it probably wouldn't be fielded by the first fielder, and it was batted away. It was a really good stop, to be fair, by Burns, who's fielded extremely well, but he hustles back, and because he does, he gets there safely.
Yeah, it's really good fielding. Team fielding as well, because not only is he stopping it, he's piling it on to a man who can get the throw in quickly. Good standards here from Spain at the moment. And this one is not the best of deliveries, and that's been smashed away in Dan Lincoln territory. That will go all the way. Manos arriba, árbitro, porque eso es 6 carreras más. Y el capitán de Inglaterra tiene mucha fuerza, tiene mucha fuerza. Es un hombre que tienes fuerza.
Yeah, they'll take it. Where can they get to here? Currently 114 pace. It's probably defendable, judging by how well England 11 bowled and fielded against Scotland earlier on. But Spain are masters of the chase this week, aren't they?
And well, this is going to be the downfall of the captain. He just tries to guide this away, and that's probably the easiest of catches that Atif Mohammed has had to take. So he does get funky. He likes to play that shot, but it does get him out a number of times as well. And with this time, he's just trying to guide this away, and he wants to go, I think, more over the wicketkeeper, but he doesn't. He goes on the 45, and Atif takes the catch, and Dan Lincoln is going to be, well, a disappointing departure for him. And you have to say, it's another wicket, another English batter that gets himself out. It's more the case of getting yourself out than them getting you out, I think.
Yeah, so you can see Lincoln, again, that shot's his undoing. You need to get the contact just right. That one kind of clunked off a bit high, and simple catch taken. So 74 for 6 with a third of the innings remaining here.
Yeah, congrats to Hamza. Liking his introduction to the bowling today. He's bowled really well. Had a fantastic game against the Netherlands when it looked like he'd put the game beyond the Netherlands after taking 3 wickets. But Netherlands bounced back. And he comes again. Good delivery. Just gets that little bit of away movement to get the ball past the outside edge of Sam Pearce, the new batter.
Yeah, Pearce, very good leg spinner. Also handy with the bat. See him fighting for these late innings runs as England hope to go into finals day with another W to their name.
Good stop. Great bit of cricket. Well done from Hamza. Showing us all his abilities and agility as well as he stops this. It's very well done for the fast bowler. And the end of a very good over. So England 74, 6 wickets down now. And they should still look to get to the 100, but I think they need a few more than that.
Yeah, let's have a look at what's coming up tomorrow. It's the final day here at the Cartama Oval after 5 weeks of exciting cricket. It'll be the 160th match we've had here at Cartama Oval. 120 of those have been ECC matches. Spain and Netherlands, we don't actually know which way they will be around, but we know there'll be the 1 versus 2 match. England 11 will finish 3rd, Scotland 11 have finished 4th, and yeah, so England and Scotland, they'll be at risk tomorrow from the get-go. Both of those teams, if they're going to win the trophy, they need to win 3 straight. The Spanish team, the Netherlands team, they will have to win 2 matches on finals day if they are going to be the champions. Should be a really exciting one. Join us 9:30 a.m. GMT, 11:30 in Central Europe, 3 p.m. in India. Same format that we've had on Fridays throughout this European Cricket Championship, and that will be one of the marquee days of the year right here on ECN.
The Prince comes into the attack with his demand. Now this is being hit pretty well, and it goes all the way. What a good shot that was. Hit long, strong and hard. 6 runs. Well, they like it. A little bit of a personal joke there amongst the English boys, as that one is one that needs to be chased after. Well, look, they're shooting. There you go. Well, having some fun, but why not indeed? They're after the kookaburras, the English lads. This could be another one that goes. Well, there you go. Aim and fire. You ready, boys? Here's another one going that way. Well, high fives there in the middle. And with those boys there, they're loading and shooting at these kookaburras as they're flying in the air. Nice shot. Good timing. Doesn't try and hit it too hard. He gets enough elevation. Gets out of the middle. And that one goes up into that beautiful night sky and beyond. This one, he goes for the power more than the timing, and that's the difference it makes. You lose your shape, you miss it. Keep your shape and keep your timing, you get the boundary.
Yeah, good bat speed, but unfortunately didn't contact the ball. And Pearce trying to get England 11 up to one of those kind of ugly totals, 110 to 120, not the way they intended it, but they still might get it on the board. This will be a wide. It shouldn't be a run out.
It's a wide, but this one hardly comes up, as we see. I don't know if the Prince does something different with this. It doesn't get hardly any bounce on it, but the correct call from the umpire. Umpire's been very good here too. Rafi Ahmed, Saad Ali are out there at the moment, but they've been doing a top job, along with Martin Hancock and Stefan Gooch and Tyrone Peters, led brilliantly by Sir Rob Kemmett. Short, hit hard, adios Bolota, that goes a long way. Balle, Brrrr, Shaka Lagya Ginna Sona. Hi, Ginny good to pay. That has gone big. Bizaway Super 6.
Yeah, that'll do. And they want more of that, don't they? So despite losing these 6 wickets, you know, they bat deep. And they're a good cricket team. They're good cricketers, England, full stop. And you can say, though some of them took a bit of time to find their feet this time around, they are a real threat to go back-to-back. Prince Demand, it's gone magical. Sam saying, yeah, it's a pretty good shot.
Sam Williams says, well, you're watching me, I'm watching you. They're asking the question. They think they've got their man here. And, well, eventually, the finger goes up. The batter, Pearce, can't believe it. Assad takes a long time and eventually puts his finger up. Well, Mohammed Ishan thinks it's definitely out, but look, you can't go by that. He thinks a lot of things are definitely out.
Yeah,
but,
well.
the bowler thinks as well. He can't believe it.
Pearce is not happy. He thinks he swung and missed at that. There's half an inquiry from the bowler, but there's about a 1.5 inquiry from Ihsan. He thinks, and then he says, okay, I agree with you. Let's just say that Pearce doesn't think he nicked it, and I'll tell you why, because it's very hard to fake a reaction like this. If he does, he probably deserves an Oscar.
Well,
And,
he can't believe it. He just cannot believe it. I'll tell you what, I mean, we can't obviously from here, from that replay, we can't see anything. It's down to the umpire. If he sees something, hears something, he thinks long and hard about it. I don't mind that from an umpire. He processes it all in his head and then decides, you know what, yeah, it is out. It wasn't the most convincing of appeals, I'd have to say.
Well, it was from one player, but not from some of the others. Pearce, I'd love to be a fly on the wall in his mind right now, but he is the 7th wicket of 4. And it's 94 for 7 after 8. Let's get into the 9th. And it's going to start with the 6, Maximo. As Bevan says, hold on a second, I'm still here and I can crunch cricket balls. That's his bread and butter. And Bevan has had a pretty good season domestically. He's showing a bit of what he can do. I think England, they want to see more of this as we head into the finals tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, cracking shot, hits it hard. And, we are into the 9th. And, Yurav Singh is in the viewers chat. Well, thank you very much. Another donation from you, Yurav. Appreciate this. And he gives donations every time Rico Ford goes, Shaka Lagya. Well, there you go, Yuvi. You can have that one on me. Que grande, eso es 6 carreras. Manos arriba, arbitro. Que guay. Que grande. Que genial. And well, just like that, well, Pearce disappears, but so does the Kookaburra. And now is the turn of Atif Mohammed to get a little bit of treatment. So both Atif and Prince are not normally used to this sort of treatment. And that's another one that has been smashed out of here. So the 9th over, we often say all happens in the 9th. And well, Mohammed Cameron said, hey, hello. Well, hello to you, Mohammed, to make sure you don't hurt that drawing hand of yours. Atif. This time it's right up there, slightly slower delivery. That's good. That's what he does so well.
Get into the 9th. We say it all happens in the 9th. England just plugging along to what I think will be something around the 120 mark, maybe more if Bevan gets going here.
Yeah, I mean, it can be, I mean, it can quite easily be, but a couple of wickets go. Atif Mohammed. And, well, this is what I'm talking about. Yeah, you think that when they're hitting the ball, you think, this could quite easily be sort of around about 120, maybe more. But you get a couple of dot balls in, and maybe a wicket falls, everything changes. As Chauhan, he hasn't got off the mark yet, and that's, I think, yeah, Bevan's going straight up to him and say, hey, look, come on, bud, look at how many balls to go. We've got 8 deliveries. We want to get to the 120.
I wonder if Bevan's pulled out the words, which we might be using at the VIP section tomorrow, don't you know who I am? Anyway, let's see.
Hit hard, and the key thing is that he will get the single, and Bevan will go and strike. He's got a ball to deal with here, and I think whatever it is, Bevan will probably think, well, yeah, I'd love to get on strike, but I'd rather hit this to the boundary as well. And then hope that Chauhan can get him back on strike again to face 5 of the last balls, the last over. So here we go, big delivery this from Atif Mohammed. I think a slower ball. He does, slow and wide. And hang on a minute, this has been called a no ball.
Yeah, it's pretty high.
So no ball call because height here. So I was going to say he could have left this and got the wide, but he's going to get no ball.
That's high, it's above the waist.
Yeah, both the umpires were spot on that one. Good pick, good call. So hasn't done himself any favours here, Mohammed. So this is one now where Chauhan basically is being given the license to go the full Monty. I don't think Bevan wants to be running here. And he does swing at it. And
he's off again.
He's asking the question. This is why I said before, look, I weren't trying to be unkind when I said, well, Ishan thinks it out, but I won't go by him because he thinks everything's out. He does. I think he sees and hears things that nobody else does. But it will be a dot, so he bowls the no ball. But, gets away with it. 110 on the board. And that is the end of 9 overs. There's 6 balls to come. And I get the feeling that Bevan will want to try and send every one of them to the boundary. That's what he's going to try and do here.
Yeah, that's exactly what he's going to do. Good game on the cards here. Looks like that 120 odds. Maybe less if you can get away with a good last over. Maybe remove Bevan early. will be Prince Demand to bowl over number 10. Thanks for all the random questions. I'm just compiling a bit of a list, and we'll go through them in the second innings of this one. Demand sneaks his one under the bat of Bevan first up.
Very good ball. Very, very good ball. Quick, fast. A little bit of Andy Rishton about this delivery. It gets it right on the money. And that money isn't the stumps. That money is just outside the stump full. Gets the dot ball in. So 5 left in the innings. Hit hard, hit high, hit big. Adios, pelota. That's 6 runs. And Harrison Ward liking that as well. That goes a long way. What a big hit that is. And it's, well, I'll tell you what, we can see these balls this side when we're looking onto the ground. But I tell you what, once it gets out of floodlight zone, nobody knows where these are going. Harrison Ward, he's putting his hands up in the air. Put them up like you just don't care. Well, Wardy. They liked that one, didn't they? Well, look, they're up and about. Big hit. So Prince, I think you know what Bevan's going to do. He's going to start going outside the off. Look, he waits for it. This it goes a long way up in the air, and this will go all the way as well. Balle, Kinna Sona, Shaka Bevan. He's going big, he's having some fun, and well, I'm sure we'll find out what's going on over there. The boys have obviously got something going on.
I think
they're up and about.
Every time I go over there, every hour, I feel like I've stayed the same, but they've aged terribly. More about that in a second. Bevan, 27 off 8. This is the boom boom Bevan that we know. And just feel if he can get going as well, that's England going to get some good success. Oh, he's going to do it again.
This is massive. And yeah, they're waving goodbye to that one. That one is going a long way as well. Yeah, adios pelota, esa pelota no va. Esa pelota va por Marbella. That is going a long way. And this one is a one-hand smash.
Yeah.
What a hit. And oh no.
It's hit Indy.
Not Indy. Well, that's not that one. It must have been the one before. Oh, Indy. And that is all Corey's fault.
Magic
Corey
spray Mary
is the one to blame for that. Corey has been egging him on to take a catch.
Oh dear. Bevan says no. I agree with this. The way that he's going. How about? I told Indy not to try and take catches. Especially because now they're dark. They're trying to catch in the dark now.
We should give them all helmets with a little minus lamp on them.
Big hello to him, Preet Singh, as well. Thanks for your contribution. Here's the last ball.
Hit hard. The chance is it just drops in front of the fielder. They take one. They're going to take them on, and it should be out. It will be out, but it was the last ball, so they'll get one from it. Not the 2 to take it to a 130 score, get to 129, but that will mean that Spain will need 130 for victory here. Now, a little bit of carnage there towards the end, plenty of runs coming off the last few overs from the Prince and from Atif. So good, solid finish there, but particularly from Bevan. What an innings that was from him. And he scores 34 runs off the 11 balls that he faced. An excellent knock, and well batted, says Cammy. Yeah, it was a good knock. I don't know what Cammy's got in there, but hopefully it keeps him calm and keeps his nerves settled. Well, they were going out while it was still
hold on
hang on a minute. A bit of cerveza sin alcohol there from our production crew as the ball was, well, it was a good start, wasn't it? Cammy got a wicket. Burns, well, he was in good form. He was taking the catches and making the stop. And early on, it was a good start from the Spanish. There he is again in the action, so good catching from him. But you just knew that sooner or later, the England boys were going to burst loose and start hitting a few boundaries. And, well, this was a pretty good shot. That was 4 runs. And they were starting to wake up and starting to put partnership together. Rishton was good once more.
I still can't believe I didn't get one of those sin alcohol beers, but this is a moment of chaos. A bit of the good, the bad, and the ugly, but this is just plain ugly for Ward, who goes again, and can't get home. He is run out by Atif Mohammed off a wide, and yeah, that's what the helmet's for when you're trying to bash yourself in the head to knock some sense into yourself. Anyway, I'm sure we'll see more of Wardy tomorrow. Yeah, but Burns, he had leather poisoning early. He had 3 catches.
Yeah, 3 very good catches as well. Well, they weren't too happy at that moment of time, but look, they did have something to be chirpy about, but there were some unbelievable drop catches first. First, there was that one from Christian Munoz, and then Cammy made an absolute blunder, and that's why I'm wondering what he's got in his flask. But the Birds thought, we're getting out of here because it's getting dark, and when it gets dark, we can't see these balls coming. And that's absolutely right. Well, this was good work, and he was run out by a long way.
Yeah, Godsall
Not
just
sure
thought
what was
that
happening there.
He thought that went past the bowler, but it didn't. And then Lincoln, well, he tried to funkify his innings again, and just found a way to hit the ball straight to Latif Mohammed. Somebody was hiding his bat, it looked like, but he wouldn't need it, but not for a little while. You saw some smiles came back, and well, there you see, it's a bit like clay target shooting at the moment.
That's why the Birds were out of here. They thought, we're not sticking around, not with these guys firing at us. And then, well, they were right, because not only were they firing, you saw there that Pearce was firing as well. And then, well, everybody was in danger, including the board boys, because Indy took one. It could have been this one.
Well, let's have a look. Well, it wasn't that one. And Cameron, hello to you. Yeah, even Pearce getting on the shotgun action there. The fact that England's starting to enjoy themselves, I think that's good. Oh, no.
Oh,
no.
Oh,
Wow.
no. That was the one that got Indy. Oh, no. Well, that's why we had that look. Oh, no,
it's a
Indy.
proper
no.
Falcon.
Oh,
no.
there he is. Oh, we got to see Indy later.
Really?
Corey, he's the nicest of guys. That is all Corey Rucker's fault. I tell you, Corey.
Wow.
You naughty man, Corey. Naughty, naughty man. Well, Vinny's had to pick yourself up. Come on, we're professionals here. Hey, let's have a look at his scorecard.
Right.
I mean, look, it didn't start well with House of Ward. I mean, he got himself out. Ben Clayton, he didn't do too much better. Keats, he also. Andy Richardson got going before he was caught brilliantly by Lorne Burns. Then Dan Lincoln looks dangerous, but always finds a way to get out. And Arthur Godsall, we'll talk about finding a way to get out. He ran himself out as well, but they needed something special, didn't they? And it was Bevan that produced it. What a fine performance from him. 34 off 11, getting run out off the very last ball. And Sam Pearce, well, he produced a good performance as well while he was out there, not just blasting the ball, but doing a bit of shooting as well. The bowling figures, well, there was expense there for Demand. He was the most expensive, but even young Atif Mahmood was a little bit expensive as well. Mohammed Cameron gave him a decent start. Hamza Salim Dar, though, I mean, he just seems to be on fire at the moment, and good bowling there from Yasir Ali. England, where they do recover, it was a score of 49 off the first 5 overs, but they got the acceleration in to get them to 129. It's a good score, and normally we find that it's a little bit harder to get going in the night time, so that's a good score. 130 required for Spain in this one, Vinny.
Well, let's just say Indy won't be batting in the second half of this game. He's going to stay put in the medical tent. Good to see him up and about, though. I want to know who got to him first and what he had to say for himself. Anyway, when we return, Spain, they'll need 130. And if they don't get, say 126 or something like that, I don't think they'll keep top place. Regardless, they'll get the double chance. Anyway, join us in just a few minutes for the exciting finish of match 20 right here from Cartama Oval. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo with Rico Fall. Back shortly with more Dream 11 European Cricket Championship.
Hello and welcome back. Good evening and welcome to the Cartama Oval in the night time. All the daylight has gone and it's now, well, cricket by night as the floodlights are on. Yasir Ali making his way out there along with Daniel Dolkaya. Those will be the Spanish openers, and they'll be taking on the English attack. England have had a bat and they haven't done badly at all, have they? They put 129 on the board. It's a good response really from them. It all happened in the second part of the innings. The first 5 overs brought about 49 runs, and the second part we saw, well, quite a massive 80 put on. So 80 of the last 5, 49 of the first, so that's how you get to that 129. But they've got it all to do here. Spain, we saw that earlier, they left the door open for the Netherlands. They had Netherlands 38 for 5, and then the Netherlands did come back and win the match, chasing 127, got there with 3 balls to go. But that was their first defeat, and they won't want to make it 2 in the spin after winning 6 on the spot, and that'll mean that they go the day without a victory. So looking to bounce back from that one. It's Russell to start. He's hit straight down the ground and it will be 4 runs. A lovely shot. Nice shot to play in the power play, especially when you've got mid on and mid off inside that 30-yard circle. So yes, here, nice shot, just nicely timed, hits it nice and straight. And, good start for Spain. And here we go. That's the cuatro carreras, the gold 4. Mungo Russell. Finds the first ball go for the boundary. And this one is a little bit shorter, a little bit quicker. Funny, isn't it, how no matter what level you play, you always find that the first ball from a bowler doesn't seem to be the 100% effort ball, does it? And then once it gets hit to the boundary, they come back quicker, stronger and faster, and that's exactly what Mungo Russell does there. So gets the dot in. Just having a look at this field. So the man on the 45, backward point on the boundary and square leg on the 45, and he's there, I think, just for that particular ball banged in. One thing that we've seen that the likes of England do, Netherlands we've seen do it as well, and Scotland, they're not afraid to bang in the short delivery, the quick short delivery right at the banner, and it ends up being quite productive. See the number of wickets fall with the shorter delivery. Arthur Godsall certainly has been quite productive with it. We'll probably see him use it as well. A very good evening to everybody that is watching. I say good evening. See this one from Mungo Russell. Short, hits it high up in the air, and that's what that man's back there for. Is he going to fall for the trap? Yes, he is. Hook, line and sinker. Daniel Dolkaya, well, he's going to go without scoring, and it's not often that I say that. So one of the top batters in this championship is going to fall. And, well, he falls for the trap, doesn't he? He goes for the pull shot. They set the right field to him. And Daniel Dolkaya, 484 runs in the championship. He's not going to bring the 500 today. He'll go for, well, he'll go for 0. Can't believe that. There's silence, really, around the ground because he goes off his first ball. The golden duck. Well, he's going to be a night duck going into the lake. But listen, the positive on this is this. Well, if you're going to have a bad and if you're going to have a shock, it is a little bit like Christian Munoz dropping that catch. If it's going to happen, Mohamed Cameron in midfield, and let it happen in this one where it doesn't really matter, because tomorrow it will matter. And, well, we know that he's too good a player not to come back from that. But England, they get the prize wicket in this one. Daniel Dolkaya, he goes for 0. It's a golden duck for him. He goes first ball, and it's Russell that gets the wicket. And we are just talking about that field where those men were, and I thought he's there for that short ball, and right on cue, boom, they get their man. There's a nice catch taken there by Bevan. Bevan is so good, isn't he? He's been a class act. Straight through. Ashad Butt comes in at number 3. That's Jad. Last time we saw him, he did manage to get going. He plays some nice, handsome shots. Looking to do that again here. But England attack seem to be fired up. Russell Short swing and miss outside the off from Ashjad. That's going to be the end of the over. So first over gone. Only 5 from it, but the big news is that it is the wicket of Daniel Dolkaya. He goes without scoring, goes first ball. And that's why Yasser Ali is joined out there by Ashad Butt, who missed out on the first 2 deliveries that he had. 67 matches now without a golden ball. And the last time that we had one was, well, exactly 2 weeks ago today in this match. Could it happen? Could it happen again? Of course it could. It would be quite spectacular. And Rishton, he's been very good all the way through this week for England. Into the attack. And, nice shot played there. Yes, here. I guess knows where Rishton is going to be bowling, and he's very quick to get into position. This one gets played down. And take the single. So Butt plays and misses. So, just needs to find his touch here as Jard. That's 3 dots now from him. And well, somebody's shouting, "You can't see it." Don't know who that is. Don't know if it's coming from somebody in the fan zone or somebody out there in the middle. Joining up the dots. Oh, he's going to have to rush. A good throw here will have him in trouble. And, well, I think he misses this. He doesn't have the ball. Well, what happens here? Let's have a look. Well, he's not happy. He has a little laugh about it. And then he gives the keeper, the captain, Lincoln applause. Dan's very quick, isn't he? Look, he gets up. Asjar doesn't. He's looking at the ball. Here's the throw. What happens here? Well, he misses them. Well, it's not that he doesn't have the ball. He misses the stumps. Well, somebody's shouting to Asjad, "Well, you can't see the ball." Well, I'll tell you what. Andy Rishton couldn't see the stumps. Slower delivery. Hit hard. And that's why, yes, here once again on strike. I think this one will go all the way. I'm sure this is 6. And this is an outstanding shot. Not the best of deliveries, a slower ball. It's outside the off. And he absolutely clobbers this. And I'm pretty sure this goes all the way. We'll have to check this again. See, have a look. Keep an eye on that. Kookaburra and, well, yeah, I'm sure that's 6 runs. That's going to be 6 runs. Bulle is the result of that one. Nicely timed, nicely hit, goes all the way. Shaka Lagia. You can see why he wanted to scramble to the other end, but Asjad Butt, he's the lucky man because he should have been out. And it's only Rishton who wasn't able to. Well, with the ball in hand, he just missed the stumps. This is the cutter. Let's see, cuts into Yasir. Yasir will remember that one. He's himself a very good cutter of the ball. So seeing a little battle develop between him and Rishton. Yasir, he likes to chew that gum, doesn't he? He's always chewing when he's bowling, chewing when he's batting. Rishton now to Butt, who's having a few difficulties. And yeah, Rishton seeing that movement. And he's saying, okay, what happens? Can you tell me what? Well, this is the question. He's saying, right, okay, if he's moving that much, well, if this is the ball, where can I bowl it? That's a good question. It's a debate that myself and Vinny were having earlier. Yeah, I don't mind that for Rishton. He's saying, look, if he's moving that much, look, have a look where he goes here. Look where he stands. And Rishton stops. He's completely entitled to. This has been played away, so Ashad Butt, he does work this one away, gets a scoring shot in, 5th time trying, it's a boundary, 4 runs. Does the same thing, doesn't he? Moves, but this time you see Rishton trying to squeeze that one in. But it's been well watched and well played by Asjad. That was important for him to get bat onto ball there. Score moves on to 18 for 1. And have a look at the standings here, right on cue, as Mr. Maximo comes into the dream box.
Yeah, thanks. Good to be back. And just looking at that, okay, Spain is ahead, but not by much, by plus 0.26 over Netherlands. What that means, I think, that they've got to get to 126 to keep top spot. That's what I've calculated, but stay tuned to see what happens. Of course, regardless, they'll be in the 1 versus 2 game tomorrow. Here's Mungo Russell in over number 3.
It's called wide. Another tight call. And the umpires have been, well, they've been very fair, very strict on this. And yeah, I think that's a good call. I think that ball, by the time it does go past the batter, it is touching that line. That's all it needs to do is touch it.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, that's a slight difference, but it's a significant difference. So what I was saying earlier, if we gave the line to the bowler, that wouldn't have been a wide. Just saying.
Don't want that debate.
All right. I'm not going to bring it up again.
Listen, this has been launched. It's gone up in the air, but it's going to go all the way. Yes, it does. Well, Bevan is in that zone. We've seen that's the way that Daniel Golkaya felt. But Ashjan, well, gives the thumbs up to Yasir, who thumps this. Look, one hand comes off the bat once more, so he doesn't get the full might in the shot. But the catcher is there, Bevan, but this goes over him. 6 runs, so good hit. Hey, listen, tell me, what's the latest on Indy?
Couldn't find him, but he's fine. I have some extra news. Here's Mungo.
Hit hard. It will bounce a couple of times. It goes to the fielder. So Yasir leading the charge at the moment, and now we'll give the strike here to Ashjad. Come on.
So he did get hit by the ball, but he says he's fine. He got some medical attention. But how's this? Before they could get him for medical attention, he went and chased the ball. It bounced 30 metres off his skull and went behind him, and he went and got it and threw it back. And then like, hey, Indy, might want to come over here. Indy actually commentated a couple of overs for us.
He did.
A couple of weeks ago as well. Anyway, it's good. It's good that he's okay, but they're keeping an eye on him and make sure he's all right.
That ball hit him full. I mean, have a look at this. He didn't just get hit. It's not like it's hit him full on the head. Look at this. Boom. Boom. Dook. I mean, that is hard. I mean,
Harrison
we know.
loved it.
If it goes,
hold on.
If it goes, there he is. Look, if it goes up a long way, can you imagine the speed he's coming down it? So it hits him. He chases it, throws it back in, and then they have to drag him to the medical tent. This is up in the air. Should be out. Should be a straightforward catch, and it is a straightforward catch. So Ashjad Butt, he was lucky to be there. And now he's going to have to go. Ben Clayton takes the catch. And Ashjad, who should have been gone, should have been easily taken, run out by Rishton. Well, he doesn't last that much longer. In fact, he does add 4 runs to the board with the 1 scoring shot he played, but he will be out off his 7th delivery. And it's a wicket to Mungo Russell, who I must say, he looks a lot quicker and better here today.
He's getting into his rhythm, isn't he? He's not looking great in this chase at the moment for Spain. These two met in the first group match. They meet in the last group match here in Championship Week. And fortunately for Ashjad, his day is a relatively brief one. He goes for 4 and he departs at 26 for 2.
Yeah, nicely done, nicely bowled. Just that 1 scoring shot from Rishton. But, well, this is a man that can make things happen. They're going with Hamza coming now, and what a revolution he has been for the Spanish side. And we've seen him do what he does best with the bat when he smashes the ball all the way. Well, Harrison Ward knows all about him and he's given all sorts of advice to the bowler. He's probably saying, look, one thing you don't want to do is put it in his slot, get it outside the off stump to him. Okay, that's probably good advice. Salim Dar has been in great form, and it's good to see him actually with the ball as well. He is a very talented all-rounder. And the field just being changed. He's probably saying, right, okay, how many men do I need out there on the leg side to him? They're sticking with just 1, and now there'll be 2. So they will push and play them back. Now, how many men are outside now? Let's make sure they haven't put too many out. Here we go. And, well, no ball called. And this has to be for a foot fault. And Mungo Russell saying, are you sure? And Ruffy saying, yeah, I'm positive. Let's have a look.
Well, got to give the umpire the benefit of the doubt there. I mean, it does seem like he's over the line. And this one, yeah, I mean, you can see the whole line there. It's probably a good call from Ruffy. Free hit coming up then. Here's man, you don't need to give a free hit for him to be aggressive. Hamza Salim Dar.
Yeah, I mean, he's naturally aggressive anyway, so no point saying to him, it's a free hit it. He said, well, I'll try anyway. And he does try, he doesn't get there, and this is what I'm talking about. He certainly looks like he's picked up a few revs since the last time. Just asked you a question saying, how's that one? And yeah, I like that. I mean, when I was bowling, I used to do that a lot. Just ask a simple question, say, hey, umps, how's my foot? Am I okay? And the umpire will say, yeah, you're fine. And then you think, okay, I'll just stick to that mark. Yeah, he's definitely quicker.
Yeah, dangerous Cartama. 2 for 14. Here's his last ball.
Oh, that's an absolute seed. What a ball this is. This is an absolute Jaffa. Well, there is a Jaffa in the side, isn't there? And I'm not talking about Jaffa Chauhan, I'm talking about this ball. This is a beaut.
It definitely deviates sideways and completely does the batter. And it takes us to the end of the over. So nice to see Mungo bowling with a bit of fire under the lights. And gets away with the front foot no ball as well. 27 for 2 after 3 overs. Mungo's overs go for 5 and 9 in the power play. So the rate required has already jumped up to 14.7. They're going to have to do something pretty remarkable to turn it around from here, I think. But still, this Spain team has done some pretty remarkable things during this week.
Yeah, a few looks of concern at the moment. I tell you who bowled really well is this man in the last match for England, Ben Claydon. Hasn't been able to step up to the mark with the bat, but with the ball, he was very good. Starts with the good and gets a good bounce, doesn't he, Claydon?
It does. And having Lincoln up to the stumps just adds a sense of claustrophobia, I think, to the batters who won't feel as comfortable leaving their crease in case they're stumped, and kind of reduces their options, I suppose. I wouldn't mind seeing a few more ramps attempted with the keeper up to the stumps just to try and put him back. So I think that's one thing you see at a higher level of cricket now. You don't see the keeper up to the stumps as much, and one of the reasons is that players are so good at deflecting and ramping now, and it makes it really tough for the keeper in that position.
Interesting field set this to Hamza Salim, because this is a swing and a miss. They've moved the man out on the backward point on the boundary. You've got extra cover on the boundary, but on the leg side, only the mid-wicket and long on back. So they literally have left the 45 and square leg vacant.
I'll give my thoughts on that in a second.
And well, this one is gone. Well, I tell you what, this is the biggest hit that we've seen over there. This has cleared the trees by a mile. What a hit this is. This one has gone up to orbit. Well, that's another kookaburra that is going to be circling our planet for years to come. What a hit.
What I was going to say before that ball, here's my theory. It doesn't matter where you put the fielders on the leg side, because if he hits it well, it's going to go miles over them. So they've tried something a bit different.
Now he goes straight, and it's another one that clears the boundary ropes. And Hamza Salim Dar doing what he does best, and that's making kookaburras disappear. And Indy, if you're out there, leave these alone, please. Leave them alone.
Having just gone around the ground a few minutes ago, it is almost impossible to see the ball after it leaves the field of play.
You're right.
As Indy knows now.
He goes again, and this is another one. It's 3 in 3. The hitting power of this man is sensational. And yeah, you might as well give him a golden 6. What a hitter.
Wow.
What a player.
You might as well turn the 6 upside down, because some of these are 9s. They are huge hits, and he goes 6, 6, 6. And just like that, he turns this game on its head.
Yeah, now the fielder does go back on the leg side. So the man who was on the 45-point boundary comes out. Yeah, you don't need one out there to him. He ain't going to hit it there. You know he's but you're absolutely right. The thing is, he's hitting them so well. You got to keep the ball in the field of play to take him. It's another one. It's going to be 4 and 4. Karina, watch out. This is coming your way. Well, I don't know who's up in the tower. We'll take evasive action. Give us a thumbs up if you're okay. Well, that is 6 more. That's 4 6s on the spin. Hamza Salim Dar, what a player. This is mammoth. What a hit. Boom. Shaka Lugya. Hey, are you right up there? Well, there it is.
Oh, wow.
Well, I knew it was up there somewhere. Well, Karina. Well, I tell you what, I'm glad you're drinking sin alcohols. At least you can see him coming your way.
Oh, that's incredible hitting. 4 in a row. And wasn't the best throw back, I'd say, from Karina. And mate, got to go and get it. Anyway, 52 for 2. The 50 comes up with that last blow. And just like that, Hamza Salim Dar gone bang, 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 bang. Turns this game on its head. He had 4 dots to start his innings, and then 4 6s.
Wow. I mean, that is just crazy. And the thing is, he almost does it time and time again. I know in the earlier match against the Netherlands, he didn't quite click. But look, you're allowed to have an off night now and again. The hitting is unbelievable. Do you believe this man's hitting? It's sensational.
Can he keep this up, though? I mean, his freakish ability to do this.
Crazy stuff. Sam Pearce is going to, well, it's a brave move, isn't it, to try to keep the spin on.
I think you've got to, I mean, Clayton's not a spinner, he's medium pacer, so I think you've got to do something different. So Pierce with his leg spin coming on. And if anything, I think Hamza has been more susceptible against spin versus pace. We've seen him occasionally. We saw him getting stumped, actually, going after something he probably shouldn't have earlier in the week. So I think it's a good move. Yasser Ali's still there, quietly going about his business.
Gone. I think he's going to be gone here. He's not even going to wait around there. They're asking the question. I think the umpires will do this because obviously in this night match it's not as clear to see and they want to be safe. But Yasser knows he's gone. He's already marching off. And Dan Lincoln is not going to miss anything like this. And you just talked about the spin coming into play, the stump pinch. Well, Yasser goes for it. And yeah, he's gone. Look, the bat is still in the air. Great work from Dan Lincoln, the captain of England.
Yeah, he almost gets back, Yasser, because he swings so hard. The bat's already on the way back down, but he just goes after that. And I think Pierce is really good at sensing that and not really bowling a quick one, but bowling a little bit shorter so that the batter can't get to the pitch of it. He does that very well on that occasion to Yasser Ali, who charges. He leaves home base and never comes back. Only go to the dugout. He goes for 21. The score 52 for 3.
Yeah, the thing about this is for me, I mean, I know you're going to say, Rico, you're being a little bit critical. He just got Hamza, who just blasted 4 sixes on the spin. You don't have to play that sort of shot. You don't have to. You're not under that sort of scoreboard pressure. So I'm a little bit disappointed in him getting out like that.
I had a question what the maximo meter is at the moment this week. Well, we've had a lot of them. I have, before this innings, 401. And that's before this innings. And we've already seen a few here, right?
Yeah.
So, 407 now, including 4 very quick ones off the bat of Hamza Saleem Dar. Here's Mohamed Isan to come out.
Well, he wants to go for the big one, and he will get it. And remember him when he came out the other day. Well, we know that Hamza Saleem Dar can hit it big. Well, he can. Where's this one gone?
In
well,
the officials' tent now.
I think somebody was looking to take that home. Well,
There's
Robbo,
Rob.
get a
Show us the
helmet
arm,
on,
Rob.
mate. Well, go on, look at that arm, Robbo.
There we
Good
go.
throw. I tell you what, put a helmet. We might as well give helmets out now to all of the ball attendants and the crew there because well these kookaburras are flying about. We want to know what the 6 count is. Well, there he goes. Nice little throw there. Listen, he's mastered that technique. I mean, that's a kookaburra toss. He does the coin toss. This one is up in the air, and it's going to be another Manos Arriba. 6 carreras más. Shaka time here at the Cartama Oval. Well, it is raining 6s. Well, you might have seen the back of Yasser Ali. Well, he disappears. Well, Mohamed Isan comes out, and he says, you know what? I'm going to smash him for 6 as well.
Something about Mohamed Isan under lights. He's just so good. So good with that length as well. Good adjustment, but guess what? I think we've got more runs on the cards, and that's going to crash. I don't think that the fielder there, Harrison Ward, saw a lot of that. Wouldn't have mattered. That was struck well. 4 carreras más.
Well, this is just awesome. It really is. I mean, Mohamed Isan saying to Hamza, well, whatever you can do, I can do better. And just look at the rate this score is going up. Pierce.
Spooked him.
Yeah. Does. And just wants to finish with a good ball here. 16 come off the over so far. And misses out on that one.
Yeah, he was concerned, and luckily his back pad blocked it. So another productive over. 1 for 16 for Pierce. And he can't get the wicket. It's very, very expressive face, Sam Pierce, but he did get the one. He got the one of Yasser Ali as we get to the end of the 5th over. And the score at the end of it is 68 for 3. Well, once again, I want to welcome you into the Dream Box. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network, here with Rico Fall. What entertainment. We've had a lot of people saying, you know, this is a great tournament to watch. Of course, the T20 World Cup's around the corner, down under. But this is certainly it's at a furious pace, and it's great to get that feedback. But people are also saying this tournament is something special in its own right.
Oh, it is. Of course it is. The Euros of cricket. I mean, it's we did it for the first time, the inaugural tournament last year, and it just got better, more teams involved. And I think the good thing for us is that we've seen a lot of teams come back and how much they've picked up and learned from it and how much they've improved. And it just goes to show that cricket in Europe at the moment is certainly on the way up, and we're seeing some really, really good players.
No doubt about it. Well, we could have a game on our hands here. All about 6 hitting. The Maximos have been flying out of the ground in the last couple of overs. And Now Jaffa Chowan is going to bowl over number 6.
Now this is a really brave move for me to go with another spin, you know. And well, he's going to start with a no ball, and that is a disastrous start. That has been smashed out of here. Well, it was a Gundy ball, and you don't bowl Gundy balls to Salim because he will smash him. Well, that is gone a long way. Adios, Bolota. That one is not coming back. Well, we know that when England were batting, they were waving goodbye to a few deliveries. Well, they might as well keep waving goodbye to these because at the moment, well, I'd love to see what the last count of the number of sixes have been. I mean, I think if we have a look at the last 12 deliveries, how many of those have been sixes?
I can tell you that we've had a lot. With 7 sixes in the last 11 balls, I think.
We'll make this another because this one ain't coming back. That is huge. And that sounded like a rocket. It went like a bullet. You might as well tell them to stay up there. Don't bother coming down, boys. Take a chair, find a spot, sit there, just watch out for the Scorpions.
They're still looking for the other balls. That's what I'm thinking about here. Look at out here. They're all in the jungle, and it's raining kookaburras at the moment. And the Golden Six getting a real workout. Corey pretending not to be impressed. Let me tell you a spoiler. He is.
Of course he is. He's loving every moment of this response. This one.
It's wide though.
Yeah, that's the correct call. I mean, he's disappointed. Is Jaffa Chauhan because he wants the dot.
It takes 2 stumps outside, but it's almost 2 stumps also outside the wide line. Remember, the line belongs to the batter. So bowlers just have to understand this. If there's doubt, they're not going to get the call. It'll go to the batter.
Yeah.
Good wronging though. Good option I think from Chauhan. Cameron thinks it's hilarious. Yeah, this is the thing. This is why I don't like it, because almost all arguments come from offside wides. And I don't know what he's speaking to this Wheeler gun pro about. I mean, maybe the height no ball, but that was a clear one.
Played away, Dan gets down, and they'll take the single.
This game has changed so fast. Yeah, so there's that period there where we had 12 deliveries and we had 8 sixes and a 4, something like that.
Yeah,
that's
well,
crazy hitting,
4
isn't
and
it?
5 went for 41, and this one is on course for being, well, maybe another magical one, surely.
His son wants the same shot, doesn't he? But this time he just gets the bottom of the bat on it. He'll get a single though.
Yeah, a couple of singles here, but I mean, yeah, just have a look at that rate. I mean, they've brought it down considerably. It's just, I say just, I mean, bear in mind what they're scoring at the moment. So when I say it's 10 and over, they're probably thinking, that's nothing. We're hitting at 20 at the moment. And yeah, can he get there? And yes, he does. The catch gets taken, so it's Richton that takes the catch and removes the hard-hitting Hamza Salim Dar. He'll go, but look, what another fine contribution it's been from him. He'll go for 37 of the 12 deliveries that he faces. And, well, I make it that he scored now 195 runs in this championship. He's a little bit disappointed to get out. But the thing is, I mean, that's where you have to bowl to him. You've got to try and find a way to make him not hit on the leg side. And you see, that one again would have been a wide ball. If he leaves this, it's a wide. So, but it's maybe something that Hamza just needs to learn. That's where the good teams will target him. They know about his hitting ability straight over cow corner, over long on and over square leg. So they're going to deliberately put the ball wide to him, and he's got to learn to sort of say, right, okay, I know what your plan is. I'm not going to go there, I'm going to leave it, I'm going to take the wide. But, well, he's an aggressive player. He's raw talent, and he's a pleasure to watch. What an innings that was from him.
Yeah, incredible hitting. Yeah, the offside line does him in the end. And showing, look, credit to him. He comes up with the goods. I liked that he started bowling a few wrong-uns, just trying to change it up. And here's another guy who comes out and seems to always come out and pound sixes straight away. Christian Munoz Mills.
He's going to take a single, but yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, you know, I've watched Christian play cricket for a long time, and he's always been a good cricketer. He always has, you know, there's no doubt about it. But the way he's batted in this championship, I think is in the form of his life. He's never hit the ball so well. And some of the shots that he's playing at the moment, well, he's worked hard. He's been in the nets, he's worked, he's practiced. And you can see he really has changed his game. Hit hard and it's up in the air, and it goes all the way as well. Well, put your hands up in the air. I tell you what, the umpires have had a workout, haven't they? They're putting their hands up in the air often, and it's up, arriba, 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 too short, and gets absolutely thumped. It's another one for Mohamed Ishan.
You can't give Ihsan any length at all. I don't mean any. He's just so good at rocking back in the back foot and just horning it away leg side. It's the end of the over, 91 for 4. This game has changed so quickly. So 39 required off the last 24 balls, and still could go either way. Spain, I mean, they'll have a lot of confidence from this kind of a chase, regardless of the result.
Yeah, I mean, have we seen overs now of 25, 16, and 23? Is that right?
It's gone since that crazy assault started. 25, 16, 23, exactly.
Yeah. I mean,
Is that one of Cameron's creations, you think? Hey, I was going to say, though, Christian Munoz-Mills had a bit of a reputation when he started playing T10 cricket. Oh, you know, it's not his game. It's not really his thing. Wow, tell me another one. Because he's shown, because he's technically a good player.
Yeah.
It's just taken a little bit of adjustment to maybe extend some of those strokes, but they're still cricket shots he's playing.
Yeah.
And he's had a lot of success. Rishton, I think it's the first warning for the umpire. Please don't call me on any of these ones. And it's going to be a very interesting battle because Munoz-Mills has kind of slightly favoured the leg side, I suppose, or straight. Rishton wants to go full and wide, I think.
And, well, throws himself forward at this, but, well, he's going to go to the boundary. And you heard one or two shout catch, and I just think that's probably not the right call here. I think you've got to be thinking about saving the boundary. He goes for the catch, gets it all wrong, and then, well, he's trying to, once he's committed to the catch, he knows he's not going to get there. He tries to get something in the way to stop the boundary. He's not going to, 4 runs.
Yeah, there we go. Chloe up out of her seat again. Good shot, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a nice shot.
That's a technically very correct drive. Hit hard, hit along the ground that time.
Ishan now, just got to think about this a little bit. I mean, that rate is below 10. Doesn't want to be swinging blind. If he gets the ball, then he knows he can put away, then fine. But you can know Rishton is going to target you outside the off. Makes room. Does well. Just gets into line, takes a single. That's good. That's what you got to do. And if that's even if you're getting a runner ball here now, wait for the bad ball, wait for the one to put away.
Just doing having a bit of fun with net run rate calculations right now. Spain's net run rate is 0.2 ahead of the Netherlands. Of course, if they win the game, they'll definitely be top of the table.
Well, got him. It's that slower Yorker again. Yeah, he's liking it. Boom, he says. Yeah, that is that boogie, oogie, woogie, kookaburra fly ball. And Rishton, he gets the wicket off the Spanish captain, Christian Mills. That one just a little bit too clever, a little bit too spicy for him. He tries to chop down and block it, but he can't. Clever bowling, good areas. And the thing is, though, Rishton, once he completes this over, that's him done. So he's not going to be able to come back. Gets a little bit on this, that's the skipper of Spain, but sees the ball cannon onto his stumps.
Now, this is a perfect Yorker length. This is what I realised. Look where this ball bounces, right between his feet. Right between his feet, and that's why that's the Yorker. Typically, we say, okay, a ball that bounced on the crease, but obviously the batters move around. So if you can land the ball directly between the batter's feet, it's going to be a tough one to hit. Munoz-Mills, he does get 6 to his name in one boundary, but he has to go as the 5th wicket, 97 for 5.
Yeah, it's not, I mean, look, he goes, but look who comes in. It's not a bad exchange, is it? The captain goes. Of course, he doesn't want to get out, but here you go. Norman Burns who comes out. And I think for this sort of target, 10 and over required, he's the ideal batter to come in.
Oh, you still think so? Anyway, it's the end of the 7th over. No, he is. But funny shot, play first ball. Anyway, it's the end of the 7th over. The score is 97 for 5. I suppose anticipating a full wide one from Rishton, so trying to get ahead. And if he gets bat on that, yeah, maybe he does get a boundary. Just didn't look pretty when you miss it. So, well, strap yourself in. You know why, Rico? Thursday night is Golden Ball night here on the ECN. Remember 2 weeks ago, it was France and Belgium. It also means we're probably going to get some sort of thunderstorm. It's been 67 matches without a Golden Ball. And, well, I wonder if this will be the second Golden Ball of the series.
Who's coming into bowl here now? I mean, are you surprised that we haven't seen Godsaw bowl yet?
Maybe it's strategic. Maybe they just want to rest him. He'll be a key bowler tomorrow. Going with spin though.
Alex Russell, yeah.
Big finish Thursday night cricket live from Spain. England 11 versus the host nation. Alex Russell has had a good summer as well. Very good cricketer. This is the difference with Isan, a ball that is shorter that he can really rock back and hit. He seems to be so good at that versus having to come forward. I think he just loses his shape slightly. This is what we'll see tomorrow. We're still going to see which one of Spain or Netherlands finishes first and which one finishes second, but they will play each other in the first match of the day. England and Scotland going at each other in the eliminator. Only one will survive till later in the day.
And this is well played. This will be 4 runs, 4 carreras. He gets into position nicely. And though this does bounce up on him, he keeps his shape pretty well and plays it away. Look, nice shot. He waits on it, gets himself into position, and it's just going to be 1 bounce as it goes over for 4 runs. Goes into the VIP section. Hang on a minute, that ball can't go in there.
Yeah,
needs
accreditation.
Yeah, isn't going to pass.
Anyway, it'll be thrown back. That's what you'll get. Okay, 100's up now. Hey, the other thing here, look, time. They've got to bowl 1.5 overs in about just under 6 minutes.
Gone. No, says the umpire. Umpire's saying no. Well, my initial reaction was I thought there's something on this. But Dan Lincoln.
It's a messy one for the umpire. It's a messy one.
Well, let's have a look at this. I mean, I'm pretty sure I hear something on this. Was there a little inside?
It hits the body. It definitely hits the body. Does it hit anything else?
I thought it was bat body.
I mean, it definitely hits the thigh pad. Whether it goes up and hits the gloves or not, I can't really tell. It was a really interesting one. One thing I would say, it was definitely leg, and then I couldn't really tell what happens next.
I thought my initial reaction was that he actually plays it inside edge onto his body and it flips up. But he straight away shaking his head.
We don't hear, so no. It's a very tough one to call. I mean, there's no doubt that Lincoln takes the catch. We're just trying to see what it came off, whether it came off the gloves or the bat at all, or if it only was the leg.
Full toss, and this one should be put away. And, well, have they stopped this? Well, I tell you what, this has got to be one of the best stops that you'll see. Is that Bevan out there? Can't recognise him without his shades on. I'm sure it is. What a stop this is. Yeah, it is Bevan.
I want to see where he takes off from, though.
This is an incredible
last
stop.
Step, that's no problem.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, the step before.
Wow. No, he's all right. I don't think he leaves
so.
to play.
They'll want to have another look at it, though.
What a stop this is.
Yeah, it's a very
incredible,
very good piece of fielding.
That could make all the difference, you know.
We'll take us to the end of the over. That step, that left foot takes off, and yeah, pulls it back from the beyond. As we get to the end of the 8th over, and they get just the 1 off that. So
you only get 1.
You only get 1. So 25 required off the last 12, going down to the wire. And, yeah, so we go to the 9th. Here we go.
Sticking to spin.
Yeah, Pierce, get to the 9th. Let's go.
It's hard. It's catchable. And it has been taken. And it's a really good catch. And, well, Bevan made the outstanding. Well, you got to say that wicket belongs all to him, doesn't it? Because he's the man who saves the boundary. They only take 1. And then the next ball is hit in his direction and he takes the catch. Well, Bevan does it all.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. I mean, they should have got 2, really, you'd think, if they'd gone from the get-go, which meant that Isan would have been on strike. And Isan's seemed pretty good against this leg spin. But, yeah, Bevan take nothing away from that catch. He's an outstanding fielder. He's an outstanding cricketer. You saw it with the bat as well. He's the reason they probably have this many on the board in the first place, don't forget.
Yeah, he certainly is. He made an outstanding contribution with his bat, didn't he, late on, as he was smashing the ball all over the place, including the head of Indy. And Lorne Burns, he goes for 7 of 6.
Right now, Spain at 0.045 above Netherlands in second.
Gurvinder Singh comes out, and remember Gurvinder Singh, he was out there the last time he was out there. He tried and tried and tried. He got a 19 of around about 16 balls, and then he was called back because they needed to up the tempo, so he was retired out, and Hamza did the rest. Now, well, he's going out there to try and finish the job off for Spain.
Pierce will make him reach outside off here, I think.
It's in the air, but doesn't carry. They think about 2. They don't. It's only a single. That's a win-win situation for England.
Very good chance.
Let's remember, and again, I'm not going to talk about it too much because it doesn't really matter who finishes first and who finishes second as far as the fixtures go. But Spain need to get to 126, I think it was, to retain top spot on net run rate.
Short and hit hard. How well? And it's a great catch. Harrison Ward takes it, and that could be the key wicket there. Mohammed Ishan going for the straight hit down the ground. That is such a good catch, this from Harrison Ward. He has a fair bit of ground to make up. He's a tall man, he's a big man. So when he's got to get down, he's got to get down quickly, and he does, and he keeps hold of it. Good catch. Ishan goes. Crucial time to lose a wicket. And he goes for 25.
Here's the thing, right? It just wasn't what Ishan was expecting. It was slower, it was shorter. It was probably easier, but it just disrupts his timing enough for him to miss-hit it. He tries to blast it straight. I think England, they're one of the teams that do like to pitch those 2 straight fielders. And, wow, disappointment for Ishan. He put a lot better balls away. That one, he falls just short. And he's the 7th wicket to go down. It's 106 for 7 with 9 balls remaining.
Yeah, Wardy takes the catch. 25 he makes him quickly, doesn't he? But that's not the time when you wanted to lose a wicket, because now basically you've got 2 new batters out there. Govinda has just gone out himself. He's only faced a 1 ball, 1 run to him, and now it's time for Mohammed Cameron to go out there. First time we've seen him have a bat in this championship week.
Yeah, let's have a look and see how Cammy goes. Can he be a hero? So the decision to stick with spin ends up working. But isn't it funny? I mean, that ball, it was slow, it was short.
Yeah.
Ishan could hit it anywhere, tried to go straight and miss-hit it.
This one is high up in the air. How far is this one going? It goes all the way. Mohammed Cameron smashes his first ball for a massive 6. And that's exactly what they needed here. They need to try and keep it to as few runs required off the last. Well, this is a big hit, and despite the efforts of Bevan, he's not able to do anything about this one. This time, hits it down the ground, and they'll take the single. Well, Mohammed Cameron, he's not sure where he's running to. Well, does he even get back into his crease at the other end? I don't know, but he's there now.
Well, Lincoln's appealing for obstructing the field, but I just think that Govinda was turning around here.
Yeah,
Look, that's a bit of a cheeky appeal. You see here, he's in the process of turning around, and I don't think there's any deliberate. He's not even seeing where the ball's coming from.
Yeah, no. I mean, he's just turned around, he's going, it's not, because he's made his way in, and then he's just starting to go for a second, and the ball hits him. You see here, so...
No. Lincoln thinks something has happened that hasn't happened. Like, he's just turning around, and it looks worse. It almost looks like he's swinging the bat at it, but he's not.
Yeah, that common sense of Wales.
Yeah.
So carry on with this. So where are we at? This is the ball
17
to
off
go
7.
in this one.
Left-hander.
Got to go for a big hit here. I think he's got to go for this whatever. And Pierce, well, he just wanted to know what Govinda was going to try and do. That's clever.
With those wickets, they've snuck in for time as well, as you can see.
Yeah. So he knows what he's going to do. So he tries to keep it out of that zone, and it doesn't matter because Govinda smashes this big. That was such an important delivery. You wanted and needed a boundary from it, and Govinda, he does get one. He gives it the big hee-ho, boom, shaka-lagya, lovely jubbly. And we go into the last, 11 needed of 6 deliveries.
Well, shine up your golden balls, everyone, because we could be headed for one here. It's, how many is that now? It's 11 to win off 6, 10 for a golden ball. We are right in the Goldilocks zone for a golden ball. And let's see who bowls it. Well, they're going to give it to Chowan in a pressure situation. And Kamran facing up. Well, this could be anything. You see, if we do finish with a tie, then the batting team bats on. They get one chance to score 2 or more.
So to go with Chowan as opposed to Alex Russell, really?
Yes.
Wow. I don't believe that. Alex Russell, surely did his over just go for 8 runs, the last over?
That is correct.
And he's got 1 to go? That is correct.
That's correct.
I can't believe this shout. Okay, brave move from Lincoln. Long way in the air. This is a chance. And taken. So, well, so far, that move from the captain, Dan Lincoln, proves to be, well, seems to be a top card, doesn't it? Because Johan gets the wicket. I mean, he had to go for it, I suppose. He does, gets the height, Cameron, but he doesn't get the distance, so he'll go for 7-2, and more importantly, is a dot.
Yeah, so, yeah, well, I know that Karina likes that up in the box. I know that there's always interesting byplay between those two, but anyway, when it came down to it, they went for Chowan. All I can say from Lincoln is that he's giving Chowan an opportunity to do something good to win the game.
Well, what
Russell's
is
done
it, Karina?
before.
Is it just because he did that lovely portrait of you that now you're giving him love hearts? Well,
He's a
Karina,
popular player, no doubt about it. And he does get a maximum, he doesn't get a lot more.
I must admit there was a big resemblance between the drawing he did of Karina and Karina. I must say it was much better than the one he did of Kiriolis.
Yeah, I don't know. I like them both, and I think he did a third one. But anyway, Mohammed Cameron's got to go. Guess who's come out? Guess who's snuck in that I didn't even notice hadn't batted yet? They've got Prince Deman up their sleeve at number 10. So he's a guy that can bat at the top. We've seen that. So he's a genuine bat to come out. And who's that? Probably a Teef. Yeah, Teef Mohammed still to bat. So 11 off 5. The other thing, like I say, it's just for interest's sake, but 126, if they get there, they will keep top spot on net run rate.
So Jaffa Chauhan has taken 2 for 23. It was a surprise choice for me. We believe in you. For him to bowl this one. We believe in you. You heard that. We believe in you. Played away. He'll want 2 if you can get him, but they slide, make the stop. And, well, that's not a bad one because it means that you get the left-hander in. So Chauhan will now have to bowl to the lefty. Govinda, he's already smashed 1 big hit for 6, so 10 now required of 4.
Yeah, gotta love Thursday night cricket. Thursday night's golden ball night. Called it already. And look, they bowled 3 different leg spinners in the last 3 overs. They bowled Alex Russell in 8, Sam Pearce in 9, Jaffa Chauhan in 10. 10 off 4. Can't really win it unless you get a boundary somewhere along the line.
Vamos, chicos. No para, sigue, sigue, no para, sigue, sigue. Y hit it hard. Where's this going? It goes a long way up in the air. It's not going to the boundary. And the catch has been taken. There's another one from Harrison Ward. Well, come the moment, come the big man. He's taken 2 very good catches. Now this one goes a long way up into the night sky. Never going to be an easy one. And Gurwinder Singh went for the biggie, but he goes more height than distance. Catch taken by Wardy. Not only is it a wicket, but it's another dot ball.
Yeah, well, that's why we commentators, not captains, Rico, because we probably would have bowled Russell, but Chauhan's come on and he's done the job. 2 wickets, just a single off this over so much. Well, now the stage is set for Atif Mohammed to make a name for himself. Number 11 comes out. Of course, this is why that rule's so important now. It's in all cricket that the batters, even though they cross before the catch is taken, they'll have to cross back. Govinda does get a 6, but like so many others of late, doesn't get too many more. Atif comes out, and let's just see if he can do something special. Again, he's very capable with the bat. I think his bat slowed down.
3 balls to come, 10 runs needed, so they definitely need to get, well, you need 2 boundaries here, don't you? You need 2 boundaries.
Prince at the other end. Atif just doesn't want a dot here. Even if they get a 1, probably take that. Misses.
So, well, that one probably, well, that seals it. 10, unless there's unless it's a no ball or something here, or a dirty wide.
Takes out the single now, because you need to get 3 off this to even make it workable. Then you get a 6 to tie.
Well, what a call that is from Dan Lincoln to go with Chauhan to bowl this one.
3 for 24 now. Oh, that was the one. That was the one. So now, I'll give you one more point of interest. If Spain can hit this for a 6, then they will get top spot by 0.009 on net run rate. Corey's grumpy face, getting a workout.
Yeah, maybe Mohammed Cameron could draw that. But anyway, yeah, I mean, Spain got so close. But the wicket of Isham for me is a difficult one, and this one goes, well, it's going to be called a wide, so it's going to be 1 less, but still, you can't get 9 off 1 ball, can you? So maybe if you bowls another wide, then a no ball 7, you know, and well, who knows, all sorts of things could happen. But Chauhan Oh, he seems to be enjoying his moment out there at the moment, isn't he? What a big moment for him, for Jaffa Chauhan. 3 for 25. Looking to win it for England here. And this one he will. And you can see where Dan Lincoln goes. He goes all the way back like it's a fast bowler coming into it. And that is that. So it's going to be victory to England. So England, they do get revenge over Spain as well. Remember, these two teams started it all off in Championship Week. They played the first match. England got to 104 for 9. Spain knocked them off with 13 balls to go, winning by 9 wickets, 105 for 1. So England, they were quite keen to get the revenge, and they did. But it was a very exciting game. It could have gone either way, couldn't it? And well, don't forget when those over number 4 went for 25, when Clayton was smashed all over the place. Pearce then went for 16 off his first. Jaffa Chauhan, his first over went for 23. And that's why I was so surprised that he was given this last over, having gone for 23 off that over, and having somebody like Alex Russell who bowled a brilliant over for just 8 runs and picked up a wicket. You go for Chauhan, and well, he pulls it off quite amazingly. So well done to England. They get the victory. And Spain, well, though they started the day unbeaten with 6 out of 6, they couldn't get a victory in any of today's matches. They were beaten by the Netherlands, but that was a bit of a surprise. They seemed to have that one all sewn up, but it wasn't to be. And this one, probably very much the same. They thought they had it sewn up. It wasn't to be. Corey, he's not a happy man. Well, Richardson, he wasn't happy when he missed the stumps from there. He couldn't believe it. And that was a bit of a let-off for them. But they look good. So we saw the ball being placed around to the boundary. They played some nice shots. This one from Yasir, well, he only needed one hand to pump this to the boundary. He was all smiles at this point. But this is where things started to change. It was Clayton, well, at this moment, he was happy as he takes that catch. And then, well, we know who comes in and can really make a difference. It's Hamza. Yeah. Hamza Salim was hitting the ball big. And, well, that's one for Karina. She said, here you go. You're looking for this.
And she couldn't get over the fence either. But anyway, Karina be in the action a fair bit during this innings. But, look, you've got to say it was a really entertaining game of cricket. When you look at the final score, there were just 8 runs between them. And look, what we know is Rob having a go throwing it back. Seemed like everyone had a go throwing a ball back in this game. But you've got to say, I'm really, really impressed at how well these players have competed this week. And even that, I like the way he's thrown himself at the ball. But, you know, Spain and England, you'd say, you know, going into this, you'd say it's a bit of a difference between the two teams. But really, every time they play, it seems like anybody's game. And I just look at, for example, Prince Saman batting at number 10. He certainly won't bat at 10 tomorrow. So Spain, they really batted their way back into this game through those middle overs. Went 4, 5, 6, 25, 16 and 23. Well, Karina, she liked what she was seeing. Cameron will enjoy seeing that.
Well, did she like seeing Cameron getting out and going back?
Oh, that's the mystery.
She didn't give him a heart when he came out.
That's the mystery, right? And
yeah.
Anyway, I think this is what we'll see. We'll get confirmation in a moment. I think 0.06 is what separates the Netherlands 11 and Spain. So Netherlands 11 actually finished top and Spain finished second. And then England 11 third and Scotland 11 fourth. So in the morning, we'll see Netherlands 11 Spain. The winner goes through to the final. The loser plays the winner of England 11 and Scotland 11 in qualifier 2. And then, of course, the big one, the final, it will be right here tomorrow. And it will start at the same time as the regular last match of the day. As we have a look at exactly what has transpired tonight, and we may have the standings. We may have them. They may still be getting calculated, but I can tell you that I'm looking forward to seeing the table. First, let's have a look at the scorecards then. And Hamza Salim Dar, 37 off 12. Jeez, he's in some form, isn't he? I suppose they used him up early, and by batting him above people like Prince, and you might have up there maybe Burns as well. Just couldn't play that finishing role, but certainly was exciting while he was there. There was also runs for Isan, 25 off 10. And then also towards the top, you saw Yasir Ali compiled 21. As far as the bowlers went, well, the leg spinners had plenty to do, didn't they? In fact, they bowled 5 overs between them. Russell only went for 8, but they didn't bring him back. They went for Chauhan, who ended up doing the job. He finished with figures of 3 for 25. So some confidence from Lincoln. And I think that's what it was about, giving Chauhan the opportunity to win the game for England. And Pearce took 3 for 30 as well. Mungo Russell bowled with some fire, didn't he, in 1 and 3. Yeah. He took 2 for 14. The other wicket went to Andy Rishton. So highly, highly entertaining game. And we'll just leave that on there for a second, because I think maybe we'll get a look at the standings when they come up. But Rico, I know that tomorrow is marquee day on the calendar, because finals day is on the way. And there we go. Well, got my calculations right. 0.06 separate the Netherlands and Spain. Looks academic, really, because we knew they would play the 1 versus 2. The only time it comes into consideration is if rain is expected or there's some reason the game is abandoned, and the top team would go through. But yeah, 2 very good games to start off the day, and I'm sure 2 very exciting games to finish them off as well.
It's going to be interesting when we look at those tables. I know Netherlands, Spain, they will finish the top 2. They get the double chance. But when you look at that table, look at England. I mean, they started with 4 defeats, now 4 on the spin. So really, they are now the informed team. Yeah,
no doubt about that. So congratulations to all the players this week. Of course, Italy, it's sad to say goodbye to them. They've had such an exciting 2 weeks here. They can be very proud of their efforts. I think a lot of people might say, oh, playing 2 weeks in a row and these kind of things. I don't think that was a factor as much as the fact that they ran into some really good cricket teams. They certainly didn't look fatigued when they knocked over England on day 1, and they can certainly be proud of that effort as well. But ultimately, they finished with a win, didn't they, against Scotland 11? A nice way for Italy to finish their campaign.
Absolutely. Look, I mean, Italians around the world will be absolutely ecstatic with the way that they played, and I think they'll get a really good welcome when they go back home, because look, I mean, they got that memorable victory over England, and then today they beat Scotland. I mean, those are 2 big scalps, and for a team that's really, if you look at cricket, you look at the whole spectrum of cricket, they're a team that are trying to catch up with those teams, and for them to get those 2 victories, I mean, they've done themselves a world of good. And as we said, and as we know, because we spent a lot of time in Italy, cricket in Italy is really on the up.
Yeah, no doubt about that. And don't forget, they got really close to Spain on day 1 as well in that match 3. So anyway, we just want to remind you that we'll be back tomorrow for finals day, starting at 9:30 a.m. GMT. It's 11:30 in Central Europe, 3 p.m. in India. It's the same time. VIP tent is set up. All the dignitaries are coming tomorrow. We're really excited. It's like our Christmas, really, isn't it? So make sure you join us for that. In the meantime, go to our website, EuropeanCricket.com. That's the home of European cricket. You can get all the stats, standings, and all the team info, the squads. You can even look forward to the Croatian series next week and have a look at that coming together. So that is the place to go to get all that information. Also, our social media at European Cricket. If you get on there, there's a lot of good stuff. I haven't had much time to look at it lately. I'm going to go tonight. I'm going to be scrolling through for hours, I think, because we've had so many highlights. And don't forget, if you haven't already, subscribe to our YouTube channel. If you like cricket and you like a lot of it, there's 8 more weeks of it coming up after the finish of this series. Rico, great stuff. We'll come again tomorrow. Big day. Finals day is on the way.
Finals day. Join us here tomorrow.
That's right. We want you to be here with us as well. Big thank you to everyone around the ground for helping. An Indy special hope for you. Hopefully that you are okay after taking that falcon when trying to complete a crowd catch in the dark. Anyway, for now, it's Vinny Sandy on behalf of the European Cricket Network and the European Cricket family. On behalf of myself, Rico Full, and everyone here in Spain, hope you have a happy and a safe evening. We'll see you tomorrow for finals day. It's on the way right here on the European Cricket Network in the Dream11 European Cricket Championship. Here's some highlights of the day. Good night, everybody.
Adiós, mi familia. Hasta mañana.